What a way to cross the river and tear down the bridge. After paying back the $300,000, marry Xiaoya as your wife. From now on live a happy life. Chen, who had been working all day, looked at his girlfriend on the cell phone screen and revealed a pleased smile. Half a year ago, his girlfriend got seriously ill. In order to cure his girlfriend, he worked at the company during the day, and part-time delivery at night. He scraped together and got $300,000. But even so, from the 600,000 yuan of surgical fees is still a big gap. In order to cure his girlfriend, Chen borrowed another 300,000. Now, Zhang Ye's disease is also good. She will be discharged from the hospital soon. Today was his girlfriend Zhang Ye's birthday. For this reason, Chen left work early and ran to the cell phone store to buy a 3,000 cell phone. Hey, Xiaoya will definitely like this birthday present. He walked to the hospital room, wanting to give his girlfriend a surprise. Happy birthday, Chen said happily. However, when he pushed open the door, he saw Zhang Ye on the hospital bed lying in a man's arms. The man's hands were not honest and were touching his girlfriend's body. Chen had seen that man before. It was Zhao Hua, a very famous rich second generation in the university. The two men were startled by Chen's voice. Zhao Hua asked, Xiaoya, why is Chen here? You haven't broken up with him yet? Zhang Ye, who originally had a happy expression on her face, saw the sudden appearance of Chen and her eyes were a bit unnatural. Wasn't Chen delivering takeaways at this hour? Why would he come to the hospital? Too late to think. Zhang Ye smiled and said, don't think too much. I broke up with him a long time ago. I ordered a takeaway and didn't think it was him who delivered it. Zhao Hua nodded, believing it. After all, what Chen was wearing was the clothes for delivery. Zhang Ye was distracted and said, honey, I'll go out for a while. You wait for me here. Good, come and give me a kiss, or else I won't let you go. Zhao Hua said with a bad smile. Zhang Ye's pretty face blushed as she glanced at Chen at the door. Hesitantly, she said, hate it, someone is watching. Zhao Hua was unimpressed. A stinky delivery guy, just pretend he's not a human being? Zhang Ye froze. Her eyes looked at Chen and the worn-out takeaway clothes he was wearing. Then she looked at Zhao Hua, who was dressed in a polished outfit and had $100,000 for just a watch. She leaned down and gave Zhao Hua a kiss on the cheek. Go and come back soon, Zhao Hua said smilingly, reaching out to slap Zhang Ye's butt. Nasty Zhang Ye blushed and let out a rant. The entire process was watched by Chen, and his heart felt as if it was being viciously stabbed by 1,000 needles, piercing into his flesh. He couldn't believe that the Zhang Ye he wanted to marry home was such a woman. Outside the corridor, Zhang Ye spoke icily. Since you've seen it, I have nothing more to say. Let's break up. The reason is that you are in debt, and I don't want to follow you to pay for the rest of my life. It's as simple as that. Zhang Ye's look when she broke up was natural and decisive. There wasn't a hint of hesitation. Chen's eyes reddened as he heard this. He stayed behind when Zhang Ye was in the most difficult time, dumping his family to get $300,000, and even going into debt for $300,000 to cure her. But when Zhang Ye's illness got better, what he got in return was an icy breakup. What a good one to cross the river and break up the bridge. Chen said, why do I owe money? Isn't it because I have to cure you? Zhang Ye was unimpressed. I've never begged you. It's just that you took the initiative to spend money for me. You didn't think that lending me money to cure me would make me very touched, did you? Oh, this kind of tenderness that accomplishes nothing is not even worth a dime. Zhang Ye said helplessly. Chen, wake up. There is no future for me and you. Zhao Hua casually gave me a bag that cost $20,000 to $30,000, and he even promised me that he would buy me a car and a house. Look at you. I've been with you for so many years. What kind of gifts have you ever given me? A caravan is even more unthinkable. Zhang Ye looked at the cell phone held in Chen's hand and laughed coldly. A 3,000 trash cell phone. You have the nerve to buy it and send it to me? Taking it out mustn't give people a laugh? With a look of disgust, she directly knocked the phone to the ground. Chen did not say anything and silently bent down to pick up the phone. It was true that he hadn't sent Zhang Ye any decent gifts, because that money was all used to cure Zhang Ye. This cell phone, or he delivered takeout every night and saved for a month to buy it. However, he didn't want to talk about it. He was too lazy to talk about it. Breakup is breakup. At least in this way, he saw Zhang Ye's true colors. However, being in love, Chen still couldn't bear to watch Zhang Ye jump into the fire pit. He let out a sigh and spoke kindly. That Zhao Hua is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. When he was in college, he had a bad reputation. Quite a few girls got knocked up by him cheating. You're jealous of the fact that other Zhao Hua is rich and you're making rumors here, right? Also, even if he cheats women, then I'd rather be cheated by him. What's wrong with that? I just don't want to be with a poor person like you. Look at you. You still have to go part-time to deliver takeaways at night. It's really embarrassing. Whatever. take care of yourself. Su Chen was too lazy to say more. At this time, Zhao Hua walked out from the ward. What? You have to talk for so long to pick up a takeaway? Zhang Ye's face changed, afraid that Zhao Hua would be jealous. Smiling, she said, didn't I make it clear to this person so that he won't disturb my life in the future? Speaking clearly then? Zhang Ye hurriedly pulled Zhao Hua towards the hospital room. It's clear. Let's go back, dear. Wait, I'll say a few more words to this poor delivery guy. Zhao Hua said. Alright, then I'll wait for you in the ward. Su Chen looked at Zhao Hua and frowned. What do you want to say? If it's because you want to see how I look when I've been dealt a major blow, then you might be disappointed. I'm not so bad as to give up my life for a woman. Su Chen was dripping blood inside right when he met something like being green. However, he didn't want to let outsiders see the joke, especially in front of Zhao Hua who looked like a villain. Don't get me wrong. I came to say a word to you. The corner of Zhao Hua's mouth curled into a smile. I have to thank you for taking such good care of Zhang Ye for me. Not only did you cure her, but you also kept her first night. You have such a good eye. Oh yeah, do you know how I ended up with her? I came to see her and unintentionally revealed my watch. Then she added me as a friend, took the initiative to chase me, and went to a hotel room the next day, as if she still took your money for the room. Zhao Hua laughed loudly and left without looking back. Su Chen was so angry that his body trembled. The nails of his 10 fingers pinched into his flesh. He slammed his fist on the wall and blood flowed out. Once upon a time, Zhang Ye was simple and innocent. Su Chen was angry for half a day for even pulling her hand. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hua took 2 days to take Zhang Ye to a hotel. This was a society that laughed at poverty, because she didn't have any money. That's why Zhang Ye didn't hesitate to kick him away and turn into Zhao Hua's arms. Su Chen secretly swore in his heart. He was going to work hard to make money. He was going to punch this group of people in the face. Su Chen walked out of the hospital. His first thought was to return the cell phone tomorrow. With a $3,000 phone, he couldn't afford to use such a good phone. However, Zhang Ye had just dropped it. Shouldn't it be broken? Su Chen was worried inwardly. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that the phone didn't break. However, the phone had a black screen and was slow to turn on. Su Chen patted the phone. It can't really be broken. The phone vibrated and the screen slowly lit up. Su Chen checked the phone and found that there was no malfunction. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the phone could still be used again. Beep, da, do. As soon as the phone was turned on, a news push pop-up window popped up. Su Chen originally wanted to directly scratch away, but after seeing the headlines of each news item, the whole person froze. The cell phone has mutated. On June 30th, 2021, real Tang Pakfu's handwriting appeared on South City's Antique Street. On June 29th, 2021, Hua Ming Group announced the development of an anti-aging agent, and Hua Ming Group's stock continued to soar. On June 28th, 2021, a man buys a sports lottery ticket and wins a $5 million prize. On June 27th, 2021, a car accident occurred at the Longquan Road bus stop, specifically because the driver was drunk driving. Su Chen laughed and shook his head. Making it up is quite something. How could it be true? It was only the 27th today. Where did the 28th, 29th news come from? Su Chen carefully checked his phone again. It was found that only the date of the pop-up news was problematic. The other dates and functions were quite normal. Could it be that someone was deliberately messing with him? Or, was it a mistake on the news website side? Su Chen, who was thinking about it, happened to tap his finger into the news about the bus stop car accident. At 21:03 on the night of the 27th, there was a car accident at the Longquan Road bus stop, and all the way to the people died after rescue. According to the investigation, the cause of the car accident was drunk driving by the car owner. Su Chen saw the news and froze slightly. Longquan Road bus stop, wasn't it where he was standing right now? Su Chen stood up straight all of a sudden. What the hell? A car accident would happen here? He looked at the time. 21:02. Less than a minute from the time the news said the car accident happened. There was a car driving over head-on. If it was before, Su Chen wouldn't have paid attention to this car at all. But the news on his cell phone made him twitch inwardly. Maybe the news was true? In the next second, the car's steering wheel jerked and crashed over out of control. Fortunately, Su Chen had made preparations in advance, and only then was he spared. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Chen was inwardly shocked. He lowered his head to look at his cell phone, his heart beating wildly. The future news was all true. The car accident in front of him said it all. Su Chen, who had returned to his senses, called the police and contacted the ambulance at the first opportunity. After doing all this, he didn't have time to rest. Ding! A pop-up window popped up on his cell phone, detected that the owner has changed the future and gained the skill Divine Insight. The moment the message came out, a warm current entered Su Chen's right hand from the phone. That marvelous feeling caused an indescribable change in Su Chen's body. Observing things seemed to have become even sharper. At this moment, Su Chen man was dumbfounded. Could it be that the cell phone had mutated after falling once? It could see the future news, and when he changed the future, he could still get a reward? Thinking of this, Su Chen hurriedly opened the news that was about to happen tomorrow. Someone bought a lottery ticket and won $5 million. On the evening of the 28th, the sports lottery announced the winning results, and a lucky spectator won a whopping $5 million. The following are his winning numbers. After reading the news, Su Chen's heart stirred. It just so happened that there was a sports lottery right next to it, so why not give it a try? Su Chen walked into the lottery station. Boss, buy sports lottery tickets. Keeping an inch head, the big and thick boss stood in front of the counter, smilingly asked, "Okay, which numbers do you want to buy?" Su Chen answered according to the winning numbers on the news. "Alright lad, your lottery ticket." The boss handed the lottery ticket to Su Chen. "Thanks." Su Chen took it. Buying 10 bets was his temporary idea, since he was so lucky to obtain a cell phone that could see future news. Then, it was time to seize the opportunity. If he didn't win, at most, he would be tricked and lose a few dozen dollars. But if the lottery was really won, it would be $50 million. For him now, $50 million was already a huge number. Time quickly came to the next day. It was time for the lottery to come out. Su Chen sat in front of the TV, holding the lottery ticket in his hand, watching the numbers roll on the sports lottery program. Su Chen stared at his lottery ticket with a look of anticipation. The first number, 1. The second one, the 7th, all 1. The lottery ticket he bought won. 10 tickets. That's $50 million. There's still $40 million left after the 20% tax is deducted. He took out his cell phone and was thrilled. Thanks to this cell phone, it helped him see the future news and thus make money easily. Ding! At this moment, a message popped up on the phone. Detected that the owner has changed the future and received a reward of $60 million. The moment this message appeared, Su Chen received a bank SMS notification. Dear user, the amount credited to your account with tail number 616 is 60 million yuan. The balance is $600,00023, $57. The amount arrived in seconds. Seeing this SMS, Su Chen's mouth opened wide. Buying a lottery ticket gained him $40 million, and now the phone rewarded him $60 million. A total of $100 million was earned today. If it were before, Su Chen wouldn't have dared to think that he could earn $100 million. This number was too huge for him to realize in his lifetime. However, with this magical cell phone, making $100 million was just a matter of a day. This money was earned cleanly and very easily. It was too good to be true. At the same time, his cell phone vibrated. The university class group exploded. Class president Chu Li asked, "Does everyone have time in the evening 3 days from now? Class reunion I've got my eye on the location. The newly opened 5-star hotel, Haitian Hotel. You all come, my treat." Chu Li's little brother, the first to come forward and said, "Brother Li is making a lot of money." It didn't make much money. The family made just $1 million from opening a company. For other big shots, this is just a hair's breadth. Chu Li pretended to be modest and said, $1 million is still a drizzle? Chu Li, you are also too modest. Our class, even our same class, there is no one who earns more than you are. I must go to the class reunion that day. Agreed. All of us have graduated for several years. Now that the class president is treating us, we can get together. The Haitian Hotel is good. I'll attend. A group of people were talking a lot. At this time, someone asked, "Our class flower, Xia Cheng, is she attending?" Someone asked the question that all the boys in the class wanted to know. Xia Cheng was beautiful and kind with long legs, plus her family's background was superior, so she was a white rich beauty, with a high emotional intelligence. She was extremely well liked. Wherever she went, she would become the presence of all eyes. Xia Cheng asked in the group, "Su Chen, are you participating? I want to see what you mean first." Su Chen, who was eating and watching from the side, was slightly stunned. Thinking back carefully, he didn't seem to have much interaction with Xia Cheng during his university time. The two were just ordinary friends. How could Xia Cheng suddenly ask him if he would attend the party? Before he could send a message, class president Chu Li sent a big smile emoji and asked, "Su Chen, how are you mixing now?" University classmates all knew that Chu Li had always liked Xia Cheng and pursued her like crazy. Even outside, he told others that Xia Cheng was his girlfriend. Nowadays, Xia Cheng's words meant nothing more than that if Su Chen participated, then she also participated. This infuriated Chu Li, who then deliberately targeted Su Chen. Chu Li's little brother replied in the group, "Ha ha ha, he can't get along. I heard that he works as a clerk in a small company and has to deliver takeaways at night, known as an errand boy. Yes, some time ago, he also asked me to borrow money. I did not borrow. Now I heard that he still owes $300,000. I'm glad I made the right move." Su Chen is now desperately trying to earn money to pay it back. Where would he have the heart to attend the reunion? Chu Li said. Su Chen, you'd better come to this reunion. Making money isn't that important. It's only $300,000. I earned it in 10 days. Su Chen looked at the message and smiled. Good fellow. This Chu Li was stepping on him while pretending to be a bully. In a different situation before, Su Chen probably wouldn't have gone to the class reunion. The $300,000 in arrears made him burnt out, but now it was different. He had a cell phone that saw future news. Tomorrow, he would be a multimillionaire. Go. Why not? Class reunion is all about pretending. If you like pretending, then I'll go with you. Chapter 3 Redeeming Lottery Tickets. Su Chen directly replied. Since the class president has said so, then I will also attend the class reunion. Chu Li quickly said. Su Chen has said he's coming. Xiao Chang, you'll be coming that night too, right? Do you want me to drive to your house to pick you up? However, Xia Chang did not pay any attention to Chu Li. Instead, she replied back to recovery morning. Okay, I'll see you that night. After that, Xia Chang went offline. This infuriated Chu Li to no end. Whether it was his family or his ability, he thought that he could beat that poor bastard Su Chen. But why did Xia Chang only focus on Su Chen? He vowed to make Su Chen make a fool of himself and be humiliated at the class reunion 3 days later. In this way, Xia Chang would no longer focus on Su Chen, but would instead land her gaze on him. Besides, Su Chen, he was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. An ordinary person suddenly became a billionaire. It definitely took time to accept it. The next day, Su Chen woke up early and prepared to go cash in his prize. The winner who won the $5 million lottery in the original news went to redeem his prize even earlier than Su Chen. Quite a few reporters came to the news and had that masked winner holding up the winning numbers for a photo. Soon, there was a hot search of the winner of the winning $5 million lottery appearing. The internet directly exploded. My God, this is the legendary Lucky Sun. Regardless of whether people are lucky or strong, to win $5 million, I can only say bull. If I had $5 million, I would directly quit my job and tell that leader that I don't want to do it. A group of people are envious of that winning winner. Plus the scene. Su Chen arrived at the lottery management center. Hello, I'm here to cash my prize, Su Chen said towards the staff. He took out his lottery ticket. When the staff saw that the ticket Su Chen bought was the same winning number of $5 million, the whole person was stunned. On the same day, there were actually 2 people who won $5 million. Wait, I still have such a lottery ticket, Su Chen said as he took out the remaining 9 lottery tickets from his bag. All 10 won $5 million? The staff was so surprised that they couldn't speak. It was already amazing to buy a lottery ticket and win these $5 million. It didn't occur to him that Su Chen had won 10. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, there was a specialized staff member handling Su Chen's business. The process was smooth. The reporters outside were originally ready to disperse, but suddenly, they heard that someone had also won a prize. Moreover, one win was 10, taking away as much as $50 million in prize money. They all crowded into the lottery management center, wanting to see the man of God. But Su Chen didn't want to use this kind of heat to become famous on the internet. It was said that wealth should not be exposed. Make yourself a low profile, exchange the prize and leave. The staff told Su Chen that the $40 million would arrive in 3 working days. Su Chen didn't stay long after the process and walked out directly. He brushed past the reporters. There was a lot of traffic in the lottery center, so no reporter noticed Su Chen. Instead, he found the person in charge of the lottery center. Manager, can you let us meet the person who won $50 million? Just let us take a picture. The reporter's thoughts were simple. Someone who wildly won 10 lottery tickets for $50 million. This kind of news could get a lot of hits when put on the internet. However, the head of the lottery management center shook his head. Sorry, you guys are late. That winning lottery winner has already left. He said he wanted to cash in his prize in a low key and didn't want his life to be disturbed. I hope everyone understands. The crowd sighed when they heard this. The hot news was gone. However, someone spoke up at this time and asked, can you show us the photo he left at the management center? Usually the winner of the lottery would take a photo with the person in charge at the lottery management center. It was used for publicity and for souvenirs. This is no problem. You guys can look. The person in charge nodded and took out the photo he had just taken with Su Chen. Within the photo, Su Chen was wearing a hood, so no one recognized him. For a while, the reporters couldn't stop snapping at that photo. Soon, the photo was circulated online. This time, it caused the crowd to discuss even more intensely. Holy, what kind of demon is this? To have won 10 lottery tickets. Before that big brother won $5 million. His luck already staggered me. This big brother is even more ruthless, directly winning $50 million. I'm willing to give my knees up. After tax, there's still $40 million left, right? My God, If I had that $40 million, my next goal would be to spend that money for the rest of my life. Upstairs, you're looking down on yourself too much. Give me $40 million and I can spend it for 10 lifetimes. Ooh, I'm so sour. I've been buying lottery tickets for a few years and the highest amount I've won is only a few $100s. Why is this gap so big? However, Chen didn't see these messages on the internet at all. After he walked out of the lottery management center, he casually stopped a cab. Master, I'm going to the securities company. Chen took out his cell phone and saw the news pop up. On June 29, 2022, Hua Ming Group announced the development of an anti-aging agent, and Hua Ming Group's stock continued to rise high. And tomorrow, it was the 29th. Chen had to rush to buy stocks before Hua Ming Group announced the news. However, he knew nothing about this aspect of stocks. Even if he knew the news of the stock surge in advance, he didn't know what to do. It was like a fist hitting cotton, with a sense of powerlessness. Solely, he remembered his college senior, Chu Linger, with a beauty comparable to that of a TV star. She had an immaculate air between her hands and feet, was recognized as the ultimate beauty on campus. After graduation, Chu Linger worked at a securities company. Many students in the class have opened accounts with her. Thinking of this, Chen found Chu Linger's contact information and made a call over. May I ask which one? The sweet voice on the other end of the phone rang out. Sister, I'm Chen. Do you still remember me? Of course I remember. Chu Linger smiled. Our de handsome. A few days ago, school sister invited you to watch a movie and eat hot pot. That was the first time I took the initiative to ask a boy out, and as a result, I was still rejected by you. It's really humiliating. Those days were busy. Really didn't mean to reject school sister. Chen touched his nose. It was actually, he worked during the day and delivered takeaways at night. There was really no time to come out to eat. Alright then, junior brother, what is it that you're looking for me for? I'm going to buy a stock, but I don't know much about this, so I want to ask you for advice. It's better to say this kind of thing in person. I'll send you a location. Come over. Okay. Chen nodded his head. The cell phone vibrated a little, receiving the address sent by Chu Linger. Right at this time, the phone popped up a text message from the bank. The $40 million won from buying a lottery ticket called Chen. Chapter 4 Investing 100 million. Besides, Chu Linger sighed. After she finished her phone call with Chen, she closed the news page she had browsed earlier. TSK, buying 10 lottery tickets and winning $40 million. This man's luck is too good to be true. A coworker also joked, if that man who won $40 million stood in front of me, I would marry him immediately. Someone else laughed. Whether or not they'll look at you is another matter. Little Chu, what do you think? Someone asked Chu Linger. Of course I'm sitting and watching, holding another watermelon in my hand if I can. Be a melon eater. Chu Linger said smilingly, this kind of big brother, it's not that easy to meet. Not long after, Chen arrived at the company. Chu Linger picked him up. Looking at the 9-point face value, generous beauty in front of him, Chen was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to his college days. At that time, Chen's days were tight and he even had to work and study hard. This was something that everyone in the class knew. However, Chu Linger did not bring any colored glasses when facing Chen. She had even helped him many times, applying for scholarships for him. When Chen didn't have enough money for tuition, Chu Linger would help advance it. Chu Linger also let Chen do not need to rush to pay back the money. First live a good life, slowly save money to return to her is. In Chen's eyes, Chu Linger was a kind-hearted girl. At this moment, Chu Linger warmly entertained Chen, bringing him a cup of tea. Chen, why do you suddenly want to play finance? In Chu Linger's memory, many of her friends around her made some small money, a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and immediately threw themselves into the financial industry. As a result, they often lost even the dregs. Therefore, she was afraid that Chen was also following the crowd blindly like this. Oh, I heard my friends say that there are a few stocks that are not bad, so I wanted to buy them to take a look. Chen would not say that he had a magical cell phone that could see tomorrow's news in advance. Instead, he said that his friend recommended it. Chu Linger looked at him and couldn't help but remind. A lot of what friends recommend are pits and traps. The stock market is changing rapidly. There are too many uncertainties, and novices who venture into the stock market to invest will have a huge risk. In the end, it may not return the blood money. Chen, do you need any emergency relief money recently? In Chu Linger's opinion, Chen was a very calm person. He wouldn't listen to a person who said that speculating in stocks was making money and then dive in with his head. Therefore, Chu Linger felt that Chen must have had some difficulties recently, and only then would he use such extreme methods to make money. If you need money, you can tell me. I'll try my best to lend you money. Hearing Chu Linger's caring words, Chen's heart warmed. After entering society, he had seen too many cold-hearted people. there were very few people who truly cared about him. Senior sister, I'm not short of money. I just want to go to the stock market to have some fun, Su Chen said with a smile. Seeing his resolute tone, Chu Linger nodded. Alright, then I'll open an account for you. How much do you want to deposit? Su Chen stretched out a finger. 10,000? It's really okay to try the water in the stock market. Chu Linger's heart breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Su Chen she knew. No, 100 million. Su Chen said. 100 million? Chu Linger subconsciously let out a shocked cry. She had been working for a few years now, and there were very few clients with $1 million, let alone $100 million client. Moreover, this client was also her college classmate. Really? Really? Chu Linger asked. She didn't have any intention of looking down on Su Chen, but rather, she felt that it was too unbelievable. Like some of the young and promising classmates in the class, having $1 million in savings now would be something extraordinary. Well, swipe your card. Su Chen nodded and took out his own bank card. Swipe the card. Open an account. The whole process was done in one go. Looking at that $100 million of spending, Chu Linger directly looked dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was so rich nowadays. Chu Linger saw Su Chen's tea finish, and immediately poured him another cup. It could be said that right now, Su Chen was the biggest customer she had ever received. There was no room for slowness. Su Chen, how did you make so much money? Chu Linger asked curiously. Su Chen said, got lucky and won some money from buying a lottery ticket. Chu Linger's beautiful eyes flashed. The winner of that lottery ticket that won $50 million today. It couldn't be you, right? When she looked at the person on that photo, she always felt familiar. Right now, it looked very much like Su Chen's body type. That's right, it's me. Su Chen nodded his head. He had opened a $100 million account here in Chu Linger, so there was no need to hide things like winning the lottery. I was just saying who won so much money. I didn't think it was you. Chu Linger spat out her tongue. Her heart was shaken to the core. It was unthinkable that the son of luck that was buzzing on the internet was actually her old classmate. Right, Su Chen, what kind of stocks are you planning to buy when you open a $100 million account? Chu Linger asked. Hua Ming Group. When Chu Linger heard that, she frowned slightly. This Hua Ming Group, she had naturally heard of it. These past few years, there wasn't much splash sound in the stock market. Not to say that it lost money, but not to say that it made money either. It was a very common stock, and stockholders generally excluded it from their buying choices. However, I had heard that Hua Ming Group seemed to be developing some product recently, so it would be a good idea to buy some stocks and take a look. Then how much money do you plan to invest? Chu Linger asked while operating the background. Please help me buy all of Hua Ming Group's stocks for $100 million. As the words fell, Chu Linger was directly confused. She originally thought that Su Chen would buy Hua Ming Group's stocks for a few $100,000, at most $1 million. However, she never thought that he would directly smash all $100 million into it. This is simply messed up. Speculating in stocks is not the way to play. Chu Linger said. Su Chen, as a friend, I would like to advise you not to invest too much money in Hua Ming Group. That stock is very ordinary. You won't make any money with this $100 million invested in it. It's even likely to go down the drain. It's alright, senior sister. I know in my heart. You buy it for me. A confident smile hung on Su Chen's face. Alright then. Chu Linger sighed. After all, this money was Su Chen's, and she couldn't make the call. At most, she could offer a few words of advice, but, since Su Chen had his own ideas, let's follow his. Bought it. Thanks. Su Chen nodded his head. After buying the stocks and exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Linger, Su Chen left. At this time, a woman dressed in heavy makeup came over. Linger, how much money did your friend open an account with you? The exclamation of Chu Linger just now caught the attention of quite a few co-workers. Everyone knew that Chu Linger was usually very stable, and basically nothing could make her lose her temper like that. Therefore, everyone was curious about what had happened before. 100 million. Chu Linger smiled bitterly. Wow, I didn't think that handsome guy was so rich. The female co-worker raised her eyebrows, her eyes glowing with gold. Then what stocks did he buy? Chapter 5, Making a Killing. In the public's view, the richer the person was, the better they were at doing business. For people to take $100 million to speculate on stocks, they must have had poisonous eyes and favored it in advance. Therefore, these few colleagues of Chu Linger were curious. What was the stock that Su Chen bought? Then they followed and bought it. Just drink some soup. Hua Ming Group, $100 million have been invested in it. Chu Linger said sullenly, because in her opinion, Su Chen was losing money by doing this. Although that money wasn't hers, as a friend, she still didn't want to see Su Chen lose money. Hua Ming Group? The smile on the female colleague's face condensed. Your friend doesn't know how to speculate in the stock market at all, right? But anyone who understands the stock market a little bit, knows that Hua Ming Group's stock is very cold. Xiao Chu, Didn't you persuade him? I persuaded, Chu Linger said with a bitter smile, but he said that that stock was recommended by a friend, and that he knew it in his heart. How can you make money in the stock market if you trust others so easily? The female coworker spread her hands. The few people around also laughed without saying anything. At that time, Chu Linger was kind enough to advise you, but you didn't listen. Then it is deserved to lose money. Originally, several female colleagues still wanted to recognize Su Chen. After all, he was a handsome and rich master. But after learning about this matter today, they all cancelled this idea. This kind of person, knowing that there is a pit in front of you, still want to jump. How can he make money? Do not lose, only left a pants even good. At the same time, the stockholders all noticed the movement in the stock market. Someone had bought $100 million of Hua Ming Group stock. There can't really be someone this stupid? Buying Hua Ming Group stock? Don't rule out the possibility of people being stupid and having too much money. Everyone treated this matter as a joke, because anyone with a bit of experience in stock speculation would not be so rash and brainless. The stock market is ever changing, and no one knows which stock will go up and which stock will go down in the next second. Only amateurs would be foolish to buy a stock, and also smash a large amount of money into it. In the university class group, it became active again because the reunion was going to be held soon. Someone said, "Brother Lee, I've made a little money recently and want to play in the stock market. See if you have any recommended stocks." You play the stock market? I do have stocks on my side, potential stocks that I have studied for a long time. I've sent out the names, just buy accordingly. Thank you, Brother Lee. When I make money, I will come back to honor you. When Su Chen saw that the group was discussing stocks, he frowned slightly, because he saw in the news that the few stocks that Zhao Li had posted were ones that would plummet tomorrow. When the time came, they would lose their money. With the friendship of classmates, Su Chen kindly said, "If you really want to buy, you can buy Hua Ming Group." Su Chen, you still know how to speculate on stocks? Ha ha ha. Su Chen, I say you don't pretend to understand here. As long as a play stocks know that Hua Ming Group is a garbage stock. What's the matter? You still want to come and trap your classmates? Zhao recommended stocks are very conscientious. I followed the purchase of a few issues, earned a few $1,000s. What are you talking nonsense here? Someone spent $100 million on Hua Ming Group stock today, and was laughed at by everyone as a little cutie. That person couldn't be you, right? Ha ha ha. Su Chen can have 100 million? What a joke. However, Su Chen simply ignored these comments. Silently, he put down his cell phone. Early the next morning, the official website of Hua Ming Group issued an announcement. The anti-aging pill had been successfully developed, and the first batch of medicinal liquid had officially entered the market for sale. What was that anti-aging medicine? Delaying human aging and stimulating the growth and reproduction of cells in the body. As we grow older, the physical condition of the elderly must gradually decline. Mobility and easy to get sick are two obvious features. Anti-aging drugs can help the elderly to improve their health. For women who are born to love beauty, anti-aging medicine is also a treasure. Therefore, after the news of Hua Ming Group's development of anti-aging medicine came out, it immediately triggered a huge discussion on the internet. Holy, with something this good, it must be arranged for my 60-year-old girlfriend. My own skin is getting worse by the day, and I'm about to become a yellow face. This anti-aging medicine is really my gospel. Sometimes I work overtime on New Year's holidays and don't have time to go home to take care of my parents. Buy anti-aging medicine to send them. I hope their elderly can be healthy and peaceful. Everyone, I advise you to act on your heart's desire. I just went to Hua Ming Group to buy anti-aging medicine and found that the first batch of medicine is about to sell out. The crowd of netizens were startled when they saw this comment. It had only been half an hour since Hua Ming Group released the news, right? How did it sell out? Could it be that too little anti-aging medicine had been prepared? But in fact, the first batch of anti-aging pills prepared by Hua Ming Group was a full 100,000 pills. They didn't expect that in less than half an hour, the 100,000 anti-aging pills were sold out. Moreover, the demand exceeded the supply. Many people were already reserving the second and third batch of anti-aging pills. Because of this, Hua Ming Group's stock soared. The stock market had just opened, and in less than a minute, Hua Ming Group's stock had risen by 10%. Straight to the stop. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yesterday, Hua Ming Group's stock was still considered by the public to be a junk stock. Today, it rocketed straight up. Some people are spending all their money to buy Hua Ming Group's stock. Some of them, or yesterday, looked down on Hua Ming Group's stock. Today it is really fragrant. However, the masses coincidentally remembered one person as they were shocked. The person who put in $100 million to buy Hua Ming Group's stock yesterday. How did he know that Hua Ming Group's stock would soar? The secret of Hua Ming Group's anti-aging medicine was only known to the top management and relevant departments. Even most of the employees of Hua Ming Group didn't know about it. Could it be that the top management of Hua Ming Group secretly bought the stock behind the company's back? But when Hua Ming Group didn't release the anti-aging medicine, $100 million was already an astronomical figure for them. They couldn't even take it out. One could only say that the people who purchased $100 million of Hua Ming Group stock either had a sharp eye or was a master of prophecy. For a while, in the eyes of all the stockholders, Su Chen was like a godlike existence. Chu Linger had similarly discovered the Hua Ming Group stock surge. Su Chen had invested $100 million in the stock, and as of now, not only did he preserve his capital, but he had made tens of millions at the very least. Hua Ming Group stock, it's really soared, Chu Linger muttered, her heart shaking, recalling Su Chen's confident look yesterday. Did he foresee long ago that this would happen today? Several of Chu Linger's colleagues were too embarrassed to speak. Yesterday, they were still mocking Su Chen for being a silly amateur, smashing all his money on junk stocks. Today's stock market made their faces burst into flames. An amateur, able to make $10 million in one day speculating on stocks? And this $10 million is just the beginning. What could be seen was that Hua Ming Group stock would continue to rise in the coming days. At this moment, a female coworker secretly regretted in her heart that she knew Su Chen had bought Hua Ming Group stocks yesterday. It would have been good if she had followed suit and bought some. But now, it was too late to say anything. If she were to buy now, the stock price would come up. The gains would be far less than what she bought yesterday. It could be said that the biggest gainer from the rise in Hua Ming Group stock, besides Hua Ming Group, was Su Chen alone. Chapter 6, Buying Paintings on Antique Street. Besides Su Chen, he just got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. There was no surprise about the stock market surge, because all of this that is currently happening, he saw it 3 days ago. Looking at the group of classmates again, there was a shock, because the stocks pushed by Zhao Hua all fell miserably, while the Hua Ming Group pushed by Su Chen became a big hit. Holy, it's really for Su Chen to be right. This is a master. See, so accurate. I have a friend is a financial analyst. He admired Su Chen, admire not. Why didn't I buy Hua Ming Group yesterday? I regret it. If I had bought it yesterday, I could have bought a suite with the money I've earned. Is Su Chen here? Did the master recommend any more stocks? No, Su Chen said. He still remembered that he had kindly said some insider information, but what he got in return was the cynicism of that group of people. Nowadays, he still wanted him to continue recommending stocks? Sorry, no. Su Chen finished washing up and prepared to go out to the antique street in a while. According to the news in the future, there would be authentic paintings of Tong Pak Fu there. Ding! At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang and a window popped up, detected that the owner has changed the future and obtained the skill divine fighting technique. The moment the message appeared, the cell phone screen lit up with a golden light. Immediately afterward, Su Chen felt countless images appear in his mind. All of them were murderous fighting techniques. After the golden light dissipated, stump, 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 4 news pop-ups appeared in front of Su Chen. All of them were news from the future. On July 1, 2022, an old man in his 80s was unfortunate enough to meet robbers on his way home. The old man suffered a heart attack and later died after being rescued. His son, Tycoon Chu Cheng, was so hurt that he issued a $20 million reward for information about the man. July 2, 2022, before the continued growth of Hua Ming Group stock finally entered a plateau. July 3, 2022, shock. A diamond was found in the wall of a private room in the Haitian hotel, valued at $100 million. July 4, 2022, who dares to believe that an antique was accidentally found inside an abandoned second-hand car? Experts' prediction, at the very least, it will sell for $200 million. Su Chen roughly glanced at the news content. The matter of the old man meeting a robbery attracted his attention. Only that it happened tomorrow night, and Su Chen couldn't do anything about it now. Hua Ming stock would continue to grow until July 2nd. And that meant that he could leave that stock alone for a few days. Only the news of diamonds and antiques remained, so it would be fine to take the time to collect the things in the next 2 days. Su Chen roughly rationalized his thoughts. First go and put the antiques away. Then he stopped a cab and went to South City Antique Street. In the car, Su Chen called Chu Linger. Senior sister, please help me take out $1 million. He decided to take out $1 million to buy paintings at the antique street. Chu Linger on the other end of the phone was surprised when she heard this. Su Chen, you're not kidding, right? Now that Hua Ming Group stock is great, your $1 million placed in the stock market can make money. Sure you want to take money out now? Well, it's just $1 million. Not much, you fetch it for me. Su Chen replied lightly. Okay, you're the boss. You say what you want, I'm just a part-time worker. Chu Linger said. Soon, $1 million arrived in Su Chen's cell phone. Received. Thank you, senior sister. Conveniently tell me, what did you take this $1 million for? Chu Linger was curious. Making money, Su Chen replied. Getting out of the car, Su Chen walked towards the Yongren Hall that the news said. At this time, A tentative female voice came from behind him. Su Chen? Su Chen turned his head to look at the sound. The woman in front of him was wearing a white silk shirt over a pair of black jeans. With big watery eyes, she was looking at him with a face of surprise. Hey, it's really you, the woman said with a smile. I told you how this back feels familiar. Su Chen subconsciously said. Zhao Xinran. The woman in front of him was his high school deskmate. The two were very close during their school days, so they were familiar with each other after meeting. What are you doing here? Zhao Xinran asked. I'm casually strolling around, buying some trinkets to go back and collect. When Zhao Xinran heard this, she smiled and said, the water in this antique street is very deep, real and fake. It's easy to be fooled and cheated. You must pay attention when you buy things. Oh, I'm just casually playing around. Su Chen smiled. Right, what are you doing here? My dad also likes to collect antiques. I came to accompany him to take a look. At this time, Zhao Xinran's phone suddenly rang. Immediately afterward, the smile on her face froze. It was replaced by nervousness and urgency. Dad, don't be in a hurry. Wait there, I'll be right there. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. My dad was cheated. He looked at a painting, but it was swapped for a fake when it arrived. Go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Su Chen followed Zhao Xinran and left in a hurry. The two walked to an antique store. When Su Chen saw the plaque, his entire body froze. Yongren Tang. Wasn't this the same store that discovered Tang Bohu's true masterpiece 2 days later? At this moment, inside the curio store, the two parties were arguing in an uncontrollable manner. Only Zhao Xinran's father said angrily, everyone, come and see. I bought a painting from this store, and the store owner took advantage of my inattention and switched the painting. What a shady store. The shopkeeper was a shiny bald head. At this moment, he spoke nonchalantly. Old man, what are you babbling about here? Be careful of me suing you for slander. The painting itself is like this. Where is there any talk of dropping it? I'm talking nonsense? Zhao Xinran's father was furious. He had lived most of his life honestly. It was the first time someone had told him he was talking nonsense. The painting you showed me before, and the one I bought into my hands, the pigments and handwriting are completely different. It's a fake at first glance. Zhao Xinran's father argued vigorously. This kind of problem that even a novice can find. How could I not notice it? It must be that you switched it. Either you give me the real painting, or hurry up and return the money to me. Otherwise, I'll call the police. The bald man bristled and snorted coldly. This is the painting you're looking at. It can only be said that you yourself looked away. No one else is to blame. Moreover, the rules of this store, once sold, no returns. If you want to call the police, hurry up. Even if you don't, I'm ready to report it. Smashing my store's reputation here affects my business. Let's see who the police arrest at that time. The bald man said with a straight face. It's really too shameless. Speaking lies here with a black conscience. Zhao Xinran's father was trembling with anger, his eyes red and bloodshot. Dad, are you alright? Seeing this, Zhao Xinran was nervous and rushed forward to pat his father's back. Forget it, don't be angry. I'm fine, but being the wrongdoer for no reason, my heart doesn't feel good. Alas, Zhao Xinran's father regretted it so much that he even wanted to slap himself. The surrounding people watched and shook their heads, whispering to each other. This store owner likes to play the trick of stealing and replacing the real one with a fake one. The people who have been cheated by him, if not hundreds, there are dozens. Yes, the Yongren Tang's owner's notoriety has long been stigmatized in this antique street. Even if he did call the police, there would be no evidence to sue him in the end. It can only be said that this old man was unlucky to have met this boss, and is considered to have spent money to buy a lesson. At this time, Su Chen walked up and said, Uncle, I am Zhao Xinran's friend. May I ask how much did you spend on buying the painting here? 300,000. Zhao Xinran's father said with an ugly face. The real one was worth $300,000, but this fake wasn't even worth $300. He had been cheated. He was heartbroken. The money had all gone down the drain. Su Chen opened the painting and carefully examined it, then nodded. This painting looks quite good. Uncle, how about this? You resell this painting to me. Zhao Xinran and Zhao Xinran's father were both slightly stunned. Zhao Xinran's father was about to wave his hand and say that you can just take this painting. It's a worthless fake anyway. However, the words hadn't even left his mouth. I'm willing to offer $350,000 to buy it, Su Chen said. The words fell. A group of people were dumbfounded. Was this guy out of his mind? Knowing that this was a fake, he still paid $350,000 for it? Moreover, the real one was only sold for $300,000. Zhao Xinran and Zhao Xinran's father both looked dumbfounded and froze in place. Chapter 7. Do you guys think I'm losing money? While the two people were still stunned, Su Chen had already transferred money to Zhao Xinran. The reason why he did this, it was during high school. Zhao Xinran was on good terms with him, Su Chen couldn't bear to see her family being cheated of $300,000. Secondly, he wanted the store owner to lower his hostility. After all, the store owner saw him talking to Zhao Xinran's father and thought that he was in cahoots. In that case, it was very likely that he wouldn't do business with him, and not selling him anything was possible. Therefore, Su Chen needed to show his wealth, give people a feeling that people were stupid and had a lot of money. The sound of $350,000 arriving was deafening in everyone's ears at this moment. To Heyo, this was the tycoon ah. In Zhao Xinran's mind, a thought surfaced. Regardless of whether it's true or not, money is money? However, in her memory, Su Chen wasn't a rich man. How did he become so tycoon all of a sudden? At this moment, the eyes of the group of people looking at Su Chen changed. Adoration blazed and worshipped. Little brother, as long as you pay, I can sell you a better painting, the boss said in a pleasing manner. Su Chen spent $350,000 without even blinking. That airy expression deeply shook the store owner's heart. At this moment, the store owner realized that Su Chen was the golden father. Oh, what other paintings do you have? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and pretended to be somewhat interested. The store owner turned around and went into his room, then came out smilingly. How about this landscape painting? It's definitely better than the one just now. Those present were basically people who knew what they were doing. Seeing this painting, their eyes couldn't help but light up, especially Zhao Xinran's father, who clenched his fists in excitement. If I can collect this landscape painting, I can definitely blow it away for the rest of my life by hanging it at home. If I could collect this painting, the group of old men in my peer group would probably die of envy if they knew about it. Although Su Chen didn't know anything about the industry, he possessed the divine insight ability granted by his cell phone. The expressions of all these people were observed clearly. It can be. How much? 1 million. The price of conscience. I'm entitled to make you a friend. The store owner smiled and patted his chest plate in a righteous manner. The surrounding people frowned. The bald man was really disgusting. Although this painting was said to be good, it was worth $500,000 at most. For him to offer this $1 million, he was killing Su Chen like a pig. Zhao Xinran's father's face changed drastically and was about to persuade Su Chen. It's fine. Su Chen nodded his head. As the words fell, the crowd was even more shocked. Coming to buy antiques, all without bargaining? This was the first time they had seen this kind of person. Really rich and capricious, not caring about the price? The store owner was happy in his heart. He likes this kind of customer who is stupid and has a lot of money. Alright, I'll pack it up for you, the store owner said in a hurry. Slowly, Su Chen said, I do quite like this painting. Spending $1 million to buy it back is no problem. But if the family knows that I spent $1 million to buy a painting, they will definitely not be happy. Boss, why don't you give me another thing? No problem, no problem. The store owner was smiling from ear to ear. Making $500,000 was enough for him to live for a few years. What was the big deal about giving away an item? You can look at whatever you want. Any antiques on that side will do. The store owner pointed to a shelf with a smile. The crowd was speechless to the heavens. Wasn't that shelf just a utility cabinet? There were a lot of dirty and broken old objects on it, all of which were things that no one wanted and were not worth anything. People spent $1 million with him, and he gave away this stuff? However, Su Chen didn't care at all and directly walked over. South City Antique Street, Yongren Tang Store, was blown up to discover the real masterpiece of Tang Pakfu, the spring scenery of mountain dwelling. According to the store owner's recollection, it has been considered a high imitation of a nameless person, placed on the utility cabinet to eat dust. A chance drink accidentally spilled wine on the painting, which revealed the alien appearance. Following what the news said, Su Chen saw the painting at a glance. This is the one. Su Chen picked up the painting and said indifferently. The crowd all secretly shook their heads. Although this young man is rich, he really doesn't know anything. There are so many things on that grocery cabinet. He chose to pick a fake painting that isn't worth much. Isn't this a big loss? Zhao Xinran's father and daughter also changed greatly, shaking their heads continuously towards Su Chen. Su Chen, don't rush to make a decision first. You can take a look at other things and find something with a higher price. It's fine, just this painting. Su Chen smiled. I quite like this painting. It has nothing to do with the price. The shopkeeper next to him was smiling. He had long looked at the things on that shelf inside and out. Those were all fakes, not worth a few dollars at all. Especially the one Su Chen held in his hand. It was simply the garbage of garbage. It was the first time he had met someone like Su Chen after so many years in the store. He was a fool and had a lot of money. Properly, people are stupid and have a lot of money. Alright, then I'll wrap up the painting for you. The store owner seemed to be afraid that Su Chen would back out, and hurriedly wrapped the scrolls of paintings that Su Chen had picked out. Swipe your card, Su Chen said. Soon, the store owner's cell phone received a message that $1 million had arrived. The deal was done. According to his store's rules, once sold, no returns or exchanges. At that time, even if Su Chen realized that he had suffered a big loss, he couldn't come back to him for a refund. Thinking of this, the store owner felt great joy in his heart. Calculating like this, the pure profit he made was $500,000. Uncle, I don't know anything about appreciating collections, so I'll give you this painting. Su Chen gave the painting that was worth $500,000 to Zhao Xinran's father, while he himself kept the real Tang Bohu. Su Chen noticed that Zhao Xinran's father was staring straight at the $500,000 painting. It looked like he really liked the painting. Zhao Xinran and Su Chen were very close in high school, and Zhao Xinran often helped Su Chen, so Su Chen felt that it was okay to send a painting to her father. What's more, he got the real painting of Tang Pakfu, which was worth $30 million. This $1 million was nothing. You spent a large amount of money on the painting. This I can't accept. Zhao Xinran's father shook his head and refused. Su Chen couldn't argue with him, so he smiled and said, then it's better like this. You take this painting and just give me $300,000. Really? Zhao Xinran's father's eyes lit up and subconsciously asked. Spending $300,000 to be able to buy this painting, that was definitely earning Dad, what are you doing? That painting was bought by someone else. Su Chen. For $1 million. Zhao Xinran glared at her father. If the price was similar, Zhao Xinran would be willing to buy the painting from Su Chen, but the price difference was too much. Su Chen bought it for $1 million, and if he sold it for $300,000, it would be a loss. Right, I can't accept this painting. Little Su, thank you for your kindness, Zhao Xinran's father said. It's fine, uncle, just accept it. I spent $1 million mainly for this other painting. Su Chen raised the real painting of Tang Bohu in his hand. However, in the eyes of outsiders, that painting was something that was sold for a few $100s at a street stall. Little Su, are you saying that you spent $1 million just to buy this piece of crap? Zhao Xinran's father was surprised. He felt unworthy for Su Chen. Dad, Su Chen buys things based on his own preferences. Why do you care so much? Zhao Xinran replied. Although she said this, she was also shocked inwardly. Spending $1 million just to buy a giveaway? Uncle, Zhao Xinran, are you guys thinking that I bought this painting at a loss? Su Chen said smilingly. Chapter 8. This painting is worth $50 million. Of course it's a loss. These two things together are less than $500,000. Not to mention it's a gift. If I was given $1 million, I could have bought better antiques. Zhao Xinran's father said with conviction. He thought he had eyes of fire, and the antiques he picked would definitely be worth their weight in gold. It was impossible to look away. Then uncle, take another look. How much can this painting be worth? Su Chen raised the real painting in his hand and said, not just. Zhao Xinran's father spoke in disbelief. However, the words hadn't even finished. The entire person froze in place, only to see Su Chen with a mouthful of wine in his mouth, spraying it on the painting. In the next second, a magnificent landscape emerged from the plain and uninteresting painting, and the handwriting was forceful and powerful. Zhao Xinran's father froze in place. It was no exaggeration to say that this painting was definitely worth more than $1 million. The expressions of the crowd were also constantly changing, so surprised that they couldn't speak. All of them were a group of antique collectors who could tell at a glance that this painting was extraordinary. The store owner was inwardly mocking Su Chen for being stupid. When he saw this scene, he also froze. His expression was as dumb as a chicken. A painting that had been put away to eat dust was actually hiding a hidden mystery. At this time, an old man with white hair and glasses walked out of the crowd. He was deeply attracted by the painting in Su Chen's hands. Professor Song. Someone let out a shocked cry. I can't believe that Professor Song is also here. Looks like this painting is not simple. Others raised confusion. Who is Professor Song? Brother, you don't even recognize Professor Song? A famous connoisseur in East China Sea. He's also the president of the Appreciation Center. Some people also call him the god of wealth. Song. As long as a curio can attract his attention, it can be sold for at least $5 million. Doesn't that mean that this painting can be sold for $5 million? Professor Song looked towards Su Chen and politely said, little brother, can I borrow this painting? Yes. Su Chen nodded and handed the painting over. In the future news, after the owner of Yongren Tang discovered that there was an abnormality in this painting, he immediately invited Professor Song to appraise it. Therefore, Su Chen greatly gave the painting to this old man, not afraid of the other party messing with it. Professor Song received the painting with both hands and held it like a treasure, loving it. Good painting, good painting. Professor Song was full of praise. This painting is a genuine painting by Tang Pakfu, spring water in mountain dwelling. It can be said to be a rare treasure that comes along once in 1,000 years. Professor Song's entire body looked excited and thrilled. For a connoisseur, a collector, there was nothing more exciting than finding a treasure. As the words fell, a group of people's eyelids jumped wildly, their hearts shaking. What? This painting was the real work of Tang Pakfu? A group of people felt a hot flash on their faces, as if they had been slapped in the face. Not long ago, they had said that the giveaways picked by Su Chen were worthless trash. Unexpectedly, this painting was a painting by Tong Pak-fu. A group of them all hit their eyes in shame. At the same time, there were those who viewed Su Chen with eyes filled with respect. This young man is not simple. He is aware that this painting has a hidden mystery, right? Naturally, when he chose this painting, a group of us were all sighing beside him, and he was so calm and relaxed that he obviously knew it already. A tall man. This is a tall man. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the front. I've gotten to see a lot today. At this time, someone asked, Master, how much can this painting be sold for? At least $55 million. Prof. Song deliberated for a long time and then gave a reply. $55 million? Everyone was abuzz. Su Chen was also slightly stunned. In the news, Professor Song appraised that this painting of Tang Pak-fu was worth $50 million. How did it go up in value with him? On second thought, Su Chen thought that it was likely that the amount of wine was different. In the news, the store owner was drunk and accidentally spilled wine on the painting. At the moment, the store owner looked like he was gutted. In that case, the $1 million he earned was insignificant in front of the $55 million Su Chen earned. Earlier, he had mocked the other party for being a little cutie. Now it seemed that he himself was the little cutie. Master, are you sure this painting can be sold for more than $50 million? The store owner asked unwillingly. Sure. Professor Song nodded his head affirmatively. This painting was painted during the heyday of Tang Pak-fu. Whether it's the landscapes or the poems, it's a masterpiece. The price of $55 million is probably all given low. Prof. Song said honestly. The entire room was silent. It was as if the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. It was unthinkable that Professor Song could give this painting such a high rating. Little friendly eyes. Professor Song smilingly returned the painting to Su Chen. At this moment, Professor Song's eyes were full of appreciation as he looked at Su Chen. Just lucky. Su Chen smiled. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat and bought this painting by luck? Professor Song didn't believe it. After Su Chen bought the painting, he immediately sprayed the painting with wine, causing the whole picture to be restored. The whole process was done in one go. It couldn't be luck. The only way to say it was that Su Chen had already known that there was a hidden mystery. After a brief exchange with Prof. Song and Zhao Xinran, Su Chen took the car and left the place, turned around and sold the painting for $55 million. Ding! The cell phone rang. The amount arrived. Immediately after, the cell phone pop-up box appeared, detected that the owner has changed the future and obtained a god-level physique. After the message was read, a dazzling golden light lit up. Powerful strength entered Su Chen's entire body along his arm. At that moment, Su Chen felt like he had a sea change. It felt as if he had inexhaustible power, and his body was much lighter. Previously, Su Chen had a divine fighting, but his physical quality was there. Even if he possessed a killing technique, it would be difficult to function if he didn't have enough strength and speed. Nowadays, it was coupled with this divine-grade physique. The two could be said to complement each other. Su Chen began to wonder just how strong he was. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to test it in the future, Su Chen muttered. Immediately afterward, he took a car and went to Chu Linger's securities company. Senior sister, deposit $20 million into my account and continue to buy Hua Ming Group stocks. Su Chen took out his bank card and prepared to trade. Hua Ming Group stock would still grow in the next 3 days, so he could still make money by buying Hua Ming Group stock now. Chu Linger froze, and subconsciously asked, this $20 million of yours, it won't be earned from the $1 million that you just withdrew, right? That's right. Su Chen nodded his head. Chu Linger's person was dumbfounded. Just now, Su Chen took out $1 million. How much time had passed? It just flipped $1 million into $20 million? A 20 times rate of return. This was also too terrifying. If Chu Linger knew that Su Chen still had $35 million left on him, she would probably be so surprised that her jaw would drop to the ground. $1 million for $55 million. A 55 times rate of return. It could be said that the entire financial industry didn't make money this fast. Although Chu Linger was inwardly shocked, she still took the bank card and gave Su Chen the business. She bought $20 million of Hua Ming Group stock. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. It was Zhao Xinran calling. Su Chen, do you have time tonight? I want to invite you for a meal. After all, Zhao Xinran's father had received such an expensive painting from Su Chen. Although Su Chen had emphasized several times that what he was buying was the real Tang Pak-fu, receiving that painting was really incidental. However, she was too upset inwardly and wanted to invite Su Chen for a meal. It's okay. Su Chen resolutely agreed. Chapter 9 Saving People. Time turned to night. Inside a restaurant. At the agreed time, Su Chen arrived early, choosing a seat for two. He looked down at the menu. At this time, someone landed directly across from him. Hello, waited for a long time. right? Su Chen smiled and said, no, I also just arrived. Tonight Xiao Xinran was wearing a long pale yellow dress with a butterfly hairpin on the tip of her hair. Light makeup was drawn on her pretty face. The big watery eyes gave off a very pure feeling. Long white legs, straight and slender, giving off a very lustful and pure feeling. I've just ordered a few dishes, so see what you want to eat, Su Chen said while handing the menu to Xiao Xinran. I'm fine with all of them. I'm not picky anyway. Xiao Xinran smiled. Just as the two of them were talking, someone in the distance cast a gloomy gaze. It was none other than the owner of the store that sold Su Chen the painting on Antique Street today. He saw that Su Chen had sold the real Tang Bohu painting for $50 million and looked red-eyed on the spot. Only at that time, there were so many people that he couldn't get his hands on it, and could only watch Su Chen leave. Unexpectedly, he met here tonight. It's really a narrow road between enemies. That $50 million is destined to return to my hands, the big bald man murmured. Right now, this $50 million is a big deal. Big bald head is afraid that he can't handle it, so he made a call to his brother. He opened an antique store and was fine with blackmail for so many years. One of the most important reasons is that he has a mixed society brother. The brother is extremely capable of fighting, and there are some minions under him. It could be said that that was the backbone of Big Bald Head's arrogance. Brother, the person who bought the painting in my store today has appeared again. What? Good. Keep an eye on him. I'll be right there, the person on the other end of the phone said excitedly. The phone hung up, and the bald man beckoned for a waiter. Brother Tiger, what are your orders? The waiter smiled with his face. See that kid? The man called Brother Tiger reached out and pointed at Su Chen in the distance. Keep an eye on him for me at all times. When he goes out, you tell me. Okay, no problem. The waiter nodded his head. Besides, Su Chen sighed. The two of them, he and Xiao Xinran, had been chatting, reminiscing about high school and talking about how life was now. There were no ulterior motives. It was simply old friends catching up. What time is it now? Su Chen looked like he suddenly remembered something and then asked. It's almost 9 o'clock soon. What's wrong? Xiao Xinran froze slightly and looked down at her watch. Not good. Su Chen got up and ran outside. He remembered a future news on his cell phone. On June 30th, 2022, an old man was unfortunate enough to meet robbers on his way home. The old man suffered a heart attack and died after being rescued. His son, the tycoon Chu Cheng, was so hurt that he issued a $20 million bounty for information on the robbers. Details from the news. An old man was out for a walk, ready to go home, suddenly met the robbers and unfortunately had a heart attack. It was only after a long time that the old man was discovered by passers-by. However, the best rescue time to save him had already been missed. When the old man was found, his vital signs were very weak. Sent to the hospital in the process of rescue died. Su Chen, who read the news content at that time, made up his mind to change the future, not only to obtain the magical rewards granted by the cell phone. More importantly, he wanted to catch such criminals, not to let tragedy happen. This matter was the one that happened around 9 o'clock tonight, and the address was in the Garden District. Fortunately, the Garden District was very close to where Su Chen was. One could arrive in 5 minutes. Right now, Su Chen couldn't wait to say more to Xiao Xinran and jogged all the way out. What's wrong? Xiao Xinran was confused. At the same time, the waiter immediately reported the matter of Su Chen's departure to the Yongrintang boss. Brother Tiger, that brat just ran away. Did he realize something was wrong? What? Brother Tiger, who was leisurely sipping tea, heard these words and dabbed his head and stood up. Which direction did he run in? Go out and turn left. Tiger directly followed him out without saying a word. He had to follow Su Chen. It was $50 million. Garden District. A hooded sweatshirt man hid in the darkness. He heard that there were quite a few rich people in this Garden District, so he came here to prepare to commit a robbery. However, he's been here all night. No one has passed by here. Just when he got impatient waiting and was ready to leave, a white-haired, spirited old man walked over. Who cares how much money he has on him? Rob him first, the man in the bodysuit said with determination. After determining that there was no one around, the guard-clothes man directly jumped out and reached out towards the old man to grab him. Old thing, hurry up and hand over all the money you have on you to the old man. What are you doing? The old man trembled and his face became very ugly. He was old and couldn't stand excitement. This sudden robbery was no small surprise to him. From there, it directly triggered his heart attack. Right now, he felt a cramping pain in his chest, and he couldn't even take a simple breath. The man in the bodysuit pressed on, ignoring his pain, and reached out his hand to rummage through the old man's pockets. A bottle of heart attack emergency medicine was directly thrown on the ground by the man in the guard's clothes. The old man's face was filled with pain. He could no longer speak. He could only stretch out his hand and point at the bottle of medicine. Now, that was something that could save his life. Seeing this, the guard-clothed man simply ignored the situation and instead said coldly, Just this much money. What a ing pauper. Wasting old man's time. You old undead thing. You might as well hurry up and die. After saying that, the man in the bodysuit left in large strides. However, just a few steps away, in another direction, a figure suddenly rushed out. In the next second, the entire body of the man in the bodysuit flew out a few meters away. He heavily smashed into a car, shattering the windshield of the car. For a moment, the man in the bodysuit felt like he had lost half his life. He didn't know what had happened. He only felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed car. But in this neighborhood, where was there a high-speed car? Before the sweater man fainted and died, he saw a young man standing in front of him. Chen was inwardly shocked and couldn't believe that his casual kick had an amazing power. It was too late to think much. He saw the old man with a face full of pain, as well as the first aid on the ground. Immediately, he rushed forward and picked up the medicine. After the old man ate the medicine, his face looked a lot better. Young man, thank you so much. The old man gasped for breath and said with difficulty. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen. Old man, I'll send you to the hospital to take a look. Chen carried the old man on his back and headed out. This, Zhao Xinran was stunned. Just now, Chen didn't say anything and just left in a hurry. Zhao Xinran was uneasy, so she followed over. When she saw the sweater man smashed on the car, her mouth opened wide in surprise. Was it Chen who beat this man like this? You came just in time. Contact the police for me. I'll send this old man to the hospital. Good. Zhao Xinran subconsciously nodded, then called the police. That big bald guy followed closely all the way and saw Chen and Zhao Xinran enter a neighborhood. He was about to go in when he saw Chen carrying an old man out again and stopped a cab to leave. Follow that car for me. Big bald head also stopped a cab. Chapter 10 Cell Phone Upgrade Reminder. More than 10 minutes later, Chen sent the old man to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that the old man had been greatly stimulated and needed to recuperate. Chen ran around the hospital and did a series of procedures for the old man. At this time, his cell phone began to vibrate. Chen knew it was a reward for changing the future, and then walked out of the ward without moving, leaving Zhao Xinran in the ward to take care of the old man. Chen walked to the bathroom and took out his cell phone. Detected that the owner has changed the future and gained a divine-level camouflage ability. Using this ability, the owner can change his appearance as he pleases. The pop-up window disappeared and the cell phone screen lit up. For a moment, a large amount of information about camouflage flooded into Fong Sun's mind. Chen was surprised to find that this disguise ability was too perverse. There was no need for any props. Just by moving a thought, he had a way to turn himself into any character. Let's say that Chen was a young guy in his early 20s. Just by moving a thought, he could, within a minute, turn into a 40 or 50-year-old, well-traveled uncle. The most crucial thing was that this disguise could not only change Chen's appearance, even his voice would change with it. It could be said that Chen was the best mimic in the world. The physical movements, voice, and appearance were all imitated in such a way that people could not tell the real from the fake. This kind of disguise was so good that when Chen went to receive an award or do certain things, it was completely possible to change his identity for the purpose of protecting his privacy. At this time, Chen's cell phone vibrated once again. Reminder, the cell phone is about to be upgraded. Please ask the owner to continue participating in the 10 future events, and the phone will be upgraded afterward. The news pop-ups will increase, and at the same time, the god-level abilities possessed by the owner will be upgraded along with it. When Chen saw this message, he immediately raised an eyebrow. His cell phone could be upgraded again? But it was also right. Smartphones nowadays would upgrade their systems and improve their functions every once in a while. This cell phone of his should be the same. Zhao Xinran, who was originally taking care of the old man in the ward, walked out at this time. The old man is sleeping. Let's go, Zhao Xinran said. Good. Chen nodded his head. He didn't need to wait here. When the time came, Xia Chang would naturally find him. Chen, you just suddenly left the restaurant to save this old man? At this time, Zhao Xinran raised her confusion. You think I have the ability to foretell the future? It just happened to meet. Chen placed his hands behind his head and answered slowly and leisurely. He didn't want to say that he could see the future news. Whether Zhao Xinran would believe it or not was still unknown, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. While the two were talking, a man walked out of the darkness. It was none other than the store owner of Yongrentang. Kid, I've been waiting for you here for a long time, and you're finally here. Now, hurry up and hand over that $50 million. When Chen heard this, he raised his eyebrows. What $50 million? The money from selling the painting. Don't think I don't know. The painting your kid sold today made $50 million. You've said that's the money I earned. Why should I give it to you? Chen asked back. The store owner was first stunned, then said, I won't sell that painting. I'll refund you $1 million, and hurry up and return the $50 million to me. That's always fine, right? 1 million for 50 million. Who will do this business with you? There's more. Once sold, no refunds or exchanges. Isn't this the rule you set? The store owner was enraged. He flashed the brightly shining knife in his hand and rebuked. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the money today, I'll waste both your hands and feet, and then I'll make a gash in your stomach. With such a vicious man, a few pedestrians on the road were afraid of getting into trouble, so they lowered their heads and accelerated their steps to leave. After hearing this, Zhao Xinran's pretty face turned pale and she shivered. She had long heard that the boss of Yongrentang was insidious and cunning, often pitting people. Yet, she didn't expect the other party to be so inhumane. You can try. Su Chen glanced at him and said indifferently. The store owner froze. This fellow was really dog gutsy. Not only was he not afraid in the face of his threat, but he provoked it instead. How could this be tolerated? You're looking for death. The man's eyes were ice cold as he let out a growl, then rushed up. Su Chen sized up this big bald guy. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. This guy should be a bit stronger than the bandit just now. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to see just how strong the combination of divine-grade fighting and divine-grade physique was. When Su Chen concentrated, he made a surprising discovery. That was that the man's speed became extraordinarily slow. It was as if it was a movie that someone had adjusted the slow playback. In the time it took the man to take one step, Su Chen had already taken 100 steps. The trajectory of that fruit knife swinging out was also pitifully slow. It wasn't that the man had gotten slower, but Su Chen had gotten faster. And Su Chen just glanced at the man and realized that the latter was full of loopholes and was covered in breaks. Based on the scene, thousands of killing techniques to solve the man quickly flashed through his mind. All of them were deadly in one move. There were also tens of thousands of methods that were not fatal, but could make the man's life worse than death. Next to her, Zhao Xinran covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing. In her eyes, the bald man's hands rose and fell with extreme speed, and his moves were vicious and deadly. However, Su Chen was able to easily dodge all the attacks with an idle stroll-like expression on his face. Dog thing, are you playing with me on purpose? The bald man also froze, shouting and cursing in anger. Today, I have to get you dog days dead. The words were just finished. Snap! There was a loud bang. Su Chen raised his hand and slapped the bald man's face, directly breaking the bald man's nose. The big yellow teeth also smoked off a few. Blood flowed straight. Zhao Xinran looked dumbfounded. Su Chen's strength was too terrifying. Su Chen spoke indifferently. Your mouth stinks so much. Then don't speak. Don't you know that you're disgusting? How dare you hit me? The bald man covered his face for a long time before coming back to his senses. He said furiously, do you know who I am? My brother is Huang Biao. With hundreds of minions in his hands, he follows Xie Cheng around. My brother will definitely not spare you, dog. Xie Cheng? Hearing this name, Su Chen's heart stirred. Wasn't it that old man's son? At this time, a low and majestic male voice came from the side. Tiger. I'm coming. When the bald man heard this familiar voice, his eyes instantly lit up. His brother Huang Biao had arrived. Brother, it's this kid who made $50 million from my store. The bald man pointed his finger at Su Chen and said coldly, not only that, he also hit me with his hands. Look at this face of mine. He beat it so much that our mom can't even recognize it. Chapter 11. Mr. Su is my benefactor. Under the dim light, a muscular man with dark skin and wearing an undershirt appeared. His face had an extremely hideous and gruesome scar that ran from the left eyebrow until the right corner of his mouth. When Zhao Xinran saw Huang Biao, the terrifying pressure was like a huge mountain coming at her. She felt as if her heartbeat had missed half a beat. The killing aura emanating from the opponent was too strong, and a fist would never have this kind of aura if it wasn't stained with a lot of blood. Huang Biao's eyes were ice cold as he sized up Su Chen. Little brat, you're really tired of living, daring to hurt my Huang Biao's brother. Now, I order you, be a good boy and hand over the $50 million, as well as scrap one of your own hands. Brother, he beat me so badly, it's not enough to waste one hand. You have to waste both his hands and feet. The bald man added from the side. Okay, listen to you. Huang Biao nodded his head. He looked at Su Chen and put on a condescending demeanor. Hand over $50 million, then waste both your hands and feet, and this matter will be over. Do you understand? The bald man looked at Su Chen, revealing a gloating expression. Su Chen rubbed his nose. I think there should be a second choice. What second choice? Both Huang Biao brothers froze. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. Beat you to the point where you're on the ground just like your brother. How dare you? The bald man chortled. My brother has a pair of invincible iron fists that can easily punch through a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. There are not 1,000, but several hundred people who have been wasted under his hands. My brother killing you is no different than stepping on a mole cricket. Huang Biao directly rushed forward without saying a word, being taunted by a nameless junior putting words in his mouth. If he didn't get his face back, he wouldn't be able to mix in the future. It could be seen that his strength was completely above the bald man. The movements were faster and more vicious. A fist blasted out furiously, smashing towards Su Chen's head. Su Chen just stood still. Straight away, he watched Huang Diao's fist fall. The bald man's heart burst with joy. Huang Diao was raging, directly scaring that kid silly. Chu Xinran clenched her hands tightly. Her heart was extremely uneasy, deeply worried for Su Chen. In the next second, Su Chen simply extended his hand and clasped Huang Diao's fist. The smile on the bald man's face froze. Huang Diao's pupils contracted violently. His fist, which had been struck with full force, was actually easily caught by Su Chen just like that. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a faint smile. A slight force was applied to his hand. Click! The bones of Huang Diao's hand were pinched and broken alive. Because of too much pain, Huang Diao's facial features were extremely distorted and he directly knelt on the ground. Zhao Xinran covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing. Su Chen's strength was simply too terrifying. The bald man subconsciously sucked in cool air, his face full of fear. Where was he still as villainous as before? Monster! This was simply a monster. His brother's pair of iron fists were actually pinched and broken by Su Chen's bones. Day. At this time, a series of dense footsteps sounded, only to see a group of black-clothed men wearing sunglasses with cold expressions appear. They quickly blocked off the area, and surrounded Su Chen and Zhao Xinran in the center, only to see a middle-aged man with a country face walked in surrounded by the black-clothed men. The man was not angry, and he exuded the posture of a superior. Huang Diao was overjoyed to see the man and immediately ignored the pain in his hand and directly greeted him. Master Cheng, did you pass by from here and then happen to spot me? I was about to apply to you to transfer some manpower over, and you came just in time. This brat had the audacity to injure me and my brother. I can't swallow this. Please help me. Master Cheng. When the bald man saw the man's appearance, his expression became ecstatic. He stared at Su Chen and said smugly, "Kid, you're going to die today. Do you know who that person is? My brother's boss. Xia Cheng. You injured my brother. Xia Cheng won't let you go." Hearing the word Xia Cheng, Zhao Xinran's head rumbled and her pretty face turned a million shades of white. Who was that Xia Cheng? A famous entrepreneur in East China Sea. His name involved in jewelry, real estate and other projects. It could be said that he was a big man who called the shots on one side. His energy was enough to make most people tremble. I can't imagine that Huang Diao is Xia Cheng's man. What should we do? Zhao Xinran's anxious lips were about to bite through, but just at this moment, Xia Cheng raised his hand and slapped Huang Diao across the face. Splat! A crisp ringing sound broke the silent night. The bald man's smug laughter came to an abrupt end. Huang Diao's entire body was also confused. Xia Cheng slowly spoke. Are you unable to figure out why I hit you? Ha! Subordinate doesn't understand. Huang Diao answered honestly. This gentleman is my benefactor. Today, my dad had a heart attack, and the doctor said that if he hadn't been saved in time by my benefactor, my dad would have been lost. I purposely rushed over to thank my benefactor, only to see you laying your hands on him. Now, you're asking me to help you deal with Gung? Can Laozi do something like that? As the words fell, the two Huang Diao brothers were shocked. Su Chen was Xia Cheng's benefactor? Even Zhao Xinran froze in place. The old man that Su Chen saved today unexpectedly had this relationship with Xia Cheng. At this moment, Xia Cheng coldly ordered, "Dare to disrespect my benefactor, take these two guys away." Boss, don't. I really didn't know that he was your benefactor. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to do this. Huang Diao's face was ashen, constantly shaking his head in supplication. Xia Cheng simply ignored it. The two bodyguards stepped forward and dragged the Huang Diao brothers away like dead dogs. Zhao Xinran didn't know where these two would be taken, but it was certain that they would never be seen again. At this time, Xia Cheng came and said solemnly, "Eunuch, I'm sorry I'm late. I've given you a fright. Is the old man alright?" Su Chen asked. The doctor said that the situation has stabilized, and he needs to be hospitalized for a period of time to properly recuperate. He is not willing to live with me, nor is he willing for me to send someone to protect him, so that's why such a thing happened. Thanks to your excellency for saving my father. This favor, Mr. Xia will never forget it, Xia Cheng said while about to kneel down for Su Chen. There's no need for that. Su Chen hurriedly held Xia Cheng back. In that situation, anyone else would have stepped in to save the old master. Seeing Xia Cheng's action, Su Chen was not much surprised. It was introduced in the future news that Xia Cheng was a famously filial son. Because of Xia Cheng's father, he had raised him with great pain and suffering. It could be said that in Xia Cheng's heart, his father was heavier than everything. That was why he was so grateful to Su Chen. Benefactor, there is $30 million in this card. Please accept it. Xia Cheng took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over respectfully. Su Chen was not polite and accepted the money. No matter what, this money was what he deserved. Chapter 12, Give the family a little bit of bottom. Xia Chang added. Gong. The police have already caught the robbers. Just leave things over there to my people. You don't need to worry anymore. He handed over a business card. If there are any matters in the future, please ask Kong to contact me directly. Okay. Su Chen reached out and took it. Taking a look at the content on the business card, there was only the simple word Xia Cheng and a series of phone numbers. After a brief conversation between the two, Xia Cheng left first. Su Chen sent Zhao Xinran home. Xia Cheng gave me a card with $30 million in appreciation. 15 million of it is yours. I'll transfer it to you now. When Zhao Xinran heard this, she quickly waved her hand. I don't want it. I didn't help with anything on the side. How can I take the money? You helped me call the police, and took care of the old man in the cab as well as in the hospital. This money should be split in half. Su Chen said. I can't take it. $15 million is really too much. Zhao Xinran shook her head. She felt that she hadn't done anything and shouldn't take that money. Su Chen looked at her solemn face and felt a little cute. Some people who heard that they had to transfer $15 million to the card would probably be eager to receive the money immediately. This girl was good and refused to take it. In her eyes, this money was completely earned by Su Chen alone. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal next time, Zhao Xinran said in a serious manner. Okay. Soon, Su Chen sent her to the neighborhood. After that, Su Chen went home by himself. He took the $30 million and first paid off his debt of $300,000. Immediately afterward, Su Chen was ready to call money back to his family. After all, after earning so much money, he couldn't let his parents live a hard life again. Was holding his cell phone to operate it. Suddenly a phone call came. It was from the family. A pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, what are you doing? The person speaking was younger sister Su Yu. Just got home, getting ready to take a bath. Su Chen replied smilingly. Brother, you wouldn't be delivering takeaways and only getting off work now, right? Don't you work so hard. What if you tire out your body? The voice on the other end of the phone was worried. I saved some money this month. I'll call you now. Su Yu had just finished the college entrance exam this year and went to work a summer job during the summer vacation. Now she was going to give all the money she earned to Su Chen. Su Chen was inwardly touched. Her sister had been well behaved and understanding since she was young, and was the attentive little cotton-padded girl. Keep that money for yourself. No need to call me. A brother spending his sister's money. What kind of thing is this? Also, I've earned some money in the past 2 days. I was just about to call home. Brother, you don't have to lie to me. I know your situation is tough. You take this money. Su Yu on the other end of the phone felt that Su Chen was bracing himself. Su Chen smiled, didn't say much and transferred the money. I'm calling money to your card. Pay attention to check. Just after the words were said, Su Yu's cell phone received a text message. It was a bank card collection reminder. Su Yu raised her eyebrows. Could it be that her brother had really made some money during this period of time? However, when she saw the numbers on it, she was stunned. It was because Su Chen had called over a whole $1 million. There was a clang. Su Yu's cell phone fell to the ground. Half a day she couldn't speak. Where was this a little bit of money? With the current rate of money the family was making, to make $1 million, at the very least, it would take 30 years of not eating or drinking. Next to her came her mother's voice. You child, letting you give your brother a call. Why did you still drop your cell phone? Su Yu said in surprise. Mom, my brother just gave me money. The bank card credited $1 million. What? $1 million? The mother was instantly nonplussed. Yes, my brother called $1 million back. Su Chen's mother picked up the phone and looked at the information on the text message, showing no less surprise than Su Yu. $1 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Yu nervously inquired. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Let me slow down for a bit. Listening to the commotion on the other end of the phone, Su Chen let out a bitter smile. He was afraid that his family wouldn't be able to accept it all at once. That's why he only called back $1 million. Unexpectedly, 1 million was more than enough. See how surprised the family was. If they knew that he was now worth more than $1 billion, they would probably be shocked. After a moment's reprieve, the mother inquired, Son, you honestly tell Mom, how did the money come? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Mom, the money came clean. I've been studying finance with a friend for a while, and this $1 million was earned from stock speculation. Su Chen replied. Stock speculation? The mother was slightly stunned. She had heard of this word, but didn't know exactly what it was. That old five family at the village entrance. It seemed like his son was doing stock speculation. He bought a car and built a house in 2 years. She had heard old five's son talk about it. Speculation is difficult. Want to make money from it is not easy. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Many people in the village followed Lao Wu to learn stock speculation, and they all came back in disgrace. In the eyes of Su Chen's mother, stock speculation is very difficult. How could Su Chen speculate in stocks? And also made $1 million. Then the old 5 son of the 2 years' time earned more. Thinking of this, the mother suspiciously asked, "You didn't lie to mom, right? Really didn't lie to you?" Su Chen laughed. "If you don't believe me, I can show you my record of making money from speculation." Nowadays, he was able to see the future news. Going to buy stocks based on the news was simply not too easy. To him, he could make money with his eyes closed. Mom, just trust brother. When has he ever lied to you since he was a child? Sister Suyu said from the side. All right. Mother slightly dispelled some of her doubts. Immediately after, she changed her words. Right, how is Xiaoya? Is she better? Have you gone to see her family about the marriage yet? Hearing the word Zhangya, the smile on Su Chen's face froze. There was a hidden pain inside. He had given everything to that woman, and what he got in return was betrayal and humiliation. The previous scene was still fresh in his mind. I broke up with her. Ah, how did you break up? For a good reason? The voice on the other end of the phone raised a few degrees. Personality incompatibility. Right. Su Chen didn't want to say too much. After that, Su Chen had another chat with his family. His younger sister was about to start school, and was enrolled in Donghai University. The family probably meant. After a while, the old couple sent their sister to East Sea to attend university, and in the meantime came to see Su Chen. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone, simply washed up and went to bed. However, when charging the cell phone, he was a little surprised. That was that this cell phone was magical. The charge wouldn't decrease after it went below 50. Su Chen hadn't charged his cell phone for a day, and by the time he went to bed, it was still at 50. Moreover, the most peculiar thing was that when Su Chen went to brush his teeth, the phone was placed on the bed. When he finished brushing his teeth, the phone appeared in his pocket. Su Chen felt that this cell phone was magical. Trying to take a craft knife, he left a slight scratch on the back of the phone. However, when he took the phone out of his pocket again, the scratch was gone. In other words, the phone would not be lost, would not be destroyed, and had unlimited power. It really is a magical cell phone. Su Chen sighed. On a new day, Su Chen woke up early, looked at the news. The Hua Ming stock he bought was still gradually rising, so he didn't need to bother with that stock. Just wait 2 days and sell it at the highest point. Then there was only news about diamonds and antiques. Su Chen clicked on the news about the diamonds and froze in place in the next second. The diamond was found in a private room at the Haitian hotel? Su Chen looked closely at the place where the news was reported, and immediately raised an eyebrow. The Haitian hotel was exactly where their class reunion was tonight. Master, please go to the Haitian hotel. Chapter 13, Misunderstood. Soon, the cab arrived at its destination. Su Chen had just entered the hotel when a woman next to him happened to pass by. The woman was wearing a short skirt, and her black shirt revealed her white belly. She twisted her sexy waist and held up the phone in her hand. Xiaomei, do you still remember that bald guy in our college class? I'm telling you, 2 days ago when we went out to party, he was always staring at me colorfully. Disgusting. And that class president. I suspect he has a crush on me, but he's too embarrassed to say so. Otherwise why would he always stare at my legs? Men are all the same. I can't help it. I'm just so pretty. Those men always want to plot against me. When the passerby heard this, he took a curious look at the woman, and his stomach turned. It couldn't be said that it wasn't beautiful. One could say that it had nothing to do with the word beautiful. The looks were hard to describe. With that heavy makeup, it was estimated that the powder scraped off her face could paint the wall. Su Chen brushed past the woman. However, the woman's expression suddenly changed drastically and let out a scream. She grabbed Su Chen's hand and said through gritted teeth, "What are you doing? Stinking rascal! In public! How dare you do such a shameless thing?" A group of people's gazes also looked over. Su Chen froze in place. How did he properly become a hooligan when he was passing by here? Are you mistaken? The woman sneered. What do you mean I got it wrong? You have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it? All of you, come and see. This pervert touched my leg and I caught him red-handed. What? There's a pervert? After a group of people heard this, they looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. I'm not. You must have misunderstood. Su Chen shook his head. Still sophomoric? Looking at your appearance, it shouldn't be the first time you've done this kind of thing, right? Su Chen was speechless. It really was a case of lying down and getting shot. In order to prove his innocence, he pointed to the monitor above his head. I really didn't touch you. Let's do it this way. Let's go retrieve the surveillance. The woman sneered. Just tune it. You really don't see the coffin. When the evidence comes out, I'll see how you can still argue. Su Chen was too lazy to say more to her and directly walked into the hotel to look for the manager. However, the woman raised her cell phone behind her back and aimed it at Su Chen. She recorded a video while saying, "Sisters, there's a perverted pervert touching my leg. I'll show you guys what he looks like, so be careful when you see it in the future. Also, please help me to humanize this pervert." I'm going to tell his friends and family about this, so that he will lose his reputation. Soon, many people in the woman's circle of friends liked and commented. There were also people who directly forwarded the video on the internet. It caused a huge discussion. My God, there is such a disgusting person. It looks like it's still svelte, but I didn't expect it to be this nasty. Really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. Support exposure. Let this scum die a social death. Chen was a little angry when he saw the woman acting like this. The results of the investigation of the matter have not yet come out, and you are screaming with a mouthful of colorful wolves. And you also sent a circle of friends to expose my privacy. Do you think it's appropriate for you to do this? Oh, what's inappropriate? The woman said with a straight face. Anyway, you're just a pervert without a doubt. I just want to expose scum like you. Otherwise I don't know how many girls will be victimized in the future. If you're scared and want me to delete the video, that's fine. Now kneel down and apologize to me. Chen gasped and laughed. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? At this time, the manager came and threw a polite smile. Hello you two. May I help you? Chen said. Trouble, help me retrieve the surveillance. This lady slandered me for touching her leg. What do you mean by slander? It was you who touched it in the first place. The woman said coldly. Sir, ma'am, sorry. Our hotel surveillance is not accessible to the public. Please understand. If the two of you have conflicts, you can resolve them privately. What did you say? Chen froze. Why can't we access the surveillance? If the surveillance could not be accessed, wouldn't it be impossible to jump into the Yellow River and not be able to wash? Chen didn't want to take the reputation of a pervert. This is stipulated by our boss. The manager shrugged. Chen said, well then, tell the boss that I want to buy this hotel. Since the boss wouldn't let him adjust the surveillance, he could always adjust it if he became the boss, right? It just so happened that he was going to look for diamonds in this hotel, and buying the hotel would be more convenient. Buy the hotel? The manager was slightly stunned. However, seeing Chen's serious expression, he still reported this matter to the boss. Sir, our boss is very interested in your business. Inside please. The manager extended his hand in an inviting gesture. It's really funny. If you could afford this hotel, would you still do that kind of nasty thing? The woman's blank eyes rolled up to the sky. Chen simply ignored the woman's words and followed the manager to take the elevator to the top floor, where the boss's office was. The boss was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a kind face. When he saw Chen, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. The guest who came to buy the hotel was actually so young. However, he did not say anything more and invited Chen to take a seat. Hello, may I ask how much this hotel costs? $20 million, the boss said with a smile. Good. Chen nodded his head. This is a good deal? The boss froze, then said. Originally thought that this business would take a long time to talk about. The hotel owner had even prepared for a long battle. However, he had never thought that Chen had agreed so decisively. Swipe your card. Chen nodded and took out his bank card. He was eager to prove his innocence. Moreover, there were diamonds worth $100 million hidden in the hotel. It was nothing for him to spend this $20 million. The transaction was quickly completed. The manager immediately went to the security room to retrieve the surveillance. Seeing the manager groveling to Chen, the woman was stunned. This man really bought the hotel? Soon, the surveillance was called. In the video, Chen didn't touch the woman at all. It was the woman who accidentally touched the sign when she passed by the hotel entrance, thus creating a misunderstanding. When the woman saw the video, her mouth opened wide and she couldn't say a word. Ma'am, you should apologize to this gentleman, the manager said. Chen was his boss. Plus this matter, Chen did not do anything wrong. The manager naturally had to speak for Chen. Why should I apologize? The woman asked back. For this kind of thing, isn't it just a case of if you have done something, you should apologize for it? He should be criticized for doing it, and it's better if he didn't. The woman felt that she was at a disadvantage and hurriedly fled. When Chen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. What kind of logic was this? This woman had insulted him in all kinds of ways on the internet before getting things straightened out. Now that the truth was revealed, she didn't even have a word of apology, and even looked as if she had a clear conscience. Post the video on the internet so everyone can see the truth. Chen instructed the manager. Okay boss. Chapter 14, Reunion. The internet was abuzz with the leg groping incident, and after this video appeared, the comments appeared lopsided. All of them were saying that this woman was wrong. There's no mistake, right? Things haven't even been clarified yet, and this woman is calling people perverts? It's a good thing there's surveillance. Otherwise this boy would have been spit on online. This woman is also a tiger. Obviously did wrong, but still dead wrong. Keep screaming about exposing each other's privacy, trying to make others die socially. As a result, she lifted a stone and smashed her own foot. When the woman saw these comments, Her face instantly turned pale. It didn't occur to her that the netizens who were supporting her before had all turned their heads to scold her. Unable to carry the pressure, the woman spoke online. The person in question and I have apologized and reconciled with each other, and this matter has passed. The netizens all disperse. Seeing this message from her, the netizens couldn't say anything more. After all, people had already reconciled. The news quickly reached Su Chen. Apologizing to each other? This matter has already passed? She can make a scene if she wants to? Disperse whenever she wants? Su Chen called for the manager. Post a statement on the internet for me. First, the other party has never said anything to apologize from start to finish, and doesn't even feel that she's wrong. Secondly, I never said that this matter should be left at that. I will contact a lawyer and sue the other party for rumor mongering and insults. Su Chen didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. The main reason was that the other party had gone too far with this matter, and Su Chen didn't intend to just let it go. Soon, his statement appeared on the internet, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. That woman still wants to be shameless, said what has apologized and reconciled. The result is not even apologize with the other party. The girl's face is thicker than a city wall. This buddy did a good job. Should send this woman to court. The woman saw the news and panicked. After all, she couldn't carry the scolding of the netizens, as well as the fear of going to court. Immediately, she wanted to go back to Su Chen to apologize. However, the manager stopped her outside. Ma'am, I'm sorry, our boss doesn't want to see you. If there's anything, let's talk about it in court when the time comes. After the woman heard the news, she was ashen. A buttock sat on the ground. Besides, Su Chen, he looked for the manager to bring a hammer and other tools, and then took a step towards the second floor. The manager looked at this scene and winced. The boss was so angry that he wanted to tear the hotel down? In the news, that diamond ring was found in one of the private rooms on the second floor. Fortunately, he was the owner of the hotel, and no one would stop him if he wanted to tear down the walls. He immediately picked up a hammer and prepared to go to the private room to tear down the wall. Utilizing divine insight, Su Chen easily found the open seam wall that was mentioned in the news. A hammer went down and the wall collapsed into a large hole. Inside was none other than diamonds worth $100 million. At this time, the cell phone vibrated, detected that the owner has changed the future, gained divine music skills, and is proficient in any musical instrument. After the message was read, the cell phone screen lit up. Fong Sin felt his arm burning, and a warm current spread all over his body along his arm. At the same time, in his mind, many music theories and techniques surfaced. Upgrade mission, change future events 1/10. Reminder, when the system is upgraded, the host is still required to provide $1 billion. Please get it together within a month. Fong Sin looked at the message and raised an eyebrow. He only needed to change the future 10 times and prepare another $1 billion. If he were to change before, Su Chen wouldn't be able to get $1 billion in his entire life. But now, he was able to see the future news, and it would be a piece of cake to get $1 billion together in a month. After reading the news, Su Chen was not idle. He took the diamonds and sold them directly to the auction house. The expert team carefully evaluated it and gave the same price as in the news. 100 million. Su Chen nodded, indicating that this auction house was more conscientious. He was relieved to entrust the diamond to the auction house for sale, and then left the place. Not long after Su Chen left, Xia Qing happened to be browsing the auction house with his secretary. He often came here to see if he could receive any treasures. While walking around, Xia Qing suddenly received news. The auction house had received a new diamond that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Xia Qing himself had a business in the jewelry industry, and he was extremely interested in this $100 million diamond. Immediately, he walked quickly. His first glance revealed the extraordinary nature of this diamond, and he was then deeply attracted. The material purity of this diamond can all be described as a rare encounter in 1,000 years. A sale price at $100 million is also considered reasonable. Help me ask which godly person discovered this diamond. I want to meet him, Xia Qing said excitedly. At this time, the secretary reminded from the side, Boss, this diamond was sent to the auction by Mr. Su Chen. As the words fell, Xia Qing froze. Unexpectedly, this rare diamond was actually gotten by his benefactor. I'll buy this diamond. Xia Qing waved his hand in a domineering manner. Also, add an additional $20 million to the benefactor. I'll personally deliver it to him. Besides, Su Chen, his original plan was to take the diamond to the auction and sell it, followed by the antiques in the abandoned used car. However, by the time he walked out of the auction, it was already dark. The set of processes to appraise the diamond was too complicated. There was no way but to buy the car tomorrow. At this moment, his cell phone was constantly vibrating. The group had already exploded. All of them were discussing about tonight's class reunion. Class President Chu Li spoke. has everyone come yet? The private rooms at the Haitian hotel have been opened. When you arrive in a while, go directly to the 7th floor. Class president is mighty. I'll be right there. Hey, I have not eaten there. I heard that a consumption of 3,000 to start. Today, I really dipped into the class president's favor. Julie's two little brothers bragged madly. At this moment, Haitian hotel, inside the 7th floor private room, there were already quite a few men and women. The men were dressed in handsome and mature, and the women were dressed in young and sexy. A group of people were talking and laughing, very lively, worthy of being the class president, booking such a high-class place. Yes. This hotel is bursting with business. It's hard to get a reservation. I can't imagine that class captain could book a private room here. Awesome. Zhao Li's little brother lowered his head and kept sliding with his cell phone. I just did the math. If we let all the men AA for this get-together, we'll probably have to pay out thousands of dollars each. What? That expensive? Someone let out a shocked gasp and began to grumble inwardly. Thousands of dollars for a meal? Had I known this, it would have been better not to come. That's right, but don't be anxious, I haven't finished yet. Today's gathering is our class president's treat. We only care about spending. The words fell. The men were shocked inwardly and looked at Zhao Li with admiration. The class reunion is coming to at least 30 people, right? This meal will cost at least $10,000 or $20,000, right? Class leader is really atmospheric. Class president is awesome. Is there a pendant missing from Big Brother's leg? I want to hug your leg. The women who were present were also looking at Zhao Li with glowing eyes, full of good feelings towards this man. Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively and said smilingly, "It's nothing to spend a small amount of money to bring us classmates back together. TSK, tens of thousands of dollars for a meal. In Brother Zhao's eyes it's just a little bit of money." Sure enough, this is the world of Big Brothers. Has Su Chen come yet? At this time, someone asked. Yesterday Su Chen said in the group to buy Hua Ming Group stock, and today Hua Ming Group stock skyrocketed. I want to ask Su Chen again at tonight's gathering to see what stocks to buy. Chapter 15, do you mind if I sit next to you? Zhao Li was enjoying the crowd's boasting. When he heard the word Su Chen, the expression on his face sank. At this moment, he deeply hated Su Chen. There were two reasons for this. Zhao Li had pursued the schoolgirl bitterly, booing her every day. However, the schoolgirl ignored him and instead, she was flirting with Su Chen. Plus, it was always Zhao Li who was the one pretending to be a pussy in the classmates group. However, yesterday, Su Chen said that the stock would soar, directly stealing the limelight away from him. Therefore, Zhao Li was now on fire when he heard the name Su Chen. That kid was just a mistake. Traitorous luck before he hit a stock. Zhao Li snorted. If you guys want to buy shares, you can ask me for advice. The little brother also knew that Zhao Li looked at Su Chen with displeasure, and immediately came out to concur. That's right, Su Chen. He just blindsided a stock. What has been blown up by you guys? The group of students froze slightly. Monkeyed? No way. He said he bought Hua Ming Group stock with such a sure tone. Of course it's blindfolded. Zhao Li's little brother nodded. Didn't you guys notice that Su Chen didn't even dare to speak in the group today? Why? It's not because he knows that he was blindly blindfolded and doesn't dare to blindfold again for fear of being slapped in the face. Zhao Li smiled and said, in fact, buying stocks to make money, luck is also part of it, but luck won't always be there. In Su Chen's case, it's only once in 100 times that he'll win. It's not desirable. The only way to thrive in the stock market for a long time is with rich experience and insight. The little brother concurred. Right. I basically make money every time I buy stocks with Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao is rarely wrong, but that doesn't cost much money. I've made several $1,000s following him. A group of people felt that these words made sense and surrounded Zhao Li, begging him to recommend stocks. It seems that if you want to make money, you still have to ask Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, quickly help us see which stocks we should buy. There were also a few sisters among them. They didn't know anything about stocks, but they still moved forward one by one, and they were almost close to Zhao Li's arms. It was because they knew that Zhao Li was the chicken that would lay golden eggs, and following him to buy would be profitable. Alright, let's finish eating first and we'll talk about it afterward, Zhao Li said smilingly. Since Zhao Li had said this, the group returned to their seats. A few of the female classmates regarded Zhao Li's eyes with more and more fervor. This was the perfect other half in their hearts. He had the power and the money, and he was also extremely decent. At this time, Su Chen pushed open the door and walked in. If they were to do it before, a group of students would have seen Su Chen. When a group of students saw Su Chen, they designated that they would go up to him to get close and ask about stocks. However, after hearing Zhao Li and the others say that Su Chen was a traitorous luck and blindly talked about the stocks, a group of people viewed Su Chen with less respect. This society was so realistic. Having money was the master, just like Zhao Li. However, someone like Su Chen who owes $300,000 in debt, He was destined to be looked down upon by this group of students. Everyone stayed far away from Su Chen, afraid that he would come to borrow money. Seeing the attitude of the group of students, Su Chen smiled and didn't think it was so cold. He casually found a seat and sat down. Zhao Li's little brother sized Su Chen up twice and frowned. Su Chen, it's not me who's talking about you. Why are you dressed up like this when you know it's a class reunion? Do you know that it will lower the grade of our party tonight? Low scoffing sounds came from the crowd. There were also some people who completely dismissed the idea of chatting with Su Chen. It seemed that Su Chen really didn't know how to speculate on stocks, or else he wouldn't be dressed in this ordinary outfit. Su Chen looked down at his own clothes, thinking that there was nothing wrong with it. Clothes were not expensive to be good. The key was to be comfortable in one's own clothes. Zhao Li smiled and shook his head. This is not to blame people Su Chen. After all, he owes $300,000. Where is the money to buy clothes? I heard that you borrowed money to cure your girlfriend. As a result, the girlfriend got well and kicked you out? It's really tragic. The words fell. The eyes of the group of people looking at Su Chen were filled with dissimilarities. Some sympathized, while others felt that he was stupid. The most important point, Su Chen was dumped by his girlfriend. How could he be a great stock speculation god? Su Chen's face was expressionless, but his fists couldn't help but clench. It could be said that that incident with Zhang Ye was a pain in Su Chen's heart. However, he couldn't have a seizure. Zhao Li deliberately tore open his scars just to see him laugh. At this time, a woman wearing a long white dress with long soft hair draped over her shoulders pushed the door and walked in. The woman had picturesque eyebrows and bright eyes, with light makeup on her pretty face with a 9.5 face value. She was like a fairy in the sky, transmitting an out-of-this-world appearance. The class flower, Xia Cheng. Rumor has it that there are thousands of guys who have liked her, if not 10,000. She is the kind of person who was confessed to on the confession wall in the university every day. It can be said, when Xia Cheng appeared at the party, everyone's eyes were attracted over. Zhao Li even directly stood up and took the initiative to greet her. Xiao Cheng, the party hasn't started yet. There's no need to rush so much. Tired? Come sit down. However, Zhao Li's enthusiasm met cold water head on. Xia Cheng didn't even look at him and directly walked to Su Chen's side. Do you mind if I sit next to you? Don't mind. Have a seat. Su Chen replied with a smile. Xia Cheng sat down graciously and twisted her head to look at Su Chen. Sorry for the long wait. Su Chen was slightly stunned, not knowing what was going on with the schoolgirl. When the two were in school, they could only be considered as ordinary friends, and hadn't even said a few words in 4 years. However, Xia Cheng gave everyone a feeling of, I have a crush on Su Chen. No, I also just arrived, Su Chen said with a smile. Zhao Li on the side had his face turned green. Not to mention, under the eyes of everyone, Xia Cheng didn't give him any face, just ignoring him and turning to address Su Chen with that gentle tone. It was enough to make Zhao Li explode with anger. At this moment, Zhao Li's eyes seemed as if he wanted to kill Su Chen. However, he was not in a good position to snap, and smilingly pointed to the menu on the table. Little Cheng, I don't know what flavor of dishes you like to eat. You should not order some more. All of you look at the dishes you still want to eat. Feel free to order. And whatever wine you want to drink, feel free to order that as well. Xia Cheng gently shook her head. No need. I'll eat whatever Su Chen eats. The air became inexplicably quiet all of a sudden. Everyone looked at Xia Cheng with unbelievable eyes. They all knew that Xia Cheng was the notorious iceberg queen. Countless suitors had dismissed the idea of confessing before they even walked in front of Xia Cheng. Xia Cheng's aura was too strong, a proper imperial sister model. However, the current her completely subverted the image of that high and cold imperial sister in the hearts of the crowd. She looked at Su Chen with an affectionate tone and gentle eyes. How close did two people have to be like this? Was this, in a way, considered an announcement of a relationship? Chapter 16. I ordered this wine. Zhao Li's face went black. Originally, he was planning to show off his financial power at the reunion tonight, in order to gain Xia Cheng's favor. But now, people didn't even look at him. Instead, they were close to the poor guy he looked down on. The atmosphere was awkward. Someone picked up the menu and flipped through it in order to break the deadlock. Wow, there's a dish of Shanjin food jumping over the wall here that costs 10,000. So expensive. It's a money grab, right? Once Zhao Li heard this, he smiled and said, there's naturally a reason why it's expensive. The raw materials used for that mountain precious fortune jumping wall are all top-notch, and the processing procedures are extremely tedious and complicated. It's made by a professional master. If you want to eat this dish, not only do you have to make a reservation a week in advance, but you also have to fulfill one condition, which is to spend $1 million in this hotel. My family has spent more than $800,000 here, and it's still almost full of millions. When the time comes, we can invite everyone to come and eat and watch this Buddha jumping wall. Zhao Li appeared to be popularizing the topic for everyone, but was actually showing off a wave of his wealth in an invisible manner. As expected, a group of people opened their mouths wide in surprise after hearing his words. Class president is awesome. He's very knowledgeable. At a glance, it's all kinds of access to high-grade places. This hotel hasn't been open for a few days, right? The class president's family has spent over $800,000 here. Kneeling for the big brother. Zhao Li was enjoying himself as he heard this group of people bragging. The unhappiness in his heart just now also disappeared for the most part. A poor person like Su Chen would never be able to spend $1 million in a hotel in his lifetime. Now, Xia Qing definitely had an idea in her mind who she should be with. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open. Four waitresses walked in, their hands holding tightly packed red wine. As soon as the wine appeared, it caused the crowd to gasp. Wow, this wine is so beautiful. Squad leader deserves to be squad leader. All the wines ordered are so upscale. However, when Zhao Li saw the wines, his face turned green. The price of this wine had to be 50,000 to 60,000 a bottle. In other words, it would cost at least $200,000 here. If his family knew that he had spent $200,000 on treating his classmates to a meal, they would probably have to cut him to death. Zhao Li's heart leaped as he watched, and he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Are you guys mistaken? We didn't order such expensive wine. There's no mistake. The manager just told us to send the wine to this private room. One of the waiters looked down at the message and then said, just as the two were talking, the remaining bottles of red wine had already been opened. Zhao Li was so scared that his legs went limp and he almost kneeled. This wine couldn't be returned after it was opened. Over $200,000. Wasn't this killing him? Zhao Li said furiously. I've said you guys made a mistake. This wine is not what we ordered. You guys opened the wine yourselves. It has nothing to do with us. I'll tell you the truth. I don't have so much money to pay the bill. Hurry up and take it away. The whole room was dead silent. The students couldn't laugh anymore. It wasn't Zhao Li who ordered the wine. Moreover, looking at Zhao Li's agitated mood, it meant that these bottles of wine were too expensive and beyond his ability. Didn't that mean that the 30 students had to chip in together? But, even Zhao Li couldn't afford this money. How could they possibly afford it? It wouldn't be like the news on TV, where they went bankrupt in one meal, right? Put the wine down. I ordered it. At this time, Su Chen said indifferently. Before Su Chen went upstairs, he greeted the manager, letting the manager casually send 2 bottles of red wine up in a while. But now it seemed like the wine was a bit expensive. It scared the group of students. As if Zhao Li had grabbed the handle, he hurriedly pointed at Su Chen and hastily excused himself. All of you heard it. It was Su Chen who ordered the wine. It has nothing to do with me. Let him pay for this wine. The group of people also hurriedly drew a line with Su Chen. Right, the wine was ordered by Su Chen. Let Su Chen pay for it alone. We didn't drink that wine anyway. It has nothing to do with us. There were also people who looked at Su Chen with eyes full of anger and contempt. You don't look at your own virtues either. Daring to order such an expensive wine. Can you afford it? A good class reunion was stirred up by him. It's disgusting. He knows that the class president is treating tonight, so he ordered expensive wine to satisfy his vanity. It's obvious that he's ripping off the class president. Su Chen heard this and just smiled. This group of classmates really changed their faces faster than turning over a book when they met something. Ridiculous that he still remembered the friendship of classmates before he came. He wanted to invite these people to drink. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. However, since the wine was opened, then don't waste it. Su Chen picked up the wine and poured himself a cup. Everyone looked at Su Chen with unbelievable expressions. No way. He knows that the wine is expensive, but he still dares to drink it? It's probably because he knows that the wine can't be returned. So he simply gave up on himself. He thinks that he already owes $300,000 anyway, so it doesn't matter if he owes some more money. What's that saying? If you have a lot of lice on your body, you won't itch anymore. At this time, a female voice slowly sounded from the side. Student Su Chen, can you buy me a drink? Su Chen looked at Xia Qing with some surprise. At a time when everyone was in a hurry to clear the air with him, Xia Qing unexpectedly did the opposite. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to afford the drinks and end up making you pay for it? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. A few bottles of red wine. I can still afford it. Xia Qing let out a pleasant laugh. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered that when he was in school, Xia Qing's family was very rich. Exactly how rich? No one was clear about it. Because, she never said what her family did. Anyway, Xia Qing never worried about money. While other girls were looking at the designer bags and coats and magazines, Xia Qing was already using them. Some people have done statistics that Xia Qing's clothes don't carry duplicates for a year, and her cell phone is changed once a week. She never stayed at the school and was picked up by a limousine when she went out. A proper rich second generation. Cheers! Xia Qing poured herself a glass of red wine, then elegantly raised her glass and gently bumped Su Chen's glass. The entire process was as if she was a queen, with proper etiquette and generous speech. All of them looked dumbfounded. Xia Qing actually drank. Someone had once seen Xia Qing with their own eyes at a certain mountain village party. The son of the richest man took the initiative to come forward and wanted to have a drink with Xia Qing. However, Xia Qing did not give the other party face and directly stated that she never drank. But now, she actually drank with Su Chen. If this was spread out, I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir. Xia Qing indeed looked like someone who didn't drink. She only gently took a sip of wine before her pretty face burned and she coughed a few times. Zhao Li, who saw this scene, had his lungs explode. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Xia Cheng had ignored his love and instead, she had been nice to Su Chen 3 times. Zhao Li naturally wouldn't blame Xia Cheng. Instead, he blamed all of his anger on Su Chen. At this moment, he stared viciously at Su Chen. Xia Cheng might have the money to pay for the wine, but what about Su Chen? He was a poor man who owed $300,000 in debt. He definitely couldn't pay for it. At that time, he stopped Xia Qing from paying for it. Let's see how this guy Su Chen will end up at that time. Chapter 17A Play? At that moment, the main door pushed open and someone hurriedly walked in. At a closer look, that person was wearing Haitian group clothes and should be the manager. Zhao Li was overjoyed inwardly. It should be the manager who realized that the wrong wine was served. When he saw Su Chen drinking, he would definitely ask Su Chen for money. At that time, if Su Chen couldn't get the money, there would be a lot of fun to be had. Thinking of this, Zhao Li couldn't help but gloat. But the next second, Zhao Li was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Hello boss. Only the manager stood beside Su Chen with a groveling face. The words fell. The air in the entire box seemed to freeze. The students stared with wide eyes, filled with an unbelievable expression. Su Chen is the hotel owner? Who said that Su Chen owes a debt of $300,000? He's the owner of the Haitian hotel. No wonder he dares to drink. So this hotel is his. Just now, wasn't he going to buy us drinks? Someone thought back. Seems like it. A group of people were embarrassed. The misunderstanding had gotten big. People Su Chen kindly invited them for a drink, but what they got in return was all sorts of sneers. Now, they didn't have the face to drink either. The crowd swallowed their saliva. This was red wine that even Zhao Li couldn't afford. It didn't even know what flavor it was. It was a pity. Xia Cheng also raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Chen with some surprise. The manager smiled faintly and continued. My subordinate didn't know that you were coming tonight, so I didn't prepare the wine in advance. So I slightly took the wine that was almost there. So please don't be angry. Zhao Li's eyelids jumped wildly. This 50,000 a bottle of wine or almost wine? When his dad went out to socialize, he wouldn't even order such expensive wine. I just found 3 bottles of red wine, worth $500,000, limited to 600 bottles worldwide. Look, should I send it now? No need. Su Chen shook his head. If it was before, he felt that there was nothing wrong with taking that $500,000 of red wine, but now, it was better to forget about it. The crowd felt a hot flash on their faces, blaming them for misunderstanding Su Chen. Otherwise, they could all be drinking $500,000 of red wine right now, sending it to the circle of friends. Wouldn't it be a swish of likes and comments? The more a group of people thought about it, the more they regretted it, and their intestines were all green with remorse. At this time, the manager respectfully asked, Boss, the hotel's wine and food, are you still satisfied? Hearing this, Su Chen just nodded his head lightly. It's still okay, boss. The chef who made the mountain treasure Buddha jumping wall is already waiting outside. Do you think you want to make a mountain treasure Buddha jumping wall on the spot? The crowd stared with wide eyes, too surprised to speak. Didn't Zhao Li say that mountain precious Buddha jumping wall had to be reserved 7 days in advance? Moreover, the customer's consumption had to be over $1 million. Right now, Su Chen could directly have the chef do it on site. This was too bullish, right? No need. I'm not interested in that stuff, Su Chen said indifferently. Oh, good guy. People made reservations for 7 days before they could eat. Su Chen directly came with a disinterest. Well, okay, then I won't bother you with your meal. If there is a need, feel free to call me. The manager retreated after saying that. This time, everyone looked at Su Chen with completely different eyes. Big brother, this is properly a big brother. A group of people came forward. Su Chen, oh no, brother Su, you're the owner of this hotel? Brother Su, little brother wants to follow big brother and get rich together. A few female students also simply sat directly beside Su Chen, taking out their cell phones to add Su Chen's contact information. When Zhao Li saw this scene, his teeth were almost gritted. The person who was surrounded by the crowd and enjoyed all kinds of boasting should have been him. Su Chen's appearance changed all of that. How could a stinking poor man be the owner of this hotel? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhao Li ran to the bathroom and called his father. Dad, the owner of that Haitian hotel, Do you know him? I often eat there. Of course I know the owner. Zhao Li asked. Isn't that someone about my age, named Su Chen? No way. The person on the other end of the phone replied with certainty. That boss, although I don't know what his name is, he's definitely not a young man. People are almost 40 or 50 years old. Zhao Li froze in place. Dad, are you sure? Of course. I even chatted with that boss together. What's wrong? Asking this all of a sudden when you're fine? The caller asked. It's like this. I had a class reunion tonight, and there was a guy who said he was the owner of the Haitian hotel, and brought $200,000 of red wine to invite us to drink, and the manager personally came to receive. He also said that Shenzhen Buddha jumping wall can be made for him now. As the words fell, the person on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Silly boys, you guys must have been cheated by that classmate. How much did he say that wine cost? Randomly buy a fake and put a label on it to scare you guys who don't know how much it costs. And the manager to receive. If I look at it, invite a few actors to act. It does not cost much money. Besides, that mountain treasure Buddha jumps over the wall. You guys surely haven't tasted the mountain treasure Buddha jumps over the wall, right? No. Zhao Li froze. How do you know we didn't eat it? Is there any need to think about it? That mountain precious Buddha jumping wall takes 7 days to prepare just the ingredients. Even your old man hasn't eaten it. Your classmates naturally couldn't get the real thing, saying they would do it, but actually scaring you all. Zhao Li was first stunned, then quickly reacted. For S sake, if it wasn't for Pops reminding him, he would have almost been teased by Su Chen's stinking popper. How could this be tolerated? Zhao Li quickly hung up the phone and walked towards the box. He was going to tell his classmates the truth about this matter. At that time, Su Chen himself would be groundless. The classmates would definitely scoff at what he did. The goddess Xiaoqing naturally wouldn't look at Su Chen one more time either. Thinking of this, Zhao Li quickened his pace. Plus, inside the box, Su Chen held his wineglass and looked at Xiaoqing with a smile. I say goddess, I'm afraid it's a bit bad for you to use me as a shield, right? Xiaoqing held her jade hand on her fragrant cheeks and gently shook her head. Not at all. Do you remember the welcome party shortly after freshman year started? Our class performed a program? Remember. Su Chen recalled for a moment, then nodded his head. You played the piano on stage and caught the attention of all the boys in the school. From that day on, the entire campus called you a goddess. That's right. Natsuki smiled. But after that day on stage, I invited the whole class to dinner, but you refused my invitation. Xiaoqing paused and continued. You were the first boy to reject me yet. Su Chen had yet to speak. The big door was kicked open by Zhao Li with a bang. He looked at Su Chen with a sneer between his eyebrows, his hands playfully clapping. Su Chen, awesome. Spent quite a bit of time making preparations in order to act like a pussy at the class reunion tonight, didn't you? Even I was almost fooled by you. A group of classmates looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The corner of Zhao Li's mouth hooked up in a tease. Classmates, don't let Su Chen fool you. Those wines are all fake wines that cost a few $100s, and that manager and waiter are also actors he hired. They're not real. What kind of hotel owner? Freshly made mountain treasures and Buddha jumping over the wall. But it's just a mouthful of bragging. Not long ago, he was a person who owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. How could he become so rich all of a sudden? Chapter 18. All shocked. The words fell. A group of students looked dumbfounded. This was all a fake? Su Chen had directed a play in order to make a name for himself at the reunion? Zhao Li felt great inwardly, and put on a lofty appearance. Su Chen, do you have anything else to sophistry? He wanted to see how Su Chen would unwind this time. If he admitted it, a group of classmates would despise Su Chen even more inwardly. Then he wouldn't be able to raise his head at all in the future. If he didn't admit it, Zhao Li had a lot of evidence to tear down Su Chen's lies. At that time, Su Chen would be even more ashamed and disgraced. Only Su Chen smiled and said in an unimpressed manner, I have nothing I want to say. You think I'm lying is all. Su Chen was too lazy to explain anything. There was no need to get entangled with Zhao Li. He could think whatever he liked. Seeing Su Chen answering like this, the eyes of the group of students were permeated with a bit of dissimilarity. Wasn't this just a weak heart, acquiescing that he was cheating? The faces of a group of students were not very good. Just now, they had called Su with one mouthful of brother, but they never imagined that the other party was a liar. Several female classmates' white eyes were almost rolled up to the sky, thanks to the fact that they had just been sticking to Su Chen's side one by one, and their white and long legs were inadvertently touching him. After half a day, this guy was pretending to be broad. Isn't this a waste of their time? Looking at Su Chen now, they felt that he was really boring and disgusting. Zhao Li said, Su Chen, I really don't know what you think. Why did you come to put on a show to fool everyone? If you don't have money, then you don't have money. It's not like all of us are going to laugh at you. Instead, getting all this fancy stuff makes me think you're ridiculous. He patted Su Chen's shoulder, pretending to be old. It's no wonder your ex-girlfriend broke up with you. It's better to be down to earth as a human being. Anger rose within Su Chen when he heard the words ex-girlfriend. He controlled his emotions and asked with slightly narrowed eyes, "Which eye do you see that I'm not down to earth?" Zhao Li froze in place. This stinking poor bastard. How dare he talk back to him in front of everyone? A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Isn't it hypocrisy for you to pose as a hotel owner and lie to your classmates? At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. The hotel manager called. "Boss, after you finish your meal, I'll bring the hotel's management to meet you for a bit." When the hotel changed owners, the people under them naturally had to meet the new boss. "Come in now," Su Chen said indifferently. Zhao Li's eyes were full of teasing. "Pretend. Keep pretending. I want to see what else you can act. Anyway, I'm going to make you lose your reputation tonight." The words fell. The door to the box pushed open and a man came striding in. Zhao Li felt a bit familiar when he saw the other person. Suddenly, he remembered that it was the manager of this hotel. Zhao Li immediately stepped forward and reported, "There's someone here posing as your hotel's owner and soliciting for money. So your hotel should hurry up and take care of it. It's best to call the police to arrest him." He was just trying to fix Su Chen, so that Su Chen would never be able to recover. However, the words were just finished. Several more people walked in one after another. All of them were the management of Haitian Hotel. They looked at Su Chen with an expression full of respect. Speaking in unison, they said, "Good day, boss." Everyone looked dumbfounded, too surprised to speak. These people were all managers of the Haitian Hotel. This couldn't be faked. A casual cell phone check would tell them. In that case, Su Chen was really the hotel owner. This, Zhao Li's face kept changing, not knowing what to say. He had just analyzed it in a serious manner, but after half a day, it was nonsense. No wonder Su Chen didn't explain and let him think whatever he liked. Dare he look at him as a clown? Zhao Li had no place to go. He felt that he had lifted a stone to hit his own feet. At this time, a spirited middle-aged man walked in quickly. The clothes on this middle-aged man's body were expensive, and he raised his hands and feet with the posture of a higher power. In front of this kind of real big brother, the students felt a sense of oppression and subconsciously held their breath. Some whispered, "He seems to be that jewelry tycoon Xie Qing, the kind with a family fortune of billions." Right. I've seen him on the TV news. I heard that he has several industries under his name. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to see the big man in person. Couldn't have gotten into the wrong private room? A group of students all felt that Xie Qing had gone to the wrong place. After all, this person was in existence who turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain in the entire Eastern Sea. The ordinary people weren't qualified to come into contact with a bigwig of this caliber. Although Zhao Li's family was rich, he clearly knew, in front of this kind of big brother, his family was nothing more than an ant. Zhao Li likewise thought that Xie Qing was in the wrong place. However, Xie Qing's next words stunned the crowd. "Mr. Su, I'm not interrupting your party, am I?" Everyone's brains went blank. Xie Qing was here to find Su Chen. A jewelry tycoon with a multi-billion-dollar fortune personally came to look for a poor boy who was once looked down upon by everyone. This directly refreshed everyone's three views. Su Chen had gotten so mixed up now? Befriending a billionaire. Zhao Li felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped twice in the air. He often bragged about his rich second-generation circle in his classmates' group. Then he looked at other people. Su Chen, who was already communicating with jewelry tycoons. The gap was instantly opened. Don't think that communicating with a jewelry tycoon is a simple thing. If Zhao Li went up to greet him at this time, Xie Qing wouldn't even look at him. The gap was that obvious. Su Chen looked at Xie Qing with some surprise. "What is big brother Xie looking for me for?" "I'm here to deliver money." Xie Qing laughed. "At the auction house, I saw that diamond you sold. I like it a lot and I'm going to buy it for my own collection. There's $120 million in this card. Please take it." The entire room was dead silent. $120 million? Zhao Li, who graduated in the same class as them, could earn $1 million now, and that would be something to brag about. Yet Su Chen had actually earned $120 million. This was simply astronomical. Many people who worked hard for their entire lives were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to earn a tenth of that. Goodness, Su Chen was only in his early 20s, and he was already a billionaire? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, equally a little surprised. This was because the price he quoted was $100 million, while Xie Qing gave $120 million. This extra $20 million seemed to have an ulterior motive. Sure enough, Xie Qing said smilingly, "Benefactor, if there are still such good diamonds, or other jewelry in the follow-up, please give me your priority to sell it to me." He knew that it was naturally not simple for Su Chen to get the diamond worth $100 million. This extra $20 million was to establish a cooperative relationship with Su Chen. "No problem," Su Chen replied lightly. His impression of this person, Xie Qing, was quite good, and the other party was very good at being a good person. It didn't matter if there was anything that was prioritized to be sold to him. The two didn't chat for long before Xiaqing had to leave beforehand. At this time, a group of classmates came forward and bragged. Brother Su. Oh no, Master Su. You're too awesome. To know a big shot like Xiaqing. TSK. The money we've earned in our entire lives isn't as high as the interest rate of Su Chen's $100 million deposited in the bank. Chapter 19. To buy a car. A few female classmates once again came up. Their gazes were extraordinarily hot and their purpose was very clear. It was to get Su Chen's attention. This was a billionaire. For them, if they had that kind of money, they wouldn't be able to spend it all in 10 lifetimes. However, Su Chen also knew how snobbish this group of people were, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to them. Congratulations, earning $100 million at a young age. It's not simple, Xiaqing said with a smile. She didn't act like that group of classmates, who heard that Su Chen had earned a large amount of money and then sticked up one after another. Even when she heard the amount of 100 million, her expression remained as calm as ever. Of course, there were still some fluctuations within Xiaqing. That was some surprise. Surprised that Su Chen could make so much money. If Su Chen was the second generation of a certain rich family, making $100 million was naturally not a problem. But she knew that Su Chen came from a bad background, and even worked and studied hard in college. At that moment, she couldn't help but be impressed as well. Just lucky. Su Chen smiled. You're the first person I've seen who said he was lucky to earn $100 million. Xiaqing faintly said, you are very special. Watching the scene of the two biting their ears, Jolly was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, there wasn't much he could do. Compared to money, he hadn't earned as much money in 10 years as Su Chen did now. Compared to power, he was able to talk to a big shot like Xiaqing. No matter how he compared, Jolly couldn't compare to Su Chen. Jolly, who thought he was born with a golden key, felt the greatest frustration in his life. It was truly a feeling of wanting to cry. Xiaqing looked at the time and prepared to get up and leave. She turned her head towards Su Chen and invited, want to go along for the ride? Sure. Su Chen was also not polite. The two of them left like a divine couple in the envious eyes of a group of classmates. Miss, downstairs, a woman wearing a black coat with an ice-cold look silently stood guard. When she saw Su Chen beside Xiaqing, she felt a little surprised. It was because Xiaqing's side had never appeared to be of the opposite sex. Who was this young man? Only, as a subordinate, these were not her place to ask. As the two sat on the car, Xiaqing instructed, help me send my classmate home first. After saying that, Xiaqing gave a beat. By the way, where is your home? Su Chen smiled. West side of the city. Okay. The woman who was the driver nodded her head. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Xiaqing's eyes kept changing. The west side of the city. But they were all old and broken old buildings. Su Chen clearly had $100 million, but he even lived there. However, Su Chen sat in the car with a natural look, without any constraints. Arrived. The driver said, thank you Manhwa for giving me a ride. Su Chen thanked. Small matter. After all, you did me a favor today by keeping Jolly away. Su Chen smiled. Sure enough, the class flower's ambiguous relationship with him was all an act for Jolly to see. Xiaqing had thought that Su Chen would get angry or would say something. As a result, Su Chen left without looking back. This was a bit of a surprise to Xiaqing. After seeing so many men, there are up to carry out a fierce attack on her. There was also the kind that knew the routine and wanted to catch her. Xiaqing was able to see through them all at a glance, but the only one she couldn't figure out was Su Chen. She simply couldn't guess what that man was thinking. Let's go. Xiaqing waved her hand and the limousine left the west side of the city. The next morning, Su Chen walked out of the house and casually stopped a cab. It's not convenient to go out and take cabs all the time. You always need to have a car of your own. Su Chen muttered. Just go buy a car. And by the way, collect that used car. Su Chen took out his cell phone and checked a future news. July 4th, 2022. Antiques worth $200 million were found inside an abandoned used car. At this time, the driver in front asked, Sir, may I ask where to? To the automobile city. Su Chen said indifferently. Okay. This driver seemed to be very talkative and chatted with Su Chen. Sir, are you going to buy a car? I know more about cars. What budget have you prepared? I can provide you with several brand options. The driver assured with conviction. Thanks, but I already have options in my mind. The first time I buy a car, I won't buy anything too expensive. Su Chen said indifferently. Ever since he went to college, he had always wanted to buy a Bugatti Veyron. Today is also considered to realize his wish. That's right, young people don't have much money in their pockets right now. You can first buy a cheaper car to drive, and then change to a good car when you have money. The driver smilingly expressed his understanding. Through the rearview mirror, he carefully surveyed Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes, he didn't look like any rich person. Immediately, he felt that he didn't have much money, and it would be embarrassing to say his savings, so he simply didn't say how much money he had to buy a car. Soon, arrived at the automobile city. Coincidentally, it happened to be parked right in front of the Bugatti Veyron store. Chen immediately decided to buy his favorite car first, and then go to that used car. The driver looked at the car brand and revealed an envious gaze. TSK, this Bugatti Veyron is so powerful and domineering. A car casually costs several $1,000,000. Whether it's the appearance or the configuration, it's all first class. Wherever this car goes, it's the center of attention. When the driver saw Chen's eyes also fell on the Bugatti Veyron, he smiled and said, "Young man, work hard to earn money, and strive to buy a car like this in the future." Before the driver could finish his words, Chen directly walked into the store. In less than a minute, a few sales greeted him with smiling faces, flanking him in the center with a pleasing look. Sir, may I ask what else you need for this car?" Several female salesmen wearing black silk and with tall figures were almost on Chen's body. The eyes were full of adoration and respect. "No more, you guys help me clean the car inside and out. I'll go shopping elsewhere. You guys bring me the car later," Chen said indifferently. No problem. It's our honor to serve you, sir. Sir, this is my business card. If you still want to buy a car, please contact me. Sir, I don't know if you have time in the evening. I'd like to treat you to dinner." However, Chen did not say anything more to these sales. Turning around, he went to the store of that used car. Chen's indifferent attitude contrasted sharply with the fire-like enthusiasm of the several beautiful sales. It directly made the driver look dumbfounded. "What is this situation? Beauty, what did this young man do when he entered your store?" the driver subconsciously asked. "You mean that Mr. Su just now? He bought a $30 million sports car in our store. From choosing the car to paying for it, the whole process took less than a minute," the saleswoman said with glowing eyes. "What?" The driver's mouth opened wide in surprise, not knowing what to say. It was unthinkable that the young man who had just sat in his car was actually a multimillionaire. No wonder this group of saleswomen were so excited and thrilled. The driver thought of how he had told Chen to work hard to earn money to buy a car in the future, and immediately his old face turned red. Work hard to buy a car in the future? Sorry, Chen bought it now. Chapter 20, Being Misunderstood. Besides, Chen, he followed the address given on the news and walked inside an automobile store. However, before he even entered the store, he heard a familiar female voice. "Hubby, this car looks good, yeah, I like it so much. Baby, if you like it then let's buy it." Only to see Zhang holding Zhao Hua's arm in a bird-like manner. The two of them looked like glue. Behind them, followed by the sales of the entire store, Chen did not feel surprised when this phenomenon appeared. Zhao Hua was the eldest young man of the powerful Zhao family, a notoriously rich second generation. Whether it was connections or power, it was wide. This auto store naturally had to be well entertained. Meeting these two again, Chen's blood churned, recalling Zhang Ye's coldness and betrayal, Zhao Hua's mockery and insults. All of them deeply pierced Chen's heart. At this time, Zhang Ye's gaze happened to land on Chen. The smile on her face immediately disappeared into thin air, replaced by dislike and disgust. "This loser unexpectedly still doesn't die and keeps pestering me. It's really disgusting." Zhang Ye frowned. These days, she heard Zhao Hua keep calling Chen waste, so she followed suit and called out like that. He, what an outstanding licking dog," Zhao Hua said with a leathery smile. "Baby, aren't you happy to be liked by a licking dog?" Zhang Ye's face changed drastically when she heard this. The tone of Zhao Hua's words was a bit angry and misunderstood. Did it mean that she hadn't broken clean with Chen? It would be troublesome if she was to dump her. Zhang Ye had managed to get her hands on big money with great difficulty, and was looking forward to living the life of a rich wife, so she was naturally unwilling to ruin it for Chen. She immediately stepped forward quickly, looking condescendingly at Chen. "Can you get the hell out of here and leave my life completely? I've all told you that we didn't have any possibility before. Now I'm sick of seeing you. Got it?" When Chen heard this, he directly choked back. "Who said that I came to find you? Aren't you a bit self-centered?" Seeing that Chen dared to talk back, Zhang Ye was first slightly stunned, then stomped her feet in anger. You're not here to find me. Then what are you here for?" Zhao Hua snorted. What else could this loser be here for? Naturally he's here to find a job. Can't you see the advertisement looking for a cleaner posted outside this store? After all, he owes a debt of $300,000. How can he pay back the money if he doesn't work a few more jobs? Everyone looked at Chen with contempt between their brows. At this time, a sales mind was quick-witted and knew that this was an opportunity to curry favor with Zhao Hua. Immediately, he stepped forward and coldly looked at Chen. "We don't recruit cleaners like you here." With a snort, Zhang Ye burst out laughing. "A waste is a waste. People don't even want to be a cleaner." Chen raised his head and said, "I'm not here to apply for a cleaning job. I'm here to buy a car. The words fell. The crowd was slightly stunned. A person who owed $300,000 came to buy a car? Funny, right? At Su Chen's words, Zhang Ye hilariously laughed. I know, you're afraid that you'll lose a lot of face, so you just made up a lie. I really came to buy a car, Su Chen explained. Good, then what kind of car are you buying? The sales asked. Not sure yet. I'll take a look first. What exactly the car with the hidden antiques looked like? Su Chen was not sure. He only knew that it was a used car, as well as the approximate color and appearance of the car. If he directly told this group of sales about this, he would feel that he was too purposeful and would easily become suspicious. That's why he was going to find it first and ask for the price afterward. Whatever, the sales said coldly. In their eyes, it looked even more like buying a car was just an excuse for Su Chen. However, since Su Chen said he wanted to buy a car, he was a guest. It was not good for them to directly kick Su Chen out. The salesman said, first things first, don't touch it. These cars can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can't afford to pay for them if you break them. Honey, let's hurry up and go. Seeing this toad makes me feel sick. Zhang Ye frowned. Okay, let's go over there again. Zhao Hua put his arm around Zhang Ye and left with a smile. The entire sales in the store followed, pressing no one to care about Su Chen. Not to mention, the rich second-generation Zhao Hua was the gold master that they desperately wanted to please. Just the fact that Su Chen owed a debt of $300,000 made this group of sales not have any interest in Su Chen. However, Su Chen didn't think it was a big deal. It was easier for him if this group of sales didn't follow. He went directly to the used car next to him and scrutinized it. Soon, an old car that left the factory 5 years ago appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. Su Chen took a closer look and realized that this car was exactly the same as the one introduced in the future news. There were antiques hidden inside the car windows, yet no one knew about it. Because this car had been sitting for 4 years, no one wanted it at all. The car store directly destroyed this car, and as a result, the antiques were found. Su Chen utilized divine insight and discovered that there was indeed something in the window of this car. That's right, this is it. Su Chen found the car, and the next step was to pay. Hello, I want to buy that car. Su Chen found the sales and said politely. However, the sales were touting Zhao Hua. Where did they have the time to care about Su Chen? After taking a look at the used car Su Chen was going to buy, he was even lazier. Selling a broken used car. Isn't this a waste of their time? Seeing that the sales looked indifferent, Su Chen's temper came up. I said, I want to buy a car. The salesman rolled his eyes and said coldly, can't you see that it's busy? Wait on the side. At this time, Zhang Ye and Zhao Hua were buying a car and checking out, and happened to see the scene of Su Chen buying a used car. Zhang Ye didn't hold back and burst out laughing. He really came to buy a car, only this car, ha ha ha. Zhao Hua also laughed out loud. A waste is a waste. Only able to buy a broken used car. But also yes, what kind of person will drive what kind of car? At this time, a salesman respectfully handed Zhao Hua his bank card and said, Young Zhao, this is your bank card. A total of $350,000 was spent this time. A group of people opened their mouths wide in surprise. It wasn't that Zhao Hua had spent $350,000. How impressive it was. Rather, it was that Zhao Hua had already brought several women to the store to buy cars this month. Counting it up, he'd spent over $1 million this month. A proper rich second generation. He was young, rich, and powerful. For a while, the gazes of several saleswomen looked at him were full of fervor. As long as Zhao Hua hooked his hand, they would immediately welcome him. Zhao Hua looked at Su Chen. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a sneer. Poor bastard. Do you hear me? The money I spent on a random car is enough for you to struggle for years. You punk, don't come pestering Xiaoya again in the future. Chapter 21 Snapping Face. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. It's just a car of more than $300,000. You think you're rich? The words fell. The crowd froze. This guy shouldn't have his head in the water, right? What nonsense are you saying? He's from Zhao Hua's luxurious family. He must be rich. He's a poor man who owes $300,000 in debt. Talking as if he's rich. Zhao Hua froze slightly, then laughed out loud. Of course I'm rich. There are no less than 5 of these cars in my garage. It's not like there aren't millions of cars. But what about you? You can only buy a crappy used car. And I guess the money is also borrowed, right? Oh, trash like you. You don't even deserve to lift my shoes. The way Zhang Ye looked at Su Chen was like looking at a little cutie. Her own brain was really caught by the door in the first place before she agreed to be with Su Chen. If time could be turned back, she would say anything to stay far away from such a strange person like Su Chen. Honey, let's hurry up and leave. Making me stay in the same environment with some clown makes me feel sick. Zhang Ye pulled Zhao Hua away, unwilling to stay here any longer. Good. Zhao Hua nodded and the two of them left in a car. For Zhao Hua and Zhang Ye's cynicism, Su Chen turned a blind eye. There was no need to get angry because of these two people. Su Chen did not forget his purpose of coming here. Turning his head to look at the sales, "Can you help me with the automobile transaction procedures now?" However, a group of sales sat in their seats, either playing with their cell phones or chatting, leaving Su Chen out to dry. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The group of sales had just said they were busy and didn't have time to deal with him. He then waited on the side. Now that this group of sales was busy, they sat there chatting, yet no one helped him with his business either. "I've said several times that I want to buy a car, but you all turned a deaf ear? Is this the kind of service attitude your store has?" Su Chen said. Several sales' eyes were rolling up to the sky. "What's wrong with our service attitude? If you have money, our attitude is naturally good. But if you don't have money, who the hell cares about you? Buy a broken used car. Make yourself look like a cow. Sisters, which one of you is going to do this business? I'm not interested anyway. Ha ha, I'm not interested either." At this time, the manager of the auto store walked in. When he saw Su Chen, he almost peed in fear. Wasn't this the benefactor of the boss Xie Qing? The manager hurriedly went forward and respectfully said, "Benefactor, why are you here? You came to give me a greeting in advance, so I can make preparations. Quickly, sit down first, I'll bring you a cup of tea." "Benefactor?" The salesman's eyelids jumped. It was the first time they had seen the manager groveling so much. His words and behavior filled with respect. Even when facing Zhao Hua, the manager hadn't been in this pleasing attitude. "Ah, that's right, this gentleman is our boss's lifesaver, and can be said to be the biggest customer in our store." "What?" The several female salespersons changed drastically, their eyes filled with trepidation. Recalling the way they had just spoken out against Su Chen and had a bad attitude, there was a bad premonition in their hearts. "What did you guys do to the boss's benefactor?" The manager was also aware of the several female salesmen doing something wrong and immediately said coldly, "We didn't know that this gentleman is the boss's savior. So, the service wasn't very good." "What? You guys dare to disrespect the boss's benefactor?" The manager was instantly enraged. "I'm sorry, manager. Not apologize to me. Apologize to the benefactor." Several women desperately apologized towards Su Chen, their voices trembling. "Sir, I'm sorry, we were wrong. It was our fault just now. I hope you will be generous and forgive us. We promise to change." At this moment, several female sales were as colorful as dirt. Where was the high and mighty stance like before? The manager laughed and went forward with his face. "Mr. Su, the people under him don't know what they're doing. It's me who didn't lead them well. Don't worry, I will definitely punish them. Your people, you look after yourself," Su Chen said, with this terrified look on the manager's face. Even if Su Chen didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't let those unqualified sales go. "Help me go through the formalities for this car." Su Chen pointed at the used car. The manager was slightly stunned, then said, "Mr. Su, are you sure? Do you want to take a look at another car?" "No need, just that one." "Okay, no problem. You wait a moment." The manager nodded his head like pounding garlic, and was very skillful in doing Su Chen's work. Swipe the card. Su Chen handed the bank card to the manager. "The underlings don't know any better and have messed with you. As an apology, this car will be given to you for free. Plus you're the boss's savior. I wouldn't dare to charge you." "Alright then." Su Chen just wanted to drive the car away and find a place to pick up the antique. A few tens of thousands of things, so Suwa didn't be polite with the manager. The few female sales next to him, although they received a reprimand, they still looked down on Su Chen inwardly. It's not just the boss's lifesaver. It's not some great big shot. As for being so polite to him, who says it's not? In the end, it's just a poor guy who buys used cars. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. The sales from the Bugatti Veyron side called. "Mr. Su, the car has been cleaned. Do you need me to send it over to you?" "Okay, drive over. I'm at the auto store next to you." A minute later, a Bugatti Veyron appeared in the line of sight. This domineering as a king-like sports car immediately ushered in an uproar once it appeared. A group of female sales eyes looked straight. "My god, this car seems to cost $30 million, right? Quickly, take pictures and send them to your friends. My goodness, I want to know the owner of the car inside. I want to give him a monkey." The Bugatti Veyron sports car drove directly towards Su Chen's location. Su Chen has not reacted yet. Several female sales excited gusts of screaming. The car is driving over. "You guys, is the car owner looking at one of us? Who on earth is which lucky one? Gosh, I'm so excited." A few female sales hurriedly straightened their clothes, lifting the hem of their skirts upwards and unbuttoning one of their clothes. However, out of the car came a beautiful saleswoman. What blew their minds was that the beautiful saleswoman walked towards Su Chen. "Sir, please check the situation." Su Chen sat in the car and inspected it. Then he nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Sir, this is your car key. In the future, you are a lifetime member of our store, so if you have any needs in the future, Just order. A group of people looked dumbfounded. This $30 million sports car was Su Chen's? For a while, a few female sales faces flamed. Su Chen nodded his head and gave the female sales an address. I'll give you an address. Please help me drive the car home. Immediately afterward, he drilled into the abandoned second-hand car and left in a cloud of dust. This scene made a group of people so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Buying a $30 million car and not sitting in it, but sitting in a tens of thousands of dollars of broken used car. This operation. Astonishing. Are all rich people so capricious? Chapter 22 Two Professors Shock. Besides, Su Chen, through the navigation, he drove to a place where no one was. At this time, a window popped up on the cell phone, detected that the owner has changed the future, obtaining a reward for divine perspective. A dazzling golden light then flashed up and surged into Su Chen's body. God-level perspective? Su Chen was slightly stunned. He was waiting for a red street light, and there were a few cars parked in front of him, focusing his attention slightly. Immediately afterward, he directly saw the person driving through the car. It was a female driver. Su Chen even saw what kind of underwear the other party was wearing. Black lace. Su Chen quickly retracted his gaze. He wasn't some kind of lustful person. Just now, he was just trying out this amazing superpower. It didn't occur to him that the ability would be so fierce. The cell phone vibrated once again. Upgrade mission, change future events 2/10. Fong Sun looked at this message pop up. He had to speed up changing the future to do it. He was looking forward to what the phone would look like after the upgrade. Soon, the car drove to a deserted place. He took a tool and removed the car window. With divine perspective, Su Chen easily found something hidden in the car window. Looking at a black bag, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Opening it, it was a landscape painting. This painting could be worth more than the real Tang Bohu painting. It could be sold for $200 million. Su Chen put the painting away carefully and immediately went to find an expert to appraise it and give a price. Inside the appraisal hall, two old men stood side by side. One of them was Professor Song, who Su Chen had met not long ago, and the other one, also famous in the appraisal circle, Professor Sun. Everyone called him Professor Sun. The two had known each other since they were studying, and had always fought openly and secretly, with no one convincing anyone. Prof. Sun said smilingly, Old Song, I received a very talented disciple, only 30 years old. In this piece of appreciation, 30 years old is indeed a very young person. Professor Sun said while taking out a pair of paintings and calligraphy, proudly saying, Come, see how this painting is. It can sell for $30 million. It's the one that my disciple received. Awesome, right? The two men had fought for their entire lives, and they couldn't fight high or low. So, Prof. Sun used his disciple as a breakthrough. The implication of this is to say, look at how powerful my disciple is. Professor Song originally didn't want to pay attention, but seeing Professor Sun's smugness with his nostrils turned upwards, couldn't help but say, this talent of your disciple is nothing. I met a young man in the Antique Street 2 days ago. He was only in his early 20s and looked like he had just graduated from university. With $1 million, he received a genuine Tang Bohu painting worth $50 million. Professor Song lamented. Oh, it's probably a blind cat that got lucky. Professor Sun was first stunned, then raised his eyebrows and said unconvincingly. Professor Song was not happy when he heard this. I was there and saw it with my own eyes. People that have amazing eyesight to be able to discover the hidden mysteries in the painting. Professor Sun laughed and shook his head. Oh, a little doll in his early 20s. What can he know about treasure appreciation? It is estimated that even our line of work is not into it. Old Song, you don't see that my disciple is too good and deliberately made up someone, right? This kind of thing, do I have to make it up? At this time, Su Chen walked in. Professor Song's eyes lit up and patted Professor Sun next to him. Old Sun, the treasure appreciation genius I just told you about is this young man. After saying that, he quickly stepped forward. Young friend, we meet again. Professor Song, hello. Su Chen greeted politely. He did not expect that he would meet the appraisal expert. Professor Song, here again. Noticing that Su Chen was carrying a black bag in his hand, Professor Song immediately asked, Little friend, what good things have you collected again? A painting. Su Chen replied. Professor Sun stepped forward unhurriedly. Young man, this old Song is praising you in front of me one after another, almost blowing you up to the sky, saying that you have a discerning eye and are a rare treasure appreciation genius. Can you show old me what treasures you've brought this time? Little friend, take out the treasure you've collected and show it to this fat man. Prove that what I said was right and hit him hard in the face. Professor Song also had extremely high expectations for the painting. Then please ask the two old men to help me see how the painting is. Su Chen smilingly took out the painting. Su Chen was originally here to sell the painting. Now that he had these two experts to appraise it, he could save a lot of trouble. At first, Professor Sun had a disbelieving expression. thinking that Professor Song was exaggerating. However, when he saw Su Chen unfold the painting, Prof. Sun looked dumbfounded, because this painting was not simple. Even he himself had never received such a good painting. The eyes of Prof. Sun at the side became more and more translucent as he looked at the painting with excitement. This painting is the authentic work of Huang Tingjian from the Northern Song dynasty. The content of the painting involves landscapes and the mood is extremely high. The most important thing is the inscription on this painting, which is forceful and dashing. Little friend, where did you get this painting from? Su Chen naturally would not reveal that this painting was found through the future news and then in an abandoned used car. Instead, he replied with a pretense of modesty. A random purchase at a ground stall. It was just a stroke of luck. That store owner probably didn't expect that this one would be a real painting. Luck? Little friend, you are so modest. Most people only know that Huang Tingjian is a famous calligrapher, with calligraphy on par with Su Shi, but they don't know that Huang Tingjian's painting skills are equally outstanding. So many people will naturally think of this painting as a fake, but in reality, only those who really know what they're doing can realize how precious this painting is. Good painting. This painting has an extremely high collector's value. At the very least it can be sold for $200 million. Prof. Sun sighed. In earlier years, I also met a painting of Huang Tingjian's, only I didn't understand it at that time and missed it. Little friend, you do deserve some praise from Old Song. In terms of appraisal, you are the most talented child I have ever seen. If you are given 10 years of in-depth study, your future definitely surpasses Old Song and I. How about it? Do you want to be my student? Professor Sun was also in love with talent and wanted to catch Su Chen as a good seedling. However, Su Chen didn't need to learn any specialized treasure identification knowledge at all. He could easily find treasures just based on the news provided by his cell phone. Immediately, he smiled and politely refused. Prof. Sun, thank you for your kind words. It's just that I don't have much interest in this piece of appraisal. In that case, if you change your mind one day, you can always come to me. Professor Sun nodded with slight regret and did not force himself. The passers-by on the side came up to check out the amazing paintings. With the affirmation of appraisal experts like Professor Sun and Professor Song, the painting was quickly bought. Moreover, it was unsuspectingly sold for $200 million. It was the same as what the news said. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone began to vibrate at this time. Stump, 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 continuous beeps. For news about the future appeared. Chapter 23, Su Chen's Suggestion. 2022, July 5th. Hua Ming Group stock heat wanes and begins to decline. Exit the mass market. 2022, July 6th. Gold worth $50 million is found underneath the old mansion. 2022, July 7th. Shocking. A waste stone that no one wanted was found to have a sky-high emerald price. 2022, July 8th. A shocking scene. A beautiful woman returning home from work meets fleeing robbers and is abducted. Su Chen carefully looked at the titles of these 4 news items. The first 3 were news about making money, and they were all normal. But the 4th one made him subconsciously raise his eyebrows. Fugitive hijacks beautiful woman. It was unthinkable that this kind of thing could still happen under this harmonious society, whether it was to get a cell phone reward or to maintain law and order. Since he saw this kind of news, Su Chen naturally wouldn't sit idly by. He carefully looked at the exact time. It was a few days later. There was still time to prepare. He opened the first future news. Hua Ming Group stock heat wanes and begins to decline. Exit the mass market. The news detailed that the crazy period of Hua Ming Group stock had passed. Next, the price of this stock wouldn't rise much. Instead, it would begin to show a downward trend in the following 2 days. Seeing this, Su Chen knew it was time to sell off Hua Ming Group stock. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Linger. Senior sister, how much money did I make on that stock I bought? Su Chen, your vision in the beginning was really great. That stock was purchased from the time it was purchased until now. 3 days. The price has continued to rise, and I just looked at it, and it earned you a total of $60 million. And I reckon it will go up in the future. On the other end of the phone, Chu Linger said with great excitement. Although it wasn't her who made money, Su Chen was a client under him. Making $60 million in 3 days had already broken her company's securities record. She was watching Su Chen create a miracle. $60 million? Okay, senior sister, please help me take out all the money, Su Chen said indifferently, because according to the future news, Hua Ming Group stock would not rise until today. It will start to fall tomorrow and the next 2 days. So, there was no point in continuing to keep the money in this stock. What? An exclamation of surprise came out from the other side of the phone. This stock is very sought after in the stock market. Many people can't even buy it if they want to. You can just lie down and make money. Are you sure you want to sell it? There's no way. I lost more than $100 million on other investments. Now I'm bankrupt. I can only sell this stock to pay off my debts. Su Chen pretended to look helpless. He didn't want to say more about what he was going to do by selling the stock, and immediately made up a random reason. That's so. Chu Linger let out a sigh of relief. If it was to pay off debts, then there was indeed no way out. Doing this line of finance was indeed like this. Too many ups and downs. Su Chen had just picked up momentum, but he didn't expect to lose all his money again in the blink of an eye. Then do you have any money on you now? I can lend you some. Where are you? I'll come out on leave and accompany you for a walk. Perhaps for some people, after learning that Su Chen had turned into an ordinary person, they became indifferent or directly broke contact. But Chu Linger didn't. After she knew that Su Chen had no money, her attitude didn't change. Instead, it was filled with worry and concern. She knew that Su Chen must be having a hard time in his heart. After all, it was turning from a billionaire into an ordinary person. With this huge discrepancy, the heart must have suffered a considerable blow. She was afraid that Su Chen would not be able to think straight and do something stupid. I'm fine. Su Chen's heart was warmed. He naturally felt Chu Linger's concern. This kind of concern was something he had rarely seen since he came out of society. I was originally an ordinary person. Well, just think of it as using a regal experience card. Ha ha. Hearing Su Chen's optimistic tone, Chu Linger inwardly let out a sigh of relief. I've already taken out the money and hit your account. In the future, invest again when you see fit. Don't be as casual as you were last time. Chu Linger said. Okay, school sister. Su Chen kindly reminded. Oh yeah, this stock of Hua Ming Group will start to fall in the next 2 days. And even today, there will be a horizontal market that doesn't go up but not down. If you also bought this stock, then you can dump it in these 2 days, because the price will start falling in 2 days. Really? Chu Linger asked in surprise. She had followed the trend and bought some Hua Ming Group stock 2 days earlier, and was still planning to dump it in a few more days. After all, Hua Ming Group stock was in a great place right now. Trust me. After Su Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chu Linger operated on the computer, selling the Hua Ming Group stocks in Su Chen's account, because Hua Ming Group stocks were sought after. The stocks held by Su Chen were sold by the stockholders in seconds the instant they were sold. At this time, Chu Linger's cell phone rang. It was her best friend calling. Her bestie also played stock speculation, only that she went abroad to shoot a movie some time ago, so she missed the domestic news. A soft and sticky voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll transfer $10 million to you. Quick, quick, quick. Help me buy Hua Ming Group stocks. Okay, immediately help you buy. Don't be anxious. Chu Linger subconsciously went to operate. However, the movement in her hands suddenly stopped. She thought of what Su Chen had just said. Inexplicably, she repeated Su Chen's words with her best friend. There's not much point in buying Hua Ming Group stock now. It won't go up much. It'll even enter the sideways market right away. And it'll go down in 2 days. What? The voice on the other end of the phone was surprised. Sister, you're not mistaken, right? That Hua Ming Group stock has a great momentum now. How could it not go up? Do you have gossip? No. Chu Linger's face went red, somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, the Hua Ming Group stock had a great momentum right now, and if you bought it, you could make money lying down. It was the complete opposite of what she said. Chu Linger slapped her forehead with her jade hand and muttered, Su Chen is just a newcomer who just played with finance, and his analysis isn't necessarily right. I'm really confused and don't have my own judgment. She came back to her senses and said towards the phone, buy $10 million of Hua Ming Group, right? I'll buy it for you now. However, just as she was about to buy it, the stock market began to change. The Hua Ming Group stock that had rocketed rapidly 2 days ago, and just now the stock price did not rise. Chu Linger's beautiful eyes widened as her heart thumped inwardly. Hua Ming Group stock really didn't dally up again like before. Instead, it entered a horizontal market. It did not rise and did not fall. This also meant that Hua Ming Group stock had passed the period of madness. A subsequent fall was possible. Goodness, it's really like what Su Chen said. Linger, don't buy that stock. If you do, dump it for me immediately. On the phone, came the voice of her best friend urging her. She also sensed something wrong from it. Didn't buy it. Chu Linger said, could it be that you really have a tip? BFF asked. It's from one of my schoolmates. He said that Hua Ming Group stock won't go up much in the next 2 days, and that it will start to fall after 2 days. Oh yeah. He bought $100 million of stock at a low price before Hua Ming Group announced that they had invented an anti-aging drug. It can be said that he is the person who gained the most from the stock market this time. Wow, this elementary school brother of yours is amazing. Emotion came out from the other side of the phone. He must have been speculating in stocks for many years, right? Otherwise, it's impossible to buy a cold stock like Hua Ming Group. Chu Linger said. On the contrary, him looking for me to buy Hua Ming Group stock was his first time speculating in stocks. What? The voice on the other end of the phone went a few tones higher. Chapter 24 Landlord. Plus Su Chen's side. He took out all the money, and the stock market turmoil didn't have much to do with him anymore. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at the news. Gold worth $50 million was found underneath the old mansion. Su Chen looked at this news and came to be interested. Immediately, he opened the news and scrutinized the content. On July 3rd, the real estate came to a young man, commissioned to sell the old mansion. It so happened that on that day, a businessman came to the real estate center and wanted to buy a house for storage. The two reached a deal, and on July 6th, the businessman found a large amount of gold, valued at $50 million, underneath the old mansion. According to the investigation, that gold was left from the Qing dynasty period and had nothing to do with the owner of the old mansion. Su Chen read the message and looked at the time. There were still 2 hours before the young man arrived at the second-hand house. The time was still not too late. He had to rush to buy the house first before completing the transaction. However, it was inconvenient to drive a broken used car. It's a pain in the ass to drive. Not to mention it eats gas. Right, didn't he buy a Bugatti Veyron? Fonson just wanted to take the calligraphy and painting in the broken used car. So let the sales drive the Bugatti Veyron back to the rental house where he lives. Go back and get the car first. Su Chen casually stopped a cab and went back to his rental room. The rental room Su Chen lived in was in an old building. The reason why he chose to live here was because the rent was cheap. The rent was less than 3,000 a year. At that time, Su Chen did not hesitate to sign a 1-year contract in order to cure his ex-girlfriend. As a result, he found out that the water and electricity here were not moving, and the roof would leak when it rained. So he had to take a basin to catch the rainwater. Su Chen recalled the past, feeling a burst of heartache. Waiting for a period of time have to buy a villa. Treat yourself well before. Su Chen stepped out of the cab and saw his Bugatti Veyron at a glance. The sale stood by the side, waiting patiently. Seeing Su Chen coming, she politely went forward and handed over the keys with both hands. Mr. Su, this is your car key, please take it. If you have any needs, you can contact me at the first time. Okay, good work. Su Chen nodded towards the sales. He took the keys and was about to get in the car. Behind him, someone suddenly yelled out to him. Su Chen, you came just in time. Su Chen turned his head to look. In the distance, a woman with a bloated body and a chicken nest head walked quickly. She was the landlord of Su Chen's rented room. Su Chen looked at her expressionlessly. Something wrong? According to reason, the landlord's relationship with the tenant should be considered cordial, and then again, the relationship should also be considered to be going through the motions. However, Su Chen did not have any good feelings towards this landlord, and was even disgusted inwardly. The reason is very simple. This landlord is not a good person. Before Su Chen moved in, he asked about the utilities, but after he moved in, the landlord directly doubled his utilities. Always let Su Chen run errands, but Su Chen door handle is broken. Make a phone call to the landlord. A month to not come to repair. It rained heavily. The house leaked. Su Chen called her about it. But his impatient sentence, love to live, do not live on the roll. Later, Su Chen realized that the landlord has put a few tenants polite away. As a result of signing a year's contract, paid a year's money, the landlord made a lot of money by squeezing the tenants away. This kind of person, don't mention how disgusting. What are you doing with a smelly face? Don't forget, it's the old lady who gave you the doghouse in charity. When the landlord saw Su Chen's expression, she immediately became furious and said. Su Chen simply ignored her and turned his head to leave. Stop, did I allow you to leave? Come over and move things for me. I bought a refrigerator. Hurry up. The landlord crossed her arms with a lofty look. Those who didn't know, thought she was Su Chen's boss. Someone beside her saw the new refrigerator, and immediately asked with some curiosity, if this kind of big object is delivered to your door, won't the company side send someone to help you move it up? The landlord let out a sigh. If you ask those workers to move things, you still have to pay for the labor. It's not cost effective. Letting this cheap labor move it saves money. Why not do it? She glared at Su Chen. Move it carefully for me. If it's bumped and broken, you'll pay the original price. Oh no. Double compensation. No time. Su Chen simply ignored this landlord. Previously, Su Chen had just come here and didn't see the landlord's true colors. He had foolishly helped her move things and climbed to the 5th floor tiredly. When the stuff was put down and he didn't even drink the water, the landlord kicked him out. The reason was that he was too dirty and smelly. Since then, Su Chen decided not to do this landlord any favors. Egu, you've gone against the grain. Don't forget, you're still renting my house. If I hadn't been kind enough to give you a place to live, you wouldn't even have a ing doghouse. Don't even look at yourself. If you don't move my stuff, starting tomorrow, the rent and utilities will be doubled. When Su Chen heard this, he smiled. I signed a 1-year rent contract with you. Before it expires, if you increase the price during the contract validity period, it's a breach of contract. The increase can't take effect, and you have to compensate me for double the deposit. The landlord was furious. The most crucial thing was that she couldn't talk back even if she was choked. Don't mention how difficult it was. At this time, the landlord saw Su Chen walking towards a luxury car. She had just heard some people say that the luxury car cost more than $10 million. Su Chen, that kid, probably wanted to go up and see the world. The landlord immediately sneered and said, "What are you looking at? A poor guy like you is working hard for the rest of your life. You can't afford to buy one tire of that luxury car. Sorry, this car is mine." Su Chen smiled. The landlord was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. "If you had the money to buy a sports car like this, would you still be living in this rented room?" What a laugh. "Please bring some brains before you lie, okay?" Su Chen didn't respond either. It just pressed the key. The headlights of the sports car lit up and the doors unlocked. Su Chen got into the car and left in a cloud of dust. The landlord behind him looked directly dumbfounded, surprised to the point where her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Is this still the beggar Su Chen she remembered sitting in an electric car and delivering takeaways? How is he sitting in a luxury car with over $30 million? Besides, Su Chen sighed. He directly drove to the real estate, ready to find that young man. Before entering the door, Su Chen heard the sound of argument coming from inside. He only saw a young man with a bag on his back, saying angrily, "I say buddy, you're too black, aren't you? You just said that you can take my old mansion for $500,000, and now it's become $200,000. A full double of the price difference." The young man was furious, and across from him, a middle-aged man sat on a chair, slowly and leisurely drinking tea. He came here to buy a second-hand house as a warehouse, and when he heard that there happened to be a listing, he purposely asked someone to check this young man's information. This check, he didn't expect to reap an unexpected surprise. "Dang Hui, your father went bankrupt in business, and now the banks and lenders are blocking your doorstep to ask for money. Today is the deadline they gave your family. Without raising the money they will remove all your family's things. Am I right?" Chapter 25 Snapping Face. Tang Hui came out to sell the old mansion at the burning moment. Naturally, he needed money very much to go back to put out the fire. For Tang Hui, time is money. The man also knew that he was eager to cash in, which was why he pressed the price hard here. "The price I've been giving on my side is $200,000. Whoever can buy your house for $500,000. The man called Deng Hui was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was in desperate need of money right now, and he was going to bring it back today. "Alright, 200,000 is 200,000. Tang Hui sighed helplessly. The corner of the man's mouth hooked into a victorious smile. "Sign the contract." He placed the contract and pen in front of Deng Hui. At this moment, the man was happy in his heart. He went to see the old mansion that Deng Hui had mentioned. It was quite large, with 100 square feet. It was that the transportation was not too convenient, but it is more than enough for stacking goods. Most importantly, the original price of $500,000 was now pressed down to $200,000 by him. He saved $300,000. Deng Hui's hand holding the pen was trembling. His heart was unwilling. He was not willing to sell the old mansion. Even more so, he was not willing to sell it cheaply like this. But in order to pay off the debt, he had no choice. If he didn't take the money to those loan sharks today, they would really do anything. Just as Deng Hui was signing the contract, "Slow down." Su Chen pressed his hand. "Little Chen?" Deng Hui's eyelids jumped in surprise when he saw Su Chen. "Blackie, it's me." Su Chen smiled. This young man in front of him was named Deng Hui, because he had dark skin since he was an hour old. Everyone called him Blackie. Deng Hui was Su Chen's former neighbor before his family moved away. Su Chen always remembered this childhood friend. When Su Chen's family was poor, Heizhi often sneaked around with the family's money and bought him things to eat as a big brother. For this, Su Chen had always been grateful for this. Now seeing that Blackie was about to jump into the fire pit, Su Chen naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. "Your old mansion. I'll take it," Su Chen said indifferently. Are you serious?" Deng Hui froze and subconsciously asked. In his memory, Su Chen's family wasn't very well off. Could it be that Su Chen had gotten rich after not seeing him for all these years? "Of course it's serious. Just tell me if it's for sale or not." Su Chen nodded his head. The man next to him had a green face. "Wasn't this coming to steal business? It was hard to let the duck in your mouth fly away. I'm willing to take that place for $250,000. Kid, that's not a low price. Think about it." The man raised the price a bit. Although he lost some profit, there was still money to be made for him. When Deng Hui heard this, he looked at the man with a contemptuous face. This man knew that he was in a hurry to realize the old mansion, so he crazily suppressed the price, which was twice as low as his expected value. Now, he even had the face to say that the price offered was not low. Tang Hui directly disliked him back. "Oh, even if I sell it to my friend for $200,000, I won't sell it for $250,000 to a crooked businessman like you." The man's face changed greatly. It wasn't that he was called a traitor by Blackie. Rather, he felt that there was a falsehood in this. Who in their right mind would have trouble with money? Wasn't this clearly an act? Thinking of this, the man laughed. The acting skills of these two young people were too tender to fool him at all. This price of $250,000 is already my limit. I won't add another dime, the man said in a cloudy manner. Don't think I don't know that you two are acting here, trying to trick me into raising the price. Anyway, my words are here. The price is over $250,000. I don't want this house. You sell it to that person. After saying that, the man wrapped his hands around his chest. With an expression of watching a good show, he looked at Su Chen. He wanted to see how the trust that Deng Hui had invited should continue to act. Perhaps, the two people had no choice but to sell it for $200,000 in the end in a grayish manner. However, Su Chen's next words made the man's jaw almost drop to the ground. I'll use $1 million to collect your old mansion. Su Chen spoke faintly. What? Deng Hui's eyelids jumped. Even the man, and the sales in the store all looked dumbfounded. Deng Hui's old mansion was good, with a good location and a large area space. The valuation given by the real estate side was $500,000. However, Su Chen unexpectedly acquired it for $1 million. It's more than double. You think you're a sucker? Fake, right? In fact, the reason why Su Chen was willing to pay $1 million, it was because Deng Hui was his childhood friend, and now that his friend was in trouble, he should help. Besides, when he dug up the gold in the ground, he could make $50 million backhandedly. This $1 million would be insignificant. Are you willing to pay? Su Chen asked. Willing? Of course. Deng Hui's eyes glowed and he nodded repeatedly. Originally, his heart valuation was $500,000. Su Chen gave him an extra $500,000 this time. The man next to him snorted coldly, watching these two people acting. Make it look like it's real. I don't believe you can come up with $1 million. The eyes of the several female salesmen looking at Su Chen were also half believing. This young man, could he come up with $1 million? That wasn't a small amount. Ding! Deng Hui's cell phone received a bank text message pop up. $1 million arrived. The smile on the man's face condensed. It wasn't an act. It was really paid. The several guides were also staring at Su Chen with wide eyes. Incredulous. $1 million directly arrived in seconds. This was too rich, right? The money has arrived. The money has arrived. Deng Hui was first stunned. Then he was ecstatic. He looked at Su Chen with a grateful face. Xiao Chen, thank you. I won't ask you for more of this money. When I pay off my family's debts, I'll return the rest of the money to you. Su Chen's willingness to buy his old mansion at the normal price was already doing him a big favor. Naturally, Deng Hui couldn't bear to let Su Chen lose money. Su Chen also had his own principles. No need. If you say $1 million, it's $1 million. Deng Hui couldn't argue, so he had to give up. Immediately, he called the money to his family to pay off the debt. Afterwards, the two signed the contract, and Su Chen became the owner of the house. Taking out the car keys, the lights of the Bugatti Veyron next to him flashed. Deng Hui people looked dumbfounded. Su Chen driving such a luxurious sports car? Get in. I'll send you back. Su Chen twisted his head to look at Deng Hui, then said, good. Immediately afterward, the two people took the car and left in the dust. When they saw this scene, the crowd was so surprised that their jaws dropped to the ground. My God, this handsome guy is too rich, isn't he? $1 million to buy an old mansion, driving a tens of millions of Bugatti. This is the real and true tycoon. Can't do it. I feel like I'm going to be short of oxygen. Oops, I forgot to go up and ask for contact information. Whoops, missed a chance to meet a tycoon. The man watched Su Chen get into the Bugatti Veyron, his eyelids jumping wildly, so surprised that he didn't know what to say. He had just said that Su Chen was an actor hired by Deng Hui. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Chapter 26, Running Errands for the Boss. And this scene also happened to be recorded by someone and posted on the internet. The matter of black-hearted merchants deliberately suppressing the price and Su Chen acquiring his friend's old mansion at a high price. It quickly spread online. For a while, many netizens were accusing that businessman of being black-hearted. What does that man do? Knowing that others are in desperate need of money, he still presses the price so hard. No conscience? Upstairs, the man in the video who maliciously pressed the price is named Su Wei. He is the manager of the Donghai Baijiu factory. He keeps two mistresses outside, domestically abuses his wife, and often deducts the wages of his employees. Someone broke the man's information. I didn't expect that the manager of the Baijiu factory would be such a person, and from now on, I'll be black for life against the family liquor factory. That's right, this person called Su Wei is too disgusting. How did the Baijiu group let such a person become a manager? Immediately afterward, Su Wei received a call from the company's owner. Before he could say anything, a growl came from the other end of the line. Look at what you've done to yourself. Now our group's reputation has been ruined by you. From now on, you're fired. Pack up your things and get the hell out of here. Su Wei's face was ashen. He never expected that he would fail to press the price and even lose his job. It was really a case of lifting a rock and hitting his own foot. After learning that Su Wei had been fired, the netizens also felt great joy. Soon, a group of netizens discussed the protagonist of this incident. Su Chen again. This is being rich and capricious? Kneel for the big man. I want to know that big handsome guy so much. If I'm with him, I'm going to milk him dry. $1 million for it. Little brother was so handsome and domineering when he said that. Love, love, love. Besides, Su Chen, he didn't even think that buying a house by himself could also trigger discussions among netizens. At the moment, he was sitting in the car, sending Deng Hui home. Along the way, Su Chen slowly learned about Deng Hui's affairs over the years. Deng Hui's old family's house was demolished and he got a few $1 million in demolition money. His father took that money to do business. In the past few years, the business has just taken off. But as a result, some time ago, he was counted on by a partner. Loss of bankruptcy not to mention, but also owed a butt of debt. The family sold their house and car, but still could not fill the hole. They had no choice but to focus on the old house. Thanks to Su Chen's life-saving money, the group of troublemakers left. Mom and Dad, I'm back. It was Xiao Chen who sent me back. Tang Hui pushed open the door and walked in. Is Xiao Chen here? Haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown into a big young man, tall and handsome. Tang Hui's mother came out smilingly to greet him. Su Chen laughed. Hello auntie, you still look as young as you did 10 years ago. Ha ha, this child has been sweet-talking since childhood. Quick, sit inside, Deng Hui's mother urged. She was hospitable and poured a cup of steaming tea for Su Chen. What? Little Chen is here? Inside the room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out quickly. He was Tang Hui's father, Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang knew through his son's phone call that when buying and selling a second-hand house, he met a man who maliciously lowered the price. In the end, it was Su Chen who acquired their family's old house and gave a price higher than the market. Deng Zhang was filled with gratitude. In his eyes, Su Chen was a lifesaver. Little Chen, I really thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, our family might have. Tang Zhang bitterly smiled. A show of hands. Su Chen said, Uncle and Aunt, how much money do you guys owe? Is there any that you haven't paid off? When Su Chen mentioned it like this, Deng Hui's family's expression became ugly. Deng Hui's mother emotionally spoke. Those moneylenders are really heartless, forcing us to pay back the money. We paid back the principal, and they said the interest wasn't paid back. The interest was even higher than the principal. When we first borrowed the money, they clearly said they didn't want the interest. When we couldn't pay it back, they took stones and smashed my windows in the middle of the night, and poured black dog blood on my front door. Deng Hui's mother's eyes were red and she secretly wiped away her tears with her cuffs. Just now they even rushed into the house, ready to snatch everything away. Speaking of this, the atmosphere in the house was once sad. Deng Hui couldn't bear to see his mother sad and squeezed out a smile. Alright, isn't this paying off all the money? It's all in the past. Yes, it will get better in the future. Deng Zhang nodded his head. Tang Hui's family chatted with Su Chen about some things from their childhood, and the atmosphere slowly eased up. At this time, Tang Hui suddenly remembered something, then looked at Su Chen. Little Chen, you're a big boss now, giving me $1 million without blinking your eyes, and driving a tens of millions of dollars sports car. Feeling that shock in his friend's eyes, Su Chen didn't want his friendship with Deng Hui to be adulterated by money. At that moment, he opened his mouth and said, this money is from my boss. I'm just an errand boy. He asked me to collect a house, saying that the price is not a problem. There's also that car, which he lent me to drive. Oh, so it's like this. Deng Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He said so. It turned out that Su Chen was working for his boss. If Su Chen was a billionaire, that would be too terrifying. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Xie Chang who made a call. Benefactor, I wonder if you have time tomorrow night? I want to invite you to an auction. There are quite a few antiques there, and I want you to come and help look at them then. The address is Shangnian Villa. The reason why Xie Chang invited Su Chen, it was because he had deliberately checked Su Chen's information. This was a shock when he didn't check. $100 million to buy Hua Ming Group stock at a low price, creating a stock market miracle. $1 million to buy a painting, only to find out that it was a genuine painting of Tang Pak Fu worth $30 million. Also sold him a diamond worth $100 million. No matter how one looked at it, this young man was not simple. Xie Chang didn't just want to ask Su Chen to help appraise the treasure. More importantly, he wanted to make good relations with Su Chen. When Su Chen heard this, his heart stirred. A piece of future news was immediately memorized in his mind. 2022, July 5th. Shock, the waste stone that no one wants has opened up a sky-high jade price. Nowadays, he had divine insight, divine perspective. Checking which stones had heavenly priced jade was simply not too easy. This money was just like picking it up for nothing, but the address was a bit special. Shangnian Villa. Legend has it that the Shangnian Villa is a meeting place for the powerful and wealthy of the East China Sea. Auctions are held there regularly. They sell antiques and rocks. In order to protect the privacy of the guests, they must wear a mask when entering the villa. Su Chen thought that this point was quite good. At the very least, if any treasures were opened, it wouldn't be like the two Huang Biao brothers that he met in the antique city, being eyed in mist. And in order to prevent paparazzi and idle people from mixing in, the mountain villa set a rule that an invitation was required. He was worried that he didn't know how to enter the mountain villa. Xia Chang then called and invited him to go over tomorrow night. Su Chen directly agreed. Big brother Xie, I can accompany you tomorrow night. First things first, I don't know how to appraise treasures. Ha ha ha, just playing together. Xia Qing said unimpressed. You give me an address, and I'll have someone send you the invitation to Shangnian Mountain Villa. Okay. Su Chen sent his current location. Chapter 27, The Debtor Comes. Just finished getting this done. Bang bang bang. A grumpy knock sounded at the door. Open the door. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, believe it or not, I'll set fire to your whole family? Deng Hui's family's faces changed drastically when they heard that ferocious voice. This group of loan sharks, why are they back again? Under pressure, Deng Zhang stepped forward to open the door. His wife, on the other hand, took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. At the door stood a bunch of people, each holding a guy in his hand, full of hostility. At first glance, it is a social youth. The leader of the yellow hair said viciously, Dog thing, open the door so slowly. Do you want to die? What are you guys still here for? The money my family owes you guys has already been paid off. Deng Zhang said. Paid it off? Oh, just paid back the principal and the interest from before. Today's interest hasn't been paid yet. That car at the door is your house, right? Give me the key. That car belongs to me. Let's clear this up. Originally, a group of gangsters asked for money and were indeed ready to leave. As a result, they saw Deng Hui going home in a luxury car. They didn't understand what kind of car it was. They just looked very handsome. Immediately, they had evil thoughts and wanted to extort a fortune. You guys are too much. Deng Zhang was so angry that his face turned red. 1 day's interest to make my family pay for a car? That's right, it's a car. Old thing, since you borrowed my money, then honestly pay it back at the interest rate I set. Yellow hair threatened. Don't talk ing nonsense. Hurry up and bring the car keys. Otherwise, I'll have to raise the interest rate. At that time, your family did not have a good day. Deng Hui is at the age of blood and vigor. See the other side of the forceful and insulting family members. He was instantly annoyed. He got up and slammed the table, shouting angrily, This is extortion on your part. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll call the police. The yellow hair in the lead. His face instantly changed. He himself was actually yelled at by a brat. Little brat, who the hell allowed you to talk to me like that? As he spoke, the club in his hand was about to smash towards Tang Hui's head. The speed was so fast that Deng Hui did not react at all. Deng Hui's mother watched her son being beaten, and her heart felt as if 10,000 needles were ruthlessly piercing into it. At the critical moment, it was Su Chen who went up and pulled Deng Hui, dodging that stick. The yellow hair in the lead was slightly stunned. It was unthinkable that someone would be able to dodge the stick of his. He stared at Su Chen, knowing that Su Chen was not simple. Yellow hair said coldly, Little brat, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll even clean you up. Facing the threat, Su Chen just smiled. I'm afraid that all these people of yours together are not enough for me to fight. How dare you? Yellow hair's face was gloomy to the extreme. He picked up his stick and directly smashed it towards Su Chen's head, a look of not stopping until there was blood. However, Su Chen raised his foot and kicked at Yellow hair's chest. Bang! Yellow hair's entire body flew sideways like a toad. Then, both knees landed in front of Su Chen. Click! It was the sound of a shattered kneecap. Yellow hair's group of minions all looked dumbfounded. They all backed up, not daring to come forward. Yellow hair's 5 features were twisted and sweating profusely. He forced himself to endure the pain and said, call someone for me. The junior brother picked up his cell phone and started calling. What to do? Tang Hui's mother asked with a pale face. You guys take Xiao Chen and leave first. I'll handle this place alone. Tang Hui's father had a serious face. He knew that Yellow hair's identity was not simple, and that there was a big brother with great energy behind him. This matter would not end well, and they would not let Su Chen off. Therefore, Tang Zhan let Su Chen go first. No need. I'll stay here and see what he can do. Su Chen had a cloudy face. Pretend. Just keep pretending. Little brat. Do you know that I follow Huang Biao? Master Biao? You injured me. Master Biao won't let you go. Huang Biao? Su Chen felt that this name was a bit familiar. Wasn't it that curio store owner's brother? When the two Huang Biao brothers hit on his money, they were later taken away by Xie Cheng. probably disappeared from this world. This kid, it seems, does not know what Huang Biao meant, foolishly taking Huang Biao as a backer. At this time, a car appeared. Only a man in black with sunglasses appeared in the public eye. When Huang Biao saw the man in black, he was first stunned, then he was ecstatic. This is a great general under Master Xie Qing Xie. Even my big brother, Huang Biao, had to nod his head in greeting when he saw this one. I never thought that my big brother would give me such face, inviting this kind of big brother here to calm the scene. A group of junior brothers heard this and all looked at Huang Mao with adoring eyes. On the other hand, the three members of the family on Tang Hui's side, their faces were extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, Yellow Hair had invited someone from Xie Qing's side. I'm afraid that this matter will be difficult to end well today. Deng Hui's father smiled and said, little brother, this is my family's fault today. I apologize to you. How much money do you want? Name a number. We'll compensate. Please don't make a move on this young man. He's an outsider. He's innocent. Innocent? Yellow Hair laughed, a cruel smile. This kid beat me up so badly. Even if the God of Heaven comes today, he won't be able to save him. What's going on? The man in black walked over to a group of people and frowned. Yellow Hair was ecstatic, and hurriedly pointed his finger at Su Chen. Boss, it's this dog's courageous thing that injured me. The man in black asked in a cold voice. What did you call him? The thing with dog guts. Yellow Hair said stupidly. Snap. The man in black raised his hand and slapped him. This was followed by a kick that knocked Yellow Hair down. Everyone looked dumbfounded. What is this situation? Only to see the man in black speak nonchalantly. This is Mr. Xie's benefactor. How dare you disrespect him? He is Mr. Xie's benefactor? Yellow Hair's demeanor changed so much that he couldn't even speak properly. A group of junior brothers trembled beside them. The big brother that Yellow Hair had called in had backhanded Yellow Hair. The man in black also ignored Yellow Hair and turned his head towards Su Chen, solemnly handing over the invitation. Mr. Su, this is the invitation that our boss asked me to send. Please accept it. Also, did these people do something bad? Su Chen replied indifferently. Sky-high loan sharks, forcing my friend to sell his car and house. Just now, they also said they would take my car to offset today's interest. Understood. I will handle this matter. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for bringing you trouble. The man in black bowed 90 degrees and apologized. Soon after, he called for someone to take Yellow Hair and these people away. I've already figured out the ins and outs of this matter. It's those people who raised the interest rate privately and acted recklessly outside. I will penalize them. The man in black handed over a bank card and respectfully said, the previous high interest has been returned in this card. In addition, there is compensation in the card. Tang Hui's family looked dumbfounded. Not only was Yellow Hair taken away, the interest they had previously paid was also returned. That interest, it was several $100,000. Because of one word from Su Chen, the money was returned? Chapter 28, Nearly Perverse Ability. Xiao Chen is really the savior of our family. Yes, without his help, we wouldn't even be able to get rid of that group of debtors, let alone get this money. We can't take his money for nothing. Dang Hui, you can return the extra money to Xiao Chen later. Do you hear me? Don't worry, Mom. Xiao Chen helped our family so much. I definitely won't be greedy. Deng Hui's family was grateful. Besides, Su Chen, he drove to the old mansion. According to the information provided by the news, after walking to the specific location, moved a tile away, taking a hoe, he started digging. It was good that Su Chen had a god-level physique and god-level perspective. Digging a hole to find gold wasn't that strenuous. After an hour, Su Chen found a black box. The iron box was rusty. According to the news, it was from the Ming dynasty. Experts said that this was an uncultivated forest during the Ming dynasty. At that time, there was a war, so the rich merchants hid the gold here. They thought they would come and get it after the war was over. However, the rich merchant's family had not waited for the end of the war and had already left the world. Su Chen opened the iron box and placed an even gold bar inside. Each gold bar probably weighed about 2 pounds. Su Chen carried the gold to the car, and hadn't thought of what to do with these things. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone vibrated. A pop-up window appeared. Detected that the owner has changed the future and gained the Divine Time Retrogression ability. After using this ability, you can go back in time to 30 seconds ago. If the machine owner dies unexpectedly, it will also trigger the backtracking ability to go back 30 seconds ago. Note, time cannot be continuously retraced. Only the first time node can be returned. Simply put, Su Chen could go back 30 seconds ago whenever he wanted. However, this skill of backtracking could not be used in a stacked manner. That is, no matter how much Su Chen rewinds time, he can only go back to this node 30 seconds ago. It is impossible to go back to 1 minute ago. It was even more impossible to go back to yesterday. After the message was read, a ray of light emanated from the cell phone and entered Su Chen's entire body along his arm. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised. The cell phone had unexpectedly given him such a powerful superpower. Time regression. This kind of superpower could be called perverse. Even if he was assassinated from 1,000 meters away with a sniper rifle, the backtracking effect automatically kicked in. Su Chen was able to go back 30 seconds, thus changing the future. To put it simply, no one in this world could kill Su Chen. Upgrade mission, change future time March 10th. The future had already been changed 3 times. As long as it was changed 7 more times, Su Chen's phone would be upgraded. What the upgrade would look like, Su Chen did not know, but it would definitely be more powerful than the current one. Of course, the cell phone upgrade needed to consume 1 billion, and he had to prepare for it. Su Chen put away his cell phone and drove away from here. Coming to a nearby gold store, he wanted to check the price of gold. Bang! At this time, the sound of a vase breaking came from inside, only to see the gold store owner's face change on the spot, loudly scolding the woman next to him. "What's wrong with you? Breaking my family's heirloom. Pay up. $50,000. The woman, on the other hand, was aggrieved. "I didn't touch the vase at all. I don't know how it fell." Su Chen looked at the vase on the ground and frowned. This boss really opened his mouth. A bottle that cost a few $100s, asking someone to compensate for tens of thousands of dollars. He glanced at the woman, then raised an eyebrow. Su Chen recognized this woman, named Qin Weiwei, a nurse. During his ex-girlfriend Zhang Yi's hospitalization, it was Qin Weiwei who had been taking care of her. This time and time again, Su Chen was also familiar with this nurse. He knew that Qin Weiwei was kind at heart, gentle and considerate. Several times when Su Chen could not pay the medical bills, it was she who managed to drag her feet under pressure. Although she broke up with Zhang Yi now, but Qin Weiwei, this kind girl, Su Chen has always remembered. Seeing that Qin Weiwei was about to be touched, Su Chen couldn't bear it. Reaching out, he snapped his fingers. Everything began to rewind. The pieces returned to their original state. Qin Weiwei and the man returned to where they stood 30 seconds ago. Time rewind. Time went back to 30 seconds ago. Qin Weiwei turned around and watched the vase not far from her fall from the shelf. She wanted to reach out to catch it, but it was already too late. It's over. This was the only thought in her mind. However, a hand smoothly caught the vase. Qin Weiwei looked up. It was Su Chen. Su Chen put the vase back to its original place. "Mr. Su," Qin Weiwei was first stunned, then said with a face full of gratitude, "Thanks to you holding that vase, otherwise it would have been a disaster." She knew, if Su Chen hadn't stepped in to help, then the owner of this store would most likely say that she was the one who broke the thing, and would even make her pay for it. "Small matter." Su Chen gently smiled. "It's not a small matter." Qin Weiwei patted her chest with a shocked expression. "That store owner has been staring at me viciously. If I break this vase, I don't know how much money I'll have to pay. Mr. Su, let me treat you to a meal. Sort of my thanks. Please don't refuse." Good. Su Chen wasn't a sympathetic person either. Someone invited her to dinner, and it was a beautiful woman, so why not go? At this time, she saw a few people beside her gathered in front of a car, talking about it. "Wow, this car is so handsome. I saw it in a magazine. Bugatti Veyron. It's rumored to have a landing price of $30 million. This Bugatti Veyron is a limited edition. Not more than 30 units in the whole country. This one is unique in Donghai." "Really? So powerful. Quick, take out your cell phone. I want to take a picture with this luxury car." Qin Weiwei's gaze followed suit. It had to be said that Bugatti Veyron was very handsome. "You want to take pictures too?" Su Chen asked. He. "I heard them say that it seems like there are only 30 units of this car in the country, so I want to take a photo with this kind of rare sports car as a souvenir." Qin Weiwei giggled. It wasn't any love of vanity. Qin Weiwei simply liked the shape of this car. Even if this car was a model or just a few tens of thousands of dollars, she would still want to take pictures. "Let's go then." Su Chen nodded and walked towards the Bugatti Veyron. A group of people were keeping their distance from the Bugatti Veyron, not daring to get close, for fear of scraping a bit of paint off. When the crowd saw Su Chen directly walk towards the Bugatti Veyron in a big way, they were immediately startled. "Young man, keep a little distance. The wind is not for you to make out like this." What is this person thinking? Dare to lean that close? This 30 million plus sports car, casually rubbing off some paint would have to pay out several $100,000. Qin Weiwei also breathed a condensation. "Mr. Su, let's take pictures a little bit farther apart to take pictures. In case it rubs against someone else's car, it's not good." Su Chen smiled faintly. "It's fine. This car is mine." He reached into his pocket and took out the car key. The lights came on and the car door unlocked. A group of people looked dumbfounded. The passers-by who had just accused Su Chen of leaning too close. At this moment, their faces were on fire. The fact that the other car owner was leaning close had nothing to do with them. Making fools of themselves here. Chapter 29 Xingyan Mountain Villa. Su Chen pulled open the car door. Let's go. Mr. Su, this car is yours? Qin Weiwei said in surprise. Well, got lucky and won some money from buying a lottery ticket. Su Chen casually found an excuse. Oh, Qin Weiwei let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't some gold-digging woman who disliked the poor and loved the rich. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to help Su Chen make an application to pay for his surgery later when he had no money to pay for his medical bills. Qin Weiwei was just shocked that after not seeing him for a few days, Su Chen was driving such a good car. The two drove to dinner. Afterward, Su Chen sent Qin Weiwei home on his way. Time passed quickly. The next night, Su Chen took the invitation and gladly went to the banquet. Shang Nian Villa. Tonight, this place was very lively, and there were many million-dollar level luxury cars parked in the parking lot. At this time, a Maybach worth $3 million appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Only Zhao Hua, who was dressed in a suit and wore a big back hair, walked out of the car. Walking towards the co-pilot, he opened the door for Zhang Yala. In order to make a splash at the auction tonight, Zhao Hua had taken great pains. First, he carefully dressed up, and then he specially drove his family's best car here. Sure enough, Zhao Hua's poised gentlemanly appearance and the luxury car that was worth a lot of money. Once it appeared in front of the public, it caused quite a commotion. The corner of Zhao Hua's mouth hooked into a playful smile. This was because there were already a few celebrities wearing low-cut long dresses with sexy and hot bodies that were making secret glances towards him. There was even a beautiful woman who took out a business card from her collar and placed it on the table, signaling Zhao Hua to come and get it. Unfortunately, the face value of those few people was almost worse than Zhang Ye's, so Zhao Hua couldn't be interested in them. Zhang Ye was equally enjoying this. She tilted her head up like a proud peacock, but just then, the crowd's gazes swept past her and looked straight back. The commotion in the crowd was even stronger than when Zhao Hua Zhang Ye first appeared. Zhao Hua Zhang Ye and the two of them twisted their heads to look. They only saw an overbearing and handsome Bugatti Veyron that appeared in the middle of the crowd's vision. Wow, this car is so beautiful. I really don't know what it's like to sit in the car. I want to get acquainted with the owner. I have to take the initiative to go up and ask for a contact. A group of people discussed. Zhao Hua didn't look too good. Originally, he was making a splash, but as a result, it was all snatched away by the owner of this Bugatti Veyron. However, the next second, his expression changed even more drastically, because he saw that the person who walked down from the car was Su Chen. The moment Su Chen appeared, countless beauties fell, because this was a big handsome man who was young and golden. They all turned into little fangirls and took the initiative to go up to Su Chen. Zhao Hua was so surprised that he could stuff an egg in his mouth. He subconsciously blurted out, "How come it's this loser again? And he drives a Bugatti Veyron? How can he afford a tens of millions of dollars sports car when he's a poor guy who owes $300,000 in debt?" Zhang Ye scoffed. "Don't forget we were in the car city, watching him bite the bullet and buy tens of thousands of dollars of crappy used cars. If you ask me, he's working as a full-time driver for the big boss." Zhang Ye spoke very loudly, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't see. She was a woman with a strong sense of jealousy. Right now, Su Chen had stolen her thunder, so she naturally had to step on the other party ruthlessly. Moreover, she couldn't stand hypocritical people like Su Chen. Once this was said, the group of beauties had little interest in recognizing Su Chen. They scattered in all directions and fled away. The sports car wasn't Su Chen's at all. He was just a driver. Finding a driver to ask for contact information. How degrading is that? Many people looked at Su Chen with contempt. A stinky driver. What's the point of putting up a show of being a car owner? Almost fooled by this driver. How could a rich man hire this kind of person as a driver? This person is so hypocritical. Foxing around here, driving someone else's luxury car and pretending to be a pussy. It's really disgusting. Looking at this group of extremely snobbish women, Su Chen just smiled without saying anything. He walked out from the car without saying a single word. This group of women stuck up one after another. Now that someone said that he was a driver, this group of women flipped their faces faster than a book. They also accused him of not being and said that he was hypocritical. Su Chen was also too lazy to explain. It was better this way, clearing his ears. Looking at Su Chen did not speak. Zhang Ye inwardly great. She also thought that she disliked Su Chen for being dumbfounded and directly closed herself up. Serves him right. Do not look at what this place is. Is a poor beggar can come? Her boyfriend, Zhao Hua, had also gone through a lot of effort to get an invitation. Zhang Ye felt that she had also done a good thing. A slap woke Su Chen up and told him not to have that unrealistic dream. Alright, the auction has started. Let's go in. Zhao Hua looked down at the time and said slowly. He pulled Zhang Ye towards the entrance gate. Okay day, honey. Zhang Ye wrapped her arms around Zhao Hua with a sweet face. When she saw Su Chen in front of her, Zhang Ye immediately frowned and chortled. What are you looking at? Get lost. You're a stinky driver. Get to the side and wait for your master. I don't know which family's boss has found such an eyeless driver. Zhao Hua said coldly. However, Su Chen simply ignored their words, quickly walking into the mountain villa. Zhao Hua and Zhanya directly froze in place. Then, they let out a burst of sneers. Ha ha ha, this punk couldn't be thinking of participating in the auction, right? It's really going to kill me with laughter. He doesn't take a piss and look at his own virtues, thinking that any cat or dog can enter this mountain villa? Many of the beauties beside them were also covering their mouths and snickering, sending contemptuous glances. In their eyes, Su Chen was a clown who was clamoring for attention. Snap! Su Chen took out the invitation and directly placed it at the ticket check. Sir, inside please, have a nice night. That staff member double-checked the invitation and immediately made a respectful gesture. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Su Chen was really someone who had come to participate in the mountain villa auction. One must know that this invitation letter was extremely rare, and those who could obtain it were all dignified figures in the Eastern Sea. Then Su Chen naturally wasn't just some driver. Zhangya was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Her heart shook. A stinking pauper who had been kicked off by her and was carrying a debt of $300,000, suddenly had a skyrocketing change. He was actually able to come to tonight's auction. At this moment, Zhao Hua let out a miserable cry. How come? My invitation is gone. He felt up and down his pockets and searched carefully. It can't be. My invitation is in my clothes pocket. How did it disappear? Could it be? Which punk picked up our invitation? Zhangya's brain raced. Yes, it must be him. Zhao Hua nodded. The two looked at Su Chen's back and snorted. They thought Su Chen was bucking the trend. After messing up, was turned out to be picking up other people's tickets. Almost got cheated by him. At this time, the manager in charge of the security side of the auction walked in stride. He recognized at a glance that the other party was Zhao Hua, who often played at his venue. Young Zhao, what's wrong? Uncle Dong. Zhao Hua's eyes lit up when he saw his acquaintance. Chapter 30 Black Villain. There's a driver who picked up my invitation and is now blending into the mountain villa. Quick! You quickly take me in to catch him. Zhao Hua reached out and pointed at Su Chen's representative's back. It's that driver. There's such a thing? Good. You come with me. The manager called Uncle Dong led Zhao Hua Zhangya into the mountain villa. Besides, Su Chen. He quickly walked into the venue, ready to change into tonight's uniform attire. He happened to meet Xie Cheng. Big brother Xie. Su Chen greeted. Eunuch? Xie Cheng raised an eyebrow as he listened to that familiar voice. Then he said with great joy, you came just in time. How about taking a look at this treasure pot I just bought? It's said to be from the Song dynasty. Putting it in your home can add blessings and longevity. Xie Cheng said as he raised the curio in his hand. It was a treasure bowl almost the size of a soccer ball. Su Chen didn't know much about this kind of antique, so naturally, he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. However, he looked inside with his divine perspective, and his heart suddenly sank. How about it? This thing is not bad, right? Xie Cheng didn't notice the difference in his demeanor, and instead bragged. The person in charge of this auction is on good terms with me and reserved it especially for me. And this treasure basin, which would cost $30 million to sell to someone else, would only cost $10 million to sell to me. He is not on good terms with you, but is trying to harm you. Su Chen shook his head. What? Xie Cheng was slightly stunned. Su Chen replied solemnly, if you put this treasure pot in your home, a small amount of disasters will occur, and a large amount of your family will be destroyed. Eunuch, are you sure? Xie Cheng asked. Of course. Su Chen knew that no matter how much he said, it would be hard for Xie Cheng to be convinced. The best way was to show him the truth. Su Chen took the so-called treasure pot and directly smashed it on the ground. Immediately, the curio became torn apart. When Xie Cheng saw what was inside that treasure pot, his face instantly became horribly gloomy. It contained a black villain wrapped in oil paper. The villain was extremely hideous looking, emitting a gust of stench and the smell of blood. The scene was bizarre and frightening. The worst part was that the word Xie Cheng was written on the top of the villain's head. Even a big shot of Xie Cheng's caliber felt a chill down his back when he saw the scene. Soon, he realized that this was someone deliberately harming him. Who would believe such a villain when he placed it in his home and said that it brought wealth and fortune to people? Brother Xie, I'm not a professional in this stuff. You send someone else to deal with it. Su Chen looked at the villain on the ground and slowly said, good. I'll send someone to get rid of this thing. When Xie Cheng saw the villain, he was also clogged up inside. Benefactor, you've saved me once again. Xie Cheng looked at Su Chen with a grateful face. However, the words hadn't even finished yet. 3 people rushed out from the side. The manager called Uncle Dong stared at Su Chen with an eerie gaze and said, you really have the audacity of a dog, daring to take someone else's invitation and mix into the mountain villa. Not only that, now you even dare to smash Master Xie's treasures. Where are the security guards? Hurry over. Arrest this guy for me. Zhao Hua and Zhangya, who were on the side, were all gloating at this scene at this moment. Who was Xie Cheng? A powerful man who could turn his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. A big shot who could trigger an earthquake in the Eastern Sea with a single stomp of his foot. However, this little cutie Su Chen dared to drop Xie Qing's things. Isn't this looking for death? Even if one had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough to lose awe. Looking at Xie Qing's gloomy expression, he knew that Su Chen would definitely die tonight. At this moment, Zhang Ye's heart was filled with contempt for Su Chen. Luckily, she had broken up with this bad-brained person, or else wouldn't she have been implicated along with him? Snap! Xie Qing stepped forward and slapped that Uncle Dong's face hard. Who allowed you to speak to Mr. Su like that? A crisp slapping sound made Zhao Hua and Zhang Ye's hearts jump. Uncle Dong received a slap and was directly dumbfounded. He covered his face and subconsciously said, Master Xie, this person is a smelly driver who picked up someone else's invitation to come in. You must not be deceived by him. Driver? Xie Qing smiled. Mr. Su's invitation is from me, not some picking up someone else's stuff to come in. Do you get it? Zhang Ye and Zhao Hua, who were beside him, saw this scene and their entire body was dumbfounded. Su Chen didn't pick up their invitations to come in, but rather, Xie Qing gave him an invitation. This, Zhao Hua was dumbfounded. To know, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet a big shot like Xie Qing. Su Chen was actually able to get an invitation given by Xie Qing. Moreover, judging by his words and demeanor, Xie Qing seemed to be showing some sort of respect to Su Chen. Uncle Dong's face changed drastically, nodding his head as if pounding garlic. Understood. Understood. Get the hell out. Xie Qing chided. Uncle Dong rolled away grayly. Zhao Hua and Zhang Ye also didn't dare to cause trouble and hurriedly followed him out. Xie Qing turned his head to look at Su Chen. He said seriously, Eunuch, if anyone comes after you again, you tell me directly. I'll clean up this gang. It's fine. Some always like to come to show the lower limit of their IQ. I'm too lazy to care. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Xie Qing nodded and asked, by the way Gong, I've always been curious. How did you just tell that there was something strange in this treasure pot? Su Chen gauged that Xie Qing would ask and took out his prepared words. I just knocked and realized that there is something inside this treasure basin, and there is a slight strange sound when I shake it. And, if you smell it carefully, you can find that this treasure pot emits a slight bloody odor. Su Chen's analysis was justified, and many details could be inferred. Only then did Xie Qing come to a realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Su Chen a little more. To have such a sharp observation at such a young age was not simple. Xie Qing said, Gong, you sit down first. I'll go and settle the score with that person. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** fine, wait for me to change my clothes and accompany you. I'm idle and bored anyway, Su Chen said. Good. Su Chen entered the specialized changing room and used the disguise technique to change his appearance, and put on a mask. Let's go. Su Chen walked out and said towards Xie Qing. Xie Qing was slightly stunned. He felt that it was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was strange. It was the feeling that Su Chen was like a different person during the process of changing his clothes. The most obvious thing was that the voice was different. There was some difference, but not much. On the other side, Zhao Hua and the others fled in ashes. Along the way, Uncle Dong was gloomy. This sudden slap in the face. Anyone else would not be happy inside. Zhao Hua was a little bulky inside and hurriedly explained. Uncle Dong, I didn't know that Xie Chang would give that person an invitation. Zhang Yan nodded his head in agreement. Yes, that person we know. Just a stinking beggar. Beggar? Oh, Uncle Dong laughed. People can talk to Master Xia quite happily. How many people in the entire East Sea can do that? You call him a beggar? Zhao Hua was dumbfounded. Uncle Dong stormed out and spoke. It's the two of you, causing me to be beaten by Mr. Xia. Get out. The two of you get out of the mountain villa. The two men were as pale as dirt and ran out of the mountain villa in a grayish manner amidst the heckling. How scenic they were when they came. How wretched they were when they left. Zhang Ye was so angry that his teeth itched. Surname Su, it's all because of you. This punk, causing us to lose face. I hate you. Chapter 31, looking for a scene. Besides, Su Chen. He followed Xie Cheng and went to an office. Old Xie, what's wrong? Leaving you a pot of treasure is too little. You still want to pluck something from me to go? A middle-aged man in a Tang suit greeted Xie Cheng with a smile when he saw him. If I were to collect things away from you again, I'm afraid Xie, would have to become a short-lived ghost. Xie Cheng opened his mouth with a leathery smile. Old Xie, what do you mean by this? A flash of panic appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, followed by a feigned expression of confusion. If he hadn't seen the contents of that treasure pot in advance, Xie Cheng had really been deceived by this fellow's exquisite acting skills. He snapped his fingers, and his men came over and threw the black mannequin in front of the middle-aged man. Li Wu, do you have anything else to say? After the middle-aged man named Li Wu saw the black mannequin, a shocked and unwilling expression flashed by. He continued to act crazy. This What is this? He. This thing was found from the treasure pot you sold me. Shouldn't you know what this thing is by heart? Really good Ali Wu. I bought something from you. There are tens of millions of dollars without 100 million, right? As a result, not only did you sell me a fake, you also cursed me to death with such a vicious thing. Is this how you treat your old buddy? Your old customer? I said I'd sell it. You could have not bought it. It's not like anyone is forcing you. Trading is all about fairness and voluntariness. Did I hold a knife to your neck and force you to buy? It's purely because you looked away yourself. Xia Qing laughed. It's right to look away. I admit it. But you made this thing, obviously specifically to harm me. Do I have to admit it again? Xia Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter? How do you plan to give me an explanation? There's nothing to explain. Seeing that he couldn't fool Xia Qing, Li Wu didn't smile anymore and spoke coldly. Xia Qing waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Smash everything for me." How dare you? Li Wu violently slammed the table. Surname Xie. I'm telling you, this is a venue covered by Master Xia. If you dare to continue messing around, you're slapping Master Xia's face. Xia Qing's movements froze, narrowing his eyes slightly. I told you, why do you suddenly have the guts to dare to mess with me behind my back? So, it's Master Xia covering you. That Master Xia, full name Xia Jingqiang. He was the richest man in East China Sea, worth tens of billions of dollars. It could be said that Xia Jingqiang was the number one person in business in East China Sea. When all the powerful people saw him, they had to politely call out Master Xia. Xia Qing was no exception. He was a big mountain in front of outsiders, but in front of Xia Jingqiang, he was not even close. There was no qualification to wrench with Xia Jingqiang. That's right, how about it? Li Wu directly tore his face off. His tone was arrogant. If you see that I'm not happy, you can smash this place at any time. I'm free to do as I please, but you have to be prepared to bear the wrath of Master Xia. After all, if you smash my venue, you're committing a crime below. You're slapping Master Xia's face. The consequences will be severe. You're using Master Xia to pressure me? Or perhaps, you think Master Xia will protect you? Xia Qing smiled. In the next second, his expression changed drastically and he said coldly, "Smash me. I'll do the talking on Master Xia's side." Xia Chang was a straightforward character, and this matter had already touched his bottom line. If this treasure basin had not been discovered by Su Chen, but had been bought home and offered to him, not to mention the fact that he himself would be implicated, what about the old people at home? Therefore, Xia Qing couldn't bear it. He was bound to take this breath. Even if Master Xia came down in anger, he would still make this villainous Li Wu pay the price. Big brother Xie, if we really smash the store, at that time, even if we are justified, we will become unjustified. At this time, Su Chen came out and said, there are many ways to make people pay the price. It doesn't have to be like this. Xia Qing raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, eunuch, what good idea do you have? Of course I do. Tonight, there should be a raw stone auction here, right? Su Chen asked. That's right. Xia Qing was first stunned, then nodded his head. Then we'll buy the raw stones. As the words fell, Li Wu laughed out loud. Really scared me to death. I thought I was going to use some method to get back at me, but it turns out that I'm buying the stone from me. Ha ha ha. Xia Qing, where did you find this oddball from? If you ask me, you'd better obediently give up your resources and let me take the throne. Hearing Li Wu's cynicism, Su Chen turned a blind eye. He still clearly remembered the future news. 2022, July 5th. Shocking, the waste stone that no one wants has opened up a sky-high jade price. The news specifically said that there would be thousands of raw stones in tonight's auction, and one of the raw stones opened up an ice jade and sold for $300 million. Su Chen retrieved his thoughts, a faint smile hanging on his face. Just say, sell or not. Sell, sell. I'm a businessman. Naturally I have to do business. As long as you buy, I will sell. Li Wu smiled from ear to ear, inwardly thinking, where did this little cutie come from? The way to get back at him was to come and give him money? One must know that something like gambling on stones was about a luck. For Su Chen to want to make him suffer through gambling on stones, that was basically impossible. It was tantamount to a fool's dream. If he had that kind of luck, he might as well buy a lottery ticket. Taking a step back, even if Su Chen was lucky and picked up a treasure, then he wouldn't lose money either. When a group of tycoons saw Su Chen's stone gambling and opened a treasure, they would naturally follow and grab the stone like crazy. It was a way of publicizing his product. It's all profit any way you look at it. This was also the reason why Li Wu was emboldened. Su Chen nodded his head and walked out with big strides. Thousands of raw stones were placed there for people to pick. There were quite a few rich people here tonight, and everyone was holding a flashlight to pick and choose there. Very solemn. Playing with gambling stones, there has been a saying circulating. One cut is poor, one cut is rich. That's no joke. Gambling on stones can easily make a person rich, and it can also easily make a person go bankrupt. Two extremes. Therefore, these rich people were extremely careful and deliberated over and over again. Su Chen looked at the group of stones and felt dazzled, even if he had divine-level perspective. But looking for one stone after another, when he found that jade of excellent quality, he didn't know when it would be. It was good that it was mentioned in the news that that piece of raw stone was not favored, but was given as a gift to those rich men who gambled on stones, and that group of tycoons spent tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. The results of nothing open out. The mood is very bad. That giveaways are naturally not rare to want, so Li Wu himself pick up the leak from the waste material to open the heavenly jade, earned $300 million. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen instantly placed his eyes in that giveaway stone. With the information provided by the news, Su Chen directly narrowed down the scope and easily found that superb jade among dozens of stones. Su Chen forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, pointed his finger at that area, and faintly asked, "How do you sell the stone over there?" Li Wu looked over and was first stunned, then he couldn't straighten up with a smile. If Su Chen went to buy that stone with outstanding character and used it as the finale of tonight's auction, Li Wu was afraid that he would open something valuable. As a result, this kid had his eyes on the giveaway area. Said to be the giveaway area, in fact, the name is good, but is to give the stone gamblers consolation prize only. Anyone who has gambled on stones knows that the stones in that area are all scraps. This kid is really strange, a rash young man who doesn't know anything, and you want him to lose money? Speaking out of turn, it's just a joke. Chapter 32 Making the shopkeeper vomit blood in anger. Gong. The stone over there is a gift. As long as we buy the stone, he will give it away. Xie Qing said beside Su Chen. Li Wu said with a smile on his face, "Old Xie, you've at least bought tens of millions of antiques from me. I'll be generous today and give you a complimentary piece for free. Feel free to pick it out." Xie Qing was furious when he heard this. Generous my ass. The people who play here all know. That kind of gift stone is waste material, not to mention opening a treasure. Can open to the value of tens of thousands of jade that is the ancestral tomb of smoke. Li Wu is being sarcastic. Su Chen smiled. I never take other people's things for nothing. You'd better name a price. Su Chen was as clear as a mirror inside. The reason why Li Wu said that he would give it to him for free was because Li Wu knew that the scrap could not be opened for good. Once the heavenly priced jade was opened, Li Wu would naturally backtrack and ask for the stone back. At that time, Su Chen was not in the right and could only return the stone. But if it was a trade, it was different. One hand to pay and one hand to deliver. A serious deal. In a moment, even if something good was opened, Li Wu could only look on with bated breath. Since little brother has said so, I'll sell you $100,000 for that stone. Li Wu looked at Su Chen and said teasingly. He had never seen one who took the initiative to give away money like this. In his opinion, Su Chen wasn't stupid, but rather, he was brain dead. This money was not earned for nothing. Yes, Su Chen took out his cell phone and paid directly. Immediately afterward, he took a big step forward and picked the stone that he had long been eyeing. I'll take this stone. Li Wu and Xie Qing put their eyes on it. Both of them froze in place, because the stone that Su Chen picked could be considered the waste of the waste. Anyone who had slightly gambled on stones would not pick that piece, because just by looking at the appearance, it was already enough to be judged as a waste stone. At this moment, Li Wu had already clearly decided. Su Chen knew nothing about stone gambling. He laughed out loud with a smug look on his face. Kid, didn't you say that you would let me lose money? How come you're still giving me $100,000 for nothing? Xie Qing was silent. He knew that there was a reason for any of his benefactors' decisions. Previously, Su Chen had already created many miracles, so maybe it would be the same today? Su Chen smiled and ignored Li Wu's mockery. He called the staff to help open the raw stone. Many people beside him pointed and laughed at Su Chen's lack of knowledge. May I ask, sir, where are we cutting from? The staff member inquired. Use the rubbing, Su Chen said. This piece of raw stone was only stone on the outside, and a huge part of the inside was jadeite. If it was cut, it would really be a waste. Li Wu snorted and directly laughed. You can't open anything anyway, so what's the point of going to all that trouble? If you ask me, don't waste your time. Just cut it. That's right. What's the point of rubbing a piece of broken giveaway? Confused in the head? In the midst of the crowd's uproar, Xie Qing spoke up. Just use the rubbing. Let's start. After experiencing that treasure pot thing just now, Xie Qing obeyed all of Su Chen's words. Since his benefactor said to use the rubbing, then he would help explain it down. After all, Xie Qing's stature was placed here, and the crowd didn't dare to say more. Li Wu sneered a few times, waiting to see the joke. Immediately afterward, the staff took the angle grinder and ground the shell a little bit. White crushed stone powder splashed everywhere. The group of people laughed. This was something they expected. Li Wu sneered. It'll be a ghost if this kind of waste material can open something. However, the next second the white end disappeared and was replaced by a flash of green. Holy, A treasure has really come out. Really? Look at this. It looks like Imperial Green. No way. Imperial Green was found in the waste material? After a while, this raw stone opened. Above the gray layer, cannot see in the end is what species. The staff took a rag over and wiped away the ashes. Only then did it reveal the original face of the stone. It was a huge piece of Imperial Green, smooth and delicate, bright color. The tycoons have picked up a flashlight to shine. Surprised to speechless. This Emperor Green was crystal clear, not seeing any impurities. Extreme Emperor Green. This is the very best Imperial Green. Very rare. This young man is considered to have picked up a treasure. This can be sold for a few $100 million. For a while, the tycoons sighed in amazement. Xia Cheng saw this superb Imperial Green heart moved. Boon Gong, this stone you sell to me. I'm willing to pay 300 million to buy it. Because Xia Cheng was in the jewelry business, it could be said that no one among the rich and powerful present knew better than him how to maximize the value of this piece of Imperial Green. It's fine. Su Chen nodded. According to the news, the final price of this heavenly jade was almost $300 million. The price given by Xia Cheng did not pit him. Sui did a personal favor to give it away. Xia Cheng called and sent someone to collect the jade. After all, it is the best Imperial Green. This thing must be treated solemnly. Su Chen, on the other hand, received $300 million in his bank card. Counting up, he now had almost $800 million in savings. This was far from satisfying his appetite. After all, the cell phone system upgrade would require 1 billion. There had to be a way to continue making money. Next to him, Li Wu's face turned green. He had used $100,000 to sell the very best Imperial Green that was worth 300 million to start with. At first, he thought he had made a big profit and laughed at Su Chen for being a rash. But now, it seemed that he himself had suffered a bloody loss. Losses to the family. However, the only thing that could make him happy was, after Su Chen had opened the superb Imperial Green, the rich and powerful had all come to the raw stone auction venue. All of them looked like they were eager to buy the jade. At this time, Xia Cheng asked with an excited look on his face, "Benefactor, do we have to continue buying other stones?" He finally realized what Su Chen meant by making Li Wu pay. Spending $100,000 to make Li Wu lose $300 million. When the extreme Imperial Green opened out, Li Wu's face turned green. Xia Cheng was so happy inside that he felt like he had gotten out of his bad breath. A group of people also looked at Su Chen with blazing eyes, wanting to see him perform a miracle again. However, Su Chen was shaking his head, not buying. When the crowd heard this, they felt a little disappointed. But thinking about it, they also felt that Su Chen was quite sensible. He offered $300 million of superb Imperial Green, and instead of buying the stone recklessly, he chose to take the good with the bad. However, just when the crowd was thinking this way, Su Chen faintly spoke, "Because there are no more good things here." He still remembered what the news had said. Tonight's auction, except for one raw stone that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The rest of the stones either collapsed or the price could only be sold for hundreds of thousands. It could be said that other than buying that $100 million original stone, buying the rest was a bloody loss. As the words fell, the crowd let out a gasp. Su Chen didn't continue to buy stones, not for the sake of stability. Rather, he knew that the other stones here couldn't open anything. Continuing to buy more would only result in a loss of money. A group of tycoons had studied for half a day and were eager to try. When they heard Su Chen's words, they all hurriedly stopped. Chapter 33, A Sword to Seal the Throat. Some of the people who had just entered, seeing the rich and powerful in this manner, immediately couldn't help but stare. What's the situation? Why did that brat scare the tycoons to the point where they didn't dare to buy the stone with just one sentence? Kid, he is a high person. Okay, just now you didn't see. The high man from the waste stone material to see the extreme Emperor Green worth $300 million. Imperial Green from waste material? That's just luck. It doesn't mean anything, does it? Luck? Once the other high person entered the room, his eyes were directly on that complimentary stone. According to reason, that kind of stone is a free gift, but as a result, the high person is still not happy to have to pay for it. You say this is luck? People already knew that could open a superb Imperial Green. Originally, some people were not convinced by Su Chen, but at this moment, when they heard these words, they were all scared and dumbfounded. The entrance is on that stone. He didn't want to give it away for free, but wanted money to buy it. This doesn't mean that he knew beforehand that there was something good inside. Tall man, really tall man. At this moment, a group of people looked at Su Chen again, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Seeing that none of the tycoons were buying the raw stones, Li Wu's face turned green. The raw stones he had here all cost $2 billion to enter. If this group of people didn't buy it, wouldn't he suffer a bloody loss? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I don't believe he has that kind of skill. It's masked. He must have masked it, Li Wu said furiously. He went up and personally selected it. finding a piece of extremely good quality raw stone. It was also a good item for the finale of tonight's raw stone auction. He immediately waved his hand and ordered the staff. "Open this stone for me. I'm going to hit that kid's face hard." The crowd looked at the piece of raw stone. The quality was indeed good, shining with a flashlight. The emerald green within the stone was faintly visible. Everyone gathered around and watched with interest. Seeing that the attention of the tycoons was attracted over, Li Wu said from the side, "This batch of stones are all gotten from the Burmese side. The quality won't be bad. Like this raw stone that I'm preparing to open now. 9 times out of 10, it will be able to open a heavenly priced jade. It's definitely better than the one opened by that kid." Only to see the staff get a machine and start cutting. The stone was just cut a few centimeters, and among the white powder that splashed out, there was a touch of green color mixed in. Green, green, green. The crowd began to stir. Li Wu then looked at Su Chen with a smug expression. "Kid, open your dog's eyes to see. Old man here goods can't open things?" The words just finished. Green powder is gone. All white. The entire stone cut to see. Only the beginning of the little green. Collapsed. Collapsed. My God. More than 20 pounds of raw stone. The result is only the surface with green. The rest is all stone. The crowd looked at the price. This piece of raw stone cost $30 million, but the jade that was opened out, if it was really to be sold, was less than $1 million. It can be said to be a blood loss. The crowd's hearts thumped. Really, let Master Su Chen said right. To buy a stone here was to lose money. For a while, everyone looked at Su Chen with increasingly hot eyes. Some people even took the initiative to kneel down, wanting to worship Su Chen as their master. If you learn Su Chen's skill of looking at stones, it's only a matter of time before you're worth $10 billion. Su Chen had no choice but to say that he didn't accept disciples. Teach what? Can't you say that you can see the future news? It was better to forget about it. Again, Li Wu said furiously. He didn't believe in evil and got another piece of raw stone. This one was of better quality than the one he had just opened. The crowd also began to look forward to what was inside. Xia Cheng looked at Su Chen and asked, "Un Gong, can he open a treasure here?" The crowd was also curious about Su Chen's answer. Su Chen didn't say it outright, but just smiled and said, "If anyone buys this stone, they are losing money to their grandmother's house." Everyone instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. In other words, this stone was even more collapsed than the one just now. When Li Wu heard Su Chen's words, he became infuriated. "Kid, watch carefully. I'll have to swell your face." He didn't believe that a raw stone of this quality couldn't be opened. Even worse than that stone just now. However, cutting machine cut the stone in half. In addition to the beginning of a half a star of green foam, the back has never seen green. The whole scene was dead silent. This is even worse than the waste material. As Su Chen said, whoever buys this stone will lose money to his grandmother's house. It's even worse than the stone just now. The one just now could have bought $3 million, but this one can be sold for a few cents. Slipping out. I was about to buy those 2 stones, but I'm glad someone reminded me. You're a great man. He's right on the money. A group of people were inwardly shocked. In their hearts, Su Chen was a godlike existence. The appraisers were all kneeling to Su Chen as well. Xia Qing seized the opportunity and immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, this field doesn't have any more valuable raw stones. As long as you guys aren't stupid and have a lot of money, don't jump into this pit." If it was before, when Xia Qing said this, no one would believe it. But now, the ability that Su Chen displayed completely conquered the crowd. Everyone looked at each other. The raw stone here, whoever buys it is little cute. Li Wu spat out 3 liters of blood, so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Su Chen had used only 100,000 from him to open a superb imperial green worth $300 million. Immediately after that, he let all the raw stones rot in Li Wu's hands. This was a loss of $2 billion. It could be said that it was a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. Little brat, I'll remember this today. You'd better not give me a chance, or I'll have to kill you sooner or later. Li Wu was infuriated, staring at Su Chen and said viciously, it was all Su Chen's fault that this happened today. It could be said that Li Wu hated him. Threatening me? Su Chen asked. He wasn't afraid of Li Wu's retaliation. For one thing, it was the fact that he was wearing a mask with good privacy, and there was a divine-level camouflage. Su Chen was very confident that within this venue, other than Xia Cheng knowing his identity, no one at all knew his true identity. There was no need to worry about Li Wu threatening to retaliate against him or his family. Secondly, Xia Cheng valued love and justice, so naturally, he would not sit back and watch. Without the need for Su Chen to speak, Xia Cheng stepped forward and blocked in front of him. What do you want? The two of us are still not finished with our accounts. Li Wu opened his mouth, not daring to say a word more. Xia Cheng was already thinking of dealing with him. If he really wanted to piss him off, he was afraid that in the end, he wouldn't be able to take it in his stride. In this matter today, Li Wu could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. He said with a gloomy face, "Humph, the wind and water will turn. We'll see." However, Su Chen did not intend to let Li Wu go. Su Chen was the kind of person who made a clear distinction between grudges. For those who treated him well, he would return the favor with a drop of water. Those who wanted to harm him, Su Chen would not let go either. Li Wu had pitted Xie Chang once, and since Su Chen was at the scene, then he naturally had to help Xie Chang retrieve his offense as well. "Wait, don't rush off," Su Chen called out to stop Li Wu. Li Wu impatiently said, "What for?" "Apologize to big brother Xie, and then return the money from that treasure pot to him." Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "What?" Li Wu froze. "Impossible. You are really delusional. Don't be too deceitful. Let me tell you, I won't return that money, and the account between us will be slowly settled later." Chapter 34, discussed across the internet, kneeling to the master. "Oh, are you sure?" Su Chen said. "If you don't apologize and pay back the money, the loss will be more." "Oh, old me doesn't have any money. Even if I have, it's impossible to return the money," Li Wu said with red eyes. He simply broke the pot. Anyway, after losing so much tonight, he had no more to lose. "Alright then, you missed your chance." Su Chen smiled. Li Wu looked like a dead pig. He wanted to see what Su Chen could do to him without taking out money. Su Chen's eyes searched through the sea of people. His eyes landed on a rich man. "Sir, did you buy this painting here today?" The tycoon had just witnessed Su Chen's divine skill and looked excited when he saw him. "Yes, this organizer." Li Wu patted his chest and assured me that it's a Song Dynasty painting. "Master, also please help me see if this painting is worth $20 million. Su Chen took the painting and just glanced at it. Fake. After saying that, he directly ripped the painting into two halves. From it, he pulled out a nylon thread. "I'm not very good at history. May I ask you all, did the Song Dynasty produce nylon thread?" "Well, it seems like there was, right?" Some replied. There were also people who couldn't look away and spat. "God damn, it seems like there was. Nylon was only produced in recent times, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves." Everyone looked at Li Wu with strange eyes. He swore that the painting was real. As a result, selling people fake paintings? Everyone was furious. Li Wu's face kept changing. Opening his mouth, he was speechless. What a piece of trash. Everyone shouldn't come to buy from him in the future. Traitor, black store, conscience eaten by dogs, right? A group of people left angrily. Li Wu's intestines were green with remorse. If he had returned the money to Xie Qing, then he definitely wouldn't have lost all this. But now, it was already too late. In the future, the crowd would talk about the auction that Li Wu had organized. All that would come to mind was his rotten stones and deviousness. With his character and reputation greatly diminished, his business would definitely not be as good as before. Xie Qing gave a thumbs up towards Su Chen, inwardly admiring him. Cow. It's really a cow. Not using force, but sealing the throat with a single blow. It could be said that Su Chen's operation tonight had completely conquered Xie Qing. If it wasn't for the age gap between the two being too large, Xie Qing would have wanted to recognize Su Chen as his big brother. "Benefactor, you are truly divine. Thank you for helping me get rid of my anger." I saw Li Wu's face turn green and felt a rush of pleasure inside. That auction house of his is completely unopened. Its reputation has been stigmatized. Many people heard about this and realized that the things they bought from Li Wu were fake. Now, I don't know how many people want to get him. People like him are completely to blame. Su Chen said indifferently. "Benefactor, I've already disposed of that batch of gold for you, and now I'll credit the money to your card," Xie Qing said. After saying that, Su Chen's cell phone vibrated. $60 million arrived. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The original news said that the batch of gold was sold for $50 million. Xie Qing helped him sell an extra $10 million. What surprised him even more was the speed at which Xie Qing disposed of that batch of gold. An ordinary person would not be able to do that. What happened tonight? Someone happened to videotape the whole thing. Someone sent this short video online. It quickly caused the majority of netizens to praise and discuss it. My god, this opened out jade is also too beautiful. Extreme imperial green. I've been gambling for most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen a stone with so much green. It is said that this emerald was opened out from a piece of scrap. What? There is this kind of leakage? Open this stone, buddy. Luck is also too good, right? The waste material also opened out a heavenly priced jade. It's really a burst of luck. A group of people praised Su Chen for his luck. Some people couldn't stand to hear it anymore. Those who didn't know the truth would think it was luck. Those who truly knew the truth already worshipped Su Chen as a god. I was at the scene. This stone was indeed opened from the waste. It's just that it wasn't picked up. It was specifically picked by a master. Yes, that master is really powerful. He said which piece of stone came out with something, and it really did. Which piece didn't? Cut it to see that it really didn't. Which master is so powerful? How can he tell if there is something good in this stone? Damn, there is such a skill. Who is that master? I want to be his teacher. You guys think it's just a stone? That master knows about antiques too. He could tell at a glance that someone bought a fake painting and tore it up on the spot to prove it. TSK, if he wasn't so confident, who would have the guts to tear the painting? If you can't prove it's a fake, you'll have to pay for it. That's why that one is a real master. Much more reliable than those fake experts on TV. It's said that the master is only in his 20s. He sounds very young. No way? The master is a young man? I don't know if he's married or not. My brother is also 20 years old. Every day just know to play the game. I asked him to bet on stone should buy what stone. He said he did not know. Was I caught up and beat? Computer smashed. My sister is also 20 years old. May I ask how to activate her superpower of gambling on stones? Overnight, the topic of discussion among netizens was Su Chen. Fortunately, Su Chen had hidden his identity. Otherwise, the phone would probably be busted by now. However, Su Chen himself didn't know about this matter at all. When Su Chen returned home, it was already late at night. The cell phone vibrated. Detected that the owner has changed the future and gained the divine level ability time stop. After using it, time will stop for 30 seconds. And during this time, the owner can move freely. The cell phone screen rang and a light emanated out, along Su Chen's arm. It quickly spread throughout his body. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had obtained another heaven-defying divine skill. First, it was time regression for 30 seconds. Now it was time stopping for 30 seconds. Although the time was not long, but in this time, he could do a lot of things. Moreover, the cell phone was about to be upgraded subsequently. This stopping time might also be extended. Ding! The phone vibrated and a message popped up. Upgrade mission, change future events 4/10. The upgrade mission. Su Chen was almost halfway done. Su Chen slid his phone for news about the recent future. He only had one left to read. 2022, July 6th. A shocking scene. Beautiful woman coming home from work, hijacked by a murderer. Su Chen clicked on the news content to check. When he saw the 3 words Chu Linger, his heart suddenly jumped. The person who would be hijacked tomorrow night was Chu Linger. Su Chen carefully checked the specific content in the news. Half a month ago, the police had investigated and solved a murder case, and one of the criminals had escaped. The police have been on the hunt. And tomorrow, a passerby gave the police a tip that he saw the murderer on the run. The police immediately launched a manhunt. That murderer has a particularly strong sense of anti-detection and ran away straight away when he realized something was wrong. In the process of being chased, the fugitive happened to meet the passing Chu Linger, then took a knife and hijacked Chu Linger as a hostage with the police confrontation, the police and its continuous maneuvering, and finally successfully killed the murderer. In the news, about Chu Linger's follow-up is not specific explicitly said. It only said that she was greatly stimulated and was in the hospital receiving treatment. Su Chen silently finished reading the news, recalling back to college. Chu Linger often helped him apply for scholarships and grants for poor students. After he said he was broke, Chu Linger was still willing to lend him money and even took time off to accompany him for a walk. Such a good girl. Su Chen naturally did not wish to see her get hurt. He made up his mind in his heart that he must change this future. Chapter 35 can see the stock market for the next year. In the blink of an eye, it was the next night. Following the address given on the news, Su Chen arrived here early to wait. He didn't drive here because having a car parked here might cause the fugitives to be alerted, which would lead to a series of chain reactions. Tonight, Su Chen's plan was simple. Guard here and subdue the murderer before he hijacked Chu Linger. Then there would be no problem whatsoever. Of course, he would not foolishly stand here and wait. Otherwise, when Chu Linger came over later and saw him standing here, she might still be guarded against him. Su Chen slowly ran and poured some water on his body. He disguised himself as if he was running here at night. With his divine disguise ability, Su Chen did all of this not too easily. At this moment, he looked like he had a trace of fatigue on his face and was covered in sweat, looking like he had just finished exercising. On the news, it was written that the case happened around 9:30 p.m., and now it was less than 10 minutes from the time of the crime. Day. Under the dim light, high heels slowly came from the distance. Su Chen looked up. It was Chu Linger who had come. Today, she was wearing an office uniform. A white silk blouse, paired with a black overskirt, outlined her tall figure to the fullest. Her slender legs were wrapped by black stockings, adding a bit of charm. Sister? Su Chen pretended to be surprised. Chu Linger also saw Su Chen, raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, Su Chen, why are you here at night? Oh, I came out for a night run. Su Chen smiled. While saying that, he also took a towel and wiped the sweat on his head. Chu Linger gave an O and was about to speak. At this time, a rush of footsteps came from behind Chu Linger. She turned her head to look, only to see a man with dark skin, an inch hair, and eerie eyes. It was running furiously in the direction she was in, and behind the man with the inch head, there were 4 police officers immediately behind him. The sirens of police cars also sounded nearby. Chu Linger held her breath and stared straight at the inch-headed man. When she saw the vicious appearance of the inch-headed man, there was an inexplicable fear within her. Plus the fact that he was being chased by the police made it even more clear that it wasn't a good person. And what made Chu Linger feel the most horrified was that the inch-haired man was holding a fruit knife in his hand. The inch-headed man looked back from time to time. The group of police had been chasing him for half an hour. However, they still hadn't shaken them off. The inch-haired man felt that his stamina was almost gone. At this time, he saw Chu Linger. A crazy thought came to his mind. Take a hostage. Chu Linger's heart thumped when she saw the inch-haired man staring at her as he accelerated towards her. There was a bad premonition. She wanted to run, but with her feet on high heels, she was not able to move well, and she could not run past the inch-headed man. Seeing that the inch-headed man was about to catch up with her, Su Chen rushed out. A fist smashed towards the murderer's face. The murderer's features were all twisted together in a hideous manner. Su Chen used some force in that punch, and the murderer directly fainted. Chu Linger looked dumbfounded. Su Chen had actually put the murderer down with one punch? The police couldn't think fast enough and quickly went forward to hold down the murderer. However, to their surprise, the murderer had already fallen into a coma. Was it that young man that knocked the fugitive unconscious? This power is too terrifying. The group of people were shaken to the core. Young man, thank you for your help tonight. A middle-aged policeman came forward and shook Su Chen's hand. When he saw the murderer walking towards Chu Linger, his heart thumped and he already had a premonition of what would happen. Fortunately, Su Chen appeared in time. This is what I should do. Su Chen turned his head to look at Chu Linger and asked, Senior sister, is everything alright? It's fine. Chu Linger's heart stirred. In just now, the fugitive was agitated and looked like he wanted to hijack her. Chu Linger felt that she was bound to die. Her heart was filled with fear and despair. Fortunately, Su Chen appeared and saved her life. The two followed the police back to the station and made a simple record, and Su Chen also received a silk banner, and a bonus of $30,000 from the police. Feeling his cell phone vibrate, Su Chen went to the restroom. Taking it out and looking at it, it was indeed a pop-up window from Future News. Upgrade mission, change future events 5/10. Detected half of the mission progress completed. Next, the owner changes the future events, and the phone will all be partially upgraded, enabling the 5th news push for the owner. Note, the 5th news item is a stock market column. Reminder, after changing 10 future events, the owner is required to submit $1 billion of funds, and the phone will be upgraded in all aspects. Su Chen's heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but get excited. All along, the cell phone had been pushing for future news. Nowadays, the 5th news of the stock market column was opened, meaning, the stock news would no longer take up the place of those 4 news. There was even more information he could predict about the future. Moreover, this is the upgrade process of the phone. Maybe the upgrade would even unlock the 6th, 7th news pop-up window. The pop-up window disappeared and the phone dinged. Immediately afterward, the 5th news pop-up appeared. In the next year, the stock market all companies change chart. Su Chen straight away called out good guy. He could see the changes in the stock market in the coming year. This function was simply awesome. Okay? Previously, Su Chen could only watch a certain stock surge through the future news. For example, he knew that Hua Ming Group's stock would soar, but didn't know the rise and fall of other companies. There were limitations, but nowadays, he could clearly see the changes in the stock market in the coming year. All the companies in the stock market were on it. There were even American stocks. Every moment of change is documented. The reasons for the changes are also written on it. Take an example, a stock called Sunday Technologies. When the market opens tomorrow morning, the price will drop 5.7%. The reason for the drop, peer companies are competing with each other and spreading negative news. At 3:08 p.m., the price of Sunday Technologies will rise by 4.8%. Reason for the rise, to clarify that the negative news is purely a rumor. When Su Chen saw the stock change chart, he felt that it was a bit interesting. With this future stock change chart, he knew with his eyes closed what stocks he would buy to make money. Stomp, stomp, stomp. At this time, the cell phone vibrated again. 4 news items about the future came into view. 2022, July 8th, Tianshan County, Lenshan Village. A landslide occurred on the road at the entrance of the village early in the morning. 13 people were injured. 2022, July 10th. The establishment of an experimental middle school in the western part of the city. The biggest beneficiaries are the old buildings in the western part of the city. The price of housing rises tenfold. 2022, July 12th. Famous entrepreneur Huang Yuliang unexpectedly died suddenly at home. Police are investigating. 2022, July 15th. Powerful sneak preview. Big star Tin Chai. who on the surface is in love with his girlfriend like glue, is actually a domestic violence man. Girlfriend broke the news that Tianzai multisported and was a master of time management. When Su Chen saw the first piece of news, his heart suddenly tightened. This was because Tangbei village in Tianshan County was exactly his hometown. It looked like Su Chen had to go back to stop the tragedy from happening. As it happened, he also planned to go back in the next 2 days' time. After earning so much money, it was time to let his family live a good life. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen walked out. Outside the police station, Chu Linger was waiting. After seeing Su Chen, she walked quickly. Su Chen, I'm really thankful to you today. Senior sister, don't be so polite, this is what I should do. Su Chen smiled. Then what? Senior sister, I'll send you back? Chu Linger shook her head. Not back. Do you have time? Accompany me to drink. Chapter 36. Stay here for the night. After such a big incident tonight, Chu Linger was scared to death. She wanted to drink some wine to decompress. Okay, I'll accompany you. Su Chen nodded. The two walked into a restaurant and ordered some barbecue and beer. After eating, Su Chen was ready to pay the bill. Chu Linger stopped. You don't have any money right now. It's better for me to do it. Moreover, you saved me today. This meal should be my treat. Su Chen froze. How come Chu Linger grabbed the bill? Soon he figured it out. Previously, when Su Chen cashed out his stocks, Chu Linger did not understand his behavior. Su Chen then casually found an excuse and told Chu Linger that he had failed to invest and went bankrupt, and that he had to take this money to mortgage the debt. This woman now thinks he's poor as hell. Knowing that he had no money, he grabbed the bill. From this, it could be seen that Chu Linger's heart was kind. Su Chen didn't force himself and let Chu Linger pay the bill. Su Chen, thank you. If it wasn't for you saving me today, I'm afraid I would have already hit the road today. Chu Linger said gratefully. Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite with me. When I was in college in the past, you also often helped me. Su Chen lightly smiled. After 3 rounds of wine, Chu Linger drank until her pretty face was scarlet and her eyes were hazy. When Su Chen saw her in this state, it wasn't safe to go home, so he took the initiative to take up the heavy responsibility of sending her home. Chu Linger lived in an apartment. Snap, she took out her key and twisted the door lock. Senior sister, you rest early, I'll go home first, Su Chen said. Turning around, he was about to leave. Wait, Chu Linger reached out and pulled his arm. Immediately after, her arms wrapped around Su Chen. Warm, moist red lips stuck up. Senior sister, you're drunk, Su Chen said. He wasn't the kind of villain who took advantage of people's danger. I know exactly what I am doing. Su Chen, I like you. Chu Linger had a red face and boldly confessed. I also don't know when I started liking you. Maybe it was when I was in college, or maybe it was just now. Don't leave tonight. Stay here with me, okay? Chu Linger's eyes were charming and flavorful. Good. Su Chen nodded his head. Su Chen carried Chu Linger back to his room. However, before the two people reached the bedroom, Chu Linger lay in Su Chen's arms and fell asleep. Su Chen smiled and carefully placed the sleeping Chu Linger on the bed. He himself slept on the sofa next to him. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Chen opened his eyes. Chu Linger, who was originally lying in front of him, did not know where she had gone. Su Chen walked out to check. He found Chu Linger sitting in the hall. She was wearing black-framed glasses, wearing Su Chen's shirt, revealing 2 white and long legs, her eyes staring earnestly at the computer. Chu Linger was just sitting there quietly, but her beauty was unbelievable. Why don't you go to sleep? Su Chen asked. His gaze looked at the various kinds of stock data analysis on Chu Linger's computer. Chu Linger saw that Su Chen had come, and laid down in his arms in a docile and meek manner. At the same time, she said seriously, I'm looking at what stocks to buy tomorrow. The company has given an assessment task. Let me use $300,000 of capital to earn $20,000 of earnings in a month's time. If I earn it, the company will give me a promotion and a raise. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, so how is your situation now? Not too good. Chu Linger shook her head and sighed. With this $300,000 of principal, I've already lost $20,000. Chu Linger said helplessly. She had clearly analyzed her purchase very carefully, and as a result, she had still lost a lot of money. If the manager knows that I have lost so much, he will probably terminate my examination. Su Chen understood once he heard it. Chu Linger was working overtime and researching stocks in order to pass the company's assessment. No wonder she was obviously exhausted, but she still didn't rest. Alright, the stock market is already closed. You can't buy even if you want to. You can look at it again when you get up tomorrow morning. Su Chen scraped her nose and said gently, the judgment made by you in a tired state is not necessarily correct. You go and rest now. Only after resting can you continue analyzing the stock market. Chu Linger couldn't argue with Su Chen, so she had to obediently go to sleep. However, Su Chen was no longer sleepy. Looking at Chu Linger's unclosed computer again, Su Chen's heart moved and had the idea of helping Chu Linger purchase stocks. Saying do it, he did it. Su Chen took out his cell phone and checked the stock market news for the next 5 days. Finding content about today's stock market, there were several stocks that caught his attention, all in red font. For example, there was a pharmaceutical company where the unit price was still 7.03 yesterday, and at today's opening, the price would soar to 7.7, almost a 10% rise, straight to the stop. Su Chen put Chu Linger account of 270,000, all pending orders, waiting for the stock market to open the first time. It will automatically buy. Payment. Su Chen does not know the password. Try to enter Chu Linger's birthday. Not to mention, he guessed correctly. The payment was successful. Chu Linger account of 270,000 into 290,000. A few years ago, the domestic stock market is using the T+1 model. That is to say, if you buy a stock today, the fastest you can sell it is tomorrow. But this year, the T+0 model was adopted. That is to say, if you buy shares today, you can sell them today. Su Chen is still continuing to operate. The money in the account was also increasing. After being busy for almost a morning, it was almost time for the stock market to close before Su Chen closed his hand. At this moment, Chu Linger already had 410,000 in her account. Besides, Chu Linger, she was too tired last night and didn't sleep well all night. This sleep, she directly slept until she woke up naturally. By the time she woke up, it was already almost 12 o'clock. Chu Linger was originally still sleepy, but when she saw the time displayed on her cell phone, there were still many missed calls. All of them were from the manager. Chu Linger's entire body was scared awake. Finished. The stock market has shut down this morning. Chu Linger was in a panic. She had her eye on a few potential stocks and had originally planned to buy them in the morning. But now, all of them were missed. At this time, Su Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Awake? Big bad egg. Why didn't you wake me up? Chu Linger ranted. Seeing that you're too tired, so I let you rest more. Alright. Chu Linger began to dress. She grabbed her bag and kissed Su Chen before leaving the door. Then admonished, I'll go to the company first law. There's instant hot pot in the refrigerator, so you can just eat something for lunch today. After saying this, Chu Linger hurriedly left. Just after walking out of the apartment, her cell phone rang. It was a call from the manager. Chu Linger, why didn't you come to work today? I'm sorry, manager. I was too late last night organizing the information and squinted for a while in the morning. As a result, I overslept. Chu Linger said, Alright, let's not talk about this beforehand. Hurry up and come to the company. The company's chief manager is also here, and is going to test your appraisals for this month today. When Chu Linger heard this, her heart thumped. She didn't buy any stocks today, and she also lost $20,000 to the company's account. It's over. The manager will definitely scold her when she sees it. Maybe he would even fire her. Chapter 37 You bought the shares for me? With an uneasy heart, Chu Linger arrived at the company. The manager had already started disciplining people. What? Gave you $300,000 and you lost $30,000? Go to the finance to settle your paycheck and get the hell out of here now. What's wrong with you? The company gave you $300,000 of principal to make you money, and you even lost $10,000. This month's salary is deducted, and the end of the year bonus is cancelled. The director next to him saw this situation, shook his head and said coldly, What's the situation in your department? So far, I've only seen one person earn $20,000. Everyone else is losing money. The manager's face was green and red. It was all because this group of employees were not competitive, causing him to lose face in front of the director. The more the manager thought about it, the more he was enraged, and he directly let out his words. The company doesn't raise waste. You guys take the initiative. Whoever has a loss of more than $20,000, roll yourself. Hearing these words from the manager, Chu Linger's heart thumped inwardly. Her account had lost $20,000. Was it hard to be fired? If the stock market was still open right now, Chu Linger would have to carry the water no matter what. But now that the stock market was closed, she couldn't do anything. At this time, the manager saw Chu Linger, business appraisal, and couldn't care less about scolding her for being late for work. Open your computer. We want to check your account. Chu Linger's heart thumped, and she stiffly opened her computer and boarded her stock market account. After doing this, she lowered her head already ready to accept the manager's reprimand. She was even ready to resign and leave. However, after the manager and director behind her saw Chu Linger's account, the whole person was dumbfounded. The director lowered his head and said to the manager, I just mentioned to you that there are a few cold stocks soaring today. I'm still regretting that I didn't buy them. I can't imagine that your department's employees are so discerning. I also didn't expect that she would bring us such a big surprise. Chu Linger didn't hear their whispers and said with apologies, Manager, Director, I'm sorry, I let the company down. I'll pack my own things and prepare to leave. The superintendent raised his eyebrows. You still call this disappointing the company? Then where should we put our old faces? I made $110,000 with $300,000 of capital, a return of 37%, breaking our company's record ever. What more do you want? The manager sucked in a mouthful of cool air, thinking that Chu Linger was going to resign because of this matter of being late for work. At that moment, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Chu Linger, in the future, if you want to come to the company to work at some point, you can come at some point. No, you can come if you don't want to, as long as your assessment every month can be like today. Chu Linger froze in place, confused. However, at this time the manager had already stepped forward and solemnly announced to everyone this departmental assessment of 32 people, of which 10 reached the standard and 1 exceeded the standard. The one who exceeded the standard to complete the task is Chu Linger. She used 300,000 principal and earned 110,000 for the company, a return of 37%. We've decided to raise the amount of her account to $500,000. At the same time, double the salary and give another 20,000 bonus. As the words fell, the entire room let out a burst of gasps. Those who had reached the standard were the ones who had earned 20,000 with a 300,000 principal. This group of people had thought they were bullish. Reality had given them a blow to the head. Chu Linger had earned 110,000 with a 300,000 principal in a month's time. The gain was 5 times that of theirs. This is a proper financial master. Chu Linger herself was stunned. What made 110,000? Didn't she lose 20,000? Chu Linger immediately checked her account. The deposit on it was $410,000. Chu Linger froze and rubbed her eyes to make sure she hadn't misread it. How could it be? Yesterday the account was still $270,000. How did so much extra money appear all of a sudden? She quickly slid down again to check the transaction records. It could be seen that she had lost 20,000 before, red and green, and after that, it was all red all the way. Chu Linger had made almost 140,000 as a result. At this moment, Chu Linger was too surprised to speak. She was pretty sure that the stock wasn't bought by her, because she hadn't studied that cold stock. Then who could have bought it? Su Chen. Chu Linger had the first answer in her head. This morning, Su Chen told her to go to bed and then he stayed in the hall alone. Was it him who bought the stock at that time? It must be him. Other than Su Chen, Chu Linger couldn't think of a second person. Was it you who helped me buy the shares? Right. Su Chen returned the message. It's hard not to watch you fail to fulfill your performance and be scolded by the company leaders. Seeing Su Chen's reply, Chu Linger felt sweet inside. Oily mouth. How did you know those stocks would go up today? Those are cold stocks. I'm learning about stocks myself, and I felt out a little bit of the way, so I tried it. Then you're really lucky to have made the right bet. Chu Linger sighed. How come she didn't have such luck as Su Chen? It was true that people could not be compared to each other. The leader gave me a $20,000 bonus today, and also gave me a raise in my salary. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Good. Su Chen laughed. After the two people sweetly chatted for a while, Chu Linger hung up the phone and started working. Chu Linger began to carefully study Su Chen's purchase time and dumping time of those stocks. So there was a very surprising discovery. The purchase times of those few stocks were all the lowest point of the stock prices in the morning respectively. When everyone thought that these few cold stocks would continue to fall, Su Chen, who was manipulating Chu Linger's account, had already bought the stocks, and the time Su Chen chose to sell those stocks, the same stock price's highest point, the next second the stock fell and never went up again. That is to say, Su Chen, these few stocks are bought at the lowest point of the price and sold at the highest point. Buy low, sell high. Chu Linger covered her mouth in surprise. Su Chen's prediction ability was the most bullish she had seen since she had been working in securities. If it was just one share like this, Chu Linger might still think that Su Chen was lucky, but for several stocks in a row to be stuck at this node, that was simply a miracle. It was as if he knew the future of the stock in advance. In one morning's time, with a capital of 270,000, he made $140,000. That's a return of almost 50%. The manager and the chief steward, they were already excited when they thought Chu Linger was making $110,000 a month. If they were to know that this was done by Su Chen, and was making $140,000 in one day, what would they think? I'm afraid it would be worshipped as a god. Retracting her thoughts, Chu Linger quickly began her afternoon's work. Not long after, the manager walked over. He smiled and said, Xiao Chu, several of our leaders have just met and discussed, and have decided to raise your account limit to 500,000. I hope you work hard. I'll put my words here. As long as you can deliver another excellent paper with this 500,000, The company's vacant assistant manager position will be yours. Chu Linger was first stunned, followed by excitement and nervousness. Excited because the company looked favorably on her and raised the account amount from 300,000 to 500,000 yuan. The nervousness was that the pressure was greater than before, and the leaders would be more concerned about her performance. It could be said that there were both opportunities and challenges. Okay, manager, I will work hard. Chu Linger carefully studied the stock market. However, almost half of an afternoon had passed, and her performance was not so good. Taking 10,000 to test the waters, the result was blood money. Chapter 38, Directly Heavy Position Full Pressure. Half an hour before the stock market closed for the afternoon, the manager came over to check on her. Immediately froze. This Chu Linger bought the stock all green. A small amount of red mixed in. Green means buying this stock lost money. Red is what makes money. Lost 10,000 in one afternoon? The manager's face was green. However, thinking of Chu Linger's return of up to 37% today, he didn't say anything more. So what? Xiao Chu, work hard. Don't be too nervous. Don't give yourself too much psychological pressure. He thought. It was the fact that Chu Linger's account amount was raised and received attention from the leaders. So all of a sudden the pressure came up, and that's why he was distracted, leading to an error in judgment. The manager comforted. I remember when I first got a $500,000 account. I was even more nervous than you, and I lost 20,000 in the first 3 days. The boss was so angry at the time that he almost let me go. The good thing is that later he understood my nervousness and gave me another chance. I made him $200,000 with the $500,000 in the month that followed, and one of those days, I made $15,000. Every time he talked about it, the manager's face was filled with pride. One day earned 15,000. In this company has been considered a very high record. So far no one can break. Wherever he went, when he had the chance the manager would talk about his own great achievements. Chu Linger nodded her head. Aha, manager, I'll cheer up and work hard. At this time, Chen walked into the company and waited for Chu Linger to get off work, because he had previously commissioned the securities company to buy $100 million of stocks. Everyone knew him. Seeing him come to Chu Linger, no one said much. When Chu Linger saw Chen, she raised her eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. Why did you come? Didn't you say you invited me for dinner? I came to wait for you to get off work, Chen said smilingly. Chu Linger observed the surroundings and noticed the gazes cast by her co-workers from time to time. Her pretty face immediately turned a little red. However, Chen did not pay attention to this. His gaze fell to Chu Linger's stock account above. It had a loss of $10,000. It looks like the situation is not very good. Yeah, the manager just gave my account a boost, and I ended up losing money. It feels like I failed him. Chu Linger smiled bitterly. This thing of speculating in stocks, there is profit and loss. Chu Linger gave a hem and got up to receive water. You sit down first. I'll go and pour you a cup of water. At this time, Chen looked at the shares that Chu Linger recorded on the book to buy. Immediately, he pulled up the stock analysis chart for the next few days again. Those few stocks were up in the next few days. Only, the magnitude of the rise was not big. Even if Chu Linger invested all $500,000 in it, she would probably only earn that 10,000. However, it was estimated that her character of seeking stability would not press it all in. So, that loss of 10,000 do not know when to return to the capital. Chen looked at the stock market closing time. Almost half an hour. At this time, he called up the stock market analysis chart. He found that there was a technology stock that would rise 7.4% in the next 10 minutes. Reason for the rise: the company made a press release at 2:35 p.m. 3 years to develop a supercharger that will reduce the charging time of all smartphones by half an hour to an hour. There are 3 minutes left before the press release. Grab these 3 minutes to buy stocks. If you wait until the news is released, if you want to buy shares, then the stock price will have already gone up. Because a group of traders had found out about the news, the newbies also knew that the stock price would go up. At this time, Chu Linger received a cup of hot water over. Chen pointed at the tech stock and said, "This stock, it should be pretty good. You can buy it and take a look." Chu Linger looked at the stock that Chen was talking about and then shook her head. "I've researched it. That's a cold stock. Even if you buy it, you won't make much money." Chen maintained his smile. The stock market changes for a variety of reasons, where news that is favorable to the company's development will cause the stock to appreciate, while news that is unfavorable to the company's development will cause the stock to fall in value. You're a professional. I'm not wrong on that point. If there was any big news about the company, it would indeed affect the stock. Just like Chen's last purchase of Hua Ming Group stock, the anti-aging medicine was developed. The product was a big seller, and the stock followed suit for 3 consecutive days. That's right. What you said is right. How is this related to the cold stocks you mentioned? Chu Linger nodded her head. Chen continued. In 3 minutes, That tech company I just favored will announce to the public that it has developed a piece of technology, the supercharger. It can make the charging time of any smartphone shortened by half an hour. The stock price is bound to rise by then. Is the news reliable? Chu Linger was first stunned, then asked. Last time, Chen received insider information and bought the stock before Hua Ming Group announced the news. Nowadays, Chen directly stated a precise time like 3 minutes, making Chu Linger subconsciously feel that there was insider information. Trust me, buy it, Chen said. In order to give Chu Linger a peace of mind, he continued to speak. You've said that it's a cold stock. The ups and downs fluctuations are very small. Even if you put your money in now and this stock goes down, then you won't lose much. It's an attempt. If you lose the bet, you won't lose much. But if you listen to me and win the bet, what you can gain must be more than you can imagine. Chen didn't say more, but let Chu Linger consider it on her own. He took out his cell phone and counted down 3 minutes. Watching the time pass little by little, Chu Linger was convinced. Bought that tech stock. She was ready to put 10,000 into it. However, Chen said, press all in. All 490,000 bought the tech stock. Chen's words seemed to have some sort of magic power, making her obediently do as she was told. It was only after Chu Linger finished buying that she came back to her senses. She had actually bet all the money in her company account. She had never been very cautious, investing a maximum of 10,000 in a single stock. Nowadays, she actually listened to Chen and bought all 490,000 on a cold stock. This was too crazy. Chu Linger's heart was almost in her throat. If she lost, she was afraid she would lose her job. At this time, the 3-minute countdown in Chen's cell phone arrived. Stump! Chu Linger's cell phone received a message. A news pop-up window appeared. Shocking! The technology company developed a supercharger that can shorten the charging time of all smartphones by half an hour to start with. Powerful news, the supercharger was introduced. Headline sneak peek. Look over. The gospel of the cell phone party appears. Chu Linger looked at these news and was in a trance. It really was as Chen said. That news about the tech company announcing the successful development of the supercharger. The stock that she had bought was also rubbing up. Before the stock market shut down, the tech stock rose 7%. The 490,000 that Chu Linger had invested in had turned into 540,000 when she cashed out, earned a full $50,000. In less than half an hour, Chu Linger made $50,000. Chu Linger's heart thumped in excitement. It felt like a dream. Chapter 39, The Pursuer. I'll wait for you outside, Chen said indifferently. He saw that it was almost time for the securities company to get off work, so he first waited outside for Chu Linger. Otherwise, others would really think that Chu Linger was talking about love during work hours. Chu Linger looked at Chen's back and froze for a while. All of this had happened according to what he said. Chen didn't show any unexpected or surprised expression regarding her earning $50,000. It was as if everything was proceeding normally for him. God, how did this man know the inside information? Now Chu Linger was becoming more and more curious about Chen. At this time, the manager walked over to Chu Linger's side. He saw that Chu Linger was not in a very good state today, so he came over to comfort her. Little Chu, cheer up and do well. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your talent is good. I'm optimistic about you. Losing 10,000 is nothing. I'll earn it back in a couple days. However, the words hadn't even finished. The manager froze. To be precise, he was too surprised to speak. He clearly remembered that when he first went to work this afternoon, Chu Linger's account had lost $10,000. The balance was $490,000. But now, the balance became $540,000. In other words, she had earned back $50,000 in one afternoon, a gain of $40,000 in a single day. This earning speed was terrifying. It was simply astonishing. In addition to the manager's expression of shock, there was also some embarrassment. He still remembered that he had bragged in front of Chu Linger, saying that he could earn up to $20,000 a day. But now, Chu Linger directly earned $50,000. It was twice as much as his. The face slapping was also too fast. The manager wanted to cry without tears. Little Chu, so what? You're doing great. Keep it up. The manager didn't have much face left to educate Chu Linger. Immediately, he grayed out and ran away. After all, he himself couldn't even earn $50,000 a day. If Chu Linger had such heaven-defying results again, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she would have to serve as the manager. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't pull this old face, the manager wanted to ask Chu Linger how she earned so much money. It was the first time that a group of co-workers saw a manager who was so defeated, and they all came together to Chu Linger's side. Xiao Chu, what was the situation just now? How did the manager escape and seemingly get off work? Right. This is the first time I've seen this. When they saw the balance on Chu Linger's account, they all understood. It earned 40,000 in one afternoon, a heaven-defying achievement. There were also people who saw Chu Linger's purchase record while breaking a sweat. With the 490,000 in her balance, she pressed a cold technology stock. It's a sword move, daring to press all the money and bet on a cold stock to go up. It had to be said that Chu Linger's heart was really big, but in fact, she was right. Once the news of the supercharger appeared, it caused a huge reaction on the internet. Some people looked up Chu Linger's record of buying stocks. It wasn't bad if they didn't look, but they were directly surprised to the point of almost kneeling. Wow, Xiao Chu, you made 140,000 this morning? No wonder the manager wasn't even angry when you didn't come in the morning. What? Made 140,000 in one morning? My god, we're lucky to make 20,000 a month. Xiao Chu made 140,000, 140,000 in the morning, 40,000 in the afternoon, 180,000 in one day? The manager can't even do that, right? Kneel for the great God. Sister Linger, do you still need a maid? How about me? Sister Linger, look at me. I've covered all the breakfast and Chinese food this month. Can you tell me what stocks to buy tomorrow? At this moment, a group of co-workers viewed Chu Linger with a completely different look. If this tech stock in the afternoon was masked by Chu Linger, how could the morning's data be explained? Every stock was bought low and sold high. Not a single one had lost money. Even if a world-famous financial master came, he wouldn't dare to say that he made such perfect results, right? And then there's Su Chen. He came to the parking lot and saw that his car was blocked by a Ferrari. Su Chen was instantly a little upset inside. The other party parked illegally and hindered him from driving away. Fortunately, there was a phone number left on the Ferrari. He immediately called the other party. Hello, which one? A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Dude, your car is blocking my car's position. Please come over and move it. Oh, you're the owner of that Bugatti Veyron. The voice on the other end of the phone lifted. A little excited. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a lot more polite. After all, it was a $30 million sports car. The person who could drive that car was either rich or noble. Big brother, it's like this. My car is parked there. It's ready to set up flowers and candles and other things. To propose to my daughter-in-law for confession in a while. Trouble you to make it easy. Wait for me to finish my confession. Then drive the car away. Do you think it's okay? The other party carefully discussed with Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded. It wasn't like he wasn't humane. People wanted to express their love for their girlfriend and propose to her, and they even begged him. Then just agree. Anyway, he didn't have much to do this afternoon, so he picked up Chu Linger and went home. Thank you, big brother. This favor of yours? Little brother remembers. The other party's tone was grateful. Big brother, in the future, if you meet something in the East Sea, you directly inform, and little brother will ensure that he rushes over and solves problems for big brother. Chu Linger packed her things and went downstairs to look for Su Chen. Su Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. A fat man with a big back hair and a suit in the crowd rushed out with flowers in his hands. He knelt down on one knee and confessed to Chu Linger. Chu Linger, I like you. Will you marry me? I promise. I'll let you live a carefree and happy life for the rest of your life. Truly, from the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you and was unable to stop myself. You are the only woman I want to marry in my life. Marry me, okay? His move directly attracted the onlookers from the passers-by. Wow, so romantic. If someone could confess to me like this, I'd be willing to marry him straight away. This dude is a rich second generation. See that Ferrari behind him? It must cost $3 to $4 million. When Su Chen saw the scene, his eyelids jumped wildly. Not only was this fatty blocking his parking space, but he was also confessing to his woman. Just as he was about to step forward and tell the fatty to get lost, Chu Linger moved first. Su Chen's heart moved and chose to retreat into the crowd. He wanted to see what Chu Linger's attitude was towards this rich second generation. After all, right now, Chu Linger still thought that he had just gone bankrupt and was poor. If Chu Linger expressed any appearance of having a favorable impression of this fatty, Su Chen would leave without looking back. Seeing Chu Linger appear, a group of people let out a burst of exclamations. Wow, a great beauty, this body, this face, even prettier than a movie star. No wonder this dude is willing to put down blood money to propose. So the girl is so pretty. If I had the money, I'd go after this goddess too. All scatter, such a beautiful goddess. It's only people who are rich second generation that are qualified to chase after her. Chu Linger ignored the passers-by sentiments. Instead, she slatted her face and coldly looked at that fat man. Chu Hui, I really don't have any feelings for you at all. Please stop harassing me, okay? Chapter 40 Is the couch cold? Chu Linger, I am passionately in love with you. How can I call it harassment? The man called Chu Hui was undeterred and continued, "If you continue to pester me, I will choose to use the police to deal with this matter. I hope you behave yourself." Chu Linger was about to leave after saying that. "Don't go. I truly like you. I'm even willing to give you everything I have. As long as you marry me, my car and my house will all be yours." Chu Hui stepped forward and begged, "Do you think I'm that kind of materialistic woman? Please don't insult me." Chu Linger frowned and said coldly, she was from a good family and did not lack money. It wasn't because of money that she would think highly of a certain man, or disparage him. Therefore, she was not cold to the rich Chu Hui. Therefore, she would look at Su Chen who had nothing. "I don't mean that. I just want to say that I love you." Seeing Chu Linger about to leave, Zhu Hui was anxious. Not being able to care about that much, he directly rushed forward with the appearance of wanting to force a kiss. When Chu Linger saw this look of Chu Hui, she was immediately scared out of her wits. At this time, Su Chen scurried out from the crowd and stopped Chu Hui with one hand. "What for?" Chu Hui first froze, then stared at Su Chen and said viciously, "Kid, don't mind your own business." Chu Linger was quite relieved when she saw Su Chen appear. "What do you mean by meddling? He's my boyfriend." She took Su Chen's arm. "What?" Chu Hui was startled. "Chu Linger, you're lying to me. You must be lying to me, right? Pulling a random passerby to pretend to be your boyfriend? This kind of bridge. I've read too much in novels." "Alright, whatever you think. Hurry up and get out of the way. We're leaving." Su Chen was too lazy to explain to him. Chu Hui grimaced, "If you don't explain this matter to me today, you don't want to leave. Who the hell are you? I need to explain to you?" Su Chen smiled. "I'm warning you, don't harass Chu Linger again, or else you'll be treated impolitely." Chu Hui's face changed. In front of everyone's eyes, he was being looked down upon by a stinking poor man. It could be said that he had lost face. I'm a rich second generation who drives a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. While you're just a stinking pauper wearing a few $100s of clothes, how can you be impolite to me?" Zhu Hui said with a leathery smile. "A few $1 million Ferrari is great?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "Of course. I don't know how many times more powerful I am compared to poor people like you. I reckon that if you are like this, not to mention buying a car of a few tens of thousands of dollars, it's probably hard enough to drive an electric car." Chu Hui snorted. Chu Linger's expression was a bit ugly. She knew that Su Chen had just gone bankrupt and really didn't have much money. Chu Hui's words were tantamount to rubbing salt into the wound. Chu Linger immediately pulled Su Chen's hand. "Su Chen, don't talk to him about this. Let's go." Su Chen didn't say anything, but took out the car key and unlocked the sports car. Snap! The lights of the Bugatti Veyron lit up, and Su Chen pulled open the car door. The crowd let out a gasp. "My God, he's actually the owner of this Bugatti Veyron. This sports car has to be over $30 million, right? This dude is too rich. Me and the owner of the Bugatti Veyron are both wearing floor clothes, which equals me being the owner of the Bugatti Veyron." Zhu Hui directly looked dumbfounded. It was unthinkable that this person in front of him was the one he had respectfully called Big Brother on the phone a few minutes ago. "I'll give you 3 minutes to move your car, or I'll directly crash into it." Su Chen poked his head out of the car window and said towards Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui swallowed his saliva, got into the Ferrari in a hurry, and obediently moved the car. Did he dare not allow it? Zhu Hui was the one who had parked illegally and was at a disadvantage. In case Su Chen really crashed up, then he would be responsible for 2 car repairs. I don't know how much it would cost to repair his own multi-million-dollar Ferrari, not to mention Su Chen's $30 million Bugatti Veyron. It was estimated that selling Zhu Hui wouldn't even be enough to pay for it. Chu Hui's Ferrari gave way like a little brother, and the Bugatti Veyron slowly left from the sight of the crowd. At this moment, Chu Linger was sitting in the car, her heart raising shocking waves. Didn't Su Chen go bankrupt? How did he have such a luxurious sports car? However, she soon figured out that Su Chen was saying that he was withdrawing money to pay off his debt. He didn't say he was using all the money. Moreover, this hand of Su Chen knowing the inside information was already breathtaking. Chu Linger estimated that even if Su Chen only had $1 on him, as long as he was given time, it could still turn into 100 million. Sentimentally, she was all worrying blindly. Thinking about what? Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Chu Linger with a thoughtful look. "Thanks to that, I was worried that you couldn't afford to eat, but as a result, you're driving such a nice car. Dinner tonight is on you." Chu Linger pouted a mouth and said in a bad mood, "No problem." Su Chen nodded with a smile. The two people went to a hotel with a pretty good environment for dinner. After dinner, Su Chen sent Chu Linger back to her apartment. On the road, Chu Linger lowered her head, her cheeks burning. As soon as she remembered last night's crazy actions, she felt that, "We're here, you have a good rest. I'll go back first." Su Chen said, "It's already very late. It's not convenient for you to go back. Why don't you stay at my place tonight?" Chu Linger said. Su Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting Chu Linger to say this. Without waiting for him to reply, Shu Linger reached out her hand and pulled him into the apartment. She took out a quilt and handed it to Su Chen. You sleep on the sofa, I'll sleep on the bed. Why isn't it me sleeping on the bed? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked back. Shu Linger's pretty face immediately turned red. You. It's good enough to give you the sofa to sleep on. You still have to give an inch, don't you? Just a sofa. Love to sleep or not? Okay, good night. Su Chen nodded helplessly. It was too late to go back to the rental room, so he might as well make do here. This sofa also looked quite big, and could casually lie down for one person. Good night. There was a snap. Shu Linger reached out to turn off the lights. Time did not know how much time had passed. Anyway, Shu Linger did not fall asleep. Tossing and turning, she tossed and turned. Su Chen, are you asleep? Shu Linger asked in a low voice. Su Chen replied, not yet. What's wrong? I just wanted to ask you if it's cold sleeping on the sofa. A little bit. Su Chen shrunk his body, looking cold. In reality, he who possessed a god-level physique would not feel any cold at all. Then why don't you sleep on the bed? Shu Linger bit her lips tightly and opened her mouth after a long thought struggle. Good. Su Chen nodded his head and directly got on Shu Linger's bed. It had to be said that this bed was really warm. There was also a faint fragrance. First say yes. You are not allowed to move me. Even if you move me, you have to tell me in advance. Chapter 41, Discussions across the internet. Godly hero is too rich. The next morning, Su Chen got into a cab and went to Auto City. His Bugatti Veyron was fine to drive in the city, but if he wanted to go to the countryside, there were some difficult mountain roads there, not suitable for a sports car, so Su Chen decided to buy another car. His eyes fell on the off-road vehicle, Mercedes-Benz Big G. That car had a high chassis, and it wasn't hard to run on mountain roads. The key thing was that it was cheap and durable. In Su Chen's eyes, the Mercedes-Benz Big G, which was worth $3 million, was cheap. At this moment, inside the Mercedes-Benz car store, a few long-legged female sales were idly bored and chatted. Do you guys know? The Bugatti next door to us sold a sports car worth over $30 million some time ago. I've heard about it too. It said that the owner was young and rich, and it only took a minute to buy the car. Really? Is it that exaggerated? I don't know, but I think that the one who can afford a Bugatti Veyron must be a big shot, and I'd like to get to know him. Look at you. What if he's 50 or 60 years old? That's even better. He's got a pension. The more the group of people talked, the more energized they became, all wanting to meet the tycoon. At this time, Su Chen walked into the store. Sir, may I ask what car you need? A sales went forward and politely asked. Mercedes-Benz Big G. Configure me on the best. Swipe the card. Su Chen took out his bank card from his pocket. The saleswoman froze for a while before coming back to her senses and took Su Chen's bank card with both hands. Sir, you haven't asked about the price of the Big G. We can't offer much discount for the top-of-the-line Big G. The sales reminded. Doesn't matter. There's $10 million in that card. It should be enough, right? Su Chen said indifferently. The beautiful saleswoman opened her mouth wide in surprise. Enough. Enough. Ding. The transaction was successful. At this moment, the beautiful saleswoman felt a dizziness in her brain and almost couldn't even stand still. This young man in front of him is also too rich. Come up and directly buy the car in full. Also do not ask the price. The tone of voice is also so glib. Buying a multi-million-dollar car was as easy as buying water for him. This is your car key. Welcome to come back next time. The sales said solemnly. Thanks. Su Chen politely took it. He drove the car out. The sales of the Bugatti next to him happened to bump into Su Chen, and immediately couldn't care less about the work in his hand, and hurriedly went forward to wave and greet. Good day, Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Several sales on the Mercedes side froze. Rumor has it that the customer who bought the Bugatti Veyron, isn't it called Su Xiao? Seems like it. You can't be trying to say that this gentleman is the same godly man who bought the Bugatti Veyron, right? It's very likely. Think about it. When the godly man bought a car from Bugatti before, was it the same as today's gentleman, who paid for the car as soon as he entered the store? This is very much in line with that godly man's habits. Moreover, looking at the respectful manner of the salesperson over at Bugatti, it's about right. At this time, a salesman walked into the store and heard their conversation. No need to guess. Mr. Su is the godly man who bought the car last time. I personally watched him go to Bugatti to pick up the car. For a while, the store was silent. Immediately afterward, a commotion erupted. Oh my god, the godly man came to buy a car from us. No wonder he was so glib. So he's a rich big shot. God Ho just looked at me. You guys, does he have feelings for me? Should I go after him? Took a glance at you? Sorry, when he just said thank you to me. I even thought of what my child's name would be and where he would go to school. While you guys are still discussing, I've already added Mr. Su's contact information. I'll add it too. Mr. Su is mine. Don't all of you grab it. Besides, Su Chen sighed. He didn't even know about the situation inside the Mercedes-Benz store. Driving to the mall to buy clothes for his family, the guide smiled and politely asked, "Sir, may I help you with something? Hello, please help me wrap this one, and this one, and this one." Su Chen reached out and pointed at a few pieces of clothing while handing the card from his pocket to the shopper. This card was given by Xie Qing earlier, and there was $30 million in it, which Su Chen did not move. When the shopper guide received this card, her hands trembled a little in excitement. She had seen this kind of card on the internet. The conditions for handling it were very harsh, and one of the mandatory requirements was that the deposit had to be more than $10 million. In other words, the young man in front of her was a multimillionaire. Young and multimillionaire, with a unique aura. The guide felt a dizzy spell in her brain, and her heart thumped. She felt like she was in love. Okay, a total of 350,000. I'll help you calculate the discount. It can be cheaper by tens of thousands. No need, just swipe your card directly. Su Chen laughed. He was in a hurry to go back. Besides, he was now $800 million. A discount of several tens of thousands was really nothing in his eyes. He played a little in the stock market, and what he earned was hundreds of thousands of dollars to start with. Okay. The guide was inwardly shocked. It was unthinkable that Su Chen was so rich. He didn't even want a discount of a few tens of thousands. Ding! The transaction was successful. Su Chen didn't stay idle and went up to the 6th floor of the mall, electronic products area. His parents, now using the same kind of button elderly machine, not for anything else, just because it is cheap and durable. This use, on the use of 3 or 4 years, Su Chen knew that his parents actually wanted to buy a smartphone to play, but too expensive. They cannot afford to buy. Sister Suyu's cell phone has also been used for several years. Old and old. Even the paint has fallen off a lot. Every time the battery was charging long and draining fast. So, Su Chen decided to get them a new cell phone. He bought a few domestic cell phones and a few tablets, and bought some cigarettes and alcohol. Only after doing all this did he drive home. This time, the entire mall was spreading the rumor that there was a young and wealthy godly man. The man was good-looking and handsome, and he didn't even blink when he spent money. The godly man bought a few cell phones and tablets in my store, spending over $100,000. Oh, Godho also came to my store and bought over $300,000 worth of clothes. What is your place? That godly man bought 2 Patek Philippe watches in my store, spending over $3 million. For a while, the store guides were comparing whose store the godly man spent more at. The mall was trying to advertise to promote awareness, or perhaps it was simply emotion. The morning's events were posted on a short video. In less than a minute, the likes and comments had already broken 100. In 10 minutes, the likes broke 10,000 and the comments broke 1,000. Brothers, I just tallied it up. That godly man in East Sea spent nearly $5 million in the course of one morning. 5 million. Is that a lot? It's just the same amount of money I wouldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. I only earn 5 million a day with hard work, and the rich man spent 5 million in one morning. I smoked a pack of cigarettes, and still can't think of where I lost. Bah, isn't it just 100 times more savings than me? What's the big deal? Upstairs, you are not allowed to scold my husband. Sisters, I've arrived at the mall, begging for a chance encounter with God's hero. Although it's mosaic, I think it's definitely a handsome guy. I can't help falling in love with him. It's not because he's rich, it's purely because I value his talent. Chapter 42 Introducing a Job to Your Son. Tangbei Village, Tianshan County. Quite a few people who were doing farm work came out of the fields and prepared to go home for dinner. Su Shanha carried his hoe and wiped the sweat on his forehead with a towel. He knew that his son Su Chen was going home today, so his footsteps couldn't help but speed up. At this time, an ear-piercing horn sounded behind him. It drew everyone's attention over. Su Shanha also turned his head to look. It was a brand new minivan, so much so that the hood came with hanging red flowers. It looked like it had just been raised from an automobile store. The car window was rolled down. On the passenger side sat a woman in her 50s. Su Shanha recognized this woman. Her name was Zhang Xiaochui. It could be said that Su Shanha's family had a big conflict with Zhang Xiaochui's family. Zhang Xiaochui used to run a fruit store. Su Shanha bought 2 pounds of fruit from her. However, Zhang Xiaochui took advantage of Su Shanha's inattention and secretly put some rotten and bad fruits in the bag. Su Shanha carried the fruit home. The young Su Chen and Su Yu did not understand this, and directly took the bad fruit and ate it. As a result, the 2 children ate bad stomach, vomiting and diarrhea. When Su Shanha saw this scene, he was shocked, rushed Su Chen and Su Yu to the hospital. Later, Su Shanha made some inquiries about the children and realized that it was the problem of the fruit. Angry Su Shanha found Zhang Xiaochui's fruit store to say. Zhang Xiaochui not only did not recognize, but said that Su Shanha planted the evidence to frame. This matter is very big. A lot of people in Zhang Xiaochui's fruit store has suffered. For a while, Everyone was saying that Zhang Xiaochui was black-hearted. What lack of caddy is a common thing. What the second best? The good fruit secretly replaced with rotten. Fruit store business is getting worse and worse, and finally closed down. Zhang Xiaochui blamed it all on Su Shanhe. She felt that Su Shanhe was jealous of her business, so she intentionally smashed her store. This also led to the deepening of the conflict between the two families. Zhang Xiaochui even squeezed Su Shanhe's family 3 times. Right now, Zhang Xiaochui naturally would not have any good intentions. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaochui glanced at Su Shanhe, frowned and reprimanded, "Surname Su, are you blind? Can't you see the car coming? Why don't you hurry and get out of the way and make way for us?" When Su Shanhe heard this, he immediately exploded with anger. Although this road couldn't be very wide, passing 2 cars at the same time was no problem at all. What's more, he had been standing on the side of the road. Where was the argument of giving way? Zhang Xiaochui was deliberately targeting him. Su Shanhe didn't spare the other party either, and directly disliked him. "Zhang Xiaochui, you're the one who didn't grow eyes, right? I've been walking on the side of the road. Such a big road. You can't pass this car? You." Zhang Xiaochui was first stunned, then furious. Today, her son brought a new car and happened to meet Su Shanhe, who was going home again. Zhang Xiaochui naturally would not let go of this opportunity and went up to Su Shanhe to insult him properly. However, Su Shanhe not only did not let go, but choked back. "This can be angry Zhang Xiaochui." Zhang Xiaochui said unwillingly, "Let you get out of the way. Get out of the way. So much nonsense for what? My son's new car more than 200,000 yuan. You a countryside mud-legged man leans so close. Dirty how to do? Can you afford to pay?" Su Shanhe did not say anything. More than $200,000 of car. What is the spirit? However, a group of villagers were surprised with their mouths wide open. A car of more than $200,000? Zihu has made a fortune. I can't even save $200,000 in 10 years without eating or drinking. Zihu, this child really gives our Tangbei village a long face. A group of people were talking and praising. Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaochui and Su Zihu were full of joy. "My son isn't too good. His monthly salary is only $30,000 to $40,000. Zhang Xiaochui's face eased up quite a bit and said in a joking manner. Again, there was a sound of sucking in cool air. A salary of $30,000 to $40,000 a month. This Su Zihu was mixing too much, almost 10 times their monthly salary. No wonder he could buy a luxury car of more than $200,000. At this time, Su Zihu looked at Su Shanhe and asked, "Uncle, I heard that your son Su Chen is also working in the city? He's doing very well now, right? After all, he is a high achiever out." Su Zihu intentionally emphasized on one side the high school student. He himself had a middle school education. Over the years, people in the village hadn't rarely compared him to Su Chen. When they mentioned him, Su Zihu, they all shook their heads and sighed. This matter Su Zihu has been grudging. He wanted to use today to tell the people of Tangbei village who was the one who had gotten ahead. Good fart. Owes $300,000 in foreign debt. I guess I don't even dare to come back for the new year. Zhang Xiaochui snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. Su Zihu raised his eyebrows, pretending to be surprised. Oh, not only did Su Chen not make any money, instead he owed money outside? Uncle Shanhe, Su Chen and I are good friends, so naturally I can't watch him not be able to pay off his external debts. Let's put it this way. I have an acquaintance over here. The construction site is short of brick movers. You tell Su Chen to come and move bricks. Although it's a bit bitter, there's an 8,000 salary a month. That 300,000 will be paid off if you bite the bullet. My son is willing to help your son. Why don't you hurry up and say thank you? Zhang Xiaochui snorted coldly. Su Zihu was ostensibly concerned about Su Chen, but was actually humiliated. Su Shanhe's face was unnatural, unable to look at Zhang Xiaochui's mother and son's condescending appearance. No need. My son Xiao Chen is doing quite well in the city. Not bad? You call owing $300,000 not bad? You can really talk tough. Zhang Xiaochui snorted. That's right, Shanhe. You'd better take this job for your son. Otherwise the $300,000 will have to be paid back until the end of time. A job of $8,000 a month. Many people can't even beg for it. Zihu still introduced the job to your son for the sake of a village. You have to cherish it. A group of people advised Su Shanhe. Su Zihu mother and son coldly watched Su Shanhe's swollen face. At this time, a horn sound came from behind Su Zihu's car. The smile on Zhang Xiaochui's face condensed and was replaced by a flash of anger. She was making a spectacle of herself, stepping on Su Shanhe. Which ungrateful fellow was it that was causing trouble here? Moreover, it also dared to honk at her family's over $200,000 luxury car. Zhang Xiaochui angrily turned her head to look and realized that behind her was a black SUV. What brand she didn't recognize. The person sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Su Chen. Su Zihu similarly twisted his head to look, and when he saw Su Chen, he was first stunned. When he saw that the car Su Chen was sitting in was a Mercedes-Benz Big G, he was even more shocked and couldn't speak with his mouth wide open. At this time, Su Chen honked the horn again. It was as if he was saying that Su Jihu's car was blocking the road and asked him to hurry up and drive away. In fact, when coming, Su Chen saw Zhang Xiaochui's family sneering at his father. Su Shanhe, Su Chen's character, naturally, would not allow this mother and son to bully his father. Zhang Xiaochui's face was grim as she gritted her teeth and said, driving back a broken car. What's the big deal? Can it be compared to my family's 200,000 plus car? If you honk your horn again, my mother will stone your broken car. Chapter 43. You rented this car, didn't you? Zhang Xiaochui was upset inside. Her family is in the midst of a great deal of excitement. She is not happy to be robbed of the limelight all of a sudden. Of course, and also by Su Shanhe's family to steal the limelight. Naturally even more upset. Hearing Zhang Xiaochui's words, Su Jihu's body shook. He was so scared that his face was pale and trembling. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaochui really made a move, and hurriedly said, Mom, the car that Su Chen drove is not a van. It's a Mercedes-Benz Big G. It costs more than $2 million. I see that Su Chen's car is top of the line. It's estimated to be $3 million. What? $3 million? Zhang Xiaochui's mouth opened wide in surprise. It was estimated that her mouth could put down an egg. The villagers were also stunned. The car Su Chen drove was worth $3 million? $3 million? My goodness. I've never seen that much money in my life. This Su Chen looks like he has made a fortune. He can afford to drive such an expensive car. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, this car isn't expensive. Compared to the $30 million Bugatti Veyron, this Mercedes Big G really wasn't expensive. However, Su Chen's words became pretentious in the ears of this group of people. Zhang Xiaochui was very unhappy inside. Immediately, she snorted coldly and said in disbelief, is this your car? Just pretending here. I reckon it's you who rented a car, right? The crowd's eyelids jumped. This car wasn't Su Chen's? Seeing the complex expressions of the crowd, Zhang Xiaochui analyzed in a serious manner. Think about it, a guy who owes $300,000 in debt. How could he afford a $3 million luxury car in a short period of time? If you ask me, Su Chen is just dying to save face, especially renting a car from somewhere. That's right, even I can't afford a $3 million luxury car. How could Su Chen afford it? Borrowed it without a doubt. Su Jihu sneered. The group of villagers heard this and nodded their heads in succession. It felt very reasonable. Su Shanhe's family's child was doing it to save face, so he specially borrowed a car from somewhere, right? Zhang Xiaochui said bitterly to Su Chen, Su Chen, as a person, you can be poor and owe money. These are no big deal, but the most important thing to be a man is to be honest. I advise you it's better to be a down-to-earth person. Don't make these false things. Borrowing a $3 million car to run this kind of countryside road. If something accidentally scrapes, you can't afford to pay for it even if you lose all your money. Zhang Xiaochui was ostensibly educating Su Chen. In reality, she was mocking him for clamoring. It's fine. I bought this car specifically to run in the countryside. So a scratch is a scratch. Su Chen spoke indifferently. The group of people raised their eyebrows. Zhang Xiaochui and Su Jihu snorted. Su Chen was being a stiff upper lip. Until now, he still didn't admit that this car was rented by him. TSK, I didn't expect Su Chen to become so hypocritical now. Shanha, Su Chen turning into this appearance today has a lot to do with you as parents. Su Shanha exploded with anger. How come my son can't afford a car? Only Zhang Xiaochui's family is allowed to buy a car? My family can't? He believed that his son was not a hypocrite. There was no way he would purposely borrow a car and come to the village to make this appearance. Alright, don't lie. If this car was bought by your son, I'd immediately go back to the village upside down from here. Zhang Xiaochui sneered. At this time, a van slowly drove up from behind. On it was written Yutai Real Estate. This was a very famous property in the city. Su Jihu was also working as a salesman in Yutai Real Estate and had made a fortune over the years. The van stopped, and the crowd saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and glasses walking quickly. Su Jihu was first stunned, then said in surprise, Manager Su? Mom, this is the manager Su I always tell you about. He's a well-known figure in the city, and he often deals with big shots. He also knew that I was preparing to buy a house, so he gave me an employee discounted price. I didn't think that he would personally drive the information over. The crowd raised their eyebrows, surprised. Not only had Su Jihu bought a car, but now he was going to buy a house, and he was also able to get the manager to personally come and deliver the information for buying a house. It showed that Su Jihu's child had a lot of success. Zhang Xiaochui had a lofty face and glanced at Su Shanha as if she was provocative. That expression seemed to be saying, see, my son is just more capable than your son. Manager Su, the matter of me buying a house. It's just a matter of talking about it at the company when the time comes. Why do you still let you personally make a trip? This is a real setback for me. Don't worry, I will definitely work harder for the company in the future. Su Jihu greeted with a smile, his face full of joy. However, Manager Su was surprised to see Su Jihu. Little Su, you're here too? What? Manager Su, you're not here to find me? The smile on Su Jihu's face froze. Manager Su glanced at Su Jihu and said coldly, you're a small employee, worthy of me personally coming to find you? I'm here to find this Mr. Su. Manager Su finished speaking, and without looking back, he bypassed Su Jihu. Su Jihu was embarrassed and groundless. Hello Mr. Su, the 2 villas you bought earlier. The property certificates have already been done. I've sent them over especially for you. Manager Su walked in front of Su Chen. His attitude changed 180 degrees. With a smile on his face, he lowered his eyebrows. The crowd opened their mouths wide in surprise. Su Jihu's manager was here to find Su Chen. Moreover, there was respect in his words and demeanor. Su Jihu's eyelids fluttered wildly. His voice raised several degrees. Villa? Manager Su, are you saying that Su Chen bought a villa? Su Jihu was a salesman who specialized in selling houses. The villa area was naturally aware of what the price level was. The cheapest one was $4 million, a price he couldn't afford. Right now, learning that Su Chen had bought a villa for his family, how could he not be excited? That's right, and it's still 2 sets, adding up to a total of $12 million. Manager Su nodded his head. At this moment, the entire room was silenced. No one could believe it. The poor boy that everyone in the village looked down on had transformed into a big boss. Not only did he buy a $3 million car, but he also bought a $10 million villa. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Chen said indifferently, Manager Su, hard work. He had bought 2 villas in passing from the county, so his parents and sister could live in them when the time came. No hard work, no hard work. I was looking for a side trip, so I brought it to you. It shouldn't have disturbed you, right? Manager Su laughed. Su Jihu swallowed his saliva. Shana Harry wrote Manager Su's family lived in the county and didn't have any relatives over here, specializing in delivering real estate certificates to Su Chen. Passing by was nothing more than just saying it in a nice way. That's fine, thanks. Su Chen nodded and received the keys to the 2 sets of villas. The ordinary thanks, but it made Manager Su flattered. No. In the future, if you encounter anything, you can contact me in 24 hours. Chapter 44, Making 60,000 in 3 minutes. When Su Shanha heard that Su Chen spent more than $10 million, he was so scared that he was dumbfounded on the spot. That wasn't $1,000. It was $10 million. When did his son become so rich? However, it was finally a raised eyebrow. He stared at Zhang Xiaochui and said coldly, so what? How are you planning to crawl back? Jihu, let's go. Don't be general with them. Zhang Xiaochui snorted coldly, her white eyes rolling up to the sky. She urged Su Jihu to leave. It was really not possible to lose that person. Su Jihu grayly started the car and left in a hurry. The villagers muttered, don't bet if you can't afford to play. What a person. Immediately after, the crowd gathered around. Xiao Chen I really didn't expect you to be doing so well now. This kid was seen to have a future since he was a kid. I didn't look away. Xiao Chen, your cousin will be graduating from university soon. Can you take him on? I don't expect to eat meat, but I'll be fine with some soup. This Su Chen is moving a $3 million car and a $10 million villa. Even if it's soup, it's probably a sky-high figure. Xiao Chen, my daughter recently quit her job and has nothing to do, so look at helping out too. A group of people chattered. It took Su Chen a lot of effort to escape from these villagers. Afterward, he drove Su Shanha back home. His mother, Bai Eugene, came out to greet him with a smile on her face. Son is back? Gosh, even drove a car back? This car isn't cheap, is it? She looked the car up and down, then said, I heard those people say, our son's car is $3 million. Su Shanha said with a proud face, what? $3 million? Bai Eugene's surprise was no less than those people just now. She felt her head buzzing and went directly blank. Buying a $3 million car. This was something she didn't even dare to think about. Su Shanha glanced at Bai Eugene, then shook his head, as if to say that her mental quality was too poor, and this scared her. In fact, Su Shanha himself had just been shocked for a long time before coming back to his senses. The original mediocre son suddenly bought a $3 million luxury car. Anyone else would be shocked. Old companion, you don't be too surprised. Prepare yourself psychologically first. I still have a big thing to tell you now. There's still a big thing? Bai Eugene couldn't even speak properly. A $3 million car was already enough to shock her. Is there anything more shocking than this? Our son bought us 2 villas in the county, spending a total of more than $10 million. Su Shanha said while taking out the real estate certificate. What? Villas? Over $10 million? Bai Eugene was dumbfounded. She pinched herself to make sure this wasn't a dream. Some time ago, Chen said that he had learned stock speculation from a friend and made $1 million. The family was already shocked enough at that time. How long had it only been over? Just to buy a $3 million luxury car, and a $10 million villa? It was truly unbelievable. Mom, if you don't like living in the county, we can go to East Sea to buy a house, or just build a house in the old home. Chen opened his mouth and said. These words scared Su Shanha's two families. Still buying and building a house? How much money did this child Su Chun earn? At this time, Su Yu, who was wearing a long sky blue dress, slowly walked over. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Is my brother coming back today? I'm already back, Su Chen said with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness and heartache. Su Yu was much thinner than before. It should be from the exhaustion of working as a summer job before. Brother, I missed you to death. Su Yu immediately looked up after hearing that familiar voice. Her eyebrows arched, revealing two white and cute little tiger teeth. I also miss you guys. Su Chen touched Su Yu's hair with a doting face. Oh right, I came back this time and brought you guys something. I'll go get it. Su Chen turned around and took out his cell phone tablet. Only then did Su Yu notice Su Chen's Mercedes-Benz Big G, and immediately exclaimed, Brother, you bought a car? Her gaze fell on Su Shanha's hand again. That shouldn't be a real estate license, right? Walk, go inside and talk about it. Su Shanha carried Su Chen's luggage for him and walked into the house. Right, let's go home first. Bai Eugene nodded her head. Looking at her son's successful career now, he also brought gifts back home. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. The house was built from red bricks without any decoration. It looked very simple. The family of four ate and talked at the dinner table. Su Shanha talked about the matter of Zhang Xiaochui's mother and son fleeing in ashes, amused Su Yu to no end. At this time, Mother Bai Eugene looked at Su Chen and asked, Son, where did you get this money to buy a car and a villa? At this statement, Su Shanha and Su Yu's gazes all fell on Su Chen in unison. They were all very curious. After all, in just half a month's time, Su Chen had gone from being $300,000 in debt to a multi-millionaire. Su Chen smiled. He knew when he came that his family would definitely ask this question. Prepared the words in advance. Some time ago, I saved an old man in the neighborhood, and his son, who is a rich man, gave me $30 million in gratitude. Later, I used this $30 million to speculate on stocks and use the money to make money. Su Chen said while taking out his cell phone and calling up the stock speculation software. The data on it was densely packed. That is, Su Chen's sister and parents didn't understand stocks, otherwise they would have been shocked. The transaction records within Su Chen's account, the stocks were all bought low and sold high. To say that he was a stock god would not be an exaggeration. This stock speculation thing, is it really lucrative? Su Shanha asked. Of course, one of my classmates' dad is specialized in stock speculation. Her dad earns several $100,000 every year. Su Yu nodded her head affirmatively. Something like stock speculation was a deep pit for those who could not manage their money. But for those who can manage money, it is a tool to make money. Seeing his parents still having a hard time understanding the look, Su Chen smiled and took out his cell phone to start operating. Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu, look, I'll buy a stock with $1 million. According to the future stock analysis chart, there's a stock rising 6% later on. Although it wasn't an uptick, it was enough for the parents to use for their demonstration. Now I sold this stock. I made 60,000 from this. Su Chen faintly opened his mouth and said. Su Shanha's two families and Su Yu were stunned. Brother, you are really amazing. Son, you're not kidding, right? It's only been a few minutes and you've earned 60,000? We've been farming for 3 years to earn money, and you used 3 minutes? Su Chen nodded with a smile. It's true. You guys can look at the transaction records. My previous account was 1 million deposits. Now the deposit is 1,600,000? It's still true. The two families looked at the transaction record, and then became excited. They felt proud for Su Chen. Those people in the village always flaunted that their sons and daughters earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. The godly couldn't do it. Mr. and Mrs. Su Shanha always dared not participate in such topics for fear of not being able to raise their heads. But now, sorry, my son made 60,000 in 3 minutes. Son, I've heard people say that speculating in stocks is risky. You'd better be careful. While Bai Eugene was happy, she softly advised. Many people who speculate in stocks make money at first, but end up losing their money. Didn't they say that many big bosses speculate in stocks and end up jumping off buildings? Bai Eugene hoped that Su Chen would be cautious about this matter of stock speculation. After all, making money was so easy, then losing money was equally easy. Okay Mom, those stocks are all carefully selected by me. In order to not let his mother worry, Su Chen immediately said. In reality, he possessed a future stock analysis chart. If you wanted to make money from the stock market, you could completely operate with your eyes closed. Chapter 45 Landslide in 13 minutes. After dinner, Su Chen drove the family to the county town. First, he went to see the 2 sets of villas. Immediately after, Su Chen took his parents and sister to the provincial city to buy clothes. Previously, in order to cure his ex-girlfriend Zhanya, his parents had given Su Chen all their life savings. Even his younger sister gave Su Chen the wages she earned from her summer vacation job. As a result, their own lives were tight. But even so, they didn't have any complaints. Now that life was better, Su Chen naturally wanted to make it up to his family. The busy shopping mall was full of goods, but the prices were equally expensive. Sunglasses could be sold for thousands. A skirt was even closer to tens of thousands of sky-high prices. Xiao Chen, why don't we buy somewhere else? Things here are too expensive. Mother Bai Eugene was shocked on the spot when she saw the prices. Ridiculously expensive. This was a money grab. Clothes that cost tens of dollars at the ground stalls could be worn comfortably. Yeah wow. Let's just go downstairs and take a look around. So you pulled Su Chen's hand and was about to head out. Mom, Little Moon, you guys first look to see if there are any items you like. Don't look at the price. Fong Sun said indifferently. He could tell that his mother and sister liked the clothes here. Especially Su Yu. Her eyes lit up when she saw a lowly princess dress. The only reason why she was clamoring to leave was because she thought the price was too expensive. At this time, the young shopper, dressed cleanly and decently, smiled and went forward to greet. Hello, welcome. May I ask how I can help? Su Yu and Bai Eugene had a moment of embarrassment on their faces. The other shopper had come over. It was neither right to stay nor wrong to leave now. At this time, Su Chen opened his mouth to speak. He first smiled and nodded towards the guide, then said, hello, help my mom and my sister pick a few sets of clothes that suit them. Immediately afterward, Su Chen turned his head to look at Bai Eugene and Su Yu. Mom, Xiao Yu, there are $2 million in this card. You guys are not allowed to go home until you spend it all today. As he said that, he took out his bank card. $2 million? Bai Eugene and Su Yu were stunned. Not only the two of them, the store guides in the store were dumbfounded. This was too trenchant, right? Landlord, please accept my knees. Okay, this way please. The guide smiled, even more enthusiastic than before. Su Shanha watched Su Yu and Bai Eugene buying clothes. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, there was still some envy in his eyes. Su Chen said, Dad, let's go. Mom and her sister buying clothes is estimated to take a long time. Let's go shopping elsewhere first. Su Shanha nodded his head and felt that it made sense. Women buying things was just troublesome. Son, then where are we going? Su Shanha asked. To buy a car. When Su Shanha was young, he worked as a driver, so driving wasn't a problem. And Su Chen knew that his father even dreamed of owning an overbearing off-road vehicle. So Su Chen took the opportunity of coming back today to fulfill his father's wish back then. Father and son came to the automobile city. Both of you, may I ask what kind of car are you here to see? The car sales politely asked. Su Chen replied indifferently. Everything asked my father is to buy a car for him. I only have one request. The price can't be lower than 1 million. The sales heard Su Chen say this, and immediately his face turned red with excitement. Was this the legendary young and golden big brother? So handsome, so heartwarming. The sales forcefully held back his excitement and smiled as he looked at Su Shanha. Sir, this way please. Su Shanha went to choose a car. Su Chen sat and drank tea. Car brand, color, configuration and all other options. It was all Su Shanha according to his favorite. The landing price was $1,350,000. When paying, Su Chen didn't even ask for a discount. Directly by the bill, the eyes of the sales were filled with admiration. Several sales pasted up and stuffed their business cards in Su Chen's pocket. There were even active sales that already called Su Shanha Dad. On the way back, Su Shanha drove his new car, his face full of spring. This was the happiest Su Chen had ever seen his father smile. Su Chen secretly resolved that he must make to work hard to make money. Let his parents and sister live a happy life. Father and son drove back to the mall. Su Yu and Bai Eugene changed their clothes and walked out. Although Bai Eugene was in her 40s and her skin was not maintained, but with these clothes on, the whole person's temperament completely changed. Su Shanha was completely dumbfounded. Was this his wife who had shared his bed for more than 20 years? How come she was so beautiful? Good. Does it look good? Bai Eugene asked carefully. Su Chen nodded smilingly. Good looking. My dad is too excited to speak. Ahem. Good looking. Good looking. Su Shanha returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly. At this time, the door of the dressing room next to him opened once again. Su Yu slowly walked in her purple Lolita. For a moment, she became the center of attention of the entire room. Su Yu's base was not bad. Her skin was like condensed fat and could be blown apart. With her stunning features, she was beautiful without any modifications. Right now wearing this kind of long dress, it was like a spotless princess. Brother, Do I look good? Su blushed and asked in a small voice. Su Chen nodded his head affirmatively. Good looking. I didn't even recognize this as my sister at first glance, and thought which star is here. Humph. Just know how to trick me to be happy. Su Yu hummed, but her face was unable to suppress a smile. The family of four bought an afternoon in the county town before returning home. Time turned to the next day. Su Chen got up early in the morning, and had dressed up and walked out of the house. 2022, July 8th, Tang Bohu Village, Tianshan County. A landslide occurred on the road at the entrance of the village early in the morning. 13 people were injured. The place where the landslide occurred was at the village entrance of Tang Bohu Village. According to the news report, the landslide happened at 6:50 in the early morning. Su Chen arrived here at 6:30. However, just as he arrived, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xiao Chen, you got up so early? Su Chen twisted his head to look, and the person talking to him was a middle-aged man, dark-skinned, simple and honest-looking. This man's name was Su Zhongwang, and he lived next to Su Chen's house. A persimmon tree was planted in front of his house. When Su Chen was small, Su Zhongwang often climbed up the tree to pick persimmons for Su Chen to eat. Only Su Zhongwang was willing to lend money to Su Chen when he owed $300,000 in external debt. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen smiled and said, Uncle Zhongwang, you also got up quite early. I'll go pick some vegetables and cook noodles for dinner later. Su Zhongwang said smilingly, looking at Su Zhongwang going towards the road. Su Chen looked down at the time. 6:37. There were only 13 minutes until the landslide. In these 13 minutes, there were too many variables. It was possible that Su Zhongwang was one of the injured people mentioned in the news. So, even if Su Chen dragged, he had to drag through these 13 minutes. Uncle Zhongwang, what did you tell me about your son last time you called? Chapter 46, Godly Predictive Ability. Su Zhongwang slapped his head and remembered this matter. Oh, your cousin Su Long just got discharged from the army and hasn't found a suitable job yet. He said that he's going to East Sea in a while, and you happen to be working in the East Sea. So uncle wants to ask you to take care of your cousin. When Su Chen heard this, Su Long's figure immediately appeared in his mind. Close to 1 meter 9 in height, physically fit, with dark skin, just like Su Zhongwang, simple and honest. Good point, turn around and send me his contact information. Su Chen nodded his head. In the past, Su Zhongwang had always taken care of Su Chen, and even lent him money when Su Chen was at his lowest ebb. Su Chen naturally wanted to repay the favor. It just so happened that there was a lack of manpower around him. Recruiting a Su Long over could share some of the pressure. Su Chen had a chat with Su Zhongwang. He looked down at the time. There were still 5 minutes until the landslide. Alright, old uncle has been yakking with you for so long. I have to go pick vegetables. Talk to you later. Su Zhongwang looked at the rising sun and prepared to leave. At the same time, a number of villagers came out one after another from the village. There were about 20 to 30 of them. They were all those who had finished eating and had either gone to the fields to do farm work or had come out to loiter. Most of these people were relatives of Su Chen's family. Every year, when the Spring Festival's first month treats were held, these relatives would come to Su Chen's house to pay their respects. Su Chen naturally did not want to see these relatives get hurt. Immediately, he stood in place and yelled, "Everyone is coming over to receive the red packets." Hearing that there was hilarity to watch and money to collect, the villagers were not in a hurry to leave and came over. Xiao Chen, what did you just say? There's a red packet to collect? Chen Wazi, is this red packet thing really true? Of course it's true. Su Chen nodded his head. Everyone wait here for a while. My classmate is getting married today, and at 7 o'clock, he's going to pass through our village. He told me that everyone who stands here to congratulate him today will have 100 red packets. For a big event like a wedding, I have to help my classmate do it beautifully. So, please also give everyone face and stay here to create an atmosphere. Of course, Su Chen couldn't tell them that something like a landslide would happen soon. No one would believe such words. In all likelihood, they would still treat him as a mental illness. So, Su Chen changed his mindset. He made up a lie that his classmates were getting married and he wanted to give out red packets. This would also allow everyone to stay here and not leave the village. It was nothing more than a matter of paying out some money. For Fong soon, giving everyone a red packet of 100 would be 2 or 3,000. It was so cheap compared to human lives. When the people heard this, they brightened up. Just by standing here and congratulating them, they could get 100 red packets? There was such a good thing? Moreover, it's almost 7 o'clock. Just a few minutes. This money comes easily. A group of people immediately stood on both sides of the road, waiting for Su Chen's classmates to arrive. Su Zhongwang also followed suit to join in the young people's excitement, putting aside the matter of picking vegetables. Off to the side at this time, a person took big steps towards the outside of the village, not giving Su Chen the slightest bit of face. The person who came was Zhang Xiaochui. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was going against Su Chen. Auntie Zhang, my classmate's car will be coming soon. You'd better take a red packet before leaving the village. Although Su Chen did not deal with Zhang Xiaochui's family, he still kindly advised. Zhang Xiaochui snorted coldly, very disdainful, and said, "You can't say you won't leave the village? What a laugh. It's only $100. Say it like who cares." She was still holding a grudge about the humiliation she suffered yesterday. Right now, naturally, she sang against Su Chen. "You can't say you won't go to the village? I'm partial to going out. How about it? Are you angry?" Su Chen smiled without saying anything. He's already done his best, but it's hard to persuade the damn ghosts with good words. "I'll let you stop and take a red packet. We'll leave the village later. Think it's harming you? The time is 6:50 sharp." Next second, rumble. A landslide occurred on the right side of the highway. Zhang Xiaochui's face changed drastically. She wanted to run back, but it was already too late. The landslide was too fast, and Zhang Xiaochui was directly washed away. Everyone was dumbfounded. Subconsciously, they swallowed their saliva and had a heart palpitation. This landslide was too terrifying. A living person was directly washed away like this, in front of nature. People appeared very weak. "Quickly, hurry up and call an ambulance." Someone came back to their senses and said in a hurry. Soon, the ambulance arrived and took away the dying Zhang Xiaochui. At this time, Su Chen opened his mouth and said, "The landslide closed the road. My classmates temporarily changed the road and won't be going from here. But don't worry, everyone, the red packets will still be sent to you as usual." When the crowd heard this, they hastily shook their heads and refused. "No, no, no, we can't ask for your classmates' red packet. To really say it, we have to thank you and your classmates. If it wasn't for you making us wait here, we'd be the same as Zhang Xiaochui right now. Little Chen, you've saved our lives." The crowd looked at Su Chen with faces full of gratitude. "I didn't expect it to be so coincidental either." Su Chen smiled and rubbed his nose. "Anyway, it's good that everyone is fine." Su Chen followed the villagers and chatted for a few moments, then returned home. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. Su Chen's heart moved, knowing that this was the reward given by the cell phone had arrived. At that moment, he hurriedly walked into the bedroom. Although it was in his own home, the secret of the cell phone was better not to let his family know. Detected that the owner has changed the future, and gained God-level prediction ability. A cell phone pop-up window appeared. Using that ability, the owner can learn about the events that will happen in 1 minute. Note, this is a passive skill. No need for the owner to use it deliberately. No cooldown time. As the system is upgraded, the divine ability will also be strengthened. The pop-up window disappeared, and the cell phone screen lit up as a golden light flashed. At the same time, a warmth came from the phone, spreading all over his body along Su Chen's arm. God-level prediction? Su Chen was surprised to see this. He could see things that happened a minute into the future. This skill was something like the weekly push of future news from cell phones. It was all major and powerful news. Little things that appeared around Su Chen were rare. But now, with this prediction ability, Su Chen then made up for the flaws, being able to predict the future 100% in advance. "Brother, breakfast." At this time, Su Yu knocked on Su Chen's door. Coming, Su Chen retrieved his cell phone and walked to the living room. Right at this moment, the divine prediction ability appeared. A minute later, his sister picked up the boiling kettle on the table and prepared to pour water. However, the boiling kettle suddenly exploded. The younger sister was extensively scalded. "Brother, quickly go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Right now, Su Yu was still smilingly greeting Su Chen. She didn't know how horrible things would happen in the next minute. Chapter 47, The Villa is Overrun. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Time stopped. He picked up the kettle and threw it outside. 1 minute arrived. Su Yu twisted her head and wanted to get the boiling kettle, but when she looked down, the kettle was gone. Twisting her head, her eyes happened to fall outside the house. How did the boiling kettle get there? Su Yu scratched her head, confused. The next second, there was a bang. The boiling kettle was in pieces. The fragments, along with the hot boiling water, splashed everywhere. Fortunately, there was no one around, so it was not a big problem. Su Yu's pupils contracted violently, although she did not know how the kettle got outside the house. But if the boiling kettle was still next to her, then she would definitely have suffered extensive burns. What's the point of freezing? It's time to eat. At this time, Su Chen said to the frozen Su Yu, "Oh, coming." At the dinner table, Su Yu voiced her confusion. "Brother, that boiling kettle, did you move it? I clearly remember it being on the table. How did it run outside?" Su Chen said seriously, "It's you who remembered wrong, right? That boiling kettle, I just got up and threw it out. It's too old." "Is that so?" Su Yu cocked her head with a skeptical face. "Then it could be that I'm seeing things wrong." She thought for a long time, and there was no more reasonable explanation than this one from Su Chen. Immediately, she believed it. "Alright, hurry up and eat. Later on, we'll take a bus to the county." Go to the county for what? Suyu raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. Your father bought a new car. Of course he needs to run it to break it in. Also, your brother spent several $1,000,000 to buy us a big villa. To buy it and not live in it? What a pity. The family got into the newly bought SUV and went to the villa area in the county. This villa area was huge, with 30 to 40 villas for sale. It was rumored to be a joint investment by several bosses in the city. One of the bosses was also involved in the movie and television industry, with a wide range of resources and connections in his hands, and the money he made every year was measured in billions. It's so beautiful. Sister Suyu came to the villa area for the first time, and immediately her beautiful eyes flashed in amazement. The greenery, structure, and architecture outside the villa area were all done first class. It allowed everyone who came here to enjoy their eyes and relax. Su Chen's parents were also nodding their heads, praising this place, whether it was the location surrounding or the gold. They couldn't pick any faults. If one were to retire here, it would definitely be a very good choice. One had to admit that their son Su Chen's vision was very good. Looking at his parents and sister's happy smile, Su Chen was inwardly pleased. This is the purpose of his money making, to make the family happy and happy and happy. But just at this moment, the doorman stepped forward and blocked their way. Sir, sorry, our villa area has a rule. If you guys come to look for someone, you have to find the head of the household to make an appointment, and then the head of the household will call us before we can let you in. Please understand, because there are just too many people who want to go to the villa area. We have to vet them out of consideration for the head of the household. The family looked at each other in disbelief. The gatekeeper said this. It was obvious that they were treated as visitors. We are not here to look for people. We are the head of the household here. Su Chen spoke as he handed the other party the real estate certificate to see. The doorman was first stunned, then immediately took the real estate certificate. On it was written, Villa number 2, holder, Su Chen. The doorman's heart was extremely shocked. That no. 2 villa is the face of this villa area. The price is more than $6 million. The average person simply cannot afford to buy. However, this young man was actually the head of Villa 2. This left the doorman stunned. Oh yeah, Villa number 1 is also mine. I'll show you the real estate license in advance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. The doorman gulped and received the real estate certificate with trembling hands. Opening it up, it was clearly written Villa No. 1 on it. Holder, Su Chen. The doorman was dumbfounded. Unbelievable. The man in front of him had bought a few $1 million of villas at a young age, and had bought 2 at once. It's more than $10 million. He could not earn the money even if he worked for 100 years without eating or drinking. For a while, the doorman was filled with respect for Su Chen. Any more questions? Su Chen asked with a smile. Nope, nothing. The doorman swallowed his saliva and shook his head. The doorman didn't know how he managed to return the real estate license. He felt that his legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. The iron gate slowly opened and his father started the car driving into the villa area. Behind him came the gate guard's neat voice. Welcome home, Mr. Su. The villa area was large, and each one had its own separate territory. Security and privacy are all done well. There is a private swimming pool and a private golf course. Sister Suyu couldn't take her eyes off the place, and took her cell phone to take pictures in a hurry, because this place was just too beautiful. It was simply like a fairyland on earth. Su Chen's parents also looked at each other with happy smiles on their faces, in a happy mood. But it was at this moment that the expressions of the crowd changed. Their Villa 1. There were constantly people coming in and out. The original villa, which had been decorated not long ago, was also roughly used by them. It was a messy and dirty place. The family looked at all of this with surprise, not knowing what was going on. Su Chen took a big step forward to find out. One of them glanced at Su Chen, then loudly rebuked. What are you doing? What are you doing? There's a movie being filmed here. Hurry up and go away. Don't interfere with the scene. Su Chen immediately laughed upon hearing this. My villa, without my permission. When did it become a place for you to shoot a movie? Your villa? The man glanced at Su Chen and frowned tightly. That's right. Su Chen nodded his head. Go aside. There's a limit to your nonsense. Do you know how much this villa costs? 6 million. Can you afford it with your poor appearance? I know you're just watching our crew filming, and want to come and meet the stars, ask for autographs and photos or something. I told you no way. Our stars here are all very busy. The man snorted. In his eyes, Su Chen was an avid star chaser. Only the excuse for chasing stars was too stupid. He was only in his early 20s and owned a villa of over $6 million. Who would believe it? I'll repeat. I'm the head of the household here. Who wants any autographed photos? Su Chen coldly spoke. You didn't go through my permission and trespassed into my villa, and also arbitrarily used my items, causing me considerable damage. Aren't you going to give me an argument for this matter? A statement? Please, there's a limit to your nonsense, okay? I rented this villa by formal means. I'll give you 1 minute to get lost. If you don't, I'll call the guards. Call the doorman? Then you can notify. Su Chen clouded over. Chapter 48, he's really the head of household. The man's face clouded over. Obviously, he didn't expect that there was a fan who was so difficult to deal with. Not only was he interfering with their filming, but he was also talking nonsense here. What's going on? Can we still start filming? Wasting my time, is it? At this time a woman with a hot body and a net red face walked out. Shoot, auntie, we'll shoot right away. The man smiled apologetically and said politely, hurry up and shoot. The wine in that wine cabinet is awful. After filming I have to go to the hospital to wash my stomach. The man's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he said in a panic, Auntie, you moved the villa owner's wine? We rented this venue. The items inside can't be moved casually. What can't this move? The woman skimmed her lips in disbelief. There's so much wine in this villa. If I drink one bottle, the landlord won't be able to find out. Moreover, it's not also a waste to leave such good wine there untouched, and I'm helping him drink it to relieve his pressure. If the head of the household pursues us, we won't be able to account for it. What's there to account for? This girl is at least a big internet star. What's wrong with drinking a bottle of red wine for him? This is to give him face. The woman's name is Lu Mu. She was a recent internet celebrity with almost 1 million followers on the short video platform. In the video, she was easygoing, gentle and kind. But now, it was acting completely different. Moreover, this villa area is all my husband's. Who dares to make things difficult for me? Su Chen smiled as he heard this. He said how this netizen was so arrogant. It turned out that she had a gold master father to back her up. Lu Mu looked at Su Chen and said in a commanding tone, funny? Come over and rub my shoulders. And that little girl next to you, come over and knead my legs. Lu Mu had a haughty look on her face, treating Su Chen and the others as if they were the venue staff here, directly calling them around as if they were subordinates. Su Yu and the others' faces were ugly. These people broke into their villa, not to mention using all sorts of grandiose excuses to use their things. Now they were also trying to use them as subordinates. How could this be tolerated? Su Chen glanced at Lu Mu. I'll give you 10 minutes to restore everything to its original state and then get the hell out of here. What did you say? Say it again if you have the ability. Lu Mu was first stunned, and then became furious. She was as a big internet celebrity. On weekdays, when others saw her, they were all lowly and coy. When was she ever yelled at like this? I said for you all to get lost. Do you hear me clearly? Su Chen directly disliked back. Surname Wu. What do you mean? Even your people dare to yell at me? Is that it? Lu Mu's lungs were about to explode with anger. Turning her head to look at the man. Auntie, they are not our people. The man shakes his head and explains. I guess they're here to cause trouble. Troublemakers, and you still don't get rid of him? Do you still need me to teach you this matter? Lu Mu grimaced and scolded sternly. My husband is coming later. I'll go take a shower first to get ready. If I come out after my bath and you haven't gotten things settled, you get the hell out of here. Yes. The man nodded repeatedly. He also dared to be angry. Lu Mu was an internet celebrity that had been packaged by the company, which was why his fans had risen so quickly. There was a gold master father behind him, one of the developers of the villa area here. So even if the man was an assistant director, it was the same. He had to look at Lu Mu's face to do things. Didn't you hear what Sister Lu Mu said? Hurry up and blow these people away. The assistant director greeted the people working under him. A few of the field workers put down the work in their hands and aggressively walked over. Just then, the person in charge of the villa area arrived. I received a call that someone is causing trouble here. May I ask what happened? The assistant director saw the person in charge arrive and immediately brightened up. I was the one who made the call. You guys came just in time. He pointed his finger at Su Chen and the others. These few people broke into our theater and caused all sorts of trouble. Please hurry and take them away. The person in charge twisted his head to see the assistant director pointing at Su Chen, and the corners of his mouth immediately twitched in fear. Wasn't this the head of household of Villa 1? You're asking me to take him away? That's right. You guys hurry up and do it. Take this guy away. However, the several doormen were indifferent. The assistant director was furious. Are you guys sick or what are you waiting for? Do it. You're the one who's sick. This is the head of household of Villa 1. We're not qualified to take him away. What did you say? He is the head of household of Villa 1? The assistant director's expression changed drastically. His face in disbelief. A person in his early 20s could afford a villa worth $6 million? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. Have you guys been tricked by him? How could he be the head of this villa? You guys were cheated by him. Absolutely. The assistant director twisted his head to look at Su Chen and said in a cold voice, I advise you to hurry up and tell them that you are the one who cheated them. Otherwise, when they find out the truth of the matter, you'll die a horrible death. And you might even end up in jail. Mr. Su showed us the real estate certificate. I can tell you for sure that he is the owner of this villa. And I can also tell you that even the next villa number 2 is under Mr. Su's name. What? You mean he has 2 villas? The assistant director was dumbfounded and surprised. Su Chen having a villa number 1 was already enough to surprise him, but he didn't realize that the next villa number 2 was also Su Chen's. These two sets together were almost more than $10 million, right? This young man looked ordinary, but he didn't expect that he would be a low-profile big brother. Su Chen laughed coldly. Sitting in jail seems to be someone else? The assistant director thumped inwardly, and immediately had that bad premonition. What do you want? Su Chen ignored his words and instead turned his head to look at the doorman beside him. Breaking into my villa without my permission and using the things inside without authorization. May I ask what crime is this? The person in charge quickly responded, oh, we have the right to suspect that this is a home invasion. Home invasion? You can't be serious. The assistant director's face turned red and he was on the verge of crying. He twisted his head to look at Su Chen and squeezed out a smile. Brother, misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding just now. What kind of attitude did you have before when I spoke to you in a nice voice? Now talking to me about a misunderstanding? Su Chen sneered. The assistant director's face grimaced. I've already apologized to you. What else do you want? The big deal is that I'll compensate for all your losses, and I guarantee that I won't lose a single penny. Compensation? Su Chen laughed at that. Do you think this is something that can be solved by compensation? Do you think I look like I lack money? The assistant director was squeezed speechless. In such a small county, to be able to buy villas, and to spend $10 million on 2 sets at once, this handiwork, was absolutely unimaginable. People really didn't lack this compensation. 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up my villa and restore everything to its original state. After that, go explain to the police. Chapter 49, the bully comes to the door. The assistant director's face was hard to see. Su Chen was determinedly planning to publicize this matter. Once he was convicted of unlawful entry, he would definitely not be able to escape from prison. His life would be ruined. At this time, Lu Mumu walked out. When she saw that Su Chen was still standing here, she immediately became angry. Surnamed Wu, how did you do your job? Can't even drive these few people away? And what are you doing removing everything? Looking for death? Who agreed for you to do this? Lu Mumu pointed at the assistant director's nose and scolded him. You guys still have 3 minutes. Su Chen looked down at his watch, then smiled. 3 minutes? What 3 minutes? Lu Mumu was dumbfounded. Sister Mumu, we'd better hurry up and leave, or we'll go to jail, someone advised. Hearing the word jail, Lu Mumu was no longer godly. Flustered, she began to pack up her things and leave. After leaving the villa, the more Lu Mumu thought about it, the more angry she became. She had never been in such a mess. Lu Mumu took out her cell phone to make a call and said with an aggrieved face, Husband, didn't you say that the villas in this villa area are randomly picked by me? There's a guy who said the villa is his. Not only did he yell at me but also kick me out. What? There's still this matter? The person on the phone became thunderous after hearing this. Just wait, I'll be right there. Dare to bully my woman. I'll have to whip him to pieces. It didn't take long. A business car aggressively drove into the villa area. A middle-aged man in the car walked in large strides. He wore a black sunglasses and his body was filled with the majesty of a person in power. Baby, are you alright? The man went forward and inquired. Hubby, you can finally come. People have waited so hard for you. Lu Mumu had tears in her eyes and an aggrieved face, completely different from the high and mighty she was before. If you don't come, I'm afraid I'll be bullied to death by them. That guy is too hateful. I clearly didn't do anything and reasoned with him. As a result, he kicked me out of the villa without saying a word. Lu Mumu intentionally added more fuel to the fire, just wanting to enrage the man, to make the man lose his anger for her. Sure enough, the man's face became extremely gloomy after hearing these words. Dare to bully my Xia Tianhu's woman. I have to break him into pieces. Where is the man? Where is the person? Take me to see him now. Besides, Su Chen sighed. He brought his parents and his sister into Villa number 2. Compared to Villa 1, although it was a little smaller, it was clean and tidy, and everything was brand new. When it comes to the layout, it's definitely not inferior to Villa 1. There is a private swimming pool and a gym. Underground -1 layer. There is a wine cabinet. The wine cabinet was filled with expensive red wines, the cheapest ones costing $20,000 and the expensive ones more than $100,000. My God, this villa is also too big. Sister Suyu let out an exclamation. 3 floors, cleaning up is also a problem. Mother frowned slightly. Mom, it's okay, we can hire a nanny to clean. Su Chen said with a smile. Hiring a nanny also costs money. Forget it, it's better for me to clean in the future. Mom, you and my dad have worked hard for most of your life. It's time to enjoy your happiness. It doesn't cost much to hire a nanny. Don't worry, my mother said in a bad mood. It's not like your mom is too old to work. What's the point of hiring a nanny? At that moment, the main door was kicked open with a bang. Su Yu and the others were startled and their gazes were terrified, only to see a bodyguard wearing sunglasses slowly retracting his feet. Behind him, an enchanting woman, twisting her water snake waist, strides in. It was none other than Lu Mumu, whom he had just met. She pointed her finger at Su Chen and twisted her head to look at Xie Tianhu next to her. "Hubby, this is the man. He's the one who bullied me." Su Yu and the others looked embarrassed. Behind Lu Mumu was followed by several physically fit bodyguards with hostile faces. At a glance, they were not to be messed with. Especially Lu Mumu was snuggling with the man wearing sunglasses with a cold expression. He gave the strongest sense of oppression. It seems that this is specifically coming back to retaliate. I heard about it before. Lu Mumu has a huge gold master father behind her. Now it seems to be true. I'm afraid today is not going to be a good day. Only to see Xie Tianhu stride forward, his voice icy cold. "Kid, you're very mad. I heard that you bullied my woman and drove her out of Villa 1. Who gave you the guts to do this? Move my woman?" Su Chen smiled upon hearing this and said, "Your girlfriend didn't have my permission to bring people to break into my villa, and used all sorts of my personal belongings. Is there any problem with me kicking them out? Of course there is a problem. This villa area was invested with my money. All the villas here. Whoever I want to go and live there can go and live there. Like you, even if you paid the money. I don't want you to live. Just the same you have to get the hell out of here. Offend me, Xie Tianhu. You're afraid you won't even know how to die." Xie Tianhu snorted coldly, a face of arrogance. Su Shanha and the others' faces turned pale as their hearts lifted. Regarding the name Xie Tianhu, they had all heard of it. In this Tianshan County, it belonged to the Earth Emperor, an existence that could make Tianshan tremble with a stomp of his foot. There was once a second-generation rich man who offended Xie Tianhu. The two sides fought each other. As a result, the rich kid had his legs broken by Xie Tianhu, finally tortured to jump to his death. From that day on, everyone in Tianshan County knew that Xie Tianhu was ruthless. They don't dare to mess with him. If you mess with Xie Tianhu today, you won't be able to get away with it. However, Su Chen laughed in disbelief. It's really not a family that doesn't enter a family. Your girlfriend's brutality turns out to be something she learned from you. Unbridled. Who allowed you to talk to me like this? Xie Tianhu was enraged. He had stayed in Tianshan County for so long. Whoever treated him with courtesy and respect. Right now, not only was Su Chen being unreasonable to his girlfriend, he was also talking down to him. "You reason with me? Lousy is the reason." Xie Tianhu snorted coldly, arrogantly. "Do you know how powerful my husband is?" Lu Mumu said with a leathery smile. "He's Xie Qing's cousin. If you offend him, you won't even know how you'll die." "Xie Qing?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows, then smiled. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. "What's the matter with the benefactor?" A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Big brother Xie, there's nothing much going on either. It's just that I met a man named Xie Tianhu in Tianshan County. His girlfriend broke into my house and touched my things. I kicked him out, and now Xie Tianhu is dealing with me for his girlfriend. He said he was your cousin. I was wondering how Xie Qing could have such a cousin, and immediately made a call to confirm." Chapter 50, Kneeling for Big Brother. Next to Xie Tianhu and also Lu Mumu, they were all looking at Su Chen with a look of contempt at this moment. Pretend. Continue to pretend. As if he really just called Xie Qing. What? There's such a thing? The voice on the other end of the phone raised a few degrees. "Benefactor, please give the phone to that bastard Xie Tianhu." Su Chen smiled and handed the phone to Xie Tianhu. "Your brother is looking for you." Xie Tianhu snorted. He didn't believe that it was Xie Qing on the other end of the phone. "Old me is Xie Tianhu. Who are you? Impersonating my brother. Are you tired of living?" His voice was arrogant. "Who the are you old with?" A growl came from the other end of the phone. The smile on Xie Tianhu's face froze. The voice was too familiar. It really was Xie Qing. He looked down at his cell phone number to make sure it was correct. Xie Tianhu was confused. He knew that his big brother wouldn't give his private phone number to anyone else, and it wasn't the people who had a particularly good relationship who didn't know this phone number. Just as he froze, a roar came from the other end of the phone. "I order you to hurry up and apologize to Su Chen." "What, brother? You're telling me to apologize to this guy?" Xie Tianhu's eyelids jumped wildly as he said incredulously. "On what grounds? Who am I to apologize to him?" Xie Qing snorted coldly. "You've been acting recklessly and unreasonably outside. Just for that, you have to apologize to Su Chen. There's also the fact that he's an existence you can't afford to mess with." "Me? I can't afford to mess with him?" Xie Tianhu was unconvinced. He felt that he had completely crushed Su Chen, whether it was his power or his own ability. "Nonsense. Of course you can't afford to mess with him." Xie Qing told Xie Tianhu about all the experiences he had had in knowing Su Chen. Xie Tianhu's face kept changing as he watched Su Chen. What kicking down a fugitive with one foot? Extremely terrifying hands. What ghost eye master? never looked away when gambling on stones. Countless bigwigs begged to be acquainted. Everything shook Xie Tianhu to the core. If these words came out of someone else's mouth, he wouldn't believe half of it. But the person who said this was his brother Xie Qing. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Tianhu handed the cell phone back to Su Chen. At this moment, Xie Tianhu's expression was not as high and mighty as before. He looked at Su Chen with respect in his expression. Finished with the phone call? Su Chen asked smilingly. Fighting? Finished. Xie Tianhu swallowed his saliva, his expression nervous. With a fluttering sound, Xie Tianhu directly knelt in front of Su Chen. For a moment everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what the situation was. Xie Tianhu, who had just clamored to teach Su Chen a lesson, was now kneeling on the ground like a grandson, just because of a phone call. Lu Mumu's face changed dramatically and she immediately went forward and said, "Hubby, what's wrong with you? How did you give this guy an EA? Quickly get up and help me clean him up severely." She didn't know what had happened. How did the unrivaled Xie Tianhu give someone an E? Clean up your sister. Is Mr. Su also something you can insult? Xie Tianhu was furious and raised his hand to give Lu Mumu a slap. There was a loud pop, directly skewing Lu Mumu's newly straightened nose. Everyone's eyelids jumped wildly as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Unbelievably, the helper that Lu Mumu had found was actually beating her at this moment. Lu Mumu was even directly frozen in place, her face full of incredulity. Xie Tianhu called this person Mr. Su. The words were still as reverent as ever. Lu Mumu was directly dumbfounded. Su Chen is really sorry. It's me who has eyes without a pearl. I beg you to be generous and forgive me this time. Just as the crowd froze, Xie Tianhu kowtowed twice towards Su Chen. Everyone, their mouths opened wide in surprise, their expressions in disbelief. Unbelievably, Xie Tianhu, who had done everything to harm the heavens and the earth, was actually fearful of Su Chen like this. Let's forget about it this time. If I find you doing things that hurt the heavens and the earth again, your end will definitely not be better than this stone, Su Chen said while crushing the stone in his hand into powder. Everyone was too stunned to speak. They rubbed their eyes to make sure that they hadn't misread it. Mr. Su had really crushed the stone into powder. What a terrifying strength this must be. Xie Tianhu swallowed his saliva and had a palpitating face. It was fortunate that he had listened to his cousin, or else he would have ended up absolutely miserable. With Su Chen's grip strength, if he were to grip his balls. Thinking of this, Xie Tianhu had a face of hijacking. I understand. Thank you Mr. Su for raising your hand. Mr. Su, as an indemnity, I will transfer the Purple Cloud Hotel into your name. Please don't refuse. From now on, the Purple Cloud Hotel is yours. The crowd raised their eyebrows at hearing this, so surprised that they didn't know what to say. That Purple Cloud Hotel was a very famous grand hotel in Tianshan County, because the location was good, plus the environment was well decorated, business was booming, and the annual revenue was several $1 million. However, this is the goose that lays golden eggs. Xie Tianhu changed hands like this? This is also too unbelievable. Alright, I know. Su Chen nodded his head, not caring too much about this kind of thing. It was probably because Xie Qing had told Xie Tianhu all about him on the phone. That's why this Xie Tianhu was currying favor with him like this. As for the gift that was sent up, why wouldn't he want it? If he doesn't take it, I'm afraid that Xie Tianhu still has trouble sleeping and eating and is terrified. It just so happened that the time was almost noon. Su Chen decided to take his parents and his sister to dinner, and went to the newly taken over Purple Cloud Hotel. Go to understand the situation of that hotel. The manager of the Purple Cloud Hotel received a call from Xie Tianhu. Let me tell you, the owner of the Purple Cloud Hotel has changed now. Boss, you transferred the hotel? The manager was surprised. Purple Cloud Hotel's business was booming now, and its earnings were substantial every quarter. How did Xie Tianhu suddenly transfer the position of the boss? The manager really couldn't figure it out. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Xie Tianhu said impatiently. He certainly wasn't willing to give away the meat and potatoes of the Purple Cloud Hotel. There was really no way around it. Who called Su Chen so terrifying? Even his cousin, Xie Cheng, was respectful to Su Chen. You just need to know that the new boss's name is Su Chen. I'll send his information on your cell phone in a moment. Understood. I'll order down to tell the staff that we're getting a new boss. Well, by the way, the new boss is on his way to the hotel. You must welcome him properly. If the new boss is not satisfied with you, all of you get the hell out. The manager opened his mouth wide in surprise. Who was that Xie Tianhu? Tian County's notorious bully. But right now, his words were filled with scorn for the new boss. That meant that the new boss was very powerful. Understood. I'll go inform my staff. Tell them to prepare to welcome the new boss. Chapter 51. Who are you going to pick up after I leave? Besides, Su Chen sighed. He arrived at the Purple Cloud Hotel with his parents and sister. He had just parked his car and hadn't even entered the front door of the hotel. Next to him, There was a low voice. Su Shanha? Su Chen? Why are you guys here? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, not expecting to meet an acquaintance here, and immediately looked up. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a country face named Su Song. This Su Song was related to Su Chen, and was said to be Su Chen's uncle. On his badge, his position was written as deputy manager. He looked like he was doing well, with a red face and a leadership stance. Su Song came out to greet the new boss as the manager said. Result: the boss did not meet, met a few poor relatives. Really unlucky. Bad luck. Bad luck. Ah. How did you guys find your way here? Su Song frowned, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. I am not going to lend your family a single penny. Su Song obviously didn't want to say a word more with Su Chen and the others. Nowadays, at his own price, even saying one more sentence with this kind of poor relatives felt very degrading. Su Chen's family looked at each other, knowing that Su Song had misunderstood and took them as coming to borrow money. We didn't come to borrow money from you. We came here to eat. Su Chen slowly said. You guys came here to eat? Su Song sneered. Know how expensive the meals here are. A random set meal costs $400 to $500. Can you guys afford to eat? Let me tell you guys, even if I was the assistant manager here, I wouldn't give you guys any discounts. So just die. Su Chen's family's faces were ugly upon hearing this. In the past, you were poor and often couldn't afford to eat. 7 out of 10 days you ate at my house. That's not wrong, is it? Su Song, now that you're doing well, you talk and act like this. It's too much, isn't it? We are all relatives at least. Relatives? I don't have poor relatives like you guys. Su Song snorted. You guys owe a bunch of debts. I don't know how long it will take to pay them back. Who dares to be relatives with you? Your words are too much. Su Chen's father, Su Shanha, had a gloomy face and was furious. This Su Song being a human being to this extent was also extremely good. Not to mention being ungrateful. He was also falling down a well here. What? Is what I said wrong? Su Song raised his eyebrows. You family of poor people have no temper without your abilities. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb me from picking up the new boss. If the new boss sees poor people like you here, it will affect his mood for dinner. Hearing this, Su Chen had a faint smile on his face. I'm leaving. Who are you going to pick up? Su Song was slightly stunned. What did you say? You mean you're the boss? What a laugh. A poor family. How dare you have the cheek to say such big words? Are you out of your mind or have your head caught in a door? Nonsense here. The several employees next to him were also contemptuous. This guy could really brag about being the new boss. Hurry up and get out. Don't make me call security to blow you out. Su Song impatiently waved his hand. He was not wanting to waste a minute or a second on this kind of poor relative. Just at this moment, the lobby manager walked over quickly. Su Song's face changed and panic appeared in his eyes. The manager had asked him to receive the new boss. As a result, the boss didn't receive it, and a few poor people came to cause trouble. If the manager knew about it, he would scold him for his incompetence at that time. Thinking of this, Su Song immediately looked at Su Chen's stern voice and rebuked. I told you to get lost. Do you understand? The words just fell. The manager walked towards Su Chen in front of him in big strides, and then said respectfully, Good day boss. For a moment, all of them stared at this with wide eyes in disbelief. Su Chen was their new boss? How could this be possible? Su Song shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this. How could a poor relative transform into the top boss? Impossible. It was impossible. Manager, are you mistaken? How could the boss be this guy? Su Song had an unwilling face. There's no mistake. Mr. Su is our new boss. Just now Mr. Xia has called and explained everything to me. The manager replied with certainty. No way, no way. His family are all poor and he's carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. How can he be our boss? Snap. The manager raised his hand and slapped Su Song's face heavily. Disrespecting your boss. You're looking for death, aren't you? Xia Tianhu had emphasized to him on the phone that Su Chen's status was extremely noble and he had to be 100% pleasing. Right now it didn't matter if this Su Song was a death wish, but don't involve their hotel. You hit me? Su Song received a slap. His expression instantly became furious. In exchange for receiving a slap from the manager before he definitely dared to be angry. But now it was different. The boss was his nephew. Wasn't the manager looking for death? Su Song raised his hand and slapped the manager's face at the same time, and added an extra kick, tucking in the manager's stomach. Su Song, are you looking for death? Dare to hit back? The manager was furious, obviously not expecting Su Song to dare to commit a crime. What's wrong with fighting back? If you push 2 more times, I'll beat you to death, believe it or not. Su Song had a godly face, very arrogant. You dare? The manager's lungs exploded with anger, not knowing how Su Song suddenly became so brave. The hotel owner is my own nephew. You say I dare? You are the boss's own uncle? The manager's face changed drastically, terrified. That's right. Su Song nodded, his hands wrapped around his chest, his frame came out at once. The manager swallowed his saliva and looked nervous. No wonder Su Song was so bold all of a sudden. It turned out that he was the boss's own uncle. I'm going to be the general manager from now on. You go be the assistant manager for me. Do you understand? The manager lowered his head, not daring to say anything. He could only look at Su Song's petty ambition. And hurry up and bring up any good wine and food. I want to properly greet my nephew's family, Su Song said while extending his hand to embrace Su Chen's shoulder. A face of warmth and cordiality, completely different from his previous disgust and contempt. Good nephew, you are the hotel owner. Why didn't you say so earlier? This joke of yours is big enough with Uncle Shan Ha. Eugene, since I was a child, I've always said that this child Su Chen will grow up to be great. You guys see that I'm not wrong, right? Su Chen's family was silent, inwardly sarcastic. Before, a mouthful of poor and sour shouting. Now it was gracious. It was really ironic. Xiao Chen Uncle recently looked at a car. It's not expensive, it's only 300,000 or so. You're a big boss now. It's not too much to help Uncle buy a car, right? And your brother recently found a girlfriend, will soon be married. But now there is no room. You as a brother to send a wedding room is not too much. The requirements are not too high. 150 square feet of the villa can be. Chapter 52 Tenfold increase in housing prices. Su Song is really not treating himself as an outsider. Not polite at all. We are all relatives. It's only right to send these. Su Chen nodded his head. Su Song was inwardly delighted to hear this. Su Chen, this kid is quite on the ball, huh? However, Su Chen suddenly changed his words. But, are you my relative? You just mouthed that you don't have a relative like me. How come you are now calling out with a mouthful of Xiao Chun? When I came to your store to eat, not only did you not even give me a discount, but you also blew me away. And now you want me to send you a car and a room? Do you think it's possible? Su Shanha said coldly. Go dream. You can't even meet such a good thing in your dreams. You guys tricked me? Su Song's face changed in anger. Su Chen didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head to the manager. Manager, I'm going to eat, please clear the idle people out. The manager next to him understood Su Chen's meaning in a second and immediately greeted the two security guards to grab Su Song. What for? I'm a relative of your boss. You guys dare to make a move on me? Su Song angrily shouted. Snap. The manager slapped Su Song heavily on his face. There was a sharp red mark on half of his face, and his cheeks bulged out. What's wrong with making a move on you? Slap. Hit me, right? Snap. Posing as a relative of the boss here. Are you? The manager slapped again, and the other half of Su Song's face was equally red, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Sap. Another slap landed on Su Song's face. You don't look at what kind of person you are as a human being. How can you have the cheek to be shy and ask for this and that? If I had a relative like you who dislikes the poor and loves the rich, I'd be lucky if I didn't whip you with my hands. Get lost. Don't disturb our boss's meal. The manager waved his hand and had two security guards throw Su Song out. Remember, if this person dares to come again in the future, come once and beat him once. The manager instructed the security guards. Understood. Su Song was punched, kicked, and thrown into the garbage. His body was sore and stank. He didn't know how many times he threw up, and it was hard for him to walk out of the garbage. A moving minivan passed by and casually threw out a bag of garbage, just hitting him on the head. Su Song collapsed straight down and fell back into the garbage. Plus Su Chen sighed. After taking his parents to dinner, he took a brief rest and then planned to drive back to East Sea. Brother, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to stay at home for a while longer? Sister Suyu asked. There was a great deal of reluctance in her eyes. Since childhood, Suyu had been pestering Su Chen. One could say that she was a follower. Wherever Su Chen was, she followed. This also showed that the siblings had a good relationship. Not staying, there are still things to deal with on the East Seaside. Su Chen replied. According to the future news, the price of the abandoned property would increase 10 times in the future. Su Chen needed to go back and operate this matter. That was why he left in such a hurry. There's 30 million in this card. Keep it safe. Before leaving, Su Chen handed a bank card to his parents. Although money was not everything, many times it was nothing without money. You need capital to speculate in stocks now. It's better for you to take this money yourself. We don't want it. The parents shook their heads and thanked Su Chen. It's okay, I still have some savings here. Enough for stock speculation. The reason why I work hard to make money is for you guys to take it to spend and enjoy life. You guys take it to travel or not, buy stores or not, take it to the bank or not. Anyway, this money is given to you guys to take care of. And isn't my sister starting school soon? She also needs to spend a lot of money on her studies. Su Chen had some forced stuffing. The parents finally accepted this bank card. Your sister won't need a lot of money to go to school. I'll save this card for you as your backup funds. Come to us anytime you want to get it. Brother, I'm going to go to East China Sea for college soon. By then, let's meet again. Good. When your university starts, I'll come to pick you up. After Su Chen chatted with his parents and sister for a few moments, he drove back to East Sea. While waiting for the traffic light, Su Chen took out his cell phone to check the future news. 2022, July 12. East Sea establishes an experimental middle school. Su Chen carefully checked the news specifics. When he saw the news specifics, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows. The experimental middle school was established near the west side of the city. This resulted in the housing prices around the west side of the city rising rapidly, with the two old buildings gaining the most. The house prices had flipped a full 15 times. However, the rental house he lived in was exactly in that area. According to Su Chen's understanding, the building there was originally a factory's dormitory, used for employees to live. Later on, the factory closed down and the employees left one after another. Nowadays, everyone has to go to the city to live. The house there is also deserted. The houses are put up for sale in real estate companies. The houses are not big. Each house is only 20 square feet, the larger 30 square feet, and in the sales office to sell the price is 1,000 a square meter. That is to say, this kind of house really want to buy down is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. 1,000 square feet. Sounds cheap, but in reality, this price can only be considered expensive. For one thing, the west side of the city is full of old houses. They've been in disrepair for years. Whenever it rains heavily, the roofs will leak. Secondly, buying a house depends on the location and neighborhood. The transportation on the west side of the city is not convenient, and there are no schools or hospitals nearby. So no one has been buying houses in the west side of the city, and the prices are getting lower and lower. Right now Su Chen drove and went directly to the sales office. Hello sir, may I ask what can I do for you? An extremely good temperament, very polite female sales smiled and came forward and said, hello, I'm here to buy a house. Su Chen said, okay, please follow me this way. The female sales made an inviting gesture. Our company sells many types of houses. There are luxury villas, neighborhood homes. Su Chen directly asked, is your side responsible for selling the old buildings in the west of the city? The female saleswoman first froze, then nodded. It sells, but the old buildings over there are not recommended for you to buy. Why? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. That side is in disrepair. There aren't any hotels or restaurants nearby, and demolition is basically impossible. You can find a nice house in the city for the same price. It's fine. I'm just going to buy a few rooms over there and get a big warehouse for my stuff. Su Chen smiled. Alright then, please follow me this way. The saleswoman understood what Su Chen meant and led him towards the second-hand house next to him. Su Chen followed behind the saleswoman. At this time, the sound of two people talking came from outside the door. From far to near, Su Chen heard a familiar voice and turned his head to look. Surprised, he found that the people who came were Zhangya and Zhao Hua. Chapter 53, I'll buy all these 100 sets. Zhao Hua was suave and dressed in designer labels. Zhangya was also dressed in beads and flowers. That slender waist, sexy collarbone, and those slender thighs all became her capital to show off. Su Chen looked at Zhangya and felt strange. The previous Zhangya would never dress like this. It was a far cry from the simple and naive girl he knew in college. Only Zhao Hua put his arm around Zhangya and said smilingly, honey, I've asked clearly. That punk Su Chen. He luckily saved Xie Chan once before. Then Xie Qing hired him as a driver in order to repay the favor. That's why he hoofed it to the mountain villa in a sports car. That's what led to what we met that night. Zhao Hua analyzed in a serious manner. I told you, he's a poor guy. How can he afford to drive such a good car? When Zhangya heard Zhao Hua say this, she felt much more comfortable inside. If the beggar that she just kicked off soon, all of a sudden flew up to become a phoenix, then she shall not be depressed to death inside. After half a day, that punk Su Chen is the one who saved someone else's big brother's life, and they let him be the driver. Zhao Hua said in disbelief. Oh, waste is waste, borrowing other people's things to fox with us. In the end, he has no hair of his own. Aha, he's just a stinking pauper. How can he compare to you? Zhangya concurred. Ha ha, now you know how wise it was to dump that loser and stay with me, right? Zhao Hua laughed out loud. Well, honey, you're the best. Zhangya agreed. Where am I awesome? Zhao Hua narrowed his eyes slightly with a bad smile. Here or on the bed? Nasty. Zhangya blushed. Alright la, didn't you say you're going to bring people to buy a house today? Right, let's go. Go inside and pick a house. Su Chen heard all their conversations. There was no anger, and he was calm inside, even wanted to laugh a little. He had changed not a single star compared to his previous self, but these two people, they were still in the same place. There was no need for him to pay attention to such pathetic people. At this time, the saleswoman said, Sir, this way please. Su Chen nodded. Coming. Zhangya and Zhao Hua sniffed and looked over, surprised to find Su Chen here. The two of them giggled inwardly. Su Chen also came to buy a house? Could it be that Xie Qing had given him a lot of favors by making him a driver? However, after seeing Su Chen walking towards the sand table model of the dilapidated buildings in the west of the city, the two men laughed out loud. Zhao Hua's face was full of ridicule. I thought he came to buy some kind of house, but after all that, he bought that kind of second-hand house. Zhang Ye's eyebrows were full of teasing, laughing me to death. He rented a house there before. He probably felt comfortable living there and wanted to land a home directly. It's said that people go to higher places. Why is this guy still living more and more back, buying a few tens of thousands of second-hand houses? Thanks to him for thinking of it. Hubby, let's hurry up and leave. I feel sick when I see this kind of person. Zhang Ye pinched her nose and said. Now she felt more and more that it was a wise choice for her to dump Su Chen. And Su Chen ignored the cynicism of the two. He had come to buy a house, not to toss words with these people. Su Chen followed behind the saleswoman and walked towards the sand table model of the second-hand house. Sir, the block of buildings in the west of the city that you mentioned is indeed listed for sale in our company. There are 5 sets of buildings over there, with a total of 100 homeowners, who have entrusted our company to sell their homes. The price of each household is basically similar, between $50,000 and $100,000. May I ask which set you have your eye on? It was because the original residents were basically living in the city now. The old buildings on the west side of the city are basically abandoned. So, the prices they were selling at were quite cheap. They were already quite happy when someone was willing to buy. I'll buy all of those 100 houses. Please help me calculate the price. Su Chen faintly opened his mouth. According to what the news said, when an old building was demolished, one of the tenants inside would be able to get $500,000 in demolition money. Then for him to spend $50,000 to buy a suite, it was nothing at all. $50,000 could get back $500,000 or even more. Why not do such a good thing? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Chen was going to dish out all the old buildings on that block? Although one suite only costs $50,000, but 100 suites could be $5 million. Zhao Hua's mouth hooked up in a sneer. What a braggart. Even if it's an old building that no one wants, can he afford to buy all of them? Zhang Ye scorned. Probably lost face in front of us and wants to forcefully save face. The female saleswoman was similarly stunned and looked up at Su Chen. Sir, are you sure? Sure. Calculate how much. The saleswoman took the computer and quickly calculated. In total, it's 4,750,000. Good. Swipe the card. Su Chen nodded and took out his bank card. It was also too lazy to haggle. This money to buy a house was simply not enough for a fraction of $50 million. The saleswoman brought the machine. The card was swiped successfully. The smile on Zhao Hua's face condensed. Originally, he wanted to see Su Chen make a joke. Unexpectedly, this guy really bought the building in that area. I know. This must be the money Xie Qing gave him, Zhang Ye said. Zhao Hua shook his head with a look of contempt. Can't you use this $4 million to buy a nice house in the city? What a brain. Zhang Ye laughed. Alright dear, let's ignore that turd and go buy our house. Good. Zhao Hua wrapped his arm around Zhang Ye, and the two mocked for a while, then left in quick steps. The female salespeople who were spectating beside them were also talking a lot. That kind of old building is in disrepair and the place is so remote. Cootie. Only then will you spend so much money to buy it. Oh, maybe it's counting on getting demolition fees? Forget it. How many years has that place been abandoned? It's impossible to demolish it. Even if it's demolished, it'll take a lot of paperwork to get it done, right? It's impossible to start immediately. If it drags on for 3 to 5 years, he'll really lose the $4 million. When Su Chen heard those words, he just smiled without saying anything. Normal demolition and relocation does have to have processes and procedures. I don't know how long it will take for the demolition money to reach the account. Only, tomorrow's demolition was different. The country had proposed a new type of education concept not too long ago. Donghai City implemented the policy to establish the first new type of education experimental high school. This was something that would attract national attention. It couldn't be stopped for a moment. Therefore, Su Chen's house would soon be demolished. The demolition fee would naturally arrive soon. Su Chen went to go through the formalities. From this moment on, the 100 suites were his. Immediately after, Su Chen went to buy another house. This time it was to look at villas. His own rental house was gone, so he always needed a place to settle down. Su Chen had always had the idea of buying a house. Then he took this opportunity today. Retracting his thoughts, he walked towards the villa model sandbox. As it happened, Zhang Ye and Zhao Hua were also hanging out here. When Zhao Hua saw the prices of the villas here, his legs went a little weak in fear. The villas here were ridiculously expensive, with the cheaper ones selling for $30 million and the more expensive ones hundreds of millions. He only prepared $10 million to buy a set of villa, which he thought would be useful for picking up girls in the future. But now it seems that it is not enough to buy a house. Just when he didn't know how to find an excuse to leave, Su Chen appeared. Su Chen appeared. Zhao Hua's heart stirred and he was ready to take Su Chen to task. Chapter 54, the face slapping came too suddenly. What bad luck! How come this poor guy even followed me here? Zhang Ye teased. Probably came to meet what the villa looks like. She assumed a superior stance and coldly looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, I advise you not to look. The cheapest villa here costs $30 million. You're $4 million. You can only buy a toilet here. At this time, the saleswoman who received Zhao Hua and Zhang Ye came over and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, I've already taken the keys to the villa in the 8th building. Let's go and look at the house. Su Chen heard the words 8 buildings and looked down at the sand tray. The price tag on it was $30 million. The corner of Zhao Hua's mouth twitched. Where did he have $30 million? For the sake of face, he could only find an excuse not to go see the house. Seeing Zhao Hua's unhappy expression, he coldly spoke. I say, your service attitude here is too bad, right? What kind of cats and dogs can come to see the villa area? Isn't this affecting the mood of the customers? No more looking, honey, let's go. That's right, can you guys get rid of that person who doesn't buy a house? He's here and it's really disgusting. Zhang Ye concurred. The saleswoman looked embarrassed. She twisted her head to look at Su Chen, knowing that the young couple was talking about him. At this time, Su Chen spoke. Who said I'm not buying a house? You can afford to buy a villa here? Zhao Hua sneered. Zhang Ye's eyebrows were filled with contempt. Su Chen, don't embarrass yourself here, okay? Do you know that in our eyes? You are a living clown. Su Chen ignored both of their words, turning his head towards the saleswoman who had just received him. Hello, I want to buy the one villa over there. Su Chen had his eye on that villa for one reason. It was big and grand enough. As for the viewing, that was forgettable. The decoration and furniture inside was okay, so keep it. If you don't like it, throw it away and redecorate. Zhang Ye and Zhao Hua were stunned. Immediately afterward, they looked at the price of Villa 100 million. Su Chen, can you stop pretending? Zhang Ye was helpless. Even my boyfriend doesn't dare to say that he bought that 100 million villa. You don't look at how many pounds you have. Ha ha ha, what a living clown. Zhao Hua laughed as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. He stated his analysis. You're not thinking of looking for Xia Qing to get money, are you? Let me tell you, Xia Qing himself lives in a $50 million villa. How could he possibly take $100 million and give it to you so that you can live in this number 1 villa? If you can afford villa number 1, I'll eat this key. Su Chen ignored Zhao Hua's words as he unhurriedly took out his bank card and asked the saleswoman to swipe it. Zhang Ye was teasing from the side. She wanted to see how Su Chen would end up with a low balance later. However, the transaction was successful. The entire room was dead silent. All the sales stood up, their mouths wide open in surprise. Their company's $100 million villa was actually bought by this gentleman. Moreover, this purchase time was too short, right? From falling in love to swiping the card for the transaction, the process took less than 2 minutes. Is this the fabled money and willfulness? Su Chen said that when he swiped his card, his face was so lighthearted. It was as if $100 million was insignificant to him. For a while, a few sales came up and were obviously quite enthusiastic about Su Chen. Sir, let me take you to see the house. Sir, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Sir, this is my business card. If you have any needs, you can look for me. Zhao Hua's laughter came to an abrupt end. In the last second, he had mocked Su Chen for absolutely not being able to buy a house. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of a successful transaction sounded along with it. A poor man that he had never looked down on had actually swollen his face. Previously, when Su Chen bought a $4 million old building, Zhao Hua was still able to accept it, because he could also afford to pay this amount. But now, Zhao Hua could no longer be calm. Not to mention Zhao Hua, even if Zhao Hua's family took out all of their available funds, buying a $100 million villa would be difficult enough. Zhao Hua couldn't even dream of it. Half a month ago, Su Chen was still delivering takeaways and owed $300,000 in debt. Now, sitting in a Bugatti Veyron, living in a billion-dollar mansion, walking on the peak of life, living than his rich second generation more dashing, this huge sense of disparity, for Zhao Hua, was tantamount to a huge blow. Zhang Yaoran was also dumbfounded. Unbelievably, Su Chen directly bought this kind of villa. The glib tone when he said he bought the house was as easy as buying a bottle of water. He was actually a billionaire. How long had she broken up with Su Chen? Definitely less than a month. A poor slob with a debt of $300,000 had turned into a billionaire who bought a $100 million mansion in a month's time. If she knew that Su Chen had earned $700 or $800 million long before, she would probably be even crazier. At this moment, Zhang Ye regretted. If she hadn't broken up with Su Chen in the first place, would she be able to live in that $100 million villa now? It was definitely better than being with Zhao Hua right now. Su Chen. Zhang Ye gently bit her teeth and carefully called out this name. She wanted to ease her relationship with Su Chen. As a woman, she had to judge who was the best choice to be with. Right now, it was inevitably Su Chen who was better than Zhao Hua. She believed that as long as she took the slightest initiative to pursue Su Chen would definitely get back together. However, Su Chen didn't even look at her. He had long since seen through Zhang Ya's smug face. When he saw Su Chen losing his mind, he followed Zhao Hua and called him a waste of money. After realizing that he had money, he again became like he wanted to rekindle his old feelings. Su Chen felt disgusted. How could he not see that Zhang Ya was a gold-digging woman before? At this time, the real estate manager came over in a hurry. Good day, sir. There are some formalities over here that need to be handled by you. First, he spent more than $4 million to buy a few old buildings, and then he spent $100 million to buy the #1 villa. In the face of a guest like Su Chen who was generous with his money, he had to treat him with pomp and circumstance. Su Chen took the documents and looked at them. The real estate documents of the #1 villa were signed okay, signing a few names to get the real estate license. But after seeing the contract of 100 sets of old buildings, he frowned. The closing procedures were too troublesome, and there was still a need to run around the place. Manager, I've signed the contract for Villa 1. Can I trouble you to go through the formalities on the old building side for me? No problem, no problem. The manager nodded like garlic, his voice filled with respect. Then I'll run over to the old building side first, and contact you when things are done. Can do. Su Chen nodded. The female salesperson next to him handed over the real estate license as well as the key with both hands. Sir, from now on you are the head of household of Villa #1. Su Chen nodded and took the real estate certificate and the villa key, after which he drove away. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Zhang Ya and Zhao Hua. The two felt their faces burning. Previously, they had called Su Chen a poor waste, but in Su Chen's eyes, they were the trash. At the very least, they couldn't afford to live in that villa that was worth $100 million. Chapter 55. Buying an old building causes discussion across the internet. Hubby, let's buy a villa too. We can't lose to that Su Chen. Zhang Ya had a gambling face. The anger was that she had just called Su Chen, and Su Chen had simply ignored her. When had Zhang Ya ever suffered this kind of aggravation? A poor slob that she dumped could live in a villa. Of course she wanted a villa too. Let's look elsewhere. The villas here don't meet my aesthetic requirements, Zhao Hua said in a pretense of calmness. In reality, he couldn't afford a house here at all. It was too expensive. Alright, I don't think the villas here are very good either. Zhang Ya agreed. Actually, Zhang Ya quite liked the villa here, but the one paying for it wasn't her after all. It was Zhao Hua. So, one could only listen to Zhao Hua. She also didn't dare to be capricious and say that she was going to buy this place. It would be troublesome if Zhao Hua got angry and kicked her out. After they left, a passerby, who was also looking at houses, left in a hurry at the moment. He was a reporter. Previously, someone had popularized the #1 villa in East Sea on a short video, gaining tens of thousands of likes and several thousand comments. He came this time to make an unannounced visit to shoot some news about Villa 1. By mistake, he met Su Chen who came to buy a house. With his keen sense of smell, the reporter felt that there would be good news. He immediately took out his cell phone and secretly shot a video. He recorded the video of Su Chen spending $4 million to buy a few old buildings in the west of the city. Another video was recorded of Su Chen spending $100 million to buy a villa. Returning home, he hurriedly edited it into a 1-minute short video, immediately sent to the editor-in-chief who reviewed the content. The reporter excitedly called, "Editor-in-chief, there's a big news. It's been sent to your mailbox. Take a look." Whether it was Su Chen buying an old building or buying Villa 1, these news would definitely cause discussion among netizens. And with this news, he would surely be able to gain the leader's respect and even a promotion and pay raise. Okay, I'll take a look. The editor-in-chief who received the call had an extremely flat reaction. He didn't know how many times a day he had to listen to assurances like this that would definitely catch fire. His ears were getting cocooned from listening to it. Every time the editor-in-chief opened the video, he realized that those so-called news that would catch fire were just some trivial matters. Not to mention that it would catch fire. When it was released, their official number even dropped a lot of fans, because those news were either boring, either they were stale things. Over time, the editor-in-chief has become numb to the words "will definitely be hot." He guessed that the video sent by the reporter this time was also. At that moment, he opened the news without hesitation. In the picture, the reporter came to the real estate company. The editor-in-chief came to be interested, and his attitude became a little more serious. This kid went to unannounced visits to the real estate. Is wanting to ask about the #1 villa, right? The eyes are not bad. That villa #1 does have a lot of attention right now. This video sent out might be a bit hot, the editor-in-chief said while looking at the video. The original was just as he thought. The reporter was talking to the sales, and the topic was leading towards Villa 1. But just then, a young man came in from the real estate company and went straight to the second-hand house. Afterward, he spent $4 million to buy 2 old buildings on the west side of the city. The manager was first stunned. Then the words tycoon and property speculation naturally popped up in his mind. Immediately afterward, the screen turned and the video showed Su Chen going to the villa area sandbox. Didn't say any nonsense, directly bought the first villa, snapping face to look down on his old classmates. The editor-in-chief was dumbfounded as he watched the video. Whether he encountered the cynicism of his classmates, Su Chen struck back strongly by buying a house, or buying 2 buildings and a villa in one breath. It was all very eye-catching, especially that number 1 villa. There were quite a few netizens on the internet right now who were curious about villa number 1, not for any other reason, just because it was so expensive. It's worth $100 million. So, everyone wants to know, what is the no 1 villa really like? What's so expensive about it? But on the contrary, the real estate company, in order to maintain the news heat, the promotional video released currently only has the outside of the villa. The interior of the villa has only sent a few photos. This operation down. Let the number 1 villa more and more mysterious. Netizens are also more and more curious about the interior of the villa. And now, someone had bought the villa. This was undoubtedly taking the topic to a new level. Everyone would discuss the identity of the tycoon, would look forward to the tycoon to unveil the mystery of the villa. The editor-in-chief couldn't calm his heart for a long time after reading the news. He could foresee that this news would definitely catch fire. This news of yours, is it true? The editor-in-chief held back his inner excitement and slowly asked. Of course it's true, editor-in-chief. I was at the scene and watched that person pay with my own eyes. The reporter swore with assurance. Good. Immediately release the video. This news of yours, I feel like it's going to explode. Getting the editor-in-chief's consent, the reporter immediately uploaded the video to the short video platform. In 1 minute, the likes broke into 1,000, with hundreds of comments. 10 minutes, tens of thousands of likes and several thousand comments. The reporter looked at the background data, and the person was dumbfounded. The extent of the data's rise was just too fast. This one video, whether it was the number of views, or the number of likes and comments, it was almost the sum of all the content videos of their account. To know that this had only just been released out for 10 minutes off, the subsequent data would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the netizens were discussing it intensely. Holy, there really is a godly man who bought a $100 million villa. Kneel to the big brother. And please, godly magnate must come to the short video platform and let us see what the villa looks like inside. I'm so curious. First you spend $4 million to buy 2 old buildings, and then you spend $100 million to buy a villa. Both are also in their 20s. Why is the difference so big? I'm so sour. There were also people who questioned Su Chen. To go and buy old buildings and villas in such a big way. It must be hype. Yes, it must be. There must be a team behind this person. They create the gimmick first to get the attention of the netizens, and then come out to sell the old building after this person has become a netizen and has some fame, renovating the old building all over again, and afterwards saying that they sold it at a low price to the families. TSK, this black-hearted money earned. Everyone associated it with live streaming with goods. Only, this time, it was a bit novel. First playing out personal fame, and then selling the building. The matter of buying a building quickly caught the attention of some experts as well. They carefully analyzed a wave and then gave their conclusions. The economist said that the significance of buying these 2 old buildings is almost zero. $4 million spent is a loss. The real estate experts also said that in the next 5 years, there won't be any development on the west side of the city. Investing in these 2 old buildings is not a wise move. A group of people were discussing this matter. However, Su Chen didn't even think that his purchase of 2 buildings would trigger a discussion among the netizens. At this moment, he was driving to see the villa. Chapter 56. Packing up. Villa area. A team of security guards were conducting patrols. Because the people living in here were either rich or noble, the security was also very well organized. Every half an hour, a squad of 6 people patrolled the villa area to provide assistance to the householders. Brother, isn't this villa unsold? Why are we patrolling this side every day? A new security guard, raising his head to stare at the luxurious and atmospheric villa, asked in confusion. This villa clearly did not have a head of household living in it, but the squad was extraordinarily diligent in coming here to patrol. This you don't know. This villa is called Villa No. 1. It is the most expensive one sold in our villa area. It costs $100 million. Quite a few people knew about this and wanted to come and see what this $100 million villa looks like. Some people are wandering around outside. Some people are thieves and want to run in to take pictures and send them to their friends. As security guards, we naturally have to maintain the peace and quiet of the villa area and drive those idle people away. Besides, if we guard Villa 1 well, when the owner moves in, he can also give us a good impression. Think about it. people can buy 100 million villa. It must be extraordinary. 100 million? The new security guard's jaw dropped, so scared that he couldn't speak. My goodness. In the end, how rich does one have to be to live in such a nice place? Don't think about it. People's kind of rich. Money is just numbers to them. The words just fell. A Bugatti Veyron drove towards the villa area. When the security guards saw Su Chen inside the car, their expression changed. Because the other party was not the head of this villa area. There were only a dozen or so suites in the villa area, so it could be said that the security guards were familiar with the heads of households. Hello sir, if you want to drive in, please contact the owner who called you here and ask him to give us a call. I don't really know the head of household here. Su Chen shook his head. He had just bought a house not long ago, so how could he possibly know the person who lived here? I just bought a suite here. This is my real estate license. Su Chen took out the real estate certificate and handed it to the other party. The security chief reached out and took it, scrutinizing it carefully. When he saw the contents on it, his brain instantly became blank. Villa 1. Holder, Su Chen. The security chief rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had misread it. They had just been talking about how rich the big shot who could buy Villa 1 was. It was unthinkable to see him in person so soon. It was a far cry from the kind of old man he envisioned to be in his 40s or 50s, or even gray-haired. The owner of Villa number 1 was nothing more than a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. There was a snap. The security chief stood upright and saluted, respectfully saying, "Welcome homeowner. Welcome the owner home." A group of security guards said in unison. The iron gate opened and Su Chen drove in. After he left, a group of security guards surrounded. "Captain, is this our new owner? It looks quite young." "Captain, which villa did he buy?" Only to see the security captain swallow his saliva and say with a straight face, "Villa no. 1. He's the head of the household of our no. 1 villa?" A group of people opened their mouths wide in surprise. "What? That young man bought Villa number 1? How is this gap between people so big? My 20 years old, renting a room and eating noodles. Other people's 20 years old, already a luxury car villa, surrounded by beautiful women, solid old iron." Soon, Su Chen drove to the number 1 villa. It had to be said that this villa was not doing too bad. There was a private basketball court, swimming pool. Within the small area, there was also a specialized gym, living supermarket, and entertainment plaza. Simply put, Su Chen didn't need to go out of this villa area to live a normal life. The villa was decorated in Chinese style, looking classical and atmospheric. The internal space was large, with 1,000 square feet, 3 floors and a basement. The furniture and decoration inside the villa was existing, complete and all still unopened. It could be said that one could directly move in with a handbag. Su Chen looked at this large villa and was generally satisfied. At this time, he received a call from the real estate manager. "Mr. Su, I've negotiated with the owners of the old building side. They will move their things out within today and tomorrow's time. Do you want to come over and take a look?" Those householders heard that there was money to be taken, and they came over to sign the transfer contract at the first opportunity. The formalities were done quickly. "Okay, I'll come over now." Su Chen nodded his head, picking up the car keys on the table. He directly left. His original plan was also to stay in the villa for a while and then go to the rental house. After all, the old building was going to be demolished, and he still had things there. It was nothing valuable, but it all had a treasured meaning to him. For example, his mother's hand-knitted sweater, the honorary certificates he received during his college days, etc. Soon, the sports car arrived at the old building in the west of the city. The manager was waiting at the intersection early. Seeing Su Chen arrive, he stepped forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, the formalities process have all been completed. From now on, these 100 houses are all yours." "Okay, hard work." Su Chen nodded his head and couldn't help but look at the manager one more time. This manager was quite efficient. The manager was flattered and quickly waved his hands. "No hard work, no hard work. It's my honor to be able to help matters for Mr. Su." Su Chen looked at the contract. There was nothing wrong with it. Immediately after, he walked towards the rental room. Su Chen was going to pack his things. "Mr. Su, may I help you?" The manager went forward and asked. "Nothing, I'm just going to pack my things. I used to live here." Su Chen replied. "Then let me help you pack along." Even though Su Chen repeatedly said that there was no need, he could do it by himself, but the manager was still enthusiastic and wanted to help. With no choice, Su Chen brought the manager to his own rental room. He had just pulled out the key and was ready to open the door, but found that the room door was open. A burglar? This was the first thought in Su Chen's head. However, a ding-dong sound came from inside the room. Su Chen quickly stepped in, only to see the landlord pinching his nose, frowning, and commanding people to dismantle things with a disgusted face. Hurry up, throw out everything you don't want." People's big boss bought my 3 houses. We have to hurry up and make room for them. If you guys are so slow, you won't be able to finish cleaning up by tomorrow. Just throw the garbage out. You're so slow. The so-called garbage in her mouth was Su Chen's daily necessities, as well as clothes, quilts and the like. Landlord, what do you mean by this? Seeing this scene, Su Chen's face directly sank, not to mention that he was now the owner of the house. Taking a step back, he had signed a contract with the landlord, and during the validity of the contract, the right to use this house belonged to him. However, without his knowledge, the landlord broke into his rental house with a few people and threw all his belongings outside on the corridor. This is outrageous. Chapter 57, not interested in seeing you rehabilitate yourself. Seeing Su Chen coming, the landlord just coldly said, take your pile of trash and get out of here. This room, I won't rent it to you. For the last time Su Chen didn't move anything. The landlord had always held a grudge. Today, she finally found a chance to retaliate. Taking advantage of the matter of relocation, she threw Su Chen's things out like garbage, and then notified Su Chen to come and collect them. Looking at the mess, Su Chen was very uncomfortable inside. He opened his mouth and said, the lease contract hasn't expired yet. You broke into the rented room without my permission and destroyed my things. Before he could finish his words, the landlord forcefully interrupted. Humph. So what? The big deal is that I'll terminate the contract early and pay you twice the liquidated damages. It doesn't matter. I can afford it anyway. Having gotten more than $200,000 for the sale of the house, the landlord even spoke with a much harder voice. What kind of a thing are you? A poor to the point of being poor, only working as a driver for someone else. You also want to pretend in front of me? The landlord sneered. She figured it out. Before, Su Chen was driving a sports car. It was because he went as a driver for someone else, taking the boss's car to pretend. The landlord thought it was really funny. At this time, the manager walked in. When the landlord saw him, he immediately said, Manager, you've come at the right time. This kid has come to make trouble, preventing me from clearing the room. Please blow him away. Blast away Su Chen? The manager froze in place. Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to blow away Su Chen. Who would blow away their gold master's father? Wouldn't that be cutting off their own fortune? I can't blow him away. The manager shook his head. What? He's just a small tenant. I'm the owner here. Why can't you blow him away? I'm telling you, if you don't help me today, then I'll delay moving for 2 days. And when the owner who bought the house blames it, the blame will be on your head. The landlord threatened viciously. The manager looked at this landlord with cold eyes. I'm sorry, the small tenant in your mouth is the boss who bought all these buildings. Speaking of which, both of the houses here belong to Mr. Su. What did you say? The landlord first froze, then his face changed drastically and his voice raised a few degrees. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is just a poor man who has been renting a house from me. How could he have bought all the houses in this area? She kept shaking her head, refusing to believe this fact. Mr. Su spent $3 million to buy 2 buildings here. Did you not look carefully when you signed the contract? The manager said. The landlord's face kept changing. It was true that she hadn't looked at the contract carefully. That thing was too complicated. How could she read it? She only knew that after signing the contract, there were just a few $100,000 to take. It seems like this. I saw Su Chen's name on the contract. At this time, some of the neighbors who were watching the show violently recalled this matter. Right. I thought it was the same name at that time. I didn't think it was really Little Su. A group of people all looked at Su Chen with incredible expressions. The landlady was too surprised to speak. Su Chen, who she had always looked down on, had actually come up with $3 million to buy a building. This directly overturned her 3 views. That Little Su. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The landlord laughed dryly. Auntie also didn't know that you were the boss who bought the house. I was just thinking that someone had taken my house, so I had to clean it out for them. There's nothing wrong with Auntie doing that, don't you think so? This was the first time since Su Chen had moved in for so long that he had seen the landlord speak so carefully. Sure enough, having money could make a person's attitude towards himself change. If he didn't have any money, Su Chen definitely wouldn't be speaking in such a low voice. So, you just entered my house without saying a word and threw out my things as garbage? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked rhetorically. The landlord was directly choked and didn't know how to reply, his face constantly changing. Surname Su, you've had enough. Don't be unreasonable. These things are worth a few dollars. I'll just compensate you. Do you think I need the money you compensated? Su Chen laughed. He walked into the rented room and took out a contract in the crack of the cabinet. The house rental contract. Su Chen handed the contract to the manager and inquired. Manager, I would like to ask, my house has not expired yet. How does it count in her situation? The manager took the contract and scrutinized it. The contract clearly states that the right to use the house is owned by the tenant before the lease time is up. Obviously, the right to use this house is in Mr. Su's hands, and the landlord, breaking in without Mr. Su's permission, constitutes trespassing, and rummaging through the house and deliberately destroying other people's property. I have reason to suspect that this was a premeditated burglary. What? What burglary? The landlord's face instantly went white. You guys are talking nonsense. Whether it's nonsense or not, leave it to the police to judge. The manager took out his cell phone to call the police. When the landlord heard these words, she was so scared that her legs went limp and she almost didn't stand still. She panicked, completely panicked. She was indeed the unreasonable party. It would be over if she really called the police. The landlord hurriedly stepped forward and begged Su Chen, "Little Sua, oh no, Mr. Su, it was me who was bad before. I know I'm wrong, so just be magnanimous and let me off the hook. Auntie promises to reform in the future. Please forgive me this time. I'm not interested in seeing you reform yourself. Leave everything to the police to decide." Su Chen shook his head. The landlord's family hurriedly came after knowing about this. They wanted to settle this matter privately with Su Chen, but Su Chen's attitude was resolute. Get lost. The police will decide whatever they want. A group of people couldn't do anything about Su Chen, knowing that they weren't in the right. After all, if it wasn't for the landlord bringing people to force their way into Su Chen's rental room and dropping things, how could Su Chen be like this? The landlady one was so pale that she couldn't even stand up. After all, this matter involved the law. She didn't think she would break the law either. She was used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and didn't expect to meet a tenant as rigid as Su Chen. At this time, a man wearing glasses and covered in horizontal meat was beside the landlord to pacify him. He was the landlord's son. "Mom, just tolerate this grievance and don't bother with that guy in general. After all, he spent a large amount of unjust money to buy our family's shabby house." The landlady's family had 2 suites in the city. The house on this side of the old city was purely for her retirement. Therefore, when she heard that someone wanted to acquire the house, she sold the house here without hesitation. Putting it this way, Su Chen was still the wrongdoer, giving her family a sum of money. With her son's enlightenment, the landlady was much more comfortable inside. "Son, you're right. It doesn't matter even if I'm detained for more than 10 days. That person surnamed Su gave our family $200,000. It's still him who suffers." Su Chen didn't continue to stay here. After finding something important to him in the pile of things at the door, he drove away, and the subsequent things here were entrusted to the real estate manager to deal with. The manager was naturally 10,000 times more willing inwardly to be able to serve a big shot like Su Chen. This kind of opportunity could not be grabbed even if one squeezed one's head for it. Securities company. Chu Linger finished handling her business and looked up at the clock. It was almost time to get off work. Have you guys seen today's hot news? Someone spent $3 million to buy 2 old buildings and another $100 million to buy a villa. No. Now a lot of people are speculating, saying that person is either a Netflix team, buying a $100 million villa to attract popularity, and selling that $3 million house afterward. Others say that's an investor, buying old buildings purely for investment. I don't care what he does. If he comes to me with those real estate certificates, I'm willing to marry him. A group of people were talking a lot. Chu Linger didn't listen much. She didn't understand that piece of real estate either. It just felt that the person who bought so many houses was very powerful. At this time, Su Chen sent a message over. "Let's have dinner together tonight?" "Good. I'm off work. Where will I see you?" Chu Linger replied. "I'm almost at your company. Let's talk on the way." Chapter 58. Crowd exclaims housing prices have flipped tenfold. Soon, Su Chen arrived downstairs at Chu Linger's company. Chu Linger pulled open the car door and casually glanced at the bag placed on the passenger side. At first, she didn't pay attention to it, and immediately afterward, the whole person froze. "This is?" She saw a splash of red color exposed in the bag. The real estate license. Chu Linger opened the bag and found stacks and stacks of real estate licenses. There were 101 of them. Opening the real estate certificates to check the information, it was indeed a building on the west side of the city. Chu Linger's heart thumped, and subconsciously exclaimed, "You are the mysterious tycoon that the whole network is discussing?" "What whole network is discussing?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Chu Linger took out her cell phone and opened a short video for Su Chen to see. On it was precisely the image of Su Chen buying a house in real estate. Su Chen raised his eyebrows with some surprise. He originally wanted to buy a house in a low-key manner. After all, this matter of making money belonged to making a fortune in a muffled voice. The less people knew about it, the better. As a result, he just happened to be photographed by a reporter and released this scene to the internet. Fortunately, in the video, he was mosaic. The masses did not know his identity. "I say, won't you take me to see what a $100 million villa is like?" Chu Linger asked. "Yeah." Su Chen nodded with a smile. The sports car slowly started. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest and most expensive villa area in East Sea. Snap! When the patrolling security guards saw Su Chen's car, they immediately stood straight and saluted. Welcome, Mr. Su, back to the residence. The neat voice was filled with respect. A first-class villa area. The service treatment was nothing to speak of. Su Chen had only come once, and the property side quickly registered Su Chen's license plate number. When he came, they all knew that he was the homeowner of Villa number 1. Chu Linger looked at the villa, her beautiful eyes flickering. She knew that she had heard her colleagues mention this place, and that the cheapest villa here cost $30 million. It could be said that the people who could live here were either rich or noble, the kind of people who often appeared on TV and newspapers. Unexpectedly, Su Chen bought a house here. My God, how old is he? He's in his early 20s. He's already accomplished what many people have never accomplished in their lives. The sports car arrived at Villa 1. The appearance of this villa was beautiful, with a strong national flavor, allowing for beautiful scenic photos no matter the seasons. It was not like the Western kind of villa, which would get tired of looking at it after a long time. Su Chen opened the door and brought Chu Linger inside. Chu Linger raised her head to look around, dazzled. The villa had a total of 3 floors. The first floor decoration had already captivated Chu Linger. The decoration was exquisite, giving people a feeling of grandeur and atmosphere. The construction of the rooms was also very unique, as if they had come to an ancient kind of royal residence. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. He lowered his head and took out his cell phone, realizing that it was Xie Qing calling. Benefactor, the mysterious tycoon in the news who bought $100 million villa. Is that you? Xie Qing directly opened the door. Yes, what's up? I don't have anything to say about you buying $100 million villa. After all, you're rich, but how come you're thinking of buying a building on the west side of the city? As far as I know, the upside of some of the recently speculated plots will be greater, right? Xie Qing was confused, not knowing what Su Chen meant by this maneuver. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Xie Qing, do you believe that the buildings on the west side of the city will be worth more than the recently speculated land? If someone else said this, I don't believe it, but if you say this, I believe it. Xie Qing replied, oh, why? Because you have a kind of magic power, that is, those things that are impossible to happen, you can turn them well into possibilities. After experiencing so many things, in Xie Qing's heart, Su Chen was already a man who hung equal points with miracles. Then, if you believe me, you can buy the property in that neighborhood as well. It's best to do it today. You'll get 10 times the income. According to the Future News, after the official announcement of the establishment of the experimental middle school, the prices of the properties in that neighborhood also went up, but there were all scattered households over there, and it was too troublesome to go and collect them one by one. That's why Su Chen suggested it to Xie Qing. It wasn't troublesome for Xie Qing to go and do this. He had a lot of power. Just like before when Su Chen entrusted Xie Qing to go out for gold, Su Chen gave Xie Qing the opportunity to make money. As to whether or not Xie Qing could seize it, that was up to him. Okay, benefactor. Without any hesitation, Xie Qing nodded his head in agreement. He was willing to follow Su Chen and gamble, whether it was the $100 million diamond or the $300 million superb emperor green before. All of them refreshed Xie Qing's worldview. In his eyes, Su Chen was always that confident, as if everything was in his grasp. Therefore, Xie Qing was willing to spend a few $1,000,000 to bet. Su Chen hung up the phone. Looking down, he glanced at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Su Chen looked at Chu Linger and then said, stay here and sleep tonight. His villa was very large, and there were several sleeping rooms on each floor. Chu Linger slept next door to him, simply washing up. Su Chen went to bed. It was unknown how long had passed. Su Chen suddenly heard a miserable scream coming from the next room. The villa's soundproofing was very good, but Su Chen still heard it clearly. He opened his eyes and without saying a word rushed towards Chu Linger's sleeping room next to him. Chu Linger was lying on the bed sweating profusely. With a look of shock, Su Chen asked, what's wrong? No, nothing. I just had a nightmare. Chu Linger shook her head. Su Chen brought a towel and wiped the sweat off Chu Linger's forehead. Rest well. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Linger pulled his hand from behind. I don't dare to sleep alone. Will you stay here with me? Su Chen froze, then nodded. Good. Time turned to 1 in the morning. Inside a conference room, a group of middle-aged people sat around. If one looked closely, there were leaders of the relevant departments and the main head of the experimental middle school. All of them were big shots. Elder Su, the upper echelon attaches great importance to this matter of establishing a middle school. Do you think we should make a decision on where to start construction tonight? Yes. Sitting in the main seat, the man called Su Lao slowly nodded his head. He was the biggest person in charge of this project. Everything needed to be finalized by him. Su Lao's assistant walked up from the side and placed the document in front of the crowd. Su Lao has spent half a month inspecting the East Sea. and now there are 3 places that are more suitable for establishing a middle school. Elder Su smiled. Let's choose the address of the middle school tonight by voting. The crowd looked at the documents on the table, and after some discussion, they all ended up giving their votes to the same place, City West. Half an hour later, the Education Bureau announced this matter, the first new experimental middle school in China that broke the previous education system. It quickly caught the attention of netizens. Even at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, the number of likes and retweets had already broken 10,000. The staff member in charge of the Education Bureau's official media was immediately stunned. He clicked on the comments section, looking at the one message, "Holy, the west side of the city is going to establish the first new experimental middle school in the country. Donghai is awesome. City West? Why does this place sound so familiar? Isn't it the place where that mysterious tycoon bought 2 old buildings yesterday? With the construction of the school this time, the prices of nearby buildings are going to double. I calculated that it's only a 5-minute walk from the experimental middle school on the west side of the city to the mysterious tycoon's building. The price of that old building has doubled 3 or 4 times, right? The mysterious tycoon has made a fortune. Upstairs, you're overthinking it. Not just 3 or 4 times? This is the first new educational middle school in China. The price of the building will at least double 10 times. What is the concept of 10 times? When Su Chen bought the house, it was 1,000 square feet. Now it's 10,000 a square meter. And it's still up for grabs. What's more, this was only today's price. It would be even higher afterward. In the future news, the final price of those 2 buildings went to 15,000 per square foot. Chapter 59, Kneeling for Big Brother. A reporter had already made a calculation for Su Chen. He invested 75 million out, and the gain would be 50 million to start with. The yield is 17 times. Yesterday, many experts and professors were not optimistic about Su Chen's move to buy a house online. Many netizens also laughed at Su Chen for being out of his mind and spending millions to buy abandoned buildings for water. Countless real estate analysis anchors and reporters commented on Su Chen's whimsy. As a result, this news in the early hours of the morning directly swelled a group of people's faces. What professors and experts? What reporters and netizens? All grayly deleted the video of yesterday's analysis. It was just a night's time. The value of the old building on the west side of the city had increased tenfold like a rocket. Who wouldn't be willing to exchange $4 million for $50 million? Everyone thought Su Chen's mind was on the first floor, but they were surprised to find him on the 5th floor. The next morning, the landlord's son got up from his bed. His mother was taken away by the police for trespassing. 15 days of detention could not be run away. This matter made him depressed inside, but thinking that his family had earned $300,000 from Su Chen, he was relieved. He brushed his teeth while looking at his cell phone. Unintentionally, he saw a news. Shock. The old building on the west side of Donghai City turned into a school district house. According to the understanding, the Donghai department chose the west side of the city to establish a new type of education experimental high school. The establishment of the school, pulling the surrounding economy. It is understood that the surrounding housing prices began to rise. The biggest gain for the 2 old houses in the west of the city rose 10 times. Clunk. When the landlord's son saw this message, the water cup in his hand fell directly to the ground. The whole person was dumbfounded. His family only sold their house yesterday. The 3 houses were sold for almost $200,000. However, today, the house became a school district house. Exactly how much it would appreciate in value, the news above didn't say, but it'll be 10 times more than it is now. What does that mean? If he hadn't sold his house yesterday, he would have sold the 3 suites for $2 million today, and someone would have taken them. Put it this way, wouldn't his family have lost over $1 million? The landlord's son called the real estate company side with his hands full. Hello, I'm not selling the house. Is it okay if I return the money to you? The caller said coldly. I'm sorry, the transaction was completed yesterday and the paperwork is done. Your house has been transferred. Because you are no longer the head of the house, please remove your things within today. And after that, we will bring the head of household to inspect it. With a snap, the phone hung up. There were no superfluous words. One willing to buy and one willing to sell. The deal was already done, and it was useless to talk about it now. The landlord's son's face was as pale as dirt, directly paralyzed on the ground. His soul was lost. After a while, he raised his hand and slapped himself violently. I'm so stupid. Why did I go ahead and sell the house? My $2 million. $2 million. Besides, Su Chen's ex-girlfriend Zhangya. She woke up from her bed. Taking out her cell phone, she saw the news pop up. The same news about a middle school to be established in the west of the city. Was feeling bored and paddled away. But the sliding finger suddenly froze. City West? Isn't that where Su Chen bought the house yesterday? It's changed into a school district? She clicked on the news and was dumbfounded. It was expected that Su Chen's total earnings would start at $50 million? Su Chen directly collected 100 old houses yesterday. spending over $4 million. In front of that $50 million, the $4 million or so he spent could only be counted as a fraction. Zhangya was so surprised that she could barely fit an egg in her mouth. These people weren't the only ones who were surprised. Su Chen was sleeping when he was also woken up by Chu Linger's screams. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked. Last night, he had coaxed Chu Linger to sleep for a long time. Why did this girl wake up so early? Today, the relevant department announced the news that they are going to build a school in the west of the city. It's gone up. The building you bought has gone up. Chu Linger had an excited face. Su Chen gave an oh-so-sweet sound and continued to sleep. Why aren't you even excited? Chu Linger skimmed her mouth. What's there to be excited about? Su Chen yawned. When Chu Linger saw his unexpected expression, she immediately nodded her head. That's right, you must have known beforehand that it would go up. That's why you bought the buildings there. However, how did you know that the buildings in the west of the city would be demolished? Su Chen knew that Chu Linger would ask this question, and took out his pre-prepared saying. Watching the news more. The relevant department, some time ago, released news about reforming education. The news said that a new type of education experimental high school would be set up, and Donghai is one of the pilot areas. And I've been living over on the west side of the city since I graduated from college, so I can say that I know the situation over there relatively well. Not many people live over on the west side of the city, and everyone who stays there knows each other. But some time ago, a group of raw faces suddenly came. They came for 3 consecutive days. They should be examining the environment there and whether or not they can establish a school. Su Chen spread his hands. So, I bought the building there in one breath, and it turned out to be my right bet as well. So it's like this. Chu Linger nodded her head. She couldn't help but marvel. It's unimaginable that you can obtain so much important information from a news. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. It was a call from Xie Cheng. Many thanks, Yuan. Yesterday, after listening to your advice, I also spent $1 million to buy a few sweets. Now I've sold them and made $10 million. Xie Cheng on the other end of the phone was ecstatic and excited. Could one not be excited? It was just one night's time. He had made $10 million. This money-making speed. Looking at the entire East China Sea, or even the country, there aren't many that can beat it. At this moment, in Xie Cheng's heart, Su Chen was like a towering god. This operation of collecting old buildings directly brought Xie Cheng to his knees. The admiration was overwhelming. Xie Cheng had been in business for more than 20 years, and it was the first time he had ever admired someone so much. He secretly resolved in his heart, in the future, if Su Chen told him to go east, he would definitely not go west. If he was told to stand at attention, he would absolutely not take a moment's rest. All right, Su Chen nodded his head indifferently. Xie Cheng on the other end of the phone couldn't help but jump inwardly when he heard this. This was the high person making $50 million in one night, and his tone could be so calm. Benefactor, I've already credited $5 million to your account. Please pay attention to checking it. Xie Cheng said respectfully. It was true that he had made $10 million, but this $10 million was all earned because Su Chen had shown him the way. Xie Cheng was not a greedy person. He knew how to repay kindness. He directly shared half of the benefits to Su Chen. Furthermore, Xie Cheng also wanted to follow Su Chen and eat meat for a long time. What to take or leave was clear within him. Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Xie Cheng, this old fox, was quite on board. He was about to speak. The cell phone vibrated again. A call came in. Su Chen's cell phone had been ringing early this morning. This time, it was a call from the manager of the real estate company. Su Chen estimated that the manager was coming to say something about the 2 old buildings. Immediately, he told Xie Cheng that he had something to do and hung up on him. He then picked up the manager's phone. Chapter 60, hurry up and throw it all away. Mr. Su, have you seen the news today? That area in the west of the city is going to establish a middle school, and the 2 buildings you bought yesterday have a considerable increase in value. His tone was filled with respect for Su Chen. God, what a god! Spending $3 million to gain at least $50 million. This kind of godly person, the manager could only worship. Now there are already quite a few people asking me about those houses of yours. Some people are even directly saying 15,000 a square foot to buy your house. What do you think? 13,000. All sold, Su Chen said indifferently. According to the news, the 2 old buildings in the west of the city eventually rose to 15,000, right? But how many people could buy them in the end? Su Chen chose the price of 13,000 in order to sell more houses at once. Manager, I still need to trouble you to take care of this matter for me. Su Chen transferred 50,000 to the manager. After all, the other party had been working hard for him since yesterday. Su Chen felt that he should still give the other party a little treat. After all, wanting the horse to run again and wanting the horse to not eat grass, where could there be such a good thing? Sure enough, hearing Su Chen say this, the manager hurriedly checked his bank account. Seeing the 50,000 received, he was ecstatic. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you Mr. Su, don't worry, I'll take care of things on this side, don't bother you. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen simply washed up and went out. At this time, Chu Linger came out from the bathroom and had already changed into an office uniform. Her beautiful legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and her feet were wearing a pair of black high heels. She straightened her hair and turned her head to look at Su Chen. I'm going to work. I'll send you there, Su Chen said. It was idle anyway. Might as well find yourself something to do. Just at this time, Chu Linger's cell phone rang with a burst of ringing. A quirky voice came from the other end of the phone. Dear Linger big baby, I'm back in East Sea. Come pick me up at the airport. Little Snow, what did you say? Chu Linger was first stunned. Then she said excitedly, really? You've returned to East Sea. He. Surprise, right? The drama team's side was killed off, so I'm taking a good break for a while to casually plan my own movie. So, this is not thinking of coming to find you. Good, you wait for me, Chu Linger said excitedly. What's wrong? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, then asked, my best friend came to East Sea. Let me go to the airport to pick her up. I'll accompany you, Su Chen said. Half an hour later, the airport. Linger, here. A woman with black sunglasses on her face and a mask waved towards Chu Linger. The woman had a double ponytail, and was wearing a beige shirt with a successful career, paired with a knee-length pleated skirt. Under the skirt was a pair of impeccably beautiful legs. Chu Linger walked quickly and exchanged a few pleasantries with the woman. Then she turned her head to Su Chen and said, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, called Qin Shui. Big star yet. Su Chen's heart moved slightly, having an impression of the name Qin Shui. The netizens had labeled her with the following, universal goddess, girl next door, childish lowly. Hello, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen introduced himself. Hello, handsome. Qin Shui smiled. By the looks of it, you're Linger's boyfriend? Right. Su Chen graciously nodded his head and acknowledged. Qin Shui giggled. It's possible. My Linger never comes into contact with the opposite sex. Her vision is very high. I thought she was going to be single until old age. Luckily you took her in. Chu Linger heard her girlfriends flirting. Her face flushed. Okay, after sitting on an airplane for a night and still can't block your mouth, let's go. Go back and talk again. Su Chen did have a Bugatti Veyron, only that was a two-seater, not suitable for picking up people. He looked for Xia Qing to get a business car. Xia Qing was also quick, knowing that it was Su Chen who needed it. He sent someone to send a car over it the first time. The three people sat in the car. Su Chen drove the car and Chu Linger and Qin Shui sat in the back row. The two girls joked and laughed, chatting about many things. At this time, Qin Shui seemed to suddenly remember something. With an oops, she hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag. What's wrong? Chu Linger asked curiously. The stock market has opened. I'm telling you, I recently researched a stock, a proper potential stock. Qin Shui swore and assured. Hua Group, trust me, it will definitely go up. I've already invested $5 million into it yesterday, and I made $180,000 in one day. Linger, if you have money, you can also invest some in it. Su Chen, who was driving, heard that Qin Shui wanted to buy Hua Group, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, the Hua Group could be bought, but not today. Su Chen pulled up the stock change chart. Hua Group stock would fall 10% today, directly to the downward stop. After that, it will fall for 5 consecutive days. Reason for the fall, someone exposed that live worms were eaten in ham sausages, and the video was posted on the internet, triggering huge dissatisfaction among netizens. Looking at Qin Shui, who is Chu Linger's bosom friend, Su Chen kindly advised, don't buy Hua Group, hurry up and dump the shares, or you'll regret it until you want to cry. Linger, your boyfriend still speculates in stocks? Qin Shui raised her eyebrows and raised her head to look at Chu Linger. She was about to buy shares, but after hearing Su Chen's words, she stopped her hand movements. Yes, Chu Linger nodded her head. Since Su Chen told you to dump, then you should hurry up and dump it. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Chu Linger was convinced of Su Chen's judgment. If he told Qin Shui to throw it, he definitely wouldn't harm Qin Shui. I'll take another look? Qin Shui was somewhat hesitant. After all, Hua Group stock had also risen to 1% today. Moreover, many stock managers said that the future prospects of Hua Group were great. People are always greedy. When they see money to be made, they want to make more, not to eat the last bit of sweetness. Not willing. Qin Shui thought about earning a little more and then throwing it away when the wind was not right. If you don't want to lose money, throw it now. Su Chen also sensed her thoughts and his voice became serious. Why did he rush Qin Shui to throw the stock? It was because it was less than 10 minutes from the exposure of the ham sausage with worms on the internet. In other words, after 10 minutes Hua Group stock would start to fall like crazy, straight to the downtrend. not giving anyone time to react. At that time, if Qin Shui wanted to dump the stock again, it would already be too late. Alright, sell it. Perhaps sensing the seriousness in Su Chen's tone, Qin Shui immediately dumped the stock. $5 million of principal, made $100,000, but Qin Shui felt that she could actually earn more, not understanding why Su Chen told her to dump the stock. Actually, it wasn't just her. Chu Linger was equally curious. Su Chen didn't even look at the stock market today. Just hearing the name Hua Group, he immediately told Qin Shui to dump her shares. Unbelievably, he knew the inside story again? Su Chen knew that these two women were definitely confused right now, and immediately inquired, "What time is it now?" Chu Linger looked down at the time. 9:55. Open the short video on your cell phone and look at the news hotspots, Su Chen said. These days, there were basically short video apps in smartphones. Su Chen didn't need to say much, letting them read the news themselves. Qin Shui half-heartedly opened the short video. Chapter 61 luckily listened to Su Chen's words. In the next second, her beautiful eyes flashed with a shocked expression. A news hot search, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly reached number 1. Short video text, #Shuanghue Group. Please give me a statement. #Shuanghue Group. Can we trust you again? In the video, it was a woman holding a ham sausage from the Double Club Group. Inside the ham sausage is a live worm. It took less than 2 minutes to post, but the comments are already over 1,000. A lot of people say they've encountered similar situations. What to eat Double Will's ham sausage, and then found that the meat is moldy. What eating worms, eating expired. All kinds of comments, all negative comments about the Double Club Group. This short video of the woman seemed like a breakthrough. It directly allowed the crowd to seize the opportunity to vent their unhappiness. For a time, Shuanghue Group became the rat that everyone was shouting at. Qin Shui hurriedly switched the interface of her cell phone to check the stock market. Right now, Shuanghue Group's stock had dropped 10%. It fell directly to the downward stop. It didn't even give anyone time to react. Seeing this scene, Qin Shui's beautiful eyes flashed and her heart thumped. If she hadn't listened to Su Chen's advice just now and instead hesitated, then she would have lost $500,000. This was terrifying. But what made Qin Shui even more shocked was this suggestion of Su Chen asking her to sell her stocks. Handsome, how did you know that something would happen to the Shuanghue Group? Qin Shui put down her cell phone, adjusted her breathing, and raised her head to look at the driving Su Chen. This short video was posted 2 minutes ago. During this time, Su Chen had been driving. It was naturally impossible to flip through his cell phone and see that hot search. Moreover, it was Su Chen who told her to sell her stocks first. It was only after a few minutes that this hot news appeared and the stock market began to shake. It was as if he had the ability to foresee in advance and knew what was going to happen in the future. This made Qin Shui involuntarily become curious about Su Chen. I have my news channels. Su Chen smiled and didn't say much. Alright, forget it if you don't want to say. Qin Shui bristled. Chu Linger softly whispered with admiration in her eyes. Su Chen is very powerful. When Qin Shui heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a bad smile, "Ouch, my family's Linger never praises people, let alone men." Chu Linger's pretty face reddened as she defended herself. It's really great. He was the first one to buy Hua Ming Group stock when it went up before. Yesterday morning, he used my account balance of 270,000 to earn 140,000, all of which was bought low and sold high. In the afternoon, he let me press all my money to buy cold stocks again, and made another 50,000. After Qin Shui heard Chu Linger's words, her smile disappeared and was replaced by a face of shock. This achievement, it's also too heaven-defying, right? He, is the genius elementary school brother you said on the phone? Chu Linger's pretty face reddened. Then she gave a Yo, no wonder my family Linger's heart is in love. So it's the eagle catching the chick. What eagle catching a chick? Chu Linger was first stunned. Then after feeling Qin Shui's unkind smile, it quickly came to an understanding. At this moment, her pretty face turned redder and redder, as if she was a ripe peach that was on the verge of pinching out water. You ninny, you're really looking to clean up. The two women jostled together. The scenery was infinite. In the end, Qin Shui laughed and raised her hands in surrender. No more playing, no more. You're always tickling my itchy flesh. Then will you still say it later? No more saying no more. The three drove to the restaurant. Qin Shui had flown back to East China Sea early in the morning and hadn't eaten anything. Chu Linger and Su Chen were even more so. They drove to the airport early in the morning to pick up Qin Shui. The three people arrived at one of the more famous restaurants in East Sea. Welcome. The receptionist bowed politely. Is there a private room? Qin Shui asked. Although she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, she always took them off when eating. After all, being a big star, this could very well be the cause of unnecessary trouble. Solely, Qin Shui decided to ask for a private room after all. Yes, This way please. The receptionist led the three of them towards the second floor. Let's have a small fried meat, and a homemade tofu. Su Chen picked up the menu and ordered some random dishes. Then he turned his head to look at Chu Linger and Qin Shui. What are you guys going to order? The two beauties also ordered some dishes. Please wait. The receptionist went downstairs with the menu. Soon, steaming hot meals came up. Qin Shui hemmed and hawed. I was about to vomit from eating all that Western food abroad. I've always missed East Sea meals, so today I can finally quench my hunger. Linger, help me serve a bowl of the 3 fresh soups on your side, and the sweet and sour pork ribs. I want to eat them too. Su Chen was in a trance when he saw this big-hearted Qin Shui. This was a bit of a big difference from the quiet and dignified Qin Shui on TV. Good. It's all yours. Eat slowly, Chu Linger said smilingly. At this time, the voice of the receptionist came from outside. Ma'am, I'm sorry, this box has already been used by a guest. Su Chen looked up. At the doorway stood a woman with sunglasses, dressed in a sexy and hot dress. The receptionist was negotiating with the woman. The woman condescended and said with a commanding tone, "Can't you understand my words? I'm going to sit in this box. Can't you just send them away casually?" When Chu Linger and Qin Shui heard these words, they were immediately inwardly displeased. They were the ones who came here first and had already had their meal. For a woman to say that she wanted to send them away, this was too much. What do you mean by just sending us away? How do you people talk? Qin Shui directly disliked back. The woman glanced at Qin Shui and felt that she looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen her before. None of this mattered though. This private room has always been used by my family. It's already good enough that I didn't take a stick to drive you guys away. Be sensible and get lost yourself. The woman snorted coldly, her face full of arrogance. When we came, this box didn't say who it was for exclusive use either. Chu Linger was also unable to look at it and said directly. The waiter also nodded. Indeed, every guest has the right to enjoy the private room. Ma'am, I'd better help you change to another private room. The woman was offended on the spot. If Chu Linger and Qin Shui, with lowered eyebrows, had shown her kindness and softness, then, she would still give up this compartment. But these two women, why did they speak so aggressively? I want this compartment. Do you know who I am? Huang Yuliang's wife. Li Shishir, are you restaurants going to go against me for those two little people? When Su Chen heard the 3 words Huang Yuliang, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at Li Shishir twice more. In his mind, it was natural that news came to mind. Rich man Huang Yuliang died suddenly and unexpectedly at home. The police deduced that he was murdered, and all of this was very much connected to this woman called Li Shishir. The waitress's expression kept changing. It wasn't just her. Chu Linger and Qin Weiwei were likewise the same. In this bullet-ridden land of the Eastern Sea, Huang Yuliang's name was still very loud. He was a brash and extremely righteous person, mixing with underground circles in his 20s and blocking knives for his brothers in fights. Later with 2 suites of demolition money, smooth white, and more smooth. Nowadays, he is worth billions of dollars and has countless luxury cars and villas under his name. There are 3 enterprises with annual profits of $10 million. Many people are so evaluated Huang Yuliang. He is a righteous person, and can be a friend of the sword. I can't imagine that this woman is Huang Yuliang's wife. No wonder she was so high and mighty. Seeing Chu Linger and Qin Shui's frozen expressions, Li Shishir began to be reckless inwardly. The more arrogant she became. I'm going to eat here with my husband. I'll give you all a minute to hurry up and get out. 2 little people also dare to grab a seat with me. I think you guys are tired of living. Chapter 62. She wants to harm you. Chu Linger and Qin Shui's pretty faces were as cold as ice. They were sitting here having a good meal, and this Li Shishir suddenly wanted to drive them away, and it was still full of such unpleasant words. Su Chen, who hadn't been speaking, opened his mouth at this time. Open mouth small, close mouth small. People who know you know that you are Huang Yuliang's wife, and those who don't know still think that you are some technician in the foot-washing city. Su Chen said carelessly. In the future news of Huang Yuliang's death, there was a detailed introduction of Li Shishir as a person. Everything about Li Shishir's past background was raked up. Among them was the information about the foot-washing city mechanic. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to a woman like Li Shishir, but he didn't expect the other party to get more and more energized the more he talked. This could have disgusted Su Chen, which is why he exploded Li Shishir's black history. Sure enough, when Su Chen's words fell, Li Shishir's face immediately changed. You're the one who's a ing lady. Your whole family is a lady, she said in a furious manner. It was as if someone had stepped on her tail. The entire person exploded. She did work in a foot-washing city a few years ago, and she also provided peripheral services. Last year, she made a lot of money and managed to go ashore to clear her name. After packaging herself, coincidentally found her husband Huang Yuliang. It can be said that this black history, even if she is dead, cannot be found, especially her husband. Now Su Chen unintentionally said, directly to Li Shishir get broken defense. At this time, a majestic and powerful male voice came from behind her. Baby, what's wrong? Throwing such a big tantrum? Only to see, a gentle-looking man in a suit with gold glasses slowly walked in. He was the famous Huang Yuliang. When Li Shishir saw her husband coming, she changed her previous arrogant and domineering behavior and instead said pitifully, "Husband, I looked at this private room first. As a result, these few people came behind and saw that I was just one person, so they directly grabbed the private room." Hearing this, Huang Yuliang's expression sank. He was a man who loved his wife. He not only gave Li Shishir to buy all kinds of bags, but also gave her a house and a car, the kind that doesn't hurt even if you spend tens of millions of dollars a year. Now, hearing someone bully Li Shishir, Huang Yuliang was naturally furious. Li Shishir then continued to say aggressively, "I reasoned with them properly, but they scolded me instead, saying that I had been a lady." Li Shishir reversed right and wrong, wanting to bring Su Chen and the others to their deaths. Huang Yuliang's expression was gloomy to the extreme, looking at the entire East Sea. Who didn't know that Li Shishir was his wife? These three people saying that Li Shishir was a lady was tantamount to insulting him as well. If this matter was not settled well today, then how could Huang Yuliang still mix in the future? "Baby, don't cry, don't cry. I'll take care of this matter." Huang Yuliang lowered his head and gently patted Li Shishir's back. Immediately afterward, he walked towards Su Chen and the others in large strides. Chu Linger and Qin Shui did not look too good. Li Shishir was turning right and wrong here, and Huang Yuliang had come to look for trouble. At this time, Su Chen stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Boss Huang, hello, my name is Su Chen. I'm on good terms with Xie Qing. He mentioned you to me. Do you think that by reporting Xie Qing's name, I will forgive you?" Huang Yuliang was in a rage, so he didn't care who the other party was. Even if it was Xie Qing's friend, he didn't give face. Su Chen was also expecting this situation. He hadn't planned to smooth out the trouble through Xie Qing either. Su Chen reached out his hand and directly grabbed Huang Yuliang, closing the distance. From afar, the two looked like they were hooking shoulders. The speed was so fast that Huang Yuliang couldn't even react or dodge. Chu Linger and Qin Shui subconsciously raised their eyebrows. What was Su Chen planning to do? Only to see Su Chen attach himself to Huang Yuliang's ear and quietly open his mouth. "It's true that your wife has been a lady. She was previously at Swan Footbath City, the number 10 technician, and left 2 years ago. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check it out. This kind of thing should be good for you to check. Also, I'll tell you another secret. Li Shishir doesn't really like you. The reason she's with you is for your money. She is also preparing to murder you to get a high inheritance." Su Chen leaked the future news to Huang Yuliang. "Kid, what are you babbling about here?" Huang Yuliang narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly. Regarding Su Chen's words about Li Shishir working in Footbath City, he originally did not believe a word of it. Now that he said that Li Shishir was trying to harm him, Huang Yuliang didn't believe it even more. Once Su Chen heard this, he revealed a smile. "During this period of time, you often had insomnia, were short-tempered, and became anxious. For this reason, Li Shishir specially ran east and west, saying that she had begged a prescription from her old home. Am I right? Did she also say that as long as you take that partial prescription for a week straight, your body will get better?" The reason why Su Chen could be so certain, it was because the future news made this matter clear. Li Shishir had tampered with Huang Yuliang's meals, making Huang Yuliang's body worse than one day. After that, she then got chronic poison, saying it was a partial prescription for Huang Yuliang to drink. These two medicines, each one alone is not enough to kill, but when combined together, they can cause a person's heart to fail at an accelerated rate. A week later, Huang Yuliang died suddenly at home. As soon as Huang Yuliang died, the police immediately identified Li Shishir as the suspect. Li Shishir was brought back to the police station for interrogation. Li Shishir was unable to resist and confessed to all the crimes. Su Chen merely repeated the information. "Kid, who are you? How did you investigate me?" When Huang Yuliang heard these words, his face changed on the spot. He was indeed in bad health during this time, and Li Shishir had begged him for a prescription, in order to ensure that the company operated normally and not be seized by his enemies to retaliate. Huang Yuliang deliberately concealed his health condition, so not many people knew about this matter. However, Su Chen unexpectedly told the matter word for word. This made Huang Yuliang feel creeped out. With regards to Su Chen's words, it changed from complete disbelief in the beginning to half belief and half doubt. "Listen to me finish first," Su Chen interrupted very forcefully. "In reality, your anxiety and impatience symptoms are all caused by her drugging. There's also that prescription. It's not a healing medicine at all. Instead, it will make your condition intensify and deteriorate." Huang Yuliang directly said. "Impossible. My housekeeper specially went to investigate that medicine and determined that it was a good medicine that could calm the mind and replenish the brain." As if Su Chen had already known this statement of his, he slowly and leisurely spoke. Then what if the housekeeper and Li Shishir are in cahoots? They can prove for each other and win your trust. It was carefully stated in the news. If it was just Li Shishir alone, it would be difficult for her to murder Huang Yuliang, but there was also a housekeeper who was helping to make waves behind the scenes. The two were close to seamless cooperation, which fooled Huang Yuliang completely. As the words fell, Huang Yuliang's body trembled violently. He had never doubted his butler, because the butler had followed him for 10 years, and there was even a time when Huang Yuliang was chased by enemies, and the butler had even helped him block bullets. Huang Yuliang thought to himself that it was impossible for his housekeeper to harm him. Su Chen could see his incredulous expression and continued, Li Shishir knows that you are a money tree, and that following you will allow you to enjoy untold glory and wealth. So, she did whatever she could to be with you, even sneaking into the housekeeper's room late at night one day when you were out of town on a business trip. From that day on, the housekeeper was her person. Li Shishir is a very smart woman. She knows that if she can handle the butler will help her handle you. So, as soon as Li Shishir said she wanted to murder you, the butler didn't hesitate to agree. Oh yeah, the butler betrayed you for another very important reason. That is your son. Actually, that was born to Li Shishir and the butler. If the butler wanted to recognize his son, he could only eradicate you. Chapter 63, Huang Yuliang's attitude change. A rumble came from Huang Yuliang's mind when he heard these words. When he was young, he was very righteous when mixing in the underground circle, sticking his neck out for his brothers. An accident caused his fertility to be greatly affected. At first, Huang Yuliang didn't take this matter too much to heart. Instead, he was focused on making money. After all, as long as the money, what disease cannot be cured? Until he had a successful career, a lot of money, and all the honors, Huang Yuliang began to want a child. However, after visiting hospital after hospital, the doctors all said that his hope of having a child was slim. It's slim, but it doesn't mean it's not there. These words were like a life-saving straw, which Huang Yuliang clutched tightly. The women around him changed from one batch to another, but for many years there was no child. This has become a permanent pain in his heart. Just when Huang Yuliang was in despair, Li Shishir entered his life, and pregnant with his son. Later, the child was born, and the paternity test proved that it was Huang Yuliang's biological son. But now, Su Chen said the child is not his? Su Chen patted Huang Yuliang's shoulder. I know you won't believe it, because you brought your son to do a paternity test, and the test results showed that it was your biological flesh and blood. In fact, when you did the paternity test, the housekeeper likewise went to do one. Sissy Lee switched the reports between the two of you. You should have also noticed that the child is looking less and less like you and more like the housekeeper, right? If you don't believe me, you can go get a new paternity test. Or, you can go and swindle Li Shishir. After Su Chen finished speaking, he patted Huang Yuliang's shoulder and then sat back down. At this moment, Huang Yuliang's face kept changing. It was clearly digesting the information Su Chen had given him. He would not believe all of what Su Chen said, but some of what Su Chen said did stand up to scrutiny. For example, Li Shishir had joined forces with the housekeeper to harm him, such as the child not being his. When these things were thought about a little, one could indeed find clues. At this moment, a group of people were stunned. What is the situation? A minute ago, Huang Yuliang still had an expression of being bound to break Su Chen into pieces. However, Su Chen had only said a few words beside him. The furious Huang Yuliang instantly calmed down. Hubby, why don't you do something? This poor bastard insulted me. You have to take out this bad anger for me. Li Shishir didn't know what was going on, but she made sure to stomp on Su Chen hard before she could do so. Huang Yuliang didn't answer her words, but asked, where were you last night? Went to play mahjong with your girlfriends again? When Li Shishir heard this, she obviously hesitated for a moment. Normally, Huang Yuliang would never ask this kind of question, and this was a bit off guard. Last night, she had gone to a private meeting with her housekeeper, but it was impossible to tell Huang Yuliang directly. Li Shishir then made up a lie. Yes, I was playing mahjong at my best friend Xiaotian's house. It's the same little sweet who often comes to our house. You've seen her before. Huang Yuliang's head suddenly rumbled. In reality, Li Shishir's so-called bosom friend, Little Sweet, had been at Huang Yuliang's company last night. Under the pretext of passing by, she came up to take a look. In reality, it was to throw herself at Huang Yuliang. Huang Yuliang considered that he had a wife and children, and his family was happy and fulfilled, so refused the other party. However, Xiaotian did not die and refused to leave. Huang Yuliang remembers very clearly that Sweetie came at 7 p.m. and stayed until almost 12 p.m. Where is Li Shishir playing mahjong with a ghost? The atmosphere immediately froze to freezing point. Although Li Shishir acted calmly, she was already panicking inside. Why did Huang Yuliang suddenly ask about this? Could it be that he sensed something was wrong? Li Shishir hurriedly changed the topic. Hubby, This poor guy bullied me. Why are you asking these strange questions if you don't help me take revenge? Snap! Huang Yuliang raised his hand and slapped Li Shishir heavily on the face. Crisp and loud. Li Shishir directly fell to the ground, cloaked. It could be seen how hard the blow was. Li Shishir was confused, not knowing why Huang Yuliang was hitting her. Chu Linger and Qin Shui's eyelids also jumped. Just now, Huang Yuliang had said that he would help Li Shishir take revenge, but in the blink of an eye, he had beaten Li Shishir? What was this situation? Li Shishir covered her face and was aggrieved. Hubby, why did you hit me? Didn't you say that you love me the most in this life? But now, you even hit me. This slap is already considered light. You still have the face to say you love me? Huang Yuliang was furious. He had simply swindled Li Shishir, and the latter appeared to be on the receiving end. At least it meant that the information Su Chen had told him was partially right. This woman, who ate and drank from him, ended up cuckolding him. There was even the possibility of murdering him. Now, here she was, pretending to be the most aggrieved person in the world. The more Huang Yuliang thought about it, the more angry he became. He raised his hand and once again slapped towards Li Shishir's face. Li Shishir didn't dodge. Instead she raised her face as if gambling. Come on, just beat me to death. Let your son lose his mom. Let your son hate you for the rest of his life. Li Shishir estimated that Huang Yuliang should have discovered something. So, she used her son to play the emotional card. This was also her biggest card to hold Huang Yuliang back. She had thought that Huang Yuliang wouldn't dare to do it. After all, the child was Huang Yuliang's weakness. However, Huang Yuliang did not have any hesitation. This slap was even heavier. It directly slapped Li Shishir's mouth full of blood. Li Shishir was dumbfounded. Looking at Huang Yuliang's ice-cold eyes, she began to tremble and had a bad feeling inside. Take madam back. Huang Yuliang ordered his subordinates without looking back. Outside the door, a few bodyguard strong men stepped forward and directly carried Li Shishir outside. The commotion that had just been made had already attracted a few people from the boxes to come out and check the situation. Old Huang, what are you doing? Among them were Huang Yuliang's acquaintances, and seeing this scene, they couldn't help but ask curiously. Huang Yuliang folded his hands and apologized, his attitude very sincere. I'm sorry for affecting everyone's meal. It's all my fault for spoiling my daughter-in-law, going out every night to play mahjong and losing her family. I've told her many times that she's not allowed to play mahjong in the future, but she always refuses to listen. So I just learned that she went out to play mahjong again, so I didn't hold back from teaching her a lesson. I hope I didn't disturb everyone's dinner. As an apology, everyone's meal money today is on my account. Consider it an apology from Huang to everyone. At first, everyone didn't know why Huang Yuliang beat his wife. This explanation, all understand. It turns out that Huang Yuliang's wife always go out to play mahjong. Moreover, Huang Yuliang said several times not to play mahjong. Li Shishir did not listen. No wonder Huang Yuliang would do it. Some people think that Huang Yuliang is too much. His wife is just playing mahjong. Because of this small matter to beat his wife in public. This tycoon is too cheap to be a tycoon. Huang Yuliang also knows that he did this is very cheap, but better than a group of people know that he has a green hat on top of his head. This was also the reason why Su Chen whispered. People loved face. Celebrities like Huang Yuliang loved face even more. If he directly let everyone know that there was a scandal involving a famous entrepreneur in East China Sea, Li Shishir would definitely end up miserable, but it would also make Huang Yuliang unable to get off the ground, thus forming a bond. As the saying goes, one more enemy is better than one more friend. As the amount of money he made increased, the more Su Chen knew the deeper meaning this saying contained. Just for example, Su Chen wanted to sell $60 million of gold, and he really couldn't sell it without Xiecheng as a human resource. Come out for a chat? At this time, Huang Yuliang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Chen. Chapter 64, How Su Chen Knows Everything. It's okay. Su Chen nodded his head. This was also something he expected. After all, he knew everything about Huang Yuliang. Anyone would be afraid or curious about him. Huang Yuliang wanted to figure out his identity and how he knew these things. The two people walked towards the outside. Even if the person standing side by side was a big-name entrepreneur in East China Sea, Su Chen was still calm and relaxed. How did you know so many things about me? Investigating me? In an unoccupied private room, Huang Yuliang looked up at Su Chen across from him. The other party was just a young guy in his early 20s. However, the knowledgeable Huang Yuliang thought that he couldn't see through this kid. Su Chen gave off a feeling of being very mysterious, as well as the feeling that everything was under his control. Even when Huang Yuliang hit Li Shishir, Su Chen did not show any expression of surprise. Boss Huang, if you're asking like this, are you considered to have believed what I said before? Su Chen didn't answer, but instead asked a rhetorical question. The corner of Huang Yuliang's mouth twitched, and he nodded helplessly. The information you said, at least one of them is right. That is, Li Shishir has a problem. I'll send someone to investigate this matter. Huang Youliang's words changed. Answer my question. How do you know all this? Answer you? Su Chen laughed. Boss Huang, are you mistaken? I'm not obligated to tell you this. It was fine for Su Chen to want to build his network, but would not be obsequious, would not lower his voice. He didn't seek to gain the upper hand in his encounters with Huang Youliang, but at the very least, he wanted an equal status. But now, Huang Youliang was clearly using a commanding tone to make Su Chen accountable. Su Chen naturally would not be soft. Boss Huang, I hope you can figure out one thing. The reason I'm telling you this information is purely for Xieqing's sake. That's all. If it weren't for the fact that you and Xieqing are on good terms, and you and I met in passing, I wouldn't have bothered to meddle in your business, whether you die or not. It doesn't have anything to do with me either. Huang Youliang froze. He didn't expect Su Chen to speak to him with this attitude. It was not condescending. Wouldn't condescend just because he was a big brother. Helping him, Huang Youliang, was not to flatter. Rather, it was for the sake of Xieqing's face. This made Huang Youliang unable to help but look at Su Chen one more time. Those who could do so with such equanimity, either his background was extremely deep, or he was extremely superior. Either way, Su Chen left an extremely deep impression on Huang Youliang. Thank you. After a while, Huang Youliang gave a serious word of thanks, although he hadn't asked what he wanted to know. No matter what, Su Chen had done him a favor. At this time, Huang Youliang's phone rang. A subordinate called, reporting 3 things. First, Li Shishir did work in the bathing city before, and the manager of the Swan Bathing City had already verified this matter. Second, the paternity test came out. The child is indeed not his, but the housekeeper's. In a place like Donghai, with Huang Youliang's power, getting a paternity test is not too simple. Thirdly, Li Shishir's so-called prescription was found in the villa and taken out for investigation, and it turned out to be a chronic poison. If taken continuously, it would cause considerable damage to the body. I know, those 2 people keep an eye on me. I'll go back immediately. Huang Youliang silently listened to the phone call. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Unbelievably, his most beloved woman and most trusted brother betrayed and wanted to murder for money. It was so hard to have a child, and in the end, he found out that the child was not his. What a life of ups and downs. However, what really shook Huang Youliang's heart, it was the fact that all of this information that Su Chen had told him was basically true. This was terrifying. He and Su Chen had obviously met for the first time, but it was as if Su Chen knew everything about him. He was curious as to how Su Chen was aware of so many things, but Su Chen was unwilling to talk about it, so he could only call it quits. Huang Youliang retrieved his thoughts and turned his head to look at Su Chen. Then he handed over a bank card and said gratefully, "Little brother, there is $100 million in this card. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. It's considered to be my thanks." After all, Su Chen had saved Huang Youliang's life by telling him extremely useful information in time. $100 million as a thank you gift wasn't much. Su Chen was also not polite and directly accepted it. This was also what he should have gotten. Huang Youliang laughed to himself. Ha ha ha, after a lifetime of hooking up with people, I didn't expect to end up as a confused person myself. Little brother, I'll leave first. See you again sometime. Huang Youliang waved his hand and prepared to leave. This former business lord now seemed to have aged 10 years. His face was full of disheveledness. Where was he still as spirited as before? Su Chen looked at the bank card in his hand. It is said that helping others to the end, send Buddha to the West. What's more, he had received Huang Youliang's benefits. Wait, in this world, you do have a biological son. Want to know? In the future news, it didn't just talk about the matter of Huang Youliang's murder. It also told about the aftermath of this incident. After Huang Youliang's death, a woman brought a 20-year-old young man to the grave to pay her respects. The woman was Huang Youliang's first love, and the young man was Huang Youliang's biological son. These were all information confirmed by the media. What did you say? Huang Youliang's body jerked and his voice trembled a little. I have a biological son? Really? Really? Is it true? Huang Youliang's cloudy eyes began to slowly become translucent. The entire person was thrilled. Do you still remember Zhou Wan? It's that first love of yours. Su Chen slowly and leisurely opened his mouth. Huang Youliang's pupils contracted and he looked up sharply. The expression was very stunned. Obviously, he was shocked by Su Chen's words. This was because the name Zhou Wan had been hidden deep within him for 20 whole years. There were definitely not many people who knew the story of him and Zhou Wan. This was also a secret within Huang Youliang's heart for many years. However, Su Chen had actually said it with precision. Huang Youliang felt that Su Chen was terrifying. In front of Su Chen, it was as if he was a person without secrets. But right now, Huang Youliang didn't have the heart to care about how Su Chen knew all this. Instead, he hurriedly inquired, "Are you saying that Xiao Wan, she, is pregnant with my child? Is that true?" "That's right. Su Chen nodded his head. 20 years ago, you and Zhou fell in love, but her family did not and allowed you to be together. Then her family gave you a sum of money to leave Zhou. You took the money and left. Not long after you left, Zhou got pregnant and gave birth to the baby under all kinds of pressure. One person brought it up. Huang Yuliang's face kept changing. Surprised. Su Chen actually knew so clearly. Huang Yuliang couldn't think fast enough and hurriedly inquired. Is it true? You didn't lie to me? What's the point of lying to you? I'm telling you this, and the rest of the things. You won't investigate yourself? Su Chen smiled. But you have to be mentally prepared. Zhou and your son will not necessarily accept you, because back then, Zhou thought that you would go back to marry her, so she waited for you. As a result, you were nowhere to be found. A few years later, saw that you were successful and had all sorts of women around you. She felt that you betrayed her and your love. Since then, she brought up her child alone. Chapter 65, System Upgrade. It's me who has apologized to Xiaowan. Huang Yuliang felt guilty. Over the years, there was no shortage of various beauties around him, but all of them were pink skeletons. In the end, they were all interested in Huang Yuliang's money and power. There are not many genuine ones. However, his first love, Zhou, has always been faithful to love. Huang Yuliang was guilty. Su Chen looked down at the time and thought about the two beautiful women outside still waiting. Then he said, Boss Huang, I have to go. Brother, don't go. Continue to talk to me about Xiaowan and my son again. Huang Yuliang pulled Su Chen back, wanting to know more. Nowadays, he was full of respect for Su Chen. There was no way around it. Su Chen had already conquered him completely. This man even managed to discover the secret he had sealed inside for 20 years. What else was there that he didn't know? There's nothing more to say. Just go and investigate yourself. Su Chen waved his hand. They live in the East Sea. I don't know exactly which place. You go and investigate yourself. Su Chen really didn't know Zhou address. It wasn't said in the news. It was just a passing reference to Zhou and Huang Yuliang's past. However, in Huang Yuliang's opinion, Su Chen even knew things from 20 years ago. Simply omniscient. Yet, now he said he didn't know Zhou current address. How could he not know? This was clearly testing him. Testing whether or not he was sincere about meeting his first love and son. Fine. I'll check it out myself. Huang Yuliang's emotions were obviously very agitated. When he was disheartened, it was Su Chen who showed him a clear path. This information was undoubtedly saving his life for Huang Yuliang. Huang Yuliang pulled open the door of the box and prepared to walk out. Suddenly, he stopped. Stepping forward, he tightly hugged Su Chen. A middle-aged man in his 40s was hugging a 20-year-old young man with a face full of affection. The scene was indescribably strange. Su Chen, I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, the two of us will become brothers with different surnames today. When Su Chen heard this, his eyelids picked up. There's more than 20 years between the two of us. Almost a generation apart. Brothers are even. That's pretty much what it means anyway. In the future in the East Sea, if you meet anything, just let me know. And I, Huang, will definitely do my best to help you out. Huang Yuliang patted his chest in righteousness. It was also said in the news. Huang Yuliang is a person who values love and righteousness, and has 2 daggers for his friends. Today, Su Chen had done such a great favor. Huang Yuliang was naturally grateful. After Huang Yuliang left, Su Chen's cell phone vibrated. A cell phone message pop-up window came into view. Detected that the owner has changed the future and gained a god-level sniping ability. Within 1,200 meters, bullet-free. The pop-up window disappeared and the cell phone screen glowed brightly. Su Chen felt a warmth coming from the phone, spreading all over his body along his arm. For a moment, countless sniper rifle techniques and theories flashed through his mind. He clearly hadn't touched the gun once, but in his mind, it was as if he had experienced tens of thousands of practices. What was the concept of 1,200 meters? Within the special forces, if a person was able to hit a target at 1,000 meters, it was enough to be called a sniper god, and Su Chen was able to shoot without a bullet within 1,200 meters. This ability would be terrifying. At this time, another pop-up window popped up on the cell phone. Reminder, the news received by the cell phone in the future extends from 1 week in the future time to half a month. Su Chen saw this message and rejoiced inwardly. The cell phone. This was another partial upgrade. Previously, the news received by the cell phone had a range of 1 week in the future. There were certain limitations. There were many things that Su Chen was too late to prepare for. But now that it was upgraded to half a month, it was different. The time left for Su Chen to prepare also became ample. If with changing the future, or participating in more and more future events, the cell phone was gradually upgraded, would the news received afterward be 1 month, 1 year, or even 5 or 10 years in advance? The horizons became wider. Su Chen felt it was very possible. Of course, It all depended on how this magical cell phone was upgraded in the future. Upgrade mission, change future events 10/10. Upgrade mission complete. Detected that the owner has sufficient funds. May I ask if the owner will upgrade the phone now? Upgrade it. Su Chen tapped the confirmation button. He had exactly 1 billion in his card. After deducting the billion, the funds went to zero. These 1 billion would not disappear from his account somehow. Rather, in Su Chen's name, the billion would be donated to poor areas across the country. Nowadays, Su Chen was penniless, but fortunately, Huang Yuliang had just given him 100 million. Calculating like this, he still had 100 million in his hand. It was enough for him to do a lot of things. The phone screen glowed greatly, after which the golden light faded and the phone's back cover carried a golden border. Congratulations owner, the phone has been officially upgraded to version 2.0. All the god-level abilities you possess will be upgraded to version 2.0. Divine Physique 2.0, Divine Fighting 2.0, Time Pause 2.0, Time Rewind 2.0, version 2.0, as the name suggests, was an upgraded version of the previous one. All abilities had a qualitative leap. For example, Su Chen had just obtained the Divine Sniping ability, 1,200 meters without a bullet. After the upgrade, it changed to 1,500 meters without a bullet. Like the Time Pause ability and the Backtracking ability, both of them were upgraded from the previous 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Ding! The cell phone vibrated again. The system is upgraded. The owner has gained the ability to know the exclusive insider. Exclusive insider can know a person's past events clearly. Exclusive insider. When Su Chen saw these 4 words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This skill was simply a heaven-defying divine skill. To put it simply, after Su Chen possessed this skill, anyone would have no secrets to speak of in front of him. It was just like Huang Yuliang just now. It was only through news reports that Su Chen realized that Huang Yuliang had a first love, and that his first love even had a son. Without this news, Su Chen simply didn't know anything about Huang Yuliang's past, but now it was different. Su Chen could similarly know all of this by using Exclusive Insider. Note, after the owner uses Exclusive Insider, the skill will enter a 1-week cooldown period. During the cooling period, the owner cannot use it a second time. At this time, the cell phone vibrated again. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for upgrading the system. Open the Daily Seconds store. Within the Daily Seconds store, you will receive a $1 coupon every day. After using it, you can purchase any item in the Spike store for $1. Note, 5 items are brushed out every day, and the mall items will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Please choose the items to purchase carefully by the owner. After the cell phone prompt text message disappeared, Su Chen's cell phone had an additional software. Daily Seconds store. Su Chen immediately opened the software. Wanted to take a peek. 5 commodities came into view. Chapter 66, a watch worth $30 million. Daily Spike, get $300 of 7 Pearly Wolf belt. Daily Spike, get a $70,000 Chanel bag. Daily Spike, get $300,000 antique jade pendant. Daily Spike, get $6,700,000 Ferrari sports car. Daily Spike, get a $30 million Patek Philippe watch star. Limited to 10 worldwide. Su Chen subconsciously raised his eyebrows when he saw this. That Patek Philippe star. Su Chen had once learned about it through the cell phone news when he was in college. At that time, he felt that the star was very handsome. That kind of deep attraction. Just like how women liked bags and cosmetics, while men liked cars and watches. Only the price of the Patek Philippe star. Basically not many people could afford it. Plus the fact that it was limited to 10 globally. It was simply impossible to buy it. This kind of thing can only look at as a wallpaper or something. Nowadays, there are daily Spike stores. Su Chen could easily buy it for $1. What was there to hesitate about? Buy it directly. Payment successful. This consumption, $1. Su Chen purchased the limited edition watch Patek Philippe star worth $30 million for $1. After Su Chen purchased the prop, the other items still existed. It was only that if they were purchased again, they could only be purchased at the original price. It was good that Su Chen wasn't interested in those things either. He was rather looking forward to what merchandise would be uploaded tonight after the 12 o'clock refresh. Ding! At this time, a pop-up window popped up on the phone once again. Upgrade mission, please ask the host to earn $10 billion within 1 month. Upon completion of the upgrade, a future mall will be opened for the host. Note, the goods on the shelves in the future shopping mall are all products from 100 years into the future. When Su Chen saw this message, he was shocked inwardly. If he took the goods from 100 years in the future and brought them to the current era, it would only cause a global sensation. The simplest example, a cell phone 100 years in the future. Whether it was from the appearance, or the hardware configuration and other aspects, it must be hanging the current cell phone. This is no doubt. What 100 years after the car, self-driving, intelligent AI, using light energy as a power source, and a very technological appearance. All of these were possible to realize. 100 years of development was enough to turn the sea into a mulberry field. If Su Chen was able to open the future store, and then redeem these things, then he would be the one to change the times. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen had better think about how to earn that $10 billion first. He retrieved his cell phone and walked towards the outside. After all, Chu Linger and Qin Shui were still waiting outside. Su Chen. At this time, Chu Linger and Qin Shui saw him. Where's Huang Yuliang? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Chu Linger asked nervously. No matter what, Huang Yuliang was Li Shishir's husband. Su Chen had a conflict with Li Shishir, and Huang Yuliang would not sit back and do nothing. Chu Linger was worried that Huang Yuliang had done something to Su Chen. He left beforehand. Su Chen replied indifferently. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. He just asked me to go over for a chat. He also told me to let him know if I meet anything in the East Sea in the future. What? Chu Linger and Qin Shui let out a gasp in unison. The entire group was somewhat surprised. What kind of person was that Huang Yuliang? A real estate predator. A top 10 ranked entrepreneur in East Sea. For him to say this basically meant that not many people in East Sea could mess with Su Chen in the future. The two women really couldn't figure it out. Just now in the private room, Su Chen had only said a few quiet words. Let the furious Huang Yuliang not only calm down, but also turned his head to his wife, Li Shishir, and beat her up. Now, he even let slip that he was covering Su Chen. This was simply too incredible. Chu Linger couldn't help but be curious and immediately asked, what did you just say to Huang Yuliang? Yeah, handsome, what did you say to him? Qin Shui was also curious. Su Chen smiled and softly said, his wife wants to murder him for money. Su Chen did not tell the whole truth. It was just revealing a bit of information to satisfy the curiosity of these two women. As the words fell, the two women stared at their beautiful eyes, covering their mouths to prevent themselves from letting out a scream. No wonder Huang Yuliang had just stormed out. So it turned out that Li Shishir was plotting something like this. How did you know about this matter? Qin Shui looked up at Su Chen and asked. I have my insider information. It's not convenient to disclose. Su Chen was still saying the same thing. Qin Shui bristled, knowing that she couldn't ask anything from Su Chen, and immediately stopped asking. This morning, Chu Linger was taking time off work to come to the airport to pick up the plane, and Qin Shui would be staying in East Sea for a long time, so the two of them weren't in a hurry to catch up on old times or anything. In the afternoon, Chu Linger went back to work. Naturally, Su Chen sent her there, because he was looking for the general manager, for the handover. In reality, it was that the company had changed bosses. For the employees under him, there wasn't much change. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the securities company. A group of co-workers looked at Chu Linger and cast envious glances. Not for any other reason, just because this privilege of Chu Linger was too bullish. If anyone else wanted to take a morning off, the manager would have a black face. But Chu Linger was different. She didn't come yesterday morning, and she didn't come this morning. The manager still cheerfully approved the leave slip. In fact, the entire company knew the reason, and that was because Chu Linger's stock speculation ability was too powerful. One day earned 190,000. This horrible speed of making money is outrageous. After the general manager knew about this, he was surprised. Directly put the word, Chu Linger want to come to the company to come, do not want to come to not come. The company pays wages as usual, and there are full attendance awards, annual salary awards, and other various benefits. The manager saw Chu Linger came to the company, immediately brightened up, and hastily waved towards her. Xiao Chua, I've studied a few stocks on my side, stared for most of the month. You help me see how. Chu Linger looked down, discovering that the stocks the manager wanted to buy were exactly the ones she had researched a few days ago and was prepared to invest in. Only, those stocks were later crossed out by Su Chen with a pen. Obviously, Su Chen felt that those stocks would not make any money, and might even lose money. Thinking of this, Chu Linger said seriously, Manager, I don't think much of this stock. The manager raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked for advice with an open mind. Oh, why? You tell me. You're bullish on this stock because half a month ago, their company released a news about the progress of a new product. The reason why they might be releasing a product in the near future, right? Every time a company releases a new product, it drives the company's stock up. That's right, the manager nodded. But this tech stock, since last year, when it started building up momentum that it was going to release a product, it was silent for a year after that. That's why I think that the news of this release is also likely to be fake. Chu Linger seriously analyzed. The manager quickly followed Chu Linger's thoughts. Oh, you mean, they're throwing smoke bombs, aiming to confuse people and give the appearance that the stock will soar? Right, that's my feeling. Chu Linger nodded her head. The manager spoke seriously. But Xiao Chu, we don't rely on our feelings to make money when we work in finance. What if people really do develop products? Chapter 67, It's really gone up. Chu Linger was momentarily speechless. She couldn't say anything good about the matter of R&D products either, but she clearly remembered that Su Chen was crossing out this stock on the book. At this time, Su Chen beside her spoke. Linger, didn't you tell me that this tech company has a high employee turnover rate? Chu Linger was first stunned. When did she say anything about the departure rate? But quickly reacted. Su Chen was helping her convince the manager. Right. I've researched that company's recruitment information and found that their company is recruiting almost every day. And there are also people leaving every day. If a company researches a new product right away, it would never be this situation. The manager heard this and came to a realization. A big personnel change means that the company's problems are also big. In the end, that tech company hadn't developed a new product. The so-called progress information was all smoke and mirrors. Fortunately, there was Chu Linger who provided valid information that made him wake up to the fact that it was a trap. Otherwise, he would have been like the many stockholders, going to buy that tech stock and then watching the money disappear into it little by little. Thinking of this, the manager couldn't help but pinch himself. So what? Xiao Chu, so do you have any recommendations for good stocks? I think. Chu Linger bit her lips tightly and stammered. If it was 2 days ago, Chu Linger would definitely take out the several potential stocks she had recorded in her book. But now, those stocks were all crossed out for Su Chen. Therefore, Chu Linger also really didn't know what stocks to buy. At this time, Su Chen spoke again. This morning, didn't you tell me that the Wanxiang Biological stock was good? Su Chen checked the future stock trend chart, and it just so happened that there was a good stock today. The stock of Wanxiang Biologicals would rise 6.4% in 10 minutes, although it was not a 10% rise directly to the stop, but it was also enough for the manager to make a small profit. The reason why Su Chen was willing to leak this news to the manager, because the manager is Chu Linger's boss, so that Chu Linger could work smoothly and be valued by her leader. Wanxiang Bio? That's a cold stock. The manager sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Chu Linger froze, then nodded. I think it's quite good. Since you're optimistic about that stock, little Chu, I'll give it a try. The manager exited the company account and replaced it with his own. There was a whole $3 million in it. The manager directly used $1 million to buy the stock of Wanxiang Bio. If it were before, the manager would not dare to buy stocks in such a rash and aggressive manner. But today was different. Chu Linger is a financial wizard. Yesterday alone earned 190,000 in 1 day. This achievement made the manager surprised. Put in the entire securities company, there are not many people who can fight with Chu Linger. The manager believed in Chu Linger's gaze, which was why he dared to invest so much money. Chu Linger looked directly dumbfounded. She didn't think that her one sentence could make the manager smash so much money into it. At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. It was a call from the family. Su Chen didn't think much about it and went out to answer the phone. And Chu Linger didn't even notice this, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at the stock market. If the stock price didn't go up, then it would be over. After a while, the stock market began to move. The Wanxiang Bio that the manager had purchased went all the way up, rising to 6% in the blink of an eye. The manager's face turned red with excitement. God, Xiao Chu, you are truly divine. Your vision is too good. I really admire it. If he wasn't in the way of this old face, the manager really wanted to kneel down and worship Chu Linger, wanting to follow Chu Linger to learn a couple hands. Chu Linger's beautiful eyes also flashed, too surprised to speak. Up, really up. Su Chen's reading was too accurate. At this time, Chu Linger's cell phone rang. It was a text message from Su Chen. Immediately sell off after it rises to 6.4%. Don't be greedy. 6.4%? Nowadays, Chu Linger would not doubt Su Chen's words. Su Chen's eye for stocks is very accurate. Whether it's that buying low and selling high, or letting Qin Shui sell Hua Group's shares in advance, these operations have completely conquered her. So, Su Chen said 6.4% sell, then she will sell at 6.4% this node. At this point, the manager rubbed his hands together excitedly. The market is good. I'll buy some more. Some more. He wanted to continue to make some money after tasting the sweetness of Vientiane Bio. The manager is also a veteran in playing finance. He sees this rising trend of Vientiane Bio. It is likely to rise to 10% today. The stock price of Vientiane Bio has risen 6% so far. That is to say, there is still money to be made by investing money now. Seeing the manager to invest a few $1 million into it, Chu Linger's heart moved. Remembered what Su Chen just said. She looked at the 6.2% rise in Vientiane Bio, which was close to the 6.4% that Su Chen had said. She immediately said, Manager, let's play it steady. It's time to sell off. Sell off? The manager was slightly stunned, looking at Chu Linger with a very dismayed expression. Little Chu, this stock will most likely rise to the stop today. Are you sure you want to sell off at this time? because it was Chu Linger who suggested the manager to buy this stock. The manager took her words very seriously. Really, manager, if you believe me, dump the stock. Chu Linger spoke solemnly. If Su Chen told her to dump it at this time, then there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Alright then, the manager gritted his teeth, and then sold all of them at the node where the stock price rose by 6.2%. $1 million of capital was invested and made $60,000. This is only 10 minutes of work. The manager silently watched the moving stock market. Vientiane stock is all the way up, from 6.2% to 6.4%. According to the current momentum, this stock will definitely rise to 10% today. The manager was a bit annoyed. If the $1 million did not take out, he could earn more. As a veteran stock trader, how did he lose his own judgment to listen to the arrangements of others? Thinking of this, he let out a sigh. But since it had already been sold off, forget it. Let's take this opportunity to teach Chu Linger a lesson. Little Chu, I appreciate this steady character of yours, but we should analyze specific things specifically. Like just now this Wanxiang Bio stock. Actually we shouldn't have thrown it because the stock price is still continuing to rise. But I can understand. After all, you're still an inexperienced newcomer. In terms of the mentality of stock speculation, you still lack some fire. Take your time. He admitted that Chu Linger had a good eye for picking stocks, but the mindset was still not stable enough. It needed to be properly polished before it could be done. The words fell. The stock market began to change. Wanxiang Bio, which the manager had just been optimistic about, had no backbone after rising to 6.4%. Instead, it began to fall off a cliff. The price changed from the original 11.55 to 11.23 and finally to 10.82. A miserable green, and there was no rise after that. That is to say, just rose 6.4%. Is the highest note of Wanxiang Biological stock today. When Chu Linger saw this scene, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say, because all of this was happening according to what Su Chen had said. It was as if he was a stock god, manipulating the stock market changes at will. Chapter 68 I'm a fortune teller. May I ask what you are? Plus the manager. He saw the stock market change after people are stupid. His brain is blank. The manager had just confidently assured that Wanxiang Biological would continue to rise until the stop. As a result, just after the words were said, the stock price fell down. The manager looked at the miserable green stock market and couldn't help but feel alarmed. If he hadn't listened to Chu Linger's advice just now and sold off the shares of Wanxiang Biologicals in time, then he wouldn't have been able to make so much money. Thinking of this, the manager was more and more shocked inwardly. Chu Linger's vision was also too accurate. Besides, Su Chen sighed. He was on the phone while manipulating the stock software in his cell phone. This stock, Wanxiang Biologicals, did not have a large disk. If Su Chen invested too much money, it would cause turmoil in the stock market and might even crash, so he only invested 5 million into it. In 10 minutes time, it made $300,000 for Su Chen. Although this was not a lot of money, but it was always good to have money to earn. Who would mind the amount of money they had? On the other side of the phone, his mother's voice slowly came out. Son, Mom asked Aunt Lu to introduce you to an object. You go over to meet at noon. Introduce an object? Su Chen first froze, then shook his head. Mom, no need. My life is quite good now. What do I need for a blind date? Moreover, I'm only 24. Make it look like I'm 44. The tone on the other end of the phone was firm. You have to go. I've already asked Aunt Lu to call the other girl out. If you don't go over to meet her, it won't make sense. That's fine. Su Chen nodded helplessly. The phone had just hung up when another call came through. It was Huang Yuliang calling. Huang Yuliang's voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. Old brother Su Chen, I've found my wife and son, and they've all forgiven me. I'm going to be a grandfather next month. My life is complete. If you hadn't told me that information already, it would be impossible for me to be as happy as I am now. Thank you so much. Do you have time for lunch today? I'll treat you to a meal to thank you properly. Old brother Huang, I'm going to Huanyu Seafood City for a blind date at noon today. I'm afraid I don't have time. Blind date? Huang Yuliang froze for a moment. Su Chen had no need to go on a blind date. However, he didn't say anything more, but said, fine. That Huanyu Seafood City is owned by me. I'll give a greeting to the people over there later, and let them treat you well. Huang Yuliang and Su Chen agreed to get together again sometime. After that, Su Chen drove to Huanyu Seafood City. Su Chen sat there and waited quietly. Half an hour later, a woman in a red dress appeared. The woman looked around and eventually her eyes landed on Su Chen's body. Then she walked towards him in large strides. Su Chen was lost in thought for a while. This couldn't be the blind date he was going to meet today, right? There was a big gap between her and the beauty in the photo. The beauty in the photo was small and delicate. standing tall. But this red-clothed woman in front of him was completely unrelated to the above two words. Her body was round and her looks were somewhat miserable. The woman sat in front of Su Chen and slowly said, "Handsome man, you are introduced to the blind date by Aunt Lu, right? My name is Xiao Shishir. Hello." Su Chen smiled. "You're a bit not quite the same as in the photo." It wasn't that it wasn't quite the same. It could be said that it was completely two people. Xiao Shishir laughed. "Photoshopping? Of course I want to show my most beautiful side. Let's not talk about my photos for now. Let's order the food. Let's chat while eating." Good. Su Chen did not object. Nowadays, he only wanted to hurry up and end this blind date. Xiao Shishir picked up the menu and ordered for herself. "Come 7 lamb chops, come 8 drinks, and your specialty snacks here. All of them, give me 5 servings. What lobster king crab, shark's fin abalone, all of them, come with 10 servings. Ordering so much, can the two of us finish it?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "Finished eating? And it's not like we're the only two people eating." Xiao Shishir smiled. At this time, dozens of people walked into the restaurant. After seeing Xiao Shishir, they walked straight over. They were all relatives of Xiao Shishir's, coming over to help with the blind date. Xiao Shishir smiled and explained, "I'm a girl out on a blind date, and I'm afraid I'll meet a pervert with bad intentions, so I brought some relatives over to keep an eye on things. You can understand, right?" Su Chen was speechless. Which colorful wolf would plot against someone like her? The sense of self was too good. "You guys find a place to sit down." Xiao Shishir twisted her head to look at her relatives and slowly said, "Order whatever you want." Those 10 or so people were not polite and sat down with a big grin. They also called for a waiter. "Bring me 2 huazi. What kind of good wine do you have here? Serve a few bottles." A group of people flipped through the menu, as if they didn't want money. Ordering whatever was expensive. In their opinion, today's meal didn't require them to spend any money. The one who paid was Su Chen. At this time, Xiao Shishir spoke again. "I heard Aunt Lu say that you work in finance? After seeing so many blind dates, I'm quite satisfied with you. I can give you a chance to be with me, but you have to fulfill these few requirements of mine. First, after we get together, you have to buy me a car and add my name to the real estate license. Second, all your savings must be given to me for safekeeping. No petty cash. And I'll give you $20 pocket money every month. If I buy something with your money, you can't ask where it was spent. Third, your cell phone can't have a password for me. I want to be able to check your cell phone messages whenever I want, but you can't touch my cell phone. I want my privacy. Fourth, I won't go out to work or do dishes and chores at home because you are responsible for earning money to support your family while I am responsible for looking beautiful. I'll watch TV and play games during the day, and I'll occasionally go to a bar and bounce around at night. Don't worry, I'll go up to 6 days a week, not 7 days in a row. Rule number 5. If I don't come home at night, it means I'm busy with something. You don't call to ask where I am or when I'll be home. I'll be home when I want to be. Number 6, and the most important one, I don't support getting a marriage test. If you love me, you don't need to know about my past. Xiao Shishir rattled off a whole lot. Su Chen listened on the side and just smiled without saying anything. Where was this coming for a blind date? This was clearly coming to find a receiver. Moreover, Xiao Shishir felt that he, Su Chen, was a very good receiver. "I've finished. The requirements aren't many. You should be able to do it, right?" Xiao Shishir raised her head and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't answer, but asked, "After saying so much, do you know what I do? Aren't you in finance?" Xiao Shishir was slightly stunned and didn't think much about it, then opened her mouth. Su Chen smiled and said, "I also have an amateur profession, fortune telling. May I ask what kind of things do you tell? You're such a strange person. I'm here for a blind date. I don't count things." Chapter 69, I'd like to see who suffers. After saying that, Xiao Shishir's face immediately changed. Su Chen was changing his mind and cursing her. "You're the one who's not a thing." Xiao Shishir snorted coldly. "Let me tell you, there are many men who want to chase me. I'm willing to lower my status to be with you. It's your good fortune. Don't give your face away. He, you are living under beauty and filters, forgetting what virtues you have in reality, right?" Su Chen asked rhetorically. "The man chasing you, I'm afraid he's not still holding a knife in his hand?" You. Xiao Shishir was so angry that her face turned blue. She was very confident in her looks, but now Su Chen had stomped her confidence to pieces. This infuriated Xiao Shishir. Su Chen got up and prepared to leave. He had long wanted to end this ridiculous blind date. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Xiao Shishir couldn't care less about being angry and loudly scolded. "Stop. It's fine if you want to leave, but you have to settle the bills for all 3 tables here first." In Xiao Shishir's eyes, blind dates were always paid for by the man. It was naturally impossible for Xiao Shishir to pay for this money. Su Chen gasped and laughed. If it was just Xiao Shishir herself ordering a mess, Su Chen would have tolerated it. but she also called in more than 10 relatives. These relatives specialized in picking expensive dishes. Wasn't it obvious that they were killing Su Chen as a pig? Su Chen wasn't going to be the wrongdoer. You called so many relatives without asking me what I wanted. Nor did you ask if I was willing to pay for them. Let them order whatever they want. We're all non-relatives, and I'm paying for you to enjoy yourselves. Do you think that's possible? Xiao Shishir's expression immediately went cold. What do you mean? When other people go out on blind dates, it's the man who pays the bill. You're a big man who wants me to pay for it. Is that a good idea? Isn't it just a meal? If you even have to be catty about this amount of money, then why come out on a blind date? Xiao Shishir's group of relatives, hearing that Su Chen was not willing to pay the bill, were not as calm as before. They all just picked expensive dishes to order. They also opened a few strips of huazi and a few bottles of Mao Tai. These tables of meals, some people initially counted, have to be 40, 000 to 50, 000 it, meaning that they 10 or so people to share equally, each person to share 4 or 5,000. This time, this group of people are not happy. It was Xiao Shishir who let them come, and let them order whatever they wanted. Now it was naturally impossible to pay out this amount of money, so gazes fell on Su Chen. If you're a man, settle the bill. It's always the man who pays for the blind date, okay? Can you please have some face? If you don't settle the bill, I'll expose you, make you lose your reputation, and see how you can go on blind dates in the future. Su Chen laughed. This group of people were trying to use moral kidnapping to coerce him to pay the bill obediently. Who has a blind date like you guys, coming with more than 10 groups of friends and relatives? And who has a blind date like you guys, specializing in picking expensive dishes? I have nothing to say if you can finish 5 bottles of mutai today, and I have nothing to say if you can finish 10 strips of huazi today? A group of people looked unsightly and were speechless. At this time, a man with dark skin and practiced muscles violently slammed the table. Whether to smoke or not is our business. Kid, you want to renege on the debt, is it? I tell you, today you honestly pay the money. Then there is nothing. But if you are not honest, don't blame me for not being polite. I'm not afraid to tell you. The manager here is my old cousin. I've greeted him. If you don't pay today, you won't be able to walk out of this door. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done this kind of thing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This group of people saw that moral abduction did not work. This was a direct plan to come hard. Oh, what if I don't pay this money today? He didn't know who the manager here was, but he knew that the owner of this seafood city was Huang Yuliang. Then you'll die a miserable death. The man sneered, then picked up his cell phone to call the manager. Soon, the manager of the seafood city walked over. Behind him, there were a few security guards. When Xiao Shishir and the others saw this, they all looked at Su Chen with gloating expressions. This brat was going to have bad luck. The manager coldly spoke. I heard that someone wants to eat a king's dinner. The last person who ate a king's dinner here. My people broke his left hand in 3 ribs. Which ungrateful fellow wants to give it a try? It's him. He said himself that he wanted to treat us to dinner, but now he doesn't want to pay the bill. Xiao Shishir reached out and pointed at Su Chen. The manager twisted his head to look at Su Chen. Kid, you, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he couldn't contain his trembling. Huang Yuliang sent a photo to the employee group today, saying that it was his brother. Let all the employees see his brother. They must be 100% respectful. The manager clearly remembered that the person in the photo was none other than Su Chen in front of him, not even noticing the manager's change in demeanor. The man sneered and looked at Su Chen. I advise you to pay up honestly, or else not only will you have to pay up in a while, you will also suffer. I'd like to see who's going to eat the pain. Su Chen had a faint smile on his face, a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Xiao Shishir snorted coldly. She turned her head towards the manager and said cruelly, Manager, this kid is too lawless. You hurry up and call someone to clean him up. The group of people all looked at Su Chen with cold eyes. Originally, nothing would have happened if they had paid the money. They had to make this mess. Now, not only do they have to pay, but they also have to take a beating. Clean up your sister. The manager came back to his senses and chided. This is our boss Huang Yuliang's younger brother, an honored guest of our seafood city. When you say clean him up, you're afraid you don't want to die? The words fell. The smile on Xiao Shishir's face froze. Everyone froze as well. Who was that Huang Yuliang? A top 10 entrepreneur in East Sea, worth $5 billion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a powerful man, admired by millions. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was actually Huang Yuliang's younger brother. He's such a big shot. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. Only to see the manager say with a pleasing face. Su Chen said without lifting his head. Didn't you want to break my hand? Don't dare. Don't dare. The manager shook his head, cold sweat running down along his forehead. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move on Su Chen. Then do I have to pay for this meal? Su Chen wasn't poor in money. This meal was no big deal to him even if he paid for it, but there was no way he would be the wrongdoer. The manager shook his head like a rattle drum. No, of course not. You didn't even move your chopsticks. Where's the argument for paying for it? Of course it's whoever ate it. Who do I ask for this money? The manager turned his head to Xiao Shishir and the others. If you guys don't pay all the money today, think about whether you'll break your left hand or your right hand. When Xiao Shishir and the others heard this, their faces became much uglier. The money for their meal here was at least 40,000 to 50,000 dollars. Right now, they all had to pay out of their own pockets. At this time, Xiao Shishir's group of family and friends all spoke up. Shishir, you're the one who told us to come here, and you told us to order whatever we want. Right. Xiao Shishir, you should be the one paying for this. It's none of our business. When ordering the food, the group of people were more active than anyone else, but now when they heard that they had to pay for it, they were 100 times more reluctant and shirked their responsibilities. I'll pay for this. Okay. Xiao Shishir's lips were almost bitten through. She took out all sorts of bank cards and credit cards from her bag. All of them were swiped. Only then did she barely pay back the money. Chapter 70, Seeing a Meteor. By 12 o'clock at night, the Daily Seconds store was once again refreshed. Su Chen opened the store and checked the items that were on the shelves for the new day. Daily Seconds, 6,000 cell phones worth. Daily Spike, 250,000 worth of Rolex watches. Daily Kill, diamond ring worth $990,000. Daily Spike, $3 million worth of villas. Daily Spike, Lamborghini Poison worth $70 million. Cell phone? No need. This cell phone is invincible. Do you need another cell phone? A watch? No need. Wearing a $30 million Patek Philippe star on your hand. Do you need to wear a $250,000 Rolex? Diamond ring? No need. Villa? No need. He already lives in a $100 million villa. Lamborghini Poison? Su Chen's gaze fell firmly on the fifth item. It could be said that this car was the dream of countless men. The appearance was handsome, very technological and artistic, and the Poison was very rare. Currently there were only 10 in the world. Even the top flow 3 small Kai once have publicly spoken. They want to have a Lamborghini Poison. If you drive this car to the street, definitely attract a group of people's attention. There is no surprise. Su Chen directly bought this Lamborghini Poison at a price of $1. It had to be said that this Spike store delivered very quickly. After Su Chen's payment was successful, a car key appeared on the table with a bam, and at the door, there was a black sports car parked. It was precisely the Lamborghini Poison. Inside the car, the driver's license and so on, all kinds of formalities were done. It proved that the owner of the car was Su Chen. Right now, Su Chen couldn't wait to sit on the car, experience this top sports car. A foot of gas stepped down. The engine roars. It was like a black steel beast roaring. At 12 o'clock in the morning, most of the roads in East China Sea already didn't have any cars, so Su Chen drove as he pleased. Speed 80 mph, going towards 100 mph. Plus he had god-level car skills. Even if he was given a crack in the ground, he could drive through it. On a certain road, a man and a woman were walking slowly with their hands. The woman was precisely Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Ye. Since the last time she received a huge blow from Su Chen, she kicked out Zhao Hua after a painful experience, then started looking for a new object. There were no other requirements. Must be richer than Su Chen. She couldn't accept that the trash she kicked away was living a better life than her. Right now, the man in front of her was her target. The family has a mine, several listed company shareholders, income of tens of millions a year, home assets of $1 billion. In Zhang Ye's eyes, no matter how she looked at this man, he was richer than Su Chen. Wow, this wallpaper on your phone is so cool. What kind of car is this? Zhang Ye's pretty face was red. She had just accompanied this man to drink some wine, taking the initiative to find a topic, trying to take this man in front of her as soon as possible. Oh, this car is called Lamborghini Poison. The man laughed. Zhang Ye slowly asked, Poison? What a domineering name. Then you must have bought such a car, right? Ha ha, Lamborghini Poison is a very rare existence. Not to mention Donghai, the entire country does not see one. The man joked. The probability of you seeing a real Lamborghini Poison is lower than seeing a shooting star. So powerful? Is the Poison expensive? Zhang Ye was shocked to hear that. She didn't know anything about cars, but hearing the man say this Lamborghini Poison was very impressive. It's not that it's expensive. At $70 million, I can buy it. The main thing is that there are only 3 poison pills in the world, so it can be said that there is a price for them. The big brother who can afford the Lamborghini Poison. I'd have to worship him when I see him. Just as the man finished his words, the smile on his face froze. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, I think I saw a shooting star. Naturally there was no meteor appearing. Instead, a black limbo-based Poison sped away like a runaway wild horse. Poison, A real Lamborghini poison. My God. I really didn't think I would see this divine car in the East Sea. I so want to get acquainted with the owner of the car, Big Brother, and ask him if he's missing a pendant on his leg. The man was genuinely emotional. It wasn't that he didn't have the look of a big young man, but rather, he was instinctively in awe. You know, there are countless rich people all over the world who want to buy Lamborghini poison, but there were only 3 Lamborghini poisons. The person who could buy this car was bound to be an absolute big shot. Zhang Ye sniffed and looked. She was dumbfounded. She seemed to have just seen that the person sitting in the car was Su Chen. Was it a mistake? Yes, it must be a mistake. How could Su Chen afford to drive a Lamborghini poison? Zhang Ye was very reluctant to accept this fact. Besides, Su Chen, after he drove around outside, he didn't directly return to his villa. Instead, he drove to Chu Linger's apartment. There was no other reason. Tonight the US stocks would be in turmoil. The opportunity to make money had come. Su Chen had no grudge against money, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Inside the apartment, Chu Linger was cutting fruits in the kitchen. Qin Shui was lying on the sofa, her snow-white jade feet gently swaying. Qin Shui had a villa in East China Sea, but she didn't like to live there, preferring to squeeze into the small apartment with Chu Linger. Eat fruit. Chu Linger came up with a fruit plate. You eat first. Qin Shui squeezed out a smile. What's wrong? Chu Linger hurriedly asked. Having been Qin Shui's best friend for many years, Chu Linger could tell that Qin Shui had something on her mind. I've prepared a movie, and now all the staff have been invited. But that male lead actor, Tian Zai, suddenly opened his mouth in a lion's mouth, asking me to pay $100 million for the movie, or else he won't act. All I have now is only 100 million. How can I follow up the movie if I give him all the money? Qin Shui was worried. She had carefully prepared a movie with herself as the director and starring role. She had polished the script alone for 5 years. In order to make this movie, Qin Shui signed a betting agreement with the company. She guaranteed that the movie would be finished in 5 months and that it would break 500 million at the box office. If it didn't, she would work for the company for free for 10 years. The male lead actor, Tian Zai, probably knew about the betting agreement, so he sat on his hands. After all, he was now a popular flow, with tens of millions of female fans, an absolute guarantee for the box office. This has made Qin Shui anxious. Now, the movie was going to start shooting next month. Recasting the roles again? I'm afraid it's too late. She could only chip in and give it to the other party, or else she would have to work for the company for free. $100 million? Such an expensive movie fee. Chu Linger was surprised to hear that. Yeah, I really don't know where to get this money now. Tian Zai's side demanded to see the money within 3 days, or else the cooperation would be cancelled. Qin Shui was at a loss. At this time, Chu Linger's doorbell rang. Looking through the cat's eye, the person who came was none other than Su Chen. Chu Linger opened the door. Su Chen spoke first. Linger, I want to buy American stocks. Can you help make it? Chapter 71 Witnessing a Miracle. Chu Linger's mouth opened wide in surprise. She didn't think Su Chen was going to buy US stocks. American stocks were different from the domestic stock market. Domestic stock prices could rise or fall by up to 10% a day, and there was a protection mechanism, but US stocks had none at all. It was normal for a stock to skyrocket or plummet 50% overnight. The gain is greater, but the same risk is greater. If one was not careful, one could lose everything. Chu Linger first froze, then slowly said, "It's okay, I know how to buy American stocks." Immediately after, she ran to her room to get a computer. At this time, Qin Shui's eyes lit up, excitedly stepped forward and asked, "Little handsome, do you have any more insider information? I also want to follow you to invest. Is that okay?" After all, Su Chen's current display of stock speculation ability took her breath away. All of the stocks that Su Chen had purchased had gone up without exception. It was as if he was a stock god, creating miracles in the stock market at will. There was another more important reason for Qin Shui to follow the investment, and that was that she desperately needed money right now. Yes, Su Chen maintained his smile. At this time, Chu Linger opened the phone and twisted her head to ask Su Chen, "So what stock are you buying?" Angel Bio. The two women froze and looked at each other. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of this stock, but they were too familiar with it. Anyone who had understood the U.S. stock market knew that Angel Bio's stock price had been in the doldrums for many years. Tens of billions of dollars were invested back then, and as a result, nothing was developed in 3 years. No one would put their focus on this stock. But now, Su Chen hit the idea of Angel Bio. Could it be that there was insider information again? How much to buy? Chu Linger asked. 100 million. Su Chen replied. This was Su Chen's entire fortune. He wanted to seize this windfall and make a big profit. Both women were surprised. It was unthinkable that Su Chen had so much money. $100 million all smashed into the stock? Brother, you can think clearly. I just checked Angel Bio stocks for the past month. and all of them are down, without exception. Qin Shui said seriously. She had to admit that Su Chen had some skills in stock speculation, but there was still some gap between the domestic stock market and the foreign stock market. Domestic 100 million lost. The downturn stop is only a loss of $10 million, but in foreign countries, there is no stop. That is to say, this 100 million may instantly evaporate. The risk factor is too great. Have to be careful. I've thought it through. Buy it. Su Chen nodded. He had nothing to be afraid of. With the future stock market analysis chart, operating within the stock market was as easy as picking up money with his eyes closed. No, there was no need to close one's eyes. Just bend over and pick up money. Chu Linger didn't say anything. Her heart completely trusted Su Chen. Then she asked, when to buy? Buy it now. Su Chen said indifferently. Chu Linger complied with all of them. At this time, Qin Shui took a deep breath and solemnly said, I'll buy it too. Linger, help me buy all $100 million of Angel Bio stock. Chu Linger was first stunned, then exclaimed, you're going to invest your entire fortune in it? That's right, I trust you, man. Qin Shui nodded her head and said solemnly, the entire fortune? You're playing so big? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The reason why he dared to invest all his money was because he knew the future changes in the stock market. But why did Qin Shui dare to play with him like this and put all her money in? Even if he trusted Su Chen, it was impossible to be this aggressive. Qin Shui let out a bitter smile. I ran into some trouble and desperately needed money, so let go of it. Immediately after, she raised her head again and looked at Chu Linger. Linger, help me buy Angel Bio stock as well. $100 million all in. If we make money this time, then I'll treat you like an ancestor from now on. Qin Shui took a deep breath and looked at Su Chen and said seriously. Su Chen laughed, ancestor or forget it. After all, I'm so young. Good, then if it goes up, you'll be my master from now on. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was the early hours of the morning. The US stock market was quiet. It was changing from time to time, but there were not many ups and downs. The angelic creatures they had purchased had also dropped 5 points. In other words, 5 million evaporated like this. As the hours ticked by, the angelic creatures still showed no signs of rising. Qin Shui was a bit anxious. She turned her head towards Su Chen, wanting to say why don't we dump it? Stop loss in time. Right now, angelic creatures stock was falling all the way down. There is no sign of a rise. It's a bottomless pit. This is no different from chronic suicide. Qin Shui didn't want to lose and couldn't afford to lose. Su Chen knew what Qin Shui wanted to say and said first, prepare to pick up the money. What? The two women said in unison. Right now, Angel Bio stock was so lousy, this was not even close to picking up money. But the next second, the 3 cell phones vibrated at the same time. In the era of big data, hot news would be pushed at the first time. News, shocking. Angel Bio announced the attack of cancer. News, the gospel of cancer patients. Angel Bio announced the official attack of cancer in the early morning. Cancer is a disease that takes away the lives of an unknown number of people every year. It can be said that everyone talks about it. Nowadays, a company has announced that it has conquered cancer, which is gospel news for the whole world. For a while, the news was all over the place to report on this matter. Naturally, the stockholders were also the first to buy Angel Bio's shares. Chu Linger and Qin Shui, when they saw the news, they were inwardly shocked. Angel Bio stock was really going up. They stared tightly at the computer screen. Angel Bio's shares rose higher and higher, plus 48%, plus 135%, 295%. Both women had been so surprised that they didn't know what to say. In less than an hour, Angel Bio stock had risen almost 3 times. Dump it all. At this time, Su Chen spoke. In his stock market analysis chart, Angel Bio would eventually rise to 300%. There was no need for Su Chen to wait until that number. It would be fine to dump it at a close point. Good. Chu Linger followed his instructions and sold the shares. Almost instantly, countless stockholders divided up Su Chen's stock. Because everyone knew that Angel Bio stock was majorly favorable, they could make money buying it with their eyes closed. In one night's time, Su Chen had a deposit of 300 million. His principal was 100 million, and he made 200 million. 200 million in one night. Qin Shui followed Su Chen's train of thought and immediately sold off the stocks in her hand as well. Su Chen's cell phone vibrated and a text message was sent. It was Qin Shui who transferred money. A full 100 million was transferred. Su Chen looked up at Qin Shui. Qin Shui playfully spat out her tongue. I didn't do anything. I purely followed behind you to pick up money. So, I'll give you half of the proceeds as my thanks. Even if she gave Su Chen 100 million, she still had 100 million to earn. Su Chen didn't say anything polite and accepted the money. Finally, there's money to pay for the movie. With the money matter temporarily resolved, Qin Shui let out a sigh of relief. $100 million for a movie paycheck. This male lead actor can really sit on his ass. Chu Linger fought for her bestie. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be a box office guarantee? Qin Shui said helplessly. What box office guarantee? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. With that, Qin Shui told the matter of the male lead actor, Tian Zai, wanting $100 million in pay. After Su Chen heard her matter, he said indifferently, don't ever pay the movie fee, and immediately changed the male lead. Chapter 72, If you believe me, cancel the cooperation. The reason why he was so decisive, that was because in the future news, Su Chen had read this message. 2022, July 15th, powerful sneak preview, big star Tian Zai, on the surface, is in love with his girlfriend like glue, but in reality, he's a domestic violence man. The big star Tian Zai in that news was the same male lead actor who was now looking for Qin Shui to Leonize him. Change the lead actor? The two women let out a gasp in unison. No, if we refine the actor again, time will be too late. The time left for me to prepare now is only 1 month. Qin Shui pondered for a moment and quickly shook her head. Moreover, Tian Zai is a box office guarantee. Apart from the movie then, there will be many female fans who will buy his account. Only by relying on him can my betting agreement win. If you believe me, change the lead actor. Otherwise, you will lose your money in this movie. Su Chen said seriously. Seeing Su Chen speak so decisively, Qin Shui raised her eyebrows and inquired, do you know any more insider information? Pretty much. Su Chen nodded his head. Tian Zai is a domestically abusive man and sports multiple people. If the fans know about this matter, do you think that the fans will still go to see Tian Zai's movie? Moreover, Tian Zai's girlfriend has a big background. If she knew about this matter of Tian Zai's domestic violence, she was very angry and used her power to block Tian Zai. This movie of yours, if you let Tian Zai do the lead role, the movie will die before it even goes online in theaters, and $100 million will go down the drain. Su Chen simply stated the information from the future news. However, it was these few simple words that made the two women listen dumbfounded. The amount of information was too great. The living room was dead silent for a while. At this moment, even if a pin fell on the ground, it could still be clearly audible. After a long time, Qin Shui asked, if all these things are true, then how did you know all of this and know it so clearly? As far as I know, Tian Zai has 3 bodyguards around him just to prevent paparazzi from following him. Ordinary people don't even know about his private life. There's also the fact that there's no information profile of Tin Boy's girlfriend on the entire internet. How did you find out that her family has a background? I have my sources. Su Chen didn't want to explain too much. If you believe me, don't cooperate with Tian Zai. Okay. Qin Shui pondered for a long time and finally nodded her head. Then I'll listen to you and cancel the cooperation with Tian Zai. She picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Skyboy. The most interesting thing was, Tian Zai was still pressurizing Qin Shui in the middle of the night. Qin Shui, I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, I have to see $100 million. Moreover, I'm going to make an appointment with you. I will set the time for filming every day. And I won't shoot for more than 2 hours. I won't memorize the lines. Just read the numbers. You just ask someone to change it later. Lastly, I'm in a bad mood these 2 days. You come to the hotel to keep me company. Any point, if you can't do it, our cooperation is cancelled. Let's see how your betting agreement will be completed. The words were condescending, using the bet as a threat. After reading the message, Qin Shui was furious on the spot. Not spoiling him either, she directly cancelled the cooperation. Love to shoot or not? Find your mom to accompany you. Immediately after, Qin Shui made an announcement online. The originally scheduled male lead actor, Tian Zai, because of certain reasons, the two regretfully cancelled this cooperation. Qin Shui did not make things detailed and specific. After all, the entertainment circle is so big. Head up, head down, make too much of a mess to meet awkwardly in the future. Although it was early in the morning, but many netizens saw this announcement and came out to leave messages. What's going on? Originally I was looking forward to the release of the movie with the goddess Qin Shui paired with the boy god Tian Zai in this divine lineup. How come the collaboration was cancelled? Looking forward to it for nothing? I'm begging the director to invite Tin Chai back. As long as Tin Chai is the star of the movie, I'll drag my girlfriends to make 3 or even 5 swipes. Sisters, how many of you are here for Tin? Leave a message at the bottom. Because Tian Zai hadn't made a movie this year, fans naturally looked forward to his new work. Now, hearing that the movie didn't allow Skyboy to be the lead actor, there were some of Tian Zai's extreme female fans who ran directly to scold Qin Shui under that announcement. Everyone came to see Tian Zai. Qin Shui, why did you change the person? Who do you think you are? If you don't let Tian Zai come and make the movie, I'll go report you for this movie so that your movie won't pass the review. Female fans, protect our Tian Zai's husband. Qin Shui looked at that one comment and sighed helplessly. Tian Zai's persona was too good. the perfect male god, impeccable, indulging this group of female fans to no end. Besides, Tian Zai, after he sent a message to Qin Shui, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower and coming out, he happened to see the text message Qin Shui returned. Love to shoot or not? Get your mom to accompany you. He sent the message and realized that he had been pulled black. Bitch, dare to fight with me? I'll press you so hard that you can't get up in this life. Tian Zai grimaced and said viciously. At this time, a phone call came in. It was the actress whose note was called Rose. Rose and Qin Shui both happened to be signed artists from the same company. Rose was a star who had been on fire for many years, while Qin Shui was a rising star who had only become hot in the last 2 years. This year, both of them were nominated for Best Actress at the same time. It was important to know that Rose had won this award for 3 consecutive years. All the media felt that she would reign as Best Actress for the 4th year. Even the news was ready to be sent out when she won the award. Rose herself also thought so, and even invited quite a few bigwigs in the industry to dinner. However, to everyone's surprise, this year's Best Actress was elected by Qin Shui. It broke Rose's streak of being elected. After that, the company's resources were tilted in favor of Qin Shui. Qin Shui's status rose. On the contrary, Rose had less and less resources in her hands and became Qin Shui's backdrop. This made Rose's jealousy explode. In her opinion, it was Qin Shui who had robbed her of everything. Therefore, she retaliated against Qin Shui, telling Tian Zai about the betting agreement, letting Tian Zai make a lion's share of the money. Rose's purpose was simple. It was that she wanted Qin Shui to lose the bet and then work for the company for free for 10 years. That way she could return to her throne. Nowadays, Rose saw the news on the internet that the two had cancelled their collaboration. Immediately, she was happy inside. Without Tian Zai as the box office guarantee, it was impossible for Qin Shui to fulfill the betting agreement with the company. The matter of Qin Shui working for the company for free for 10 years was the nail in the coffin. However, Rose wasn't going to let it go like that. She wanted to step on Qin Shui so hard that she would never be able to get back on her feet. So, she found Tin Chai. The two took this opportunity to attract a good wave of heat. Half an hour later, Rose released a dynamic, saying that she had reached a partnership with Tin Chai. The movie will start shooting next month. The news was sent out. Tian Zai's fans cheered. They thanked Rose for the opportunity she gave them, and said that they would definitely go to the movie theater to support the movie when it was released. While happy, some people also ran to leave messages under Qin Shui's dynamic. It's your honor that Tin Zai is willing to work with you, and you should still be making demands on him. You really don't know what's good for you. Also from the same company, why is Rose so good at being nice while you're so snarky? Hee, Qin Shui, just wait and see. You'll definitely regret it to death if you don't use Tian Zai as the lead actor. When the movie is released, the box office will hit you hard in the face. Chapter 73 Reliable Information. Tin Chai is fuzzy. Plus inside the apartment. After Qin Shui's announcement was released, Chu Linger had been scrolling through the comments. A deep frown creased her brows. These people are too much. Isn't it just that they didn't cooperate with Tian Zai? Cursing all sorts of vile words. Qin Shui sighed. These days, the culture of the rice circle is really scary. At this time, Qin Shui's phone rang. It was her company leader calling. A stern female voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Shui, what's wrong with you? Do you know that this matter of you canceling your cooperation with Tian Zai has received a great deal of influence on the internet? Our company is also involved. You're really too reckless and don't care about your feathers at all. Look at your predecessor Rose. How well she did. Immediately grabbed the hotspot and hyped herself up. It earns goodwill from the audience and raises the heat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're still too young. It looks like the company's big beam still needs to be carried by Rose. The meaning of this sentence was nothing more than saying again that they wouldn't be giving a lot of resources to Qin Shui in the future. Qin Shui sighed and said seriously, Sister Hua, this matter is not my nonsense. On the contrary, I did some deep thinking before deciding to cancel the cooperation with Skyboy. Oh, thoughtful consideration? The person on the other end of the phone sneered twice. Come on, you tell me what deep consideration. Tian Zai domestically abused his girlfriend. If his fans knew about this, what do you think they would think? Qin Shui told the leader what Su Chen had said. As it was. What? Is this matter really true? What is the credibility? The voice on the other end of the phone was surprised. If what Qin Shui said was true, then clearing the air with Tian Zai was undoubtedly a very correct choice. Tian Zai relied on tens of millions of female fans to get to where he was today. It could be said that female fans could either raise him up or ruin him. Something like collapsing his persona was undoubtedly fatal to Skyboy. Qin Shui hesitated for a while. These were also what she heard from Su Chen. As for whether it was true or not, she didn't know. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. A piece of entertainment news popped up. The title name of the news was, Big Star Tian Zai Domestic Violence Girlfriend. When she saw the news, Qin Shui was stunned. because it was the same as what Su Chen said, even if it was early in the morning. The netizens' comments and messages were several thousand, and even exceeded tens of thousands in the blink of an eye. The general content was nothing more than turning black on Tianzai, and there were also quite a few people exposing Tianzai's black information. Said he not only domestic violence, but also cheated on his wife, and was even adopted by the Gold Master. Looking at the various software, Tianzai's homepage can no longer be opened. To put it simply, this star called Tianzai is completely muddled. When Qin Shui and Xu Linger saw this news, their hearts were incomparably shaken. It was word for word the same as what Su Chen had said. Tianzai really did domestically abuse his girlfriend, and messed around with many women. He was called a master of time management. Multiple people campaigned on behalf of it. Female fans are angry and cursing everywhere, one after another. They all unfollowed him. For a while, Skyboy's 30 million fans dropped by a million. It was still early in the morning. Most of the fans were asleep. If they waited for the daytime, they would probably drop even more. There was also a force that came down and silently blocked Skyboy. 10 minutes later, Skyboy's homepage was invisible. A group of netizens were guessing which force had come down. Qin Shui knew. It was because Su Chen had just said. It was someone from Skyboy's girlfriend's family who had gone down. At this moment, Qin Shui raised her head and looked at Su Chen with an incredulous expression. Not only did he know which stocks would rise in the future, he even knew the secrets of the stars. With such powerful insider information, was there anything Su Chen didn't know? Sister Hua on the other end of the phone was obviously aware of the news as well, and her speech was a bit incoherent. Qin Shui, your news is correct. Tianzai is really a scumbag, time management master. Now his persona is completely ruined. I just took a look. All the companies that had cooperation with Tianzai lost several $1 million in just 1 minute. We estimated that because of this incident with Tianzai, those companies will lose at least hundreds of millions during the day tomorrow. That stupid woman, Rose, took $80 million out of her company to make a movie with Tin Chai, and had already paid a $40 million deposit. Now it seems that the $40 million is gone. On the phone, Sister Hua's voice was angry. Qin Shui didn't need to ask to know that after this incident, Rose would definitely be frozen for a while. Fortunately, you told me the news in time and saved at least $1 billion for us. You've done a good job in this matter. I can guarantee you hear that from now on. We will make you a top-tier flow. In the next 10 years, none of the domestic female stars will surpass your status. Qin Shui was still on the phone. Su Chen looked at the news and was a little surprised. According to the future news, the news that Tianzai's persona had collapsed should have been released the day after tomorrow. It looked like it was because the storm of canceling the cooperation tonight was too big. That news site took advantage of the heat that was still there and released the news in advance. Butterfly effect. A very small move might trigger a very big event somewhere. Xu Linger's jade hands rested on her fragrant cheeks, her bright and godly big eyes looking curiously at Su Chen. Do you have questions you want to ask me? Su Chen noticed Xu Linger's expression and then asked. Xu Linger nodded. I want to. Xu Linger paused and turned her words around. However, you can say it if you want to, and we can understand if you don't want to. Then I'll just not say anything for now. These things are quite complicated. Su Chen smiled. Whether it was his ability to see the future direction of stocks or his cell phone receiving future news, both of these points were not suitable for others to know. Even if it was Xu Linger, Su Chen did not want her to know. Xu Linger nodded her head and did not say anything more. She was a smart woman, knowing when to ask and when not to ask. Qin Shui hung up the phone and walked over. I just received a message from the company, telling all the artists to draw a line with Tianzai. It looks like Tianzai is completely blocked. So close, so close. She patted her chest with a shocked look. If I hadn't listened to Su Chen just now, then my $100 million would have gone down the drain. Call me what? Su Chen asked with a smile. Qin Shui's pretty face flushed, her shell teeth bit her red lips, and she said with extreme shame, Lord, Master, so good. Su Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. Have some wine to celebrate? At this time, Xu Linger got up and took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Although it wasn't a good wine, it was quite suitable for the current atmosphere. Good. Su Chen and Qin Shui didn't have any opinions, pushing the cups and exchanging the glasses. The wine passed 3 rounds. Qin Shui drank while looking down at her cell phone from time to time to send a text message. What's wrong? Xu Linger asked. Now that Tianzai is blocked, I have to find a new male actor for my play. A month's time. Where can I find one? Qin Shui looked sad. Chapter 74, Percentage Holding of Huaxing Hotel. Her gaze fell on Su Chen. I don't know if it was the effect of the alcohol or Qin Shui's inner goodwill. In that instant, she wanted Su Chen to be the male lead. However, this idea only appeared for a split second before she vetoed it by herself. Su Chen was not bad looking, but in the entertainment industry, Good looks were not an advantage. Making a movie was still about acting skills. Like certain young fresh meat, they had face value and poor acting skills. Being scolded by the netizens, Chen didn't look like he had acting skills either. It was better not to think about these has-beens. It seems like we have to hurry up and go pick a new male lead actor, Chen Shui murmured. She drank a few more glasses of red wine and fell asleep at 3 in the morning. Chu Linger didn't drink on weekdays either. After a few cups of wine, her pretty face rose red, clearly intoxicated. Gently lying on the sofa, she closed her eyes. On the contrary, Chen, he was not at all intoxicated. For him who possessed a god-level physique, the alcohol evaporated the moment it entered his body. Looking at the two sleeping women, Chen cried and laughed. The ones who said they were drinking were them. The ones who got drunk were also them. Sleeping on the sofa, one would definitely catch a cold in the middle of the night. Having no choice, Chen could only carry the two of them to his room. Chu Linger was fine. After all, she had long been in contact with Chen, directly carrying her to the room. The remaining Chen Shui was a bit troublesome. In exchange for before, Chen definitely would not touch Chen Shui. After all, it was Chu Linger's bosom friend, so it was better to keep some distance. But now that Chen Shui recognized Chen as her master, it seemed reasonable for him to carry his maid to bed? Chen thought like this. Using a princess carry, he sent Chen Shui into the room. Chen Shui looked like she had a perfect figure with a convex front and curved back. It was expected to be a bit heavy, but it was light to hold. Covering the two with a quilt, Chen retreated, driving back to the villa. It was almost 5 in the morning. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. Detected the owner's participation in the future, obtaining a god-level temperament. Heavenly Sons might. During ordinary times, the temperament will increase extremely dramatically, increasing the machine owner's charm value. And when the machine owner plays the role of a monarch emperor, it will emit an outstanding imperial temperament, giving the impression that it really is an ancient emperor. It's really hard to say about things like temperament. There are those who are born with it. There are also those that are cultivated step by step after birth. There are people, even if he wears glasses and a suit, you will still feel that he is a pig killer. And there are people, even if they are wearing a raincoat and rain shoes and holding a pig-killing knife in their hands, you will still feel that he is imposing and majestic. Chen raised his eyebrows. The cell phone had surprisingly given him a godly aura, and it would be added when playing the emperor. Wasn't this asking him to make a movie, a TV series? Chen laughed. He was just a businessman. How could he go film these things? Suddenly, something came to mind. The smile froze. Seems like Jack Ma has also made a movie. Money Ability. Oh no, Gong Shou Dao. If people could make it, Chen felt that he should be able to make it as well. Son of Heaven's Might. Chen looked in the mirror. It doesn't feel like much has changed. The word handsome summed it up. Chen squinted a little. The alarm clock at 9 o'clock rang. Although it was only 4 hours of sleep, but for Chen who possessed a god-level physique, even if he didn't sleep, he wouldn't feel sleepy or tired. Taking out his cell phone, he checked the dollar store. Last night, he was busy with things over at the US stock market. He didn't even look at what good things came out of the store. Immediately opened it to check the contents. Daily Seconds, gold worth $300,000. Daily Seconds, antique vase worth $3 million. Daily Seconds, jade worth $5 million. Daily Spike, Rolls-Royce worth $10 million. Daily Spike, 100% of the shares of Huasheng Hotel worth $300 million. When Chen saw the last item, he immediately raised his eyebrows subconsciously. Huasheng Hotel, the famous 5-star hotel in East Sea. It could be said to be a landmark building in East Sea. The annual revenue amounted to tens of millions. Chen did not hesitate and directly bought all the shares of Huasheng Hotel at a price of $1. The instant he bought it, his cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the general manager of Hua Ming Group. May I ask when you have time to come to the hotel? I'll bring the staff to get to know you. The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful. Could it not be respectful? This was the new owner of the hotel. Furthermore, it was the owner who held 100% of the shares. The previous Huasheng Hotel had 7 shareholders. This new boss was able to take over all the shares in their hands. It could be seen how powerful the power was. Chen spoke indifferently. Let's talk about it when I have time. I have to send my girlfriend to work later. The manager was stunned. Such a big boss. His girlfriend still needed to go to work, to experience life? That's right, it was definitely experiencing life. Okay, you go ahead, the manager respectfully said. Chen naturally heard the surprised voice from the manager's side. In fact, he had been asking Chu Linger not to go to work at the securities company and stay at home as his little assistant. But Chu Linger did not agree. The reason for her refusal was because she was still unfamiliar with the business of a trader. To be in the company in the exercise for a period of time. Chen respected her intention and did not force her. After sending Chu Linger to the company, Su Chen did not leave directly, but entered the manager's office. Mr. Su, may I ask what's up? When the manager saw Su Chen, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had to treat Su Chen solemnly. This was because Su Chen had previously opened a $100 million account with them and was a major shareholder. Secondly, Su Chen sent Chu Linger to work every day. The relationship with Chu Linger naturally needed no introduction. The manager still had to rely on Chu Linger to buy a few more shares to make money, and for this reason, he would also receive Su Chen well. Manager, I want to ask, can you buy futures here? It's possible. The manager nodded. May I ask Mr. Su, what futures are you looking to buy? Gold, Su Chen said with a smile. According to the future stock analysis chart, tonight, the price of gold will rise significantly. Reason for the rise, the two Western countries are in conflict and the relationship is strained. Currency was no longer in circulation. Instead, the price of hard currency like gold rose. Gold? Are you sure? The manager raised his eyebrows, surprised, because he himself played futures. He had an understanding of this aspect. Gold's current price was fluctuating, not a very good time to get into it. Sure, moreover, there's going to be leverage. The so-called leverage, in fact, is the securities company to borrow money to speculate, pay 10% of your principal as margin and buy contracts. It was able to magnify the returns from futures by several times. 10 times leverage is to amplify the futures purchased by Su Chen by 10 times. The simplest example, Su Chen originally only $1 million. He looks for a securities company to apply for 10 times leverage. If the application is approved, the securities company will lend him $9 million. This way Su Chen has $10 million to play futures. At the same time, the risk of using leverage will be magnified several times. Once Su Chen loses 10%, the securities company will forcibly close the position and sell all the contracts in Su Chen's hand. Hearing that Su Chen wanted to play futures, and also to increase leverage, the manager was surprised. Many people look at the high returns of futures, but ignore its high risk. Many multimillionaires is to play futures, and then use 10 times the leverage. In the end, they went bankrupt and jumped off the building. Mr. Su, if I remember correctly, you should still be a new player who has just entered finance for less than a month, right? I suggest that you first play speculative stocks, and wait for a few years before touching futures. Really, futures are much more risky. Many professional traders have lost everything. Even I don't dare to touch futures easily. I hope you think twice. The manager was not looking down on Su Chen, but knew that futures were too risky. Su Chen smiled faintly. The stock market is not much fun. The money comes too slowly.